This guy was dubbed the ultimate jinx by the system. However, this was hardly a title of honor. It was purely because Lin Huang had persisted in drawing cards for half a year without hitting a single rare card. Finally today, the system seemed to have a change of heart and gave this unlucky fellow a free draw as a result. Lin Huang pulled a cheat code and was promptly tossed into an alternate world by the system. His phone hit the ground with a thud as the heartless system wished him a pleasant journey. In this other world, Lin Huang played the role of a sword immortal living on the edge, except he was holding a kitchen knife and wearing an apron. Though he did exude an air of mature stability, he flourished his sharp blade but only to slice meat. Lin Huang had been here for a week. Aside from regaining his youth, he had to perform various chores. The system was gone, but transmigrating was already the craziest experience of his life. Here he was a reserve hunter who had graduated at the top of his class. A decent performance. Unfortunately, his life wheel was shattered, leaving him with only 91 days to live. Lin Huang now had a sister named Lin Xin. After finishing dinner, he went upstairs to call her for the meal. Pushing the door open, he happened to catch Lin Xin changing, seeing more than he bargained for. "Get out!" Lin Xin shrieked, grabbing a book and hurling it straight at Lin Huang's face. Even the lavish meal on the table couldn't shut her up. She glared at Lin Huang with annoyance while she ate. "I'm not a kid anymore, please watch your behavior," Lin Huang said, rubbing his sore face. Just then a notification came from the Imperial Heartnet. Specifically, it was an identity ID that stored information about humans and the world and the only way to connect to the system. Lin Xin opened it to check an emergency notice. At 4:30 p.m. a new void pupil was discovered near their coordinates. A monster invasion was suspected and officials warned residents not to go out at night. Seeing the worry on Lin Xin's face, Lin Huang comforted her softly. "Since the news has been released, someone will surely handle it soon. Besides, we have a defense shield here." But only Lin Huang knew in his heart that the shield was as thin as a cheap condom. No one cared about this small town of fewer than 100,000 people. By the time hunters arrived to clear the monsters, everyone would likely be in the monsters' bellies. After Lin Xin finished eating, she went back to her room to study, leaving Lin Huang to do the dishes. He checked online and found that a group of platinum hunters was nearby hunting monsters. Since the monster levels weren't high, the danger was reduced. In this world, killing monsters yields life shards which can extend one's lifespan when consumed. But Lin Huang hadn't even reached the Black Iron rank yet. He planned to find a weaker monster to practice on and intended to set out to hunt tomorrow. Suddenly a terrified scream erupted from the room. Lin Huang's heart tightened and he rushed over. The moment he heard the cry for help, he kicked the door open, having no time to fumble with the damn handle. Inside, Lin Xin was huddled in a corner, trembling. The window had been smashed and a blue red-eyed monster with long hair and dripping saliva was climbing in. Lin Huang reacted quickly, grabbing a nearby backpack and signaling Lin Xin to hide behind him. He recognized the monster as a bloodthirster, at least at the Black Iron rank. In short, Lin Huang couldn't possibly beat it, so he slammed the backpack into the bloodthirster's face, grabbed Lin Xin and bolted. He told Lin Xin to hide in a cabinet while he planned to lure the monster away. Since bloodthirsters prefer the blood of young girls, she absolutely couldn't show her face. Lin Xin didn't want Lin Huang to take the risk, her eyes welling with tears, but he resolutely shut the cabinet door. He would never let this beast hurt his sister. The bloodthirster smashed through the wall and charged out. Lin Huang ran to the fire escape and shouted provocations to get its attention. "Hey ugly, I'm over here." Insulted by the lookism, the bloodthirster flew into a rage and slammed its fist against the wall, creating a web of cracks. Lin Huang sprinted away, luring it into a narrow area. The bloodthirster crawled past Lin Xin's hiding spot. She covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. As the monster drew close, Lin Huang suddenly pulled out a gun he had already loaded. He opened fire on the monster. The bloodthirster raised a defense barrier, and the bullets couldn't harm it at all, only serving to enrage it further. Lin Huang watched through gritted teeth as it activated its special skill, blood-powered gigantification, instantly increasing its rank by 1 level and becoming even more hideous. It was no longer at the Black Iron rank. It was at least bronze rank now. Lin Huang could only run for his life. He rushed out of the house. Luckily it was a single-story building, landed safely, and the two immediately engaged in close combat. Lin Huang miraculously dodged the bloodthirster's heavy punches, which were reminiscent of Saitama-sensei, surprising even himself. Despite the energy boost from the gigantification, the power it displayed seemed to only be at the Black Iron rank. Lin Huang noticed a gash on the bloodthirster's body, and understood everything in an instant. He kept firing to slow it down, looking at that bone-deep wound. He surmised that the monster had just narrowly escaped an ambush by those platinum hunters. As long as he stalled for time and prevented it from drinking blood to recover, the monster would eventually collapse. Although the bloodthirster was injured, it was still much stronger than Lin Huang. Now he could only do his best to hold on. However, in less than 5 seconds Lin Huang was knocked to the ground by its claws. He fell miserably, raising his gun to aim at the bloodthirster that was about to pounce and crush him. "Damn it, I don't want to die like a loser." As if hearing Lin Huang's inner thoughts, the next few bullets shattered its defense layer. Finally, one bullet successfully penetrated and lodged itself in the bloodthirster's body. It fell heavily, and Lin Huang scrambled to the side. The monster raised its head and let out a piteous wail. Its injuries were too severe and it reverted to its original state. Lin Huang pressed the gun against its head. This was his highlight moment. He decisively pulled the trigger, ending the monster. Lin Huang let out a long sigh of relief. Playing games in reality was much more exhausting than on a phone. Ding, congratulations to the player for completing the first kill. Cheat system activated. Only then did that dog of a system finally arrive. The system notified Lin Huang that he had received a monster card, an upgrade card, and one lucky draw. What the hell is a first kill reward? Just as Lin Huang spoke, a strange small animal suddenly appeared out of thin air, giving him a fright. That's right, besides reward cards you also have attribute cards. What the heck is this? The black cat curled its lip arrogantly. Do not be rude, I am your cheat system. Getting down to business, the black cat showed Lin Huang the attribute and monster cards. 3 shiny cards appeared, but the parameters on them made Lin Huang's face turn dark. Combat power 0, 0 skills, comprehensive evaluation, weak as a chicken. The monster card was the bloodthirster, but even it was evaluated as trash. In this world, white cards are common, green is rare, blue is epic, purple is legendary, and orange is mythical. The black cat looked at Lin Huang with disdain. The cards in your hand are just the lowest grade. Lin Huang remembered he still had a lucky draw and wondered what the drop rate for a rare card was. The black cat sneered, it's all up to fate. Lin Huang was completely speechless. He was born under a lucky star that had burned out. In terms of bad luck, he was blacker than this cat's fur. Suddenly, the black cat's expression darkened and it looked into the distance. Someone is coming. Before Lin Huang could see a soul, the black cat slipped away. A woman with long hair, exquisite features, and a neat military uniform walked over and struck up a conversation with Lin Huang. Did you kill this monster? The woman introduced herself. I am Li Lang. I received a distress signal saying there was a monster attack here. Lin Huang guessed it was Lin Xin who sent the signal. He pointed to the bloodthirster lying on the ground and said, it's the one that attacked us. Lin Huang quietly observed Li Lang, admiring her beauty. A platinum hunter from the Hunter Association is actually a woman. Li Lang kicked the monster's corpse to inspect it. She asked suspiciously, I'll ask one more time, did you really kill this monster? Lin Huang scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, saying it was just luck because the bloodthirster was already heavily injured. Li Lang saw that he hadn't even reached the black iron rank. His life energy was nearly depleted and his life light was dissipating alarmingly. She didn't believe it was just luck. She leaned in close, using her beauty as an interrogation weapon. Tell me, how did you kill it? Lin Huang felt a bit awkward and suddenly remembered his sister Lin Xin was still waiting at home, so he hurriedly ran back. I'll talk to you after I see my sister. At this moment, Lin Xin was standing in front of their ruined home, the roof of which had been blown off. The house is completely ruined. The 32-year mortgage hasn't even been paid off yet, and now there's going to be another huge debt. Zinner? Lin Huang called out to his sister, breathless. Lin Xin threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Wow, I was scared to death. I thought I'd be holding a funeral for you. Li Lang, following behind, mentioned that Lin Huang had handled the monster alone. So whether the house collapsed didn't make much difference. Lin Xin's eyes sparkled as she bragged proudly. Really? My brother was the top graduate of the Hunter Academy. Lin Huang was curious about what Li Lang wanted to investigate, while Lin Xin followed Li Lang like a little sidekick, asking who she was. Li Lang briefly replied that she was a hunter here for the rescue. She used a device to scan a nearby undamaged house. Lin Huang had never seen such equipment and guessed it must be some expensive gold-level gear. Li Lang nodded, saying that although it was just a detection device, it was very rare. It could record surrounding images and play them back in 3D. By using it to record the damage, the Hunter Association would provide compensation. Hearing Li Lang's words, Lin Xin's eyes lit up. This is gold equipment. 10 years worth of life shards cost 100,000. Are you a rich lady, big sister? Equipment here all had to be exchanged for life shards. Lin Huang was skeptical, thinking Li Lang's device might even be heaven level. Li Lang felt a bit flattered by Lin Xin's praise. Life shards, I have plenty of those. Wow, you're so boss, big sister. Lin Xin added another piece of flattery, and Li Lang snapped her fingers to show off. Because Lin Xin called her big sister, Li Lang casually gave Lin Xin 3 years worth of life shards as a meeting gift. Lin Huang watched dumbfounded. It seemed Lin Xin's superpower was befriending rich women. Li Lang looked back at Lin Huang. Although she found no foul play in his monster kill, it still didn't quite add up. Even Li Lang would find a 3-star bronze monster a bit difficult to handle, let alone Lin Huang, who was at death's door and hadn't even reached the black iron rank. Do you have gold level or higher equipment? I can buy it at a high price. Lin Huang scratched his head and confessed that the first gold piece of equipment he'd ever seen was her scanner. It seemed gold equipment really couldn't be bought with money alone. Li Lang realized she had misunderstood Lin Huang and politely patted his shoulder. It seems I misjudged you. Your life wheel isn't beyond saving. If you can find a way, you will surely become a great figure in the future. Before leaving, Li Lang mentioned that the Hunter Association would provide free accommodation for the siblings tomorrow. She winked playfully in farewell. Don't die too easily. I hope to see you again. Lin Huang's mouth twitched. This Li Lang was truly unpredictable. Lin Xin asked innocently, the Hunter Association isn't coming until tomorrow morning, so where do we sleep tonight? Lin Huang had no choice but to let Lin Xin make do on the sofa for the night. She started snoring the moment she lay down. Looking at his sister's sweet sleeping face, Lin Huang blamed himself for being a useless brother. Just as this scene of sibling affection was playing out, the black cat jumped out again to spoil the mood. Hee hee, your sister is cute, but too bad you're a loser. Xiao He, how did you? Xiao He understood what he meant. No one but Lin Huang could see it. However, it really disliked the plain name Xiao He. Lin Huang ignored it. Its presence here already violated the laws of the world, so it was best not to let others know. But you're right, I am indeed too weak. I have to protect my sister. To that end, Lin Huang decided to draw a card. Xiao He asked once more to confirm, and Lin Huang decided to take the plunge. 12 cards were lined up neatly before him. It was time to witness a miracle. Lin Huang didn't believe he could transmigrate and still not pull a hidden limited edition. Here it comes, give me a rare. It turned out to be a transformation card. It must be said the special effects of this world were more realistic than a VR game. Lin Huang prayed for a rare card, but who would have thought he'd pull a mission card? It wasn't even an equipment card. Clutching the mission card, Lin Huang's heart bled. The mission was to become a reserve hunter within 1 month. Success would earn him a flawless card. Failure meant permanently losing the cheat system. Lin Huang was completely stunned. He hadn't expected the punishment to be so cruel. Moreover, one had to reach the Black Iron rank just to participate in the reserve hunter assessment. Xiao He repeated like a machine. Mission issued, check the back of the card for details. Lin Huang scratched his head in a frenzy. Why did bad luck pursue him so relentlessly even in another world? Couldn't beautiful women or money chase after him instead? But if he failed, he would lose Xiao He. He made up his mind to complete the mission, no matter what that flawless card was. Early the next morning, Lin Xin's voice rang through the broken house. Brother, I'm going to school. She dashed off with a piece of bread in her mouth. Lin Huang watched her back, long accustomed to Lin Xin being late for school. Now it was time for business. He called out to Xiao He. When the cat appeared, it had a weird expression like it was on drugs, scaring Lin Huang half to death. Xiao He, being grabbed, looked annoyed. Can't you see I'm grooming myself? Seeing Lin Huang pressing about the mission, Xiao He seemed calm and collected. Since he had to sign up for the hunter assessment, Lin Huang had to reach the Black Iron rank first. It looks like our journey together ends here. Lin Huang was furious. He was trying his best to keep the cat, and here it was with this attitude. Do you believe I'll have cat meat hot pot for lunch? Xiao He quickly offered a solution. If you can't reach Black Iron in the short term, you can only register as an Imperial Censor. He thought of summoning the Bloodthirster to be his summoned beast for the selection, as summoning-type censors can apply for exceptions. The Bloodthirster was a 3-star Black Iron rank, enough to enter, but its weakness was obvious. If someone uses a septic factor weapon, then everyone is finished. Lin Huang hesitated, and Xiao He was suddenly shocked. You're not planning to use the upgrade card, are you? Lin Huang also knew it was a waste to use an upgrade card on a common mob, but completing the system mission was now the top priority. He then asked Xiao He how to summon the Bloodthirster. Lin Huang tried to follow instructions, visualizing the summon card in his mind, which no one but he could see. To be precise, others could only see the monster he summoned. Once the card appeared, Lin Huang crushed it as Xiao He directed. The card dissipated and condensed into a human form. A black-haired youth with his face partially covered struck a cool pose, his eyes filled with a cold arrogance that looked down on all living things. That's right, this was the Bloodthirster. Lin Huang looked him up and down. Why was this minion more handsome than him? Putting looks aside, Lin Huang first had to upgrade him. Xiao He used the upgrade card. Since this card could only be used once, Xiao He felt the sting for Lin Huang. A golden light enveloped the Bloodthirster, blinding Lin Huang. Once the upgrade was complete, Lin Huang couldn't help but complain. That's it? Seriously? The Bloodthirster's hair had turned from black to platinum. Its tattered clothes were replaced with a high-end suit, and it exuded a dark red glow. He looked incredibly cool. With such a dashing minion, Lin Huang's confidence instantly soared. As expected, white-haired characters are always strong. From today on, your name is Bai. He recalled Bai into the monster card. The name and avatar had been updated. However, the parameters on it still made Lin Huang feel depressed. He was curious why Bai's combat power was only 2 points. Xiao He sighed, forced to explain to its slow-witted master. For instance, after the upgrade, the Bloodthirster should have been a 3-star bronze, but because its master was still a loser like him, its level was suppressed to 3-star Black Iron. The master's realm dragging down the monster's level was truly unheard of. Xiao He took the opportunity to mock him relentlessly. Lin Huang was so angry he flipped at the bird when suddenly a violent knocking sounded at the door. Lin Huang hurried to answer the door, sensing an unsettling atmosphere outside. 2 tall burly men in sunglasses were staring him down. He stammered, what do you want? Are you Lin Huang? One of the men asked. He was a middle-aged man with stubble, and a voice so deep and powerful he sounded like a debt-collecting mobster, making Lin Huang's heart thud in his chest. Suddenly, the man gripped his hand and let out a hearty laugh. Mr. Lin, it's an honor to meet you. We've received notice from the government union to take charge of rebuilding your home starting today. Behind the 2 bodyguards were another attendant and a team of workers. The man assured him the house would be finished within 5 days. He handed Lin Huang a free accommodation card. Lin Huang's heart raced as he accepted the VIP card for settling residence. He had heard it was a high-end establishment that money alone couldn't always buy you into. After Lin Xin finished school, the siblings moved to their temporary lodging. The compensation from the government union for the monster attack was much more generous than he had imagined. The two of them stood at the entrance, not quite daring to step in until they had looked around first. It was close to the school, making it incredibly convenient. Someone led the siblings inside, and Lin Huang immediately asked where the restaurant was. Upon arriving at the luxurious dining room, Lin Xin felt her hunger vanish instantly. A single bite here probably cost more than a month of their rent. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had already grabbed a large chicken leg and started gnawing on it. "Eat your fill, sis. Food and lodging are completely free." Hearing this, Lin Xin completely let loose and buried her face in the meal. As Lin Huang was enjoying his food, he suddenly noticed the surroundings had gone eerily quiet. Passers-by had looks of terror on their faces, lowering their heads to avoid eye contact. The reason was a bald man, clad in black armor with a robust physique. The scars on his face added a layer of ferocity to his appearance. He even kept a weapon by his side while eating. Lin Xin pointed at him curiously, but Lin Huang, fearing trouble, quickly told her to focus on her food. Still, he felt as though the man was staring at them. A sense of unease washed over him. Lin Xin was finally full, her stomach protruding slightly. Lin Huang hurriedly pulled her away, thinking it was best to hide for now. Unexpectedly, the man also stood up abruptly, startling everyone. As the siblings walked down the hallway, Lin Xin praised the softness of the carpet, but Lin Huang was on pins and needles, unable to understand why the man was following them. At their door, Lin Huang resolved to protect his sister, turning around to stand in front of her. "Why are you following us?" The man's face was cold. The man's single eye glared intensely at him. "Because I live right across from you." He pulled out his room card and opened the door, leaving Lin Huang instantly speechless. After that tense confrontation worthy of an action movie, Lin Huang ducked into his own room. Fortunately, the man didn't seem to hold a grudge. Lin Xin was enjoying the luxury lifestyle, lounging on a sofa as soft as noodles. With so many people around, even a bad guy wouldn't dare act out. Lin Huang sighed at his own over-anxiety and told Lin Xin to shower, study, and go to bed. In the middle of the night, after Lin Xin was fast asleep, Lin Huang continued researching the exam. He scrolled through videos of past reserve hunter assessments, looking for highlight clips of the candidates. He hoped to gain some experience from them. Lin Huang clicked on a video of Li Lang's past battles. She was truly a genius silver hunter, and her fight scenes were incredibly pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, he heard movement next door. He peeked out the window to see what the bald man was doing. The man was still wearing his heavy armor, majestically wielding a long blade. Lin Huang was mesmerized. This decisive and clean blade work was exactly what he lacked. The man's technique consisted of 18 styles, and Lin Huang decided to steal the craft. Now he felt that staying in this hotel was worth every penny. Early the next morning, a spirit-tongued bird knocked on Lin Huang's door to deliver a package. Lin Xin came running out while brushing her teeth to join the excitement. Lin Huang sat before the pile of items, feeling a bit guilty when she caught him. "Go change, you're going to be late for school." Under Lin Xin's questioning, Lin Huang had to claim they were supplies for the selection trial. Only after Lin Xin left did he feel comfortable opening the treasures that had cost him over half his savings. First were the explosive armor-piercing rounds. Though there were only 10, Lin Huang believed they could save his life at a critical moment. Skipping over the trivial gadgets, he opened the main item, a combat blade that met black iron rank standards. This was the best weapon he had ever bought. Lin Huang focused his mind, recalling the 18 blade styles he had peeked at the night before, and began to practice. From upward thrusts, slashes, and cleaves to spins and sweeps, Lin Huang's movements were fluid. The system promptly rewarded him with a skill card fragment for the Great Desolation Blade scripture. At that moment, Xiao He appeared again to explain. This was just basic knowledge. Once he collected all the fragments to synthesize a complete card, he would gain the skill. Lin Huang was enthusiastic. If he got a fragment after just a few swings, wouldn't he be finished soon? "Keep dreaming," Xiao He said, throwing cold water on him. To count as practice, his efficiency had to reach over 80. The system only gave him the first one out of pity. After that, he had to reach 100 perfection. Lin Huang's dream was shattered. "So you're saying I only get fragments if I practice exactly like that guy? What else did you think getting a skill was that easy?" After hearing Xiao He's words, Lin Huang's fighting spirit was ignited. While Xiao He went off to sleep, 9 hours passed and Lin Huang collapsed on the floor, gasping for air, his face as red as a tomato. Practicing the blade was enough to make one want to die. Just then, Lin Xin returned home, bringing a stranger with her. "This is Mr. Fu, the hotel owner. He wanted to say hello." "Why are you sleeping on the floor?" Lin Huang struggled to climb into a chair. Mr. Fu poured him a cup of tea. "Young people always work so hard for a living. This is my specially made meditative tea. Please have a cup." After a brief chat, Mr. Fu departed. Lin Xin felt that although the owner had a massive business, he was very approachable. She dragged over a suitcase and handed it to Lin Huang. "Mr. Fu said this is a reward from the Hunter Association. I brought it up for you." Lin Huang was thrilled, wondering what the reward for killing a bloodthirster would be. The case required a fingerprint unlock, high-end indeed. But the items inside were even more advanced. Lin Huang pulled out a Black Mirror 33 pistol, the latest masterpiece from Eagle Corp, featuring both handgun and sniper modes. He picked it up to try aiming. It was arguably the best gun currently on the market, with a price tag even higher than bronze-level equipment. However, Lin Huang found it difficult to handle for now because the gun required life power to operate. He would only be able to truly use it after promoting to the Black Iron rank. Lin Xin suddenly remembered the morning's events. "Why did you suddenly say you're joining the Hunter Association? Even though you're strong, I'm still a bit worried." Lin Huang patted her head and comforted her. "Don't worry, Big Brother won't leave you behind, I keep my word." After drinking Mr. Fu's tea, Lin Huang felt his stamina recover significantly, and after a short rest he felt bursting with energy. Thanks to this, every one of his blade moves reached 100 perfection and skill fragments were practically falling into his hands. His practice speed continued to accelerate as his mastery over the blade styles grew. He felt like he couldn't stop, compelled to keep swinging the blade. Early the next morning, Lin Xin woke up for school and was startled to see Lin Huang still swinging his blade with his eyes closed. Even as she left the house, Lin Huang continued practicing as if sleepwalking, leaving Lin Xin completely speechless. By the afternoon, he had collected 300 fragments, finally ready to synthesize them into a skill. Lin Huang was so excited he lost all sleepiness. He was finally going to possess the Great Desolation Blade scripture. This moment had finally arrived, making his day and night of grueling practice worth it. A golden skill card fell into his hand, featuring his own valiant posture while practicing. Reading the card information, Lin Huang couldn't believe his eyes. It's actually Great Desolation Blade Scripture, Volume 1. Not only was the grade extremely high, but it was also a rare gold-level combat skill with no level requirements for use. Its power would scale with the player's level, yet the dog system gave it a rating of mediocre. Xiaohei shrugged. The Great Desolation Blade Scripture is divided into Volume 1 and Volume 2. Only when combined do they reach epic rank. Unfortunately, Volume 2 has been lost for a long time and I don't know where it is. Lin Huang was a bit depressed, but thinking that the scarred man possessed a skill of this level, he figured the man likely knew he was peeking all along. He went to thank the man. "Thank you for your guidance over these past 3 days." The bald man was stunned and refused to admit he had taught him. "You stole the knowledge yourself. How much you learn depends on your own ability." With that, the man slammed the door, the gust of air ruffling Lin Huang's hair. He turned away helplessly, planning to ask about the location of Volume 2 after his exam. That afternoon, Lin Xin brought back bad news from school. Their house was finished and they had to move out of settling residence tomorrow. Lin Xin sat dejectedly on the floor. "So soon, I haven't enjoyed it enough yet." Lin Huang understood her feelings. Who wouldn't love a high-end lifestyle with free food and lodging? He patted her head to comfort her, promising he would give her a life 10,000 times better than this in the future. Meanwhile, the bald man and Mr. Fu were meeting like old acquaintances. The man didn't understand why Mr. Fu valued Lin Huang so much, given that the kid had only killed a bloodthirster through luck and wasn't even at the Black Iron rank, and his life wheel was on the verge of shattering. Facing the man's impatience, Mr. Fu remained calm. "Old friend, we've known each other for so long, when have I ever been wrong?" "Well, never. But your status is special and you usually don't interfere with the world. Why did you send me to guide his blade work?" "Jiu Yi," the man softened his tone, not daring to be insolent further. Mr. Fu had his own plans and asked Jiu Yi for his impression of Lin Huang. Jiu Yi felt he was polite but lacked the talent of someone like Li Lang. Mr. Fu smiled without speaking. "Really? Then let me ask you, how long did it take to learn Great Desolation Blade Scripture Volume 1? Jiu Yi had practiced 18 hours a day, and took 103 days before he dared say he had learned it. Mr. Fu continued to guide him. "You were born with a natural affinity for the blade and still needed 103 days. How long do you think he needs?" Jiu Yi estimated 2 or 3 years, but Mr. Fu held up 3 fingers, sending the man into a series of wild guesses. "You mean more than 3 years? No, he has already learned it. It only took him 3 days. Mr. Fu's words left Jiu Yi instantly petrified. Mr. Fu offered no further explanation. Lin Huang was leaving in 2 days and it would be time for them to leave as well. The next day, when the Lin siblings returned to their renovated home, they were so shocked their jaws dropped. "Brother, am I dreaming?" "I think I am too." Although the house number was correct, the luxury villa before them was definitely not their original home. A bodyguard stood at the door to greet them. "Mr. Lin, welcome home. Are you satisfied?" He handed the keys to Lin Huang, who was too bewildered to take them. They had said they were only repairing the damaged parts. The blonde young man laughed. "You are a friend of Miss Li. Naturally, we had to go all out." Lin Huang and Lin Xin looked at each other. That Miss Li, could it be Li Lang? The bodyguard nodded, adding that Li Lang had helped them submit the application, prompting the higher-ups to give the reconstruction special attention. Li Lang's status was no ordinary thing. Her father was one of the 3 vice presidents of the Hunter Association in the 7th District, and her mother was a member of the 7th District Government Union. Having said his piece, he took his leave. "I wish you both a pleasant life. Until we meet again," Lin Huang muttered. "What do you mean, until we meet, Augen?" "I don't want my house torn down by monsters ever again." Lin Xin sighed. It turned out they had mistaken him for Li Lang's friend. Even if it was a mistake, her taste was certainly on point once inside. Lin Xin surveyed every corner with sparkling eyes. Lin Huang could finally stop worrying about things at home. In 3 days it would be time to register for the Reserve Hunter assessment, which was his main priority. On the day of the exam, Lin Huang was soaring through the sky on a tamed wind beast, unable to help but marvel. This feels amazing. In less than 2 hours he arrived at Stronghold 7C87. The speed of this giant bird was even faster than rumored. Lin Huang landed and walked confidently into the stronghold only to find it teeming with people. He didn't know where to go to complete the formalities. Before leaving he had left all his savings for Lin Xin, hoping nothing would go wrong before he returned. "Hey handsome, you're here for the reserve hunter assessment too, right? We're heading the same way, let's walk together." An outgoing burly man walked over and put an arm around Lin Huang's shoulder, introducing himself as Yin Yihang. Lin Huang felt a bit of resistance. This guy was acting like they were best buddies at their first meeting. However, Yihang knew the stronghold inside and out. This was where hunters and civilians took on missions, and following the crowd would lead them to their destination. Lin Huang was surprised by his familiarity with the Hunter Guild. Yihang whistled casually. "Of course my dream is to become a monster hunter." After entering the hall, a receptionist dressed in cat ears approached to show the way. "Are you two here for the hunter selection? The orientation is about to begin. Please follow me." Upon entering the venue, the two were stunned by the packed hall. With so many people competing, it was staggering. They found seats to rest and save their strength. Yihang briefly explained the orientation content. It was mostly about the exam projects and rules. The room fell silent as a stern female voice rang out. Yi Yeyu was the chief examiner for this assessment, carrying a cane and ready to discipline any troublemakers who dared to leave early. Any candidate not present was deemed to have forfeited. Yihang's face turned red. Just as he expected, the examiner was indeed the witch, Yi Yeyu. She was called a witch because of her ruthless methods. Right now she was threatening that anyone who dared to speak out of turn would be dealt with. The exam location was set in the wild, the Awakens Desert, over 300 kilometers from the stronghold. They needed to reach entrance A of the Awakens Desert and cross 1,500 kilometers within 15 days to reach Stronghold 7D121. Carrying food and water was strictly prohibited. All necessary supplies had to be found within the desert. Yi Yeyu activated the map and regional distributions, but Lin Huang focused on recording monster territories rather than water sources. The reason was simple. He was afraid of dying. Recording them was to ensure he could steer clear of monsters. The safe path shown on the map required crossing a snowy peak called Mount Goddess. Candidates were forbidden from using any climbing tools. Anyone failing to reach the second stronghold within 15 days would be eliminated. The crowd marveled at the door Yi Yeyu displayed. That was gold-level high-end equipment that only dropped from killing top-tier monsters. They had to pass through this teleportation gate to reach the destination, where someone would inspect their spatial equipment. Items above black iron rank, poisons, or contraband were prohibited. Each person received a distress signal device. Pressing it meant sending a signal, but also meant disqualification from the exam. When it was Lin Huang's turn, Yi Yeyu suddenly stopped him. She stared at him with a trace of a mocking smile, making Lin Huang feel quite slighted. "Go on through," Yi Yeyu said, letting him pass. Since he had little time left anyway, she likely didn't care to make an issue of the fact that he hadn't even reached the black iron rank. Stepping through the gate, Lin Huang arrived at the desert assembly point. He mused to himself, what was the difference between this thing and Doraemon's anywhere door? After checking everyone's equipment, Yi Yeyu announced that before starting, all candidates had to connect their Imperial heart rings to the Association network. All navigation and positioning functions would be disabled, leaving only the item pickup function active. Faced with the examiner's harsh requirements, the candidates immediately broke into a flurry of discussion. The passing rate for this exam was bound to be appallingly low. A look of anticipation mixed with cruelty flashed across Yi Yeyu's face. She officially announced, "I hereby declare the exam begun." With that command, the candidates scrambled toward the water sources, the scene resembling the start of a chaotic marathon. Yin Yihang bid Lin Huang farewell and headed off to scout the path ahead. Lin Huang wanted to move quickly too, but his physical condition couldn't keep up. He was soon left in the dust. At his current speed, he could cover 40 kilometers a day at most, meaning he likely wouldn't even finish half the journey. Watching this, the accompanying proctors whispered among themselves, to dare participate in the selection without even reaching the black iron rank. I thought he might have some extraordinary talent, but now it seems his abilities are well below the baseline. As one of Yi Yeyu's subordinates critiqued Lin Huang, she herself found it rather amusing, even betting that he wouldn't last 3 days. Xiao He also appeared and sighed, noting that at Lin Huang's snail-like pace it would take him a year to reach the finish line. However, Lin Huang had a plan. If he ran mindlessly like the others, he would die of dehydration within half a day. Xiao He ran the numbers. Excluding the 2 days needed to cross the snowy peaks, he had to cover at least 100 kilometers a day to meet the deadline. Lin Huang flipped through his notebook and muttered, "I can't do this alone." Xiao He immediately refused. "The system only has auxiliary functions. I can't help you there." Lin Huang rolled his eyes. "I just need you to provide information." He didn't need some insane cheat like in certain novels. Specifically, he had Xiao He pull up information on the Sand Butcher tribes. Sand Butchers were black iron rank monsters, low in intelligence but naturally ferocious. When Xiao He realized Lin Huang wanted to collect fragments to synthesize a monster to use as a mount, it couldn't help but curse. "Are you insane? How do you plan to take on an entire tribe by yourself?" Lin Huang let out a cold laugh. "Who said I was alone?" Meanwhile, at a sand butcher tribe camp, a two-eyed monster was on sentry duty when a pebble suddenly struck its face, jolting it from its slumber. In the distance, Lin Huang was waving provocatively. Falling for the bait, the sand butcher charged toward him. It swung its massive meat mallet, kicking up clouds of yellow sand as Lin Huang narrowly dodged. This wasn't just because of the attack's power. The monster's stench from never having bathed since birth was enough to suffocate a man. Lin Huang scrambled up a dune, taunting as he ran. "Come on, if you want meat, come and get it." The sand butcher moved with surprising speed. Just as it raised its weapon for a heavy strike, its three eyes, whirred in shock. Its two heads fell to the ground simultaneously before it even knew what happened. Bai landed steadily, maintaining his cool and dashing demeanor. Lin Huang brushed the sand off his clothes and ran to Bai, giving him a thumbs up. "Great job, I knew you could do it." Lin Huang patted Bai on the shoulder. The summoned strength was already approaching the bronze rank. Slaying these black iron minions was as simple as slicing vegetables. With this level of combat power, Lin Huang felt there was no need to painstakingly lure enemies anymore. They could simply bulldoze their way through. Just then, a system notification informed Lin Huang that he had obtained lifelight, which left him somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, the life wheel above Lin Huang's head erupted in a brilliant glow, leaving him speechless. Only then did Xiao He remember to explain. A summoned monster's life wheel is shared with its master. 50 of the lifelight obtained from a kill is transferred to the owner. Since Bai's life wheel was already full, all the excess was funneled to Lin Huang. Lin Huang's eyes lit up. "This is amazing. My life wheel only had 3 increments left, and now it's jumped to 28. I don't have to worry about dying young anymore." Having tasted the rewards, an excited Lin Huang led Bai to hunt more sand butchers. This was essentially farming for his own life. 2 sand butchers had just finished their private business and were preparing to head back when one was instantly garroted. Before the other could react, Lin Huang leaped forward, his blade splitting the first one's head while Bai cleanly decapitated the second. The commotion alerted a large group of sand butchers. Lin Huang and Bai began a frantic harvest amidst the swarm. Sand butcher fragments accumulated steadily, and the lifelight flooding his body grew stronger. Once 152 life grids were lit, Xiao He signaled Lin Huang to activate the purple grids, explaining that activating all of them would trigger an upgrade. Without hesitation, Lin Huang consumed 10 years' worth of lifelight to activate a single purple grid. He had never even dreamed of upgrading like this before. High-spirited, Lin Huang even drew his black iron rank sidearm to join the fray. Suddenly, a low roar echoed from behind him. Xiao He calmly warned, "I think you're in trouble." In the distance, other candidates heard the shrill wails of the sand butchers and looked over in surprise. They wondered who dared to attack a sand butcher stronghold in the dead of night. The noise was so immense they suspected a pack of giant wolves was out hunting. Yin Yihang also broke into a cold sweat, silently praying that Lin Huang was nowhere near those sand butchers. At that moment, a massive arm burst through the sand. Lin Huang recoiled in terror. The monster stood at least 10 meters tall. A 3-headed sand butcher chieftain roared as it lunged out. This fellow was not only massive but also at the bronze rank. Lin Huang felt his heart sink. Bai and Lin Huang coordinated their defense, but the chieftain's skin was as thick as a concrete wall, making it extremely difficult to pierce. If the fight dragged on, they were doomed. They had to aim for weak points like the eyes and head. Enraged, the chieftain smashed its fist toward Lin Huang. He barely evaded and signaled Bai to launch a sneak attack from the rear. The chieftain blocked Lin Huang's bullets with one hand, and just as Bai circled behind it, its third head spotted him and lunged to grab him. Bai was as agile as a racing car, narrowly avoiding the giant palm. As Lin Huang shouted commands from the side, the chieftain suddenly pivoted and charged straight at him. The chieftain focused all its attention on Lin Huang, believing its lure the tiger away from the mountain tactic had worked. But it was wrong. The corner of Lin Huang's mouth curled into a smirk as he loaded his expensive top-tier ammo and pulled the trigger. "You're the one who fell for it, you idiot." 3 explosive rounds instantly pulverized the chieftain's head. Luckily, Lin Huang had been prepared and bought these heavy-duty rounds online. The moment he killed the chieftain, Xiao He jumped out to cheer. "Brilliant, old Lin, that was a peak performance. Peak my ass, you ran faster than anyone when things got dangerous." Lin Huang snapped back. This system hadn't given him a newbie gift pack and was constantly pushing him toward death's door. The system notified him that all the lifelight was transferred to Lin Huang because Bai hadn't participated in the final blow, so he didn't receive a share. Lin Huang obtained a high-rarity monster card. Although it was only a 3-star black iron, the system still rated it as trash. This was because the chieftain's rarity was the same as Bai's, making it difficult for Bai to suppress it directly. Although this chieftain card provided no offensive skills, its passive reinforcement skills were insane. Lin Huang had previously extracted the blood power skill from Bai. This time he wanted the chieftain's robust skill. Xiao He nodded in agreement. "True, high attack needs a thick health bar to match, otherwise you're just a glass cannon." Before finishing off the rest of the tribe, Lin Huang also collected enough fragments for a common sand butcher. He now had 3 monsters in his hand, though he could only summon one at a time. The chance to gank enemies with a swarm would have to wait until he grew stronger. Lin Huang sent Bai back to rest and then summoned the sand butcher chieftain. It stood twice as tall as Lin Huang, looking truly majestic. Lin Huang casually named it Tyrant. After clearing the battlefield, Xiao He assumed he would ride Tyrant to make up for lost time. But Tyrant was a rare level card and Lin Huang was afraid of drawing too much attention. He put Tyrant away and wrote a common sand butcher instead. After all, he was reluctant to reveal his 2 trump cards so easily. Xiao He nodded repeatedly, thinking that his master was indeed a man shaped by hardship. He was quite the strategist. Additionally, the system had another feature. When cards of the same type appeared, higher tier cards could devour lower tier ones to randomly upgrade skills. This meant Tyrant could grow stronger by devouring common sand butcher cards. However, Lin Huang wasn't in a rush. Riding atop the Sand Butcher was quite comfortable for now, and he needed it to finish this mission. The common Sand Butcher entered full speed mode, moving as fast as the wind. Lin Huang sat on its back admiring the night scenery, thinking that without this fellow he'd never make it even if he worked himself to death. Just as they were speeding along, the Sand Butcher was suddenly tripped by a chain. Both went flying, the Sand Butcher face planted, while Lin Huang managed a stylish landing. "Who dares ambush me?" Lin Huang roared. A voice rang out, "Talking so big, aren't you afraid of death?" A group of arrogant youths blocked Lin Huang's path. The yellow-haired leader taunted, "Oh, so this kid is an Imperial censor. You haven't even reached the Black Iron rank and you dare join the Hunter selection?" Lin Huang brushed the sand off himself. Before he could even lose his temper, the Sand Butcher grew furious, roaring and glaring at the yellow-haired youth because it had just been bruised and battered by the fall. Feeling mocked, the youth turned red with rage and prepared to strike. Fortunately, a man wearing glasses pulled him back. "Your name is Lin Huang, right? Sorry for tripping you. I'm Xie Chukong. This is my cousin Xie Jia. We mean no harm, I hope you don't mind." Lin Huang saw through them instantly. This guy named Xie was clearly the leader. Someone who was polite on the surface but sinister underneath was never good news. He turned to leave, but Chukong deliberately blocked him. Clearly having set his sights on Lin Huang's summon, he spoke hypocritically about how fighting alone was a disadvantage and pointed out that a Sand Butcher couldn't climb the snowy mountains, inviting Lin Huang to join them. Lin Huang flatly refused. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm used to traveling alone." Excessive kindness often hides a hidden agenda. Seeing this, Xie Jia drew his blade to block the path. "Don't push your luck. If we didn't need that Sand Butcher to reach the mountains quickly, who would care if you lived or died?" Lin Huang's expression darkened. In the eyes of these scions of noble families, as long as their family had produced a gold-level expert, the Union recognized them as nobility. No wonder they were so arrogant. Chukong dropped his facade and signaled his subordinates to teach Lin Huang a lesson. Xie Jia and another man lunged at the Sand Butcher, but it vanished instantly. Leaving them grabbing at thin air, Xie Jia immediately turned on Lin Huang, thinking to take down the master first. "Let's see what else you've got." Lin Huang let out a cold snort and summoned the dashing Bai. In just 1 second, Bai had cleanly neutralized Xie Jia. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, the remaining lackeys rushed in to help. Lin Huang recalled Bai, and in the next second the massive tyrant appeared behind them. The group stood frozen like stone statues. "THR-3, how is that possible?" Tyrant let out a thunderous roar and with a sweep of its massive hand sent 3 of them flying. Chukong also fell, his face bruised and swollen. He shouted unwillingly, "You haven't even reached the Black Iron rank. How can you summon 3 monsters at once?" Lin Huang looked at them with cold eyes. Just a moment ago they were talking about teaching him a lesson. Why were they all on the ground now? Chukong hurriedly raised his shield to block Tyrant's fist, protecting Xie Jia. "Brother Lin, let's talk this out." Seeing cracks appear in his Black Iron level defensive gear, Chukong realized Tyrant possessed power comparable to the bronze rank. Lin Huang signaled Tyrant to stop, wanting to see what else this guy had to say. Chukong's tone softened as he offered a flurry of apologies, but Xie Jia was still blustering. "Don't be afraid of him. If he dares to kill, he'll lose his eligibility for the exam and be blacklisted. We are nobility. Killing a noble is a capital crime." Chukong was nearly driven mad by his teammate barking at him to shut up. He then turned back to Lin Huang, hoping to offer compensation and make amends. "Take your pick of our equipment." Lin Huang wasn't interested. He pointed at Xie Jia and said, "I want everything in his storage space as compensation for my emotional distress." Enraged, Xie Jia threw darts at Lin Huang. "Without your summons you're just trash. What right do you have to make demands?" Tyrant caught the darts with one hand, its thick skin not even showing a scratch. Lin Huang had intended to spare them, but Xie Jia was practically begging for death. He drew his gun and shot the remaining darts out of the air. "You really think I have no combat ability?" Xie Jia fell to the ground wounded and cried out to Chukong for help, but Chukong chose to close his eyes and play dead. "Your loose tongue brought this on yourself. You have 3 seconds for your last words." Lin Huang walked up to Xie Jia, pressing the muzzle of his gun against the man's face. Xie Jia was still holding on, betting that Lin Huang wouldn't dare kill him for fear of disqualification. But Lin Huang didn't care. "An Imperial censor who can summon 3 monsters before even reaching the Black Iron rank. Even if I'm not a hunter, every major power will be scrambling to recruit me." Xie Jia was speechless. Moreover, how could the Hunter Association bear to expel such a genius? Even if he and Chukong fought to the death, it would likely be viewed as a mutual withdrawal at worst. Xie Jia had completely run out of arguments. He finally felt the terror of death and began to beg for mercy. Just as Lin Huang was about to pull the trigger, Chukong shouted in a panic, "Mr. Lin, please wait. If you spare his life, I will do everything in my power to compensate you." Xie Jia also hurriedly knelt and begged, offering up 4 pieces of black iron equipment and all the treasures in his storage space. Lin Huang put away his gun. Although the guy deserved to die, it was best to leave these rich second-generation types some face for now. Deep down, Lin Huang didn't actually want to kill anyone, especially troublesome nobles. Scaring them was enough as long as they didn't bother him again. Just then a faint voice drifted from nearby. Help me." Lin Huang looked toward the sound. The person looked familiar. It was Yin Yihang. After eating and drinking his fill, Yin Yihang regained his spirits. "Brother, I never imagined you were an Imperial censor. If I hadn't run into you, I'd probably be buried in this desert." Lin Huang was puzzled. Hadn't he left with the main group? Why was he alone? During their chat, Tyrant stared at the grilled meat, drooling. Yin Yihang explained that just as they had finished setting up camp, sand butchers suddenly appeared. Everyone had scattered in a panic and he had gotten lost. "I'll never forget this life-saving debt. From today on, we're brothers." As he spoke, Yin Yihang sliced off a piece of ironclad boar meat he had hunted that day, and handed it to Lin Huang as a bonding gift. His eyes sparkled. "Brother, did you know my goal is to become a gourmet hunter?" Gourmet hunters traveled the world seeking ingredients to cook ultimate delicacies. That was the life. Yin Yihang showed off his knowledge of meats while he ate. Lin Huang sighed. This guy was decent and a good cook, but he talked way too much. That night, Lin Huang refused to share a tent with Yin Yihang, leaving the other man looking aggrieved. "What's wrong with squeezing in? Can you really bear to let me sleep in the open desert?" Lin Huang remained steadfast. No way. He was used to sleeping alone, and besides he had to guard against Yin Yihang's machine-gun-like mouth. Lin Huang had Tyrant stand guard, though its mood seemed somewhat unstable. A few hours later, Yin Yihang was sleeping like a log and the fire had gone out. Half awake, Lin Huang heard a strange noise and saw Tyrant's body tense up. He rushed out. Seeing Tyrant growling with its mouth wide open, Lin Huang followed its gaze and froze instantly. "Crap, we're in for it now." Lin Huang quickly kicked Yin Yihang awake. The guy was still dreaming. "Is it dawn? Time for breakfast." "Breakfast, my foot, run." Yin Yihang rubbed his eyes and looked into the distance. A massive dark cloud of ghost ravens was sweeping toward them. The two scrambled onto Tyrant and fled for their lives, Yin Yihang's terrified screams never ceasing. Lin Huang had to ask him for info on the ghost ravens to distract him. Yin Yihang said tremulously that these ravens were intangible spirits that could pass through any obstacle. There was nowhere to hide. Those killed by them showed no outward wounds, but their life force would be sucked dry, leaving them as withered mummies. Yin Yihang trembled, noting that even gold hunters wouldn't face them head-on, let alone them. Yin Yihang stumbled and fell, but Tyrant snatched him up and continued sprinting, the jolting ride making him see stars. Lin Huang's mind raced. Sending a distress signal meant forfeiting, but he had to protect both his life and the system he'd worked so hard for over the past month. He was torn between survival and his goals. Meanwhile, at Stronghold 7D121, Yi Yeu was sipping wine and contemplating. The caliber of candidates this year was truly hard to describe. If a real talent didn't emerge soon, she'd become a laughingstock. Just then, a distress signal lit up on the map. Yi Yeu sighed. "Another one? Can't a person have a quiet night?" But the speed at which the signal was moving was impossibly fast, sparking her suspicion. She immediately opened a portal but found not a single soul on the other side. Yi Yeu looked around suspiciously, wondering if a monster had eaten the person and was now carrying the distress signal. Just then, a massive silhouette appeared in the distance, accompanied by heavy thuds. Seeing Yi Yeu, Lin Huang was overjoyed. "Chief Examiner, help us get out of here." Before Yi Yeu could react, Lin Huang had already bolted through the teleportation gate. Only then did he realize he hadn't recalled Tyrant, resulting in the giant's massive head getting stuck in the middle of the portal. Embarrassed, Lin Huang hurriedly withdrew the big guy into its card. Yi Yeu scolded him crossly. "Move out of the way. If you were a step slower, you'd be dead." Lin Huang then realized their current posture was a bit compromising. He quickly scrambled up and recounted the ordeal of being chased by the ghost ravens. Lin Huang explained that he truly had no other choice but to send the distress signal. Recalling Tyrant's speed, which far exceeded that of a normal 3-star black iron sand butcher, Yi Yeu guessed it was a variant. Lin Huang had to admit it. Although Tyrant hadn't been upgraded, it was already a rare green card. He hadn't expected her to see through it at a glance. Yi Yeu nodded and decided to report the ghost raven sighting to her superiors first. Estimating it would be resolved by morning, Lin Huang nodded submissively, while secretly calculating how to get to another stronghold to join a new assessment. Yi Yeu continued, "Once the ghost ravens are cleared, I'll send you back to your original location to continue the exam." Lin Huang nodded with a bitter face, stubbornly insisting he had never pressed the distress button and that it must have been a system malfunction. Yi Yeu nodded and signaled for him to take Yin Yihang to rest. Lin Huang suddenly snapped to attention, his eyes shining. "You mean we can continue the exam?" Yi Yeu looked at him strangely. "Why, do you really want to be disqualified?" "Of course not." Lin Huang was ecstatic, grabbing Yin Yihang to leave, not forgetting to politely close the door behind them. Once Lin Huang was gone, Yi Yayu couldn't hold it in any longer and jumped up in excitement. Fantastic! She had finally encountered an Imperial censor with a variant summoned beast. Let's see who would dare call her candidates cowards from now on. Early the next morning, Lin Huang received the shocking news that the dense cloud of ghost ravens had been completely wiped out in just a few minutes. Yi Yayu brushed her hair back arrogantly. The association sent top-tier hunters beyond your imagination. Don't overthink it, just worry about how to pass. Before they left, she didn't forget to threaten Lin Huang. If you dare send another false signal, you'll have to pay double for the furniture you wrecked in the hotel. Upon hearing this, Yin Yihang hooked his arm around Lin Huang's shoulder with a gossipy look, whispering, "What did you two do in that hotel room last night to make such a violent commotion?" Lin Huang was infuriated by the brainless question. "Shut up, if you say another word you can walk to the finish line yourself." The two were sent back to a desolate area. The ghost ravens had come from the south last night, and Tyrant had carried them north for half an hour. They were now off course by at least 60 kilometers. Having wasted an entire night, Lin Huang had to pick up the pace. Tyrant sprinted through the desert under the scorching sun, and Yin Yihang felt as if what little body fat he had was about to melt. After traveling for a while, they spotted a supply station. Yin Yihang's eyes lit up. "Over there, let's grab lunch before moving on." However, Lin Huang felt it was better to be cautious in case someone had gotten there first. Upon entering the building, they found no trace of anyone else, but food and water were fully stocked. Yin Yihang lunged at them like a starving ghost. "It's all good stuff, take some." Lin Huang reminded him to only take supplies and follow the station's rules while he himself vigilantly scanned the surroundings. He noticed a pile of cluttered items on the floor. It seemed someone had indeed been here before. While packing food, Yin Yihang wondered aloud, "Aren't there over 100 supply stations in this area? It's normal for people to visit, right?" But Lin Huang felt something was wrong. All the items left behind were daily necessities, not valuable but essential for survival. The only possibility was that these people had encountered an emergency and were forced to evacuate. Lin Huang's words turned Yin Yihang's face pale, especially since there were no signs of a struggle nearby, which was even more bone-chilling. Suddenly, Tyrant roared outside. The two hurriedly jumped onto its back to flee, just as something beneath the sand began surging toward them like an underwater earthquake. The thing was faster than Tyrant, catching up in the blink of an eye. Tyrant swung a heavy fist, smashing the ground, and a massive sandworm erupted from the dunes. Lin Huang and Yin Yihang's faces turned green with terror. "What on earth is that monster? It's hideous." The deathworm was a demonized species of the Awakens desert, and Tyrant was no match for it. For such a monster to appear on a safe route was utterly soul-crushing. But for now they had to fight. Lin Huang opened fire on the worm's massive maw, but the bullets were all swallowed. Its slithering speed was incredibly high. Escaping wouldn't be easy. Lin Huang suddenly noticed something and signaled Tyrant to stop moving and remain perfectly still. Yin Yihang cried out in panic, "If we don't move, we die." "Shut up, don't move," Lin Huang barked. Sure enough, the sandworm stopped, frozen in place. It had no eyes or ears, likely relying on a form of sixth sense to hunt. As expected, having lost its target, the worm stopped attacking, but staying frozen like this wasn't a permanent solution. Yin Yihang had a sudden brain fart, trying to use dried meat to lure the worm away. Lin Huang was horrified and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The sandworm instantly locked onto Yin Yihang's direction. He stumbled in fear, falling directly off Tyrant's shoulder. Yin Yihang crashed onto the sand, looking up to see the sandworm's giant maw filled with fangs. Tyrant had no choice but to kick the sandworm to draw its attention. Lin Huang also shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to get the worm to charge at him. Yin Yihang fled while wailing, "Old Lin, don't die. I won't be able to repay this debt even in my next life. Wah." Back to Lin Huang's side, he signaled Tyrant to hurl him into the distance. After Lin Huang landed, only Tyrant remained to be frantically chased by the worm. A flash of reluctance crossed Lin Huang's eyes as he whispered in his heart, "Sorry, I have to trouble you to be the bait." The sandworm lunged, biting into Tyrant. Tyrant let out a scream, and then its entire body dissipated into a streak of light, returning to the card in Lin Huang's hand. As a proper Imperial censor, he would never let his precious monster sacrifice itself in vain. Tyrant returned safely to Lin Huang's side later. He picked up a traumatized Yin Yihang from the sand, while the sandworm over there looked bewildered at its meal that had vanished into thin air. When Lin Huang returned to the spot, he found no sign of Yin Yihang. He scratched his head and sighed. "Forget it, I'll head on first. Maybe I'll run into him up ahead." On the way to Mount Goddess, Lin Huang suffered countless attacks. Sometimes Tyrant would handle them while he would fall into deep thought. Why were there so many monsters on the safe route arranged by the Hunter Association? From the start, Lin Huang suspected this exam wasn't that simple. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the foot of Mount Goddess. Tyrant was too bulky and completely unsuitable for climbing a snowy mountain. Lin Huang could only place his hopes on Bai. Bai remained in his usual state, 70% cold and 30% silent. Bai led the way, using a rope to pull Lin Huang up. Luckily, Lin Huang had upgraded his constitution earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted in this freezing wind. Suddenly, Lin Huang's foot slipped and he fell, hurriedly shouting for help. Bai gripped the rope with one hand, suspending Lin Huang in midair. but since this slowed their progress too much, Bai simply thought of a new tactic. A moment later, Lin Huang, his face red with shame, shouted, "Put me down, I can climb myself." It turned out Bai was carrying Lin Huang on his back to climb the mountain, which Lin Huang felt was a severe blow to his dignity as a man. As dusk fell, the two camped on a flat rock. Lin Huang pulled out the dried meat Yin Yang had given him and cooked a steaming pot of meat soup. As he ate, he began to miss that chatterbox. "Don't you dare die, I still want to taste your cooking again." The meat melted in his mouth. Lin Huang turned to ask Bai if he wanted some, but Bai leapt away and vanished. A moment later, Bai returned carrying a small snow-white round creature that looked like a snowball. Lin Huang's eyes lit up. It was his first time seeing a live snowball beast, known for being gentle and very cute. Due to their scarcity, snowball beasts fetched prices on the market comparable to bronze-level equipment. Lin Huang teased it. "You came to me because you smelled the meat and got hungry, didn't you?" He then picked up a piece of meat to feed it. Meanwhile, Bai remained on combat alert. Lin Huang was all smiles. "This is too cute, no wonder girls love them." "Bai, don't be so tense, it's not a threat." However, this snowball beast managed to lick Lin Huang's entire pot of hot pot clean in one go, while he had only managed one bite himself. Lin Huang helplessly stroked its soft fur. "Go home now that you're full, I don't have any more food stored." But the snowball beast refused to leave, tugging at Lin Huang's pant leg to pull him outward. Lin Huang thought it might be trying to lead him somewhere. Since they had nothing else to do, Lin Huang and Bai followed. Arriving at a cave covered in ice spikes, Lin Huang cried out as the snowball beast jumped in. "Watch out, don't get impaled." However, the snowball beast's silhouette vanished into thin air. Lin Huang stepped forward to investigate and found that the ice wall was an illusion. The two walked inside and a bone-chilling cold instantly swept over them. The surrounding landscape was incredibly eerie, and for some reason even Bai stopped in his tracks. Suddenly the snowball beast spoke. "Stop looking, only the chosen ones can enter here. No monster can cross even half a step." Lin Huang was speechless with shock when he heard the snowball beast speak. Its voice was steady and powerful, sounding even more masculine than Lin Huang's, a total contrast to its soft and cute appearance. Immediately after, the snowball beast began to undergo a violent transformation as a blizzard rose before Lin Huang. Its true form was revealed. It was actually a massive ice giant with two exaggeratedly large horns on its head. Lin Huang involuntarily retreated. Ice giants were a race born with formidable power, and the one before him was an adult. Crushing Lin Huang would be like crushing an ant. Lin Huang was so nervous his voice trembled as he stammered. The ice giant spoke. "Don't be nervous, young man, I have no ill intent. I've brought you here simply because I want to ask for a favor." Lin Huang was even more bewildered. What kind of earth-shattering matter did it think he could accomplish? Lin Huang asked warily, "What exactly do you want me to do?" The Ice King didn't answer directly, but reached out to grab Lin Huang. The overwhelming power making Lin Huang scream, the Ice King placed him gently in its massive palm and commanded softly, "Come closer." It very kindly requested of Lin Huang, "I will tell you a story. Please listen until the end." Lin Huang helplessly dropped to one knee and sighed. "Again, I guess it wouldn't matter even if I said I didn't want to hear it." Ignoring Lin Huang's sarcasm, it began to drift into memories of the past. "Long, long ago when I was still young, I once had a master. She was the gentlest presence in this world. All my beautiful memories are associated with her." Hearing this, Lin Huang shouted in surprise, interrupting, "No way, you were actually a human's pet." The Ice King wasn't angry at being interrupted, explaining patiently instead, "She was not human. I only realized this after I evolved." Recalling its master's appearance, the Ice King continued the unfinished tale, "But she fell in love with a human. To be near that person, she hid her identity and lived with them. So she left me on this snowy mountain. Although I was sad, as long as she was happy, I was willing." Following this, images of the master living happily with her lover appeared in the Ice King's mind. Later she planned to give up everything for that human, and I never saw her again after that. At the mention of the master's disappearance, the Ice King's voice grew somber, but suddenly one day she returned. Recalling the day they reunited, the Ice King had excitedly rushed toward its master. "I thought I could protect her again, only to find her chest covered in blood. That scene became a nightmare the Ice King could never escape." It recounted painfully. "She was dying. That man discovered she wasn't human and called upon hunters to kill her. In that battle, the man was also severely injured and at death's door. At the time, the Ice King was frantic but helpless." It continued slowly. "To save that man, she reached into her chest and pulled out her own heart with her own hands. Having witnessed its most beloved master die before its eyes, the Ice King's voice became increasingly mournful. The man survived while she perished." Even after a long time, that tragic scene remained deeply etched in its mind. Lin Huang lamented with regret. "Usually endings like this aren't very happy," the Ice King said sadly. "I followed her last wishes and buried her beneath the ice lake." Lin Huang sat quietly cross-legged in its palm listening to its outpouring. "Since then, this valley has been frozen and the seasons have never returned." Lin Huang frowned in confusion. "Your master has long since passed away, so what do you want with me?" The two stared silently at the endless void ahead. The Ice King stated its purpose clearly. She once said, "One day, a destined person will come who can break the seal of this ice lake. At that time, she will awaken and the valley will be reborn." After hearing this, Lin Huang asked uncertainly, "You mean I'm that destined person?" The Ice King didn't deny it. It coldly held up 3 fingers and said that 3 people before him had already failed. Lin Huang was speechless. You're not waiting for a destined one, you're just casting a wide net. Anyone who comes to the snowy mountain gets dragged in by you to try, the Ice King explained calmly. Mount Goddess is fraught with danger. Only a little over 1,000 people have arrived in thousands of years, and I still have to inspect their character. Counting you, only 4 have met the criteria. Lin Huang stopped wasting words and asked directly. Fine, what do I need to do? The Ice King placed him at the edge of the lake and guided him. All it takes is 1 drop of your blood. Whether you succeed or fail, I will send you away safely, but if you fail, I will erase this memory. Lin Huang confirmed with some doubt. That's it. He bit his thumb as the Ice King directed. In that case, I'll give it a shot. Carrying sympathy for the Ice King's master, Lin Huang dropped a bead of blood into the lake. A girl betrayed by her beloved, if possible. I hope I can help you. His bright red drop of blood fell onto the frozen surface of the lake. Lin Huang watched expressionlessly. The Ice King was so nervous it didn't dare breathe. Wait and see. An hour passed and the two were still staring at each other. Nothing had happened. Lin Huang said somewhat dejectedly, "It seems there's no reaction. I'm really sorry, it seems I can't help." No sooner had he spoken than the originally dead lake surface suddenly began to crack inch by inch. Lin Huang cried out, "Eh?" while the Ice King shouted in ecstasy. It worked. The ice lake is melting. In the center of the lake, azure water slowly surged upward. In a few moments the lake was filled with crystal clear water and the surrounding snow melted away. Lin Huang could hardly believe his eyes. Not only had the ice melted, but even the plants and trees had come to life. Looking at the vibrant grass beneath his feet, he muttered in shock. "Heavens, is my blood that potent?" The Ice King's eyes grew moist as it called out affectionately, "Master, my master." In the center of the lake, an elegant figure rose slowly, cradled by shimmering streams of water. The Ice King's calls grew louder. "Master." As the water receded, a beautiful young girl dressed in a magnificent blue gown appeared. Lin Huang was instantly stunned by her beauty, subconsciously uttering, so beautiful." She possessed a pair of dreamlike blue eyes. She stepped barefoot onto the water's surface and walked toward the shore, her voice as gentle as water. "Ice King, since I left, have you been well?" The Ice King knelt before her, letting her touch its nose. She also said with great gratitude, "Have you been guarding me all this time?" "Thank you," the Ice King replied respectfully. "My lady, please don't be so formal. Guarding you is my duty." Then she turned to look at Lin Huang, introducing herself with a smile. "My name is Shui Luo, thank you, destined one." Lin Huang replied somewhat awkwardly, It's nothing, just call me Lin Huang." He scratched his head and asked shyly, If I may ask, are you a monster as well?" Lin Huang asked. Hearing this, the Ice King let out an indignant roar. The question was incredibly rude. Shui Luo, however, was not offended. She replied gently, "No, I am of the divine race." Images of that horrific ancient war instantly flashed through Lin Huang's mind. He blurted out in surprise, "The divine race were those who opened the 3,000 void pupils 800 years ago, your kin?" Shui Luo crossed her arms and replied calmly, "Those who call themselves gods may possess some power, but they are not recognized as true members of the divine race. At most they are mere god servants granted a trace of our bloodline." Lin Huang nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "Oh, so that's how it is." Shui Luo saw right through his thoughts and smiled, "You don't believe me? The true power of the divine race is beyond your imagination." Suddenly she injected a surge of energy into Lin Huang's body, saying confidently, "Let me show you." Startled and unsure of what was happening, Lin Huang instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Then he cried out in shock. This feeling, a realization, struck him. His shattered life wheel had been completely repaired. Shui Luo explained with her arms crossed, "There was a flaw in your life wheel, so I fixed it for you." Still immersed in shock, Lin Huang marveled. I can't believe it. Is this truly the power of the divine race?" She let out a soft laugh, covering her face as she added generously, "Furthermore, as a token of my gratitude, I shall grant you a second chance." Shui Luo's voice was steady as she announced she had a grand gift for him. No sooner had she spoken than a bolt of intense lightning struck Lin Huang. He had no time to react and screamed at the top of his lungs. The system immediately issued 2 notifications. Player has entered manifestation mode. System auto-run initiated. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the complete epic grade card, Great Desolation Blade Scripture. Hearing the prompts, Lin Huang exclaimed, "What?" He had received a skill card as a system reward. Skill name, Great Desolation Blade Scripture. Rarity, Epic. Category, Blade Skill. Skill level, Hidden. Status, Available. Skill description, a special combat skill with no level requirements. Power is determined by the user's own strength. System evaluation, not bad. Lin Huang expressed his excitement, realizing this was indeed a magnificent gift. Standing nearby, Shui Luo giggled and teased, "Though you are but a mortal, you possess several traits that are quite extraordinary." Lin Huang thought to himself guiltily, "The senses of the divine race are truly formidable. No wonder Xiao He is hiding and won't come out." Once again he was lifted into the Ice King's palm. Shui Luo sat on its shoulder and spoke softly, "We shall escort you out. Be careful on the path ahead." "I shall certainly repay this life-saving debt in the future," Lin Huang replied politely. "There is no need. The gift you've already given me is more than enough." After setting him down at the exit, Shui Luo said, "Once you depart, we shall leave this place as well." Lin Huang asked curiously, "Where will you go?" She replied, as if it were obvious, "Back to our own world, of course." He looked up at them, feeling a trace of regret. "Then I suppose we won't have the chance to meet again." Still perched on the Ice King's shoulder, Shui Luo warned him with concern, please take care. If you remain on the snowy mountain, you may be attacked by many monsters, he gasped in surprise. More monsters? A seed of doubt began to grow in Lin Huang's mind. Theoretically, the hunter assessment had established a safe route, yet he had encountered a series of high-level monsters. Shui Luo patiently explained in detail, under the nearby desert, a high-level monster has evolved. It possesses the ability to strike terror into the minds of others. It is scaring the local monsters and using them as food. This area is no longer safe. You should leave as quickly as possible. After hearing the explanation, the truth finally dawned on him. I see, no wonder. Shui Luo and the Ice King did not linger and soon bid him farewell. Master Lin, may we meet again if fate permits. Lin Huang waved enthusiastically to see them off. Until we meet again, please take care of yourselves, then he whispered with a hint of melancholy. I hope we actually do meet again. The scenery here consisted only of snowy mountains and ice, exuding a piercing, pale coldness. Lin Huang shivered and curled his body as he stepped out of the valley. Tisk, it's still freezing out here and the sun is already up. Seeing Bai standing by the exit, covered in snow with his arms crossed and looking displeased, Lin Huang shouted in surprise, Bai, you didn't stand here all night, did you? I'm sorry. He walked forward, stretching his limbs, and said with high spirits, It's a long story, but I'm full of energy now and not tired at all. No need for rest, let's keep moving. Bai offered no comment, simply following closely behind him. The steep, snow-covered slopes were fraught with danger. The two climbed upward cautiously, one after the other. Lin Huang chatted happily. With his life wheel repaired, his physical condition had improved significantly. I'm starting to look forward to what it's like to reach the Black Iron rank. After much effort, the two finally reached the summit. Bai stood steadily at the top, scanning the surroundings. Lin Huang followed closely, remarking, almost at the top and no accidents so far. Just as the trial seemed to be nearing its end, they suddenly heard a series of harsh cries. Bai instinctively entered a defensive stance, and a surprised Lin Huang asked what the sound was. Then they saw a flock of seemingly harmless white geese emerge from around a cliff corner. The geese looked very docile. Lin Huang said excitedly, There are geese this large on the snowy mountain. He let out a long sigh of relief. Bai, don't be so tense. They look fierce, but they probably taste great. How about we catch a couple? Bai listened but did not respond. Suddenly, Lin Huang sensed something was wrong and became alert. Wait, something's not right. The white geese, seemingly harmless a second ago, revealed their true nature. They opened massive maws filled with serrated teeth, let out shrill screams, and lunged at the two. Lin Huang shouted in terror. They aren't geese, they're monsters. The monster geese breathed fire, chasing them relentlessly from behind. Breaking into a cold sweat, he bolted away, not forgetting to warn his companion. They're even bigger up close. By. Run. Bai didn't need the reminder. He was already right behind him. The two sprinted toward a massive ice cave. Bai scrambled up above the cave entrance and the rope connecting them became crucial. Lin Huang fired back from the other end of the rope, shooting at the monsters lunging at them. He shouted to Bai as he fought, There are too many of them to fight head-on. Bai, find a place to hide. Bai focused intently, charging toward the cave entrance at full speed, then turned and gripped the rope tight, hauling Lin Huang toward the cave just before entering. Lin Huang fired a shot that struck one of the monster geese in the head. After sliding a considerable distance, he finally made it inside the ice cave. He couldn't help but boast, Nice work, let's hide here until they clear out. However, when he looked outside, he saw the flock of monsters scattering in terror. Lin Huang asked in confusion, what's happening? Just then, a massive bird of prey dove toward the flock from the distance. The monster geese could only wail in fear. The black buzzard swung its massive sharp talons, instantly and cleanly dispatching the monsters. Witnessing this, Lin Huang's face turned pale with dread. It's a black buzzard. A black buzzard of this size, it must have reached the bronze rank. Bai simply frowned, staring warily at the newly arrived predator. Lin Huang, thinking more simply, said to Bai with relief, Great, I was worried we'd be trapped here by those geese. Now that this thing is here, we're saved. As soon as he spoke, the black buzzard's blood-stained talons landed right in front of them. It was covered in blood, and its crimson eyes were filled with terrifying, killing intent. Meeting that gaze, Lin Huang's heart skipped a beat. We're finished. The black buzzard circled in the air, letting out a piercing cry. Then it used its momentum to kick violently at the ice cave. Lin Huang's curses immediately followed. Damn it, are you coming for me? You're crazy. Bai prepared to rush out for a head-on confrontation, but Lin Huang stopped him. No, you're no match for it. Don't throw your life away. Lin Huang then raised his gun and fired decisively at the black buzzard. His voice was filled with rage. I'm only one step away from crossing this mountain. Don't you dare mess this up. The bullet struck the black buzzard, but its body was as hard as iron. The round simply bounced off. Lin Huang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he muttered through gritted teeth. The bullets can't even pierce this guy. Enraged by the hits, the black buzzard let out a furious roar. Crimson wings manifested behind Bai as he took a defensive stance. While Lin Huang prepared for the enemy, he whispered in fear, Is this really where I check out? The black buzzard shrieked and tried to wedge its head into the cave. Lin Huang and Bai huddled in the corner, whispering a plan. Bai, I have a way to deal with it. Follow my lead. The moment the black buzzard forced a hole and stuck its head in, Lin Huang seized the timing and shouted, Now! Bai exploded with power to pin the creature down while Lin Huang charged at it with all his might. He gripped his pistol with both hands and said with resolve, Even a body of iron has a weakness. Die, you beast! Lin Huang pressed the muzzle firmly against the black buzzard's eye. A shot rang out, and the bullet tore through the eyeball without hesitation, sending blood spraying everywhere. The monster's strength failed and it tumbled from the edge of the ice cave. Standing at the entrance and looking down, Lin Huang said softly, "My last 3 explosive rounds were all for you." Lin Huang frowned slightly, checking his system. A notification popped up on the screen. "Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Black Buzzard monster card X1. Leapfrog kill completed, reward doubler obtained." He asked in confusion. "No lucky draw for killing a high-level monster this time?" Xiao He appeared with his arms crossed and gave Lin Huang a sidelong glance. "Lucky draw cards are random drops. You were just lucky to get upgrade cards for those last 2 leapfrog challenges." Dejected, Lin Huang pressed, "Then how many upgrade cards do I need to save up to promote Bai and Tyrant directly to mythical grade?" Xiao He replied flatly, "The actual ability of a summon card is limited by the player. If the player isn't strong enough, the card's power will be restricted regardless of its rarity." Hearing this, Lin Huang cut him off. "Enough, Xiao He. You can shut up now." Another prompt appeared. "Once the reward doubler is used, all kill rewards will be doubled for 1 hour." After reading the prompt, he remarked hesitantly, "This card seems rather average." Xiao He explained that once they encountered a suitable group of monsters, this card could be used to quickly accumulate summon fragments. Then it couldn't help but mock Lin Huang from behind its hand. "I didn't expect your luck to be this abysmal." A frustrated Lin Huang waved Xiao He away. "If you have nothing else to do, disappear. I'm in no mood for you." He then absent-mindedly touched his pocket and without further delay turned to urge Bai on. "We've wasted half the day. Let's reach the summit before it's too late." The two continued their ascent to the peak of the snowy mountain. He grumbled as he climbed, "After this assessment, I need to restock my ammo and get a few more explosive rounds." Standing at the summit, Lin Huang suddenly cried out, "Heavens, it's so high!" He gazed into the distance, asking helplessly, "We worked so hard to climb up here, but there's no time left. By the time we walk down, the assessment will be over. What do we do?" Just then a voice came from nearby. "Those who lacked the qualifications should have given up from the start." The speaker was a young man leaning with his arms crossed against an ice wall behind them. Lin Huang thought warily. "Bai and I didn't even notice he was there. Who is this person?" he asked loudly. "Who are you?" "My name is Bai Yan." The stranger frowned slightly and reminded Lin Huang, "Don't shout, I can hear you." Bai Yan stood arrogantly opposite the two and explained, "I am a candidate just like you." Seeing this, Lin Huang offered a polite greeting, but the other man ignored him, coldly asking instead, "Was that black buzzard killed by you?" Realizing something was wrong, Lin Huang questioned Bai Yan with annoyance. "Are you an Imperial censor too? Why did you attack me?" Showing no remorse, Bai Yan brazenly argued, "I merely let them out to feed." "It's just your bad luck." A pair of crimson wings suddenly appeared as Bai Yan's flat voice continued, "You killed my black buzzard." He had summoned a ferocious blood eagle. Bai Yan said with a cold tone, "We have a score to settle." Lin Huang and Bai stared at him vigilantly. Lin Huang blustered, "If you want to fight, I'm not afraid," but internally he was in a panic. He was no match for a bronze-rank crimson blood eagle in a real fight. What should he do? Standing on the blood eagle's back, Bai Yan was in no rush to start the battle. "I will avenge my black buzzard, but not today." Bai Yan looked Bai up and down with arrogance. "This bloodthirster you're keeping isn't bad. Unfortunately, its master is too weak to be worth my time." He flew away on the blood eagle's back, leaving behind a final remark. "Besides, it's not even certain you'll make it out alive. Farewell." Lin Huang was incensed. "Are you Xiao He's long-lost brother?" Bai simply watched him silently. Lin Huang roared in that direction, "Don't you look down on me. If you have the guts, let's have a fair fight." But then he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Wait, I have a way to get down the mountain fast." He pulled out a bundle of chains and carefully wrapped them around himself. Bai was speechless and could only comply with Lin Huang's arrangement. "Your wings can't fly, but they have other uses." He tied 2 chains to Bai's wings, using them to glide down the mountain looking completely at ease. "I've wanted to do this for a long time. I didn't expect my dream to come true in an alternate world." Lin Huang smiled at Bai. "I finally understand why humans always want to fly. This feeling is incredible." Before long, the two had glided to Stronghold 7D121. He sighed with regret. "What a shame we're here already." Upon reaching the site, Bai set Lin Huang down and Lin Huang praised him happily. "Great job, Bai." Yeyu had been waiting for a long time and stepped forward to inform him, "I didn't expect you to be the first one to reach the finish line." She praised Lin Huang warmly and congratulated him on passing. "Once the assessment is fully concluded, you can officially register as a reserve hunter." Lin Huang asked in shock. "I'm first?" "No way," Yeyu countered with a meaningful artificial smile. "What's this, kid? You dare doubt me?" Breaking into a cold sweat, Lin Huang hurriedly waved his hands. "No, it's just that I saw a tall boy earlier who seemed to be looking for something in a hurry. He looked like someone owed him money." After his description, Lin Huang added, "By the way, he had a crimson blood eagle." Yeyu reacted immediately. "Oh, that's Bai Yan. He doesn't count." Lin Huang pressed curiously. "Isn't he a candidate?" She didn't deny it, but explained in detail. "He is, but he's different from the rest of you. He's a special guest who didn't actually need to participate. He requested to join of his own accord. As soon as this assessment ends, he'll be promoted directly to a bronze tier hunter." Remembering Bai Yan's arrogant behavior, Lin Huang found it hard to believe. Straight to bronze hunter, the system screen displayed his account balance. Available credits 3.5 million. Lin Huang cried out, "Heavens!" Having just left the credit management office, he closed the system screen, so happy he was almost moved to tears. He hadn't expected the life shards he took from Xie Jia to be worth over 3 million. His dream of becoming rich overnight had finally come true. He then recalled Yi Ye's instructions: wait for the selection to officially end before registering and stay at the stronghold for a few days. Lin Huang quickly formulated a plan intending to use this time to restock his gear, grind monsters, and hone his blade skills. Following his plan, he headed to a weapon shop at the stronghold to make some purchases. But when he arrived, the shop owner scratched his head, looking a bit troubled. "Hey handsome, you're looking for explosive rounds for a Grey Eagle 17, bad timing. We're out of stock. Those things are too pricey to keep on hand. Try asking Old Man Zhang on the west side of town. If he doesn't have them, you probably won't find a seller for 100 miles. Lin Huang could only sigh helplessly. He looked around as he walked, muttering to himself with regret. Stronghold 7D121 is bigger than our place, but it's still lacking in rare equipment. Looks like I really have to track down this Old Man Zhang. Deep in a dark, grimy alley, he found an unremarkable shop with a sign that read "The Clouds." Lin Huang stood at the entrance for a moment, observing the place. He frowned and sighed. "I've been searching for half the day, but I finally found it tucked away in this alley. This Old Man Zhang is certainly an eccentric." He didn't hesitate any longer and pushed the door open. Lin Huang called out, "Boss, I'm here to buy something." Old Zhang walked out from the back of the shop. He was a man of few words, saying bluntly, "Pick what you want, then settle the bill." Lin Huang scanned the shop, secretly amazed. There was everything from black iron to gold-level equipment, all high-priced limited editions. This Old Man Zhang was clearly a hidden expert. Lin Huang didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Boss, I need specialized ammo and armor-piercing explosive rounds for a Grey Eagle 17. Do you have enough in stock?" Old Zhang asked succinctly. How much do you need?" Lin Huang smiled slightly and stated his requirements. 3,000 specialized rounds for the Grey Eagle 17 and 300 armor-piercing explosive rounds. Hearing these numbers, Old Zhang couldn't help but squint at Lin Huang. "So he's a wealthy young master. Is he planning to massacre a whole city with this much ammo?" Lin Huang replied politely, "You're joking, boss." Before long, Old Zhang brought out a crate filled with ammunition. He then gave the price directly. 165,000 credits total. Paid in full, no credit. Lin Huang agreed readily. "No problem. Do you usually keep this much in stock? I'll need to restock in the future." The corners of Old Zhang's mouth curled up, full of confidence. "Quantity isn't an issue. As long as you have the money, I have every treasure you could want." Lin Huang continued as he paid, "That's great. I'll definitely be back when I need more." He was still a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this place to truly be a den of hidden masters. Suddenly, both of them heard a massive siren wailing. Lin Huang turned back in shock and asked, "What is that sound?" Old Zhang remained perfectly calm as he explained, "The Hunter Association has issued a city-wide warning. I'm afraid something big has happened." Upon hearing this, Lin Huang hurried outside, not forgetting to look back and bid Old Zhang farewell. "See you, boss. I'll definitely be back." Old Zhang didn't respond, simply watching him leave in silence. Outside the stronghold, the sky was still clear. Lin Huang squeezed into the crowd, nudging his way forward. "Excuse me, sorry, please let me through." At that moment, Yi Ye's stern voice rang out through the crowd. "The assessment isn't over yet, but a situation has arisen, and everyone must give their all." She warned everyone with a frantic expression. "A top-tier monster with hallucinogenic abilities has awakened in the Akakan Desert. It has incited a riot among the other monsters, and many candidates are surely trapped. Our rescue forces are limited and cannot respond to every distress signal, therefore I order everyone to stay in the stronghold. Leaving is strictly prohibited. The lockdown will be lifted once the situation is resolved." Lin Huang listened intently and quickly realized this was the monster Shui Luo had mentioned. It had finally happened. Suddenly, someone shouted in terror, "If you won't let us leave, are we supposed to just stay here and wait for death?" Hearing this, Lin Huang admired the man's guts. What a brave soul. Yi Ye didn't hold back, her sharp gaze sweeping toward the source of the voice. She warned coldly, "There is a monster riot outside. Whether in the sky or underground, it is extremely dangerous. I'm not letting you leave because I'm trying to save your miserable lives. Instead of going out to feed the monsters, I'd rather beat you to death myself right now and save everyone the trouble." Yi Ye's tone was a blatant threat. Who wanted to die first? Everyone present shivered in fear. No one dared to speak up again. Lin Huang thought speechlessly. "I knew it would go down like this." Yi Ye then crossed her arms to comfort the crowd. "Don't worry too much. The Hunter Association has already dispatched a high-level hunter to handle it. As soon as the leader is taken down, the monster swarm will disperse. Once tonight passes, the crisis will be over." Just then a voice interrupted abruptly, "HMPH," as if it were that simple. It was Bai Yan's voice. Lin Huang thought with some surprise, "Hi, it's that kid with his hands in his pockets." Bai Yan spoke the blunt truth. "If that high-level hunter fails, there won't be enough time to mobilize other reinforcements. This place will face a massive assault." With that, Bai Yan resolutely turned to leave. "I'm not staying here to wait for death." Lin Huang's jaw dropped in shock. And Yi Ye quickly dispersed the crowd. "Scatter, scatter, don't move around unless necessary. After this is resolved tomorrow, we will initiate the emergency plan and arrange your registrations." Lin Huang frowned slightly, feeling that although Bai Yan was annoying, he had a point. He hurried over to Yi Ye and called out, Senior? Yi recognized him immediately. Oh, it's you? Lin Huang asked with concern. I heard candidates are trapped. Is my friend Fatty okay? Yi didn't hide the truth. He already sent a distress signal and was evacuated before you even reached the finish line. Hearing this, Lin Huang laughed. That guy, he really does fear death. Yi didn't waste any more words and turned to leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to caution him. Get back to your room and don't go wandering around. Lin Huang gave a short acknowledgement. Late that night, a massive explosion echoed from the distance, and the firelight lit up the sky. Lin Huang sat by the window witnessing the scene, filled with awe. Transcendental hunters were battling a transcendental monster. The scale was truly spectacular. However, his heart was filled with anxiety. Everyone's hope is pinned on those few transcendental hunters fighting alone. Please, let nothing go wrong. Early the next morning, the sky was overcast and heavy rain poured down. Lin Huang had fallen asleep by the window when he was suddenly jolted awake by a noise, his eyes snapping open. The alarm blared again. Lin Huang leapt to his feet and looked out at yesterday's battlefield. It was still burning fiercely. He shouted in panic, "Has something happened?" The alarm again. Lin Huang pushed the door open to find people running in a frenzy, their cries echoing everywhere. What do we do? Quick, find Lady Yi. Has the main office been contacted? Is there a backup plan? He anxiously grabbed someone to ask, "What's going on?" The person saw it was Lin Huang and stopped to answer. "Something terrible has happened. Get to the assembly hall immediately." Hearing the next words, Lin Huang's face was filled with utter horror. The transcendental hunter has fallen. Inside the hall, the crowd was in an anxious uproar. The transcendental hunter sent there couldn't resolve it. The hunter is dead, the monster is still there, and the situation is out of control. Let's run. If we don't leave now, we'll all die here. Let us out. Lin Huang stood silently in the crowd. Yi spoke calmly, attempting to rally everyone. That transcendental monster is already heavily wounded. To heal itself, it will surely send more monsters to attack human strongholds. As hunters, our mission is to protect the 100,000 residents here. But someone still argued back. We haven't even registered yet. Why should we be buried along with the hunters? Let us go. I don't want to die here. More people joined in the opposition. Exactly. Strictly speaking, we aren't hunters yet. We're just ordinary civilians. We need protection. Just let us leave on our own. I'm confident I can escape. Lin Huang couldn't hold back any longer and barked. A bunch of cowards, the man who started the protest roared back in anger. What did you say? Lin Huang stood in the crowd and said loudly. I encountered ghost ravens in the Awakens desert and ambushed by a sandworm and almost got eaten by monster geese on the snowy mountain. Those were all transcendental monsters. What makes you think you can escape? Hearing about his experiences, the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Ghost ravens, heavens, he's right. Even the gray eagles don't dare to fly. Trying to escape on foot is a death sentence. Lin Huang turned to ask Yi. Senior, you are the highest-ranking gold hunter in this stronghold. If you were to leave the stronghold right now, how long could you hold out? Yi cooperated and answered. Monsters from the Awakens desert and Mount Goddess are converging here. I'm afraid I could only last until tomorrow night at most. Lin Huang then pointed to himself and said, If it were me, I'd last 3 hours at most. What about you? Someone in the crowd tried to argue. But Lin Huang didn't give them a chance. He leapt onto the podium and scolded them severely. If a gold hunter can't escape, wouldn't leaving on our own be a suicide mission? He dropped to one knee and said in a low voice, If you abandon everything here and run. He then stood up and pointed directly at the crowd, questioning them. The moment the monsters break in, the ones you've abandoned will be your own family, your friends, the people you cherish most. The hearts of those below were shaken by his words. Lin Huang clenched his fist, showing them his resolve. Life is indeed precious, but it shouldn't be wasted on running away. We should stand united with the Hunter Association to protect the Mount Goddess stronghold. Instantly, everyone's fighting spirit soared. They raised their fists and shouted in unison, Protect our families, defend the stronghold. Bai Yan stood to the side and coldly uttered one word, Stupid. While the crowd was still responding passionately to Lin Huang, he had already turned away with indifference. Before leaving, he didn't forget to mock them. A bunch of fools seeking their own deaths. Lin Huang stood on the stage watching his retreating back, calling out in a low, somewhat dejected voice, Bai Yan. Yi suddenly patted Lin Huang on the shoulder and excitedly mobilized the crowd. Then everyone, please cooperate with the Hunter Association to defend the stronghold together. If we unite, we will surely win. Lin Huang was left a bit red-faced by her enthusiasm. The crowd began to disperse as someone in front guided them. Go, prepare immediately. Register over there according to your specialties for defensive deployment. Lin Huang also wanted to leave with the others. He said goodbye to Yi. Senior, I'm heading out too. But she stopped him decisively. Wait a moment. Lin Huang frowned in confusion and asked, Senior? Yi calmly made her decision. My teleportation treasure can only take 50 people away per day. Hurry up, I'm sending you and a few other candidates under the age of 20 away. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wait, didn't I just say? Before he could finish, she cried out in desperation. Those words were only to temporarily pacify the people. I know very well that within a day at most this place will become hell. No one will survive. Hearing the truth, Lin Huang gasped. What? Yi calmed down and explained. The power of my treasure is limited. Transcendental hunter reinforcements won't arrive for at least 48 hours, but the monsters are gathering faster and faster. They will breach the city in less than 10 hours. Thinking of the carnage after the breach, her face turned pale and her tone became despondent. The Hunter Association's forces at Stronghold 7D121 are limited. We can't hold out even if we include all of you. The 100,000 people here are doomed. I will stay and die with this place. But first, I must protect the Association's future. You have talent and can become an excellent hunter. I cannot stand by and watch you die here. Lin Huang's expression was grim as he said firmly, I'm not leaving. He looked Yi Yayu in the eye and persuaded her powerfully. I wasn't joking earlier. If the monsters cross Mount Goddess, they will directly threaten the interior. I have someone to protect too. I'm not leaving. Yi Yayu was moved by his words. Lin Huang calmly proposed a plan. We have to wait for the transcendental hunters. Only they can kill transcendental monsters. We can find a way to stall until they arrive. Yi Yayu frowned and countered. But with our current strength, we can't hold the stronghold at all. Lin Huang pointed behind them. If we can't hold the stronghold, then we won't. The snowy mountains are right behind us. While we still have time, evacuate the residents into the mountains and hold out for 2 days until reinforcements arrive. Yi Yayu was still a bit hesitant. Suddenly she remembered something and said in surprise, That's right, I know a valley that can hold many people. As long as we seal the cave entrance with rocks, we can hold out. Lin Huang excitedly grabbed Yi Yayu's shoulders and shouted, Great idea, let me stay and help. I can definitely be of help. She felt a bit shy from Lin Huang's sudden movement. Lin Huang smiled slightly and comforted her. Don't worry, we'll all survive, I promise. Yi Yayu was struck by how cool he looked and mumbled with a red face. Stop talking, you brat. She sighed in her heart. Heavens, he's so cool. Then what are we waiting for? She didn't say more, turning to leave while shyly telling Lin Huang to stop talking and start moving. Evacuating 200,000 people was no small feat. Lin Huang replied happily, You got it, senior. Yi Yayu followed with a smile, thinking, Because of this kid, will we actually make it through this disaster safely? A while later, in the direction of the desolate valley, the crowd was migrating toward the rock cavern Yi Yayu had mentioned according to the plan. Wang Lan asked fearfully in the queue, Isn't it too dangerous to let us be the rear guard? Zula comforted her firmly. Don't be afraid, there are hunters ahead and the rear is actually the safest place. But Yu Guang was still a bit hesitant. Lin Huang was carefully observing the surroundings while also turning back with a smile to encourage them. Zula is right, as long as we stay alert, we'll reach the mountain pass tonight. Zula has scouting skills and can set traps. Yu Guang is good with ranged attacks and Wang Lan has strength. We are a well-balanced team. Don't worry, we'll definitely make it safely. Zula praised happily. The boss really has a good eye. Yu Guang was still a bit uneasy. Wang Lan was a bit embarrassed by Lin Huang's praise and replied, I will do my absolute best. They followed the group through an area where monsters had already been cleared. Looking at the monster corpses everywhere, the crowd marveled. The hunters are incredible. They didn't give the monsters a single chance. Zhu Li's words provoked Yu Guang into shouting, Are you crazy? Do you really have to run into a monster to be happy? Wang Lan tried to make peace awkwardly. Don't fight, you two. Lin Huang also looked back to remind them. Be careful, don't be careless. Senior said that the speed of a transcendental monster is no less than the speed of light. He walked forward to scout. With so many people evacuating, it was very likely to attract monsters suddenly. Lin Huang sensed something, frowned and looked down as a powerful attack struck from the distance. He hurriedly pulled Wang Lan aside. Watch out! Yu Guang's face turned pale with fear as he cursed, Damn it. Zula let out a terrified scream. What? As the dust from the impact settled, a massive axe was revealed, buried deep in the ground before them. Lin Huang shouted a frantic warning, Stay alert! No sooner had he spoken than the giant foot of a monster closed in. Only then did Lin Huang recognize them as sand butchers. They were charging with ferocious momentum, completely fearless. His warning echoed, It's an ambush. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring their vision. In the distance, a massive monster legion was rolling toward them, with monsters of all sizes advancing frantically. The sight sent the entire group into a panic and Yu Guang shouted in terror. Where, damn it, Black Iron rank sand butchers? Zula stood to the side observing the situation. There are others too, we can't win this. Wang Lan huddled into a ball whispering tremulously. There are too many of them. Lin Huang shouted calmly to steady his teammates. Don't panic, he gritted his teeth in tension. Take out the leader first. The monsters charged like mad. Lin Huang drew his combat blade. Yu Guang, cover me, he lunged forward while Yu Guang provided support from the rear with his bow. Understood. Yu Guang launched an attack, his arrow whistling through the air to strike a monster precisely in the eye. As the monster wailed in pain, Lin Huang seized the opportunity to leap up and deliver a heavy slash. He barked an order, Zula, have Wang Lan protect me. You set the traps now. The two responded immediately. Got it. Wang Lan closed her eyes and screamed as she raised her scepter to release bolts of lightning. The electricity struck the monsters, paralyzing them. She continued to scream, prompting an annoyed roar from Zula. Damn it, are you using a sonic attack? He began laying traps around them to stall the sand butchers on the other side. Lin Huang continued his charge, harvesting monsters. He muttered to himself with arrogant disdain. I'll use you all to test the power of the great desolation blade scripture. A brilliant blade light flashed and a massive monster was slain before it could even react. He examined the combat blade in his hand, marveling. Excellent. An epic grade blade technique is truly extraordinary. The 18 styles have evolved into 36, the path is steady and the power is infinite. Just as he was focused on his blade, the monster he had just wounded launched a surprise attack from behind. Lin Huang spun around instantly. You're asking for death. He leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful horizontal slash at the sand butcher. Compared to using a gun, using a blade was indeed far more exhilarating. A system notification sounded. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 sand butcher fragment. Nearby, Yu Guang shouted in praise. Incredible blade work. Meanwhile, Wang Lan cast a confusion spell. Stop running around blindly. A sand butcher stepped into a trap Zula had set. Soon after, other monsters fell into them one by one, struggling to break free. Zula laughed triumphantly. My beast armor reflects damage when bitten. Just stay there and die. Yu Guang moved closer. I'll leave the sub-boss to you. Let's all charge together. At the same time, Wang Lan cautioned, everyone stay safe. Lin Huang continued to slash and kill, his blade carving semicircles through the monster swarm. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a sand butcher fragment. Due to a leapfrog kill, you have obtained a temporary transformation card. He pulled out the card to inspect it, somewhat puzzled. This is that black iron rank sand butcher. What does a temporary transformation card mean? The card had a note. Upon use, the player can freely transform into a summoned monster but will not possess all of the monster's skills. Duration, 24 hours. Single-use consumable. Lin Huang mused. Gave me a fright. I thought it was some kind of soul-swapping gender bend. A massive shadow loomed over him. And realizing a monster was behind him, he turned in a panic. Damn it, monster blood sprayed all over him as he stared blankly at the fallen sand butcher. Bai appeared, looking at him with a reproachful gaze. Lin Huang responded flatly. All right, I get it. No distractions during combat, thanks. Following that, Lin Huang and Bai charged into the remaining monsters together. Zula stood at the edge of the battlefield, throwing up his hands helplessly. Seems like there's nothing left for us to do, Yu Guang remarked with sincere admiration. To be honest, I didn't think much of Lin Huang at first, considering he hasn't even reached the black iron rank. Wang Lan interrupted them. Stop it, you're making me blush. Shortly after, the Sand Butcher Legion was completely routed. Lin Huang sheathed his blade and efficiently tallied the spoils. Zhu Li's group began to cheer. We're amazing. Brother Lin, your moves are incredible. You're a real role model. Even your summoned beast is so cool. Bai stood silently beside him. Lin Huang then turned and recalled Bai into the card. We've wasted quite a bit of time. Everyone else has likely arrived. Let's hurry over. Yu Guang said confidently. Encountering monsters on the road isn't bad, it's good practice. Zula whispered a retort. Stop acting tough. Just then, the ring on Lin Huang's hand lit up, startling him. It was a message from Senior Yi Yeyu, and the Imperial Heart Ring projected her image. She asked with a grim expression, Lin Huang, where are you guys? He smiled at Zhu Li's group behind him. Just finished handling a bit of trouble. We'll be there soon, probably reaching the mountain pass in about 2 hours. The group hurriedly greeted her. Hello, Chief Examiner, she commanded in an urgent tone. I'm giving you 1 hour. Get back here immediately, she added solemnly. The monster swarm has launched a general offensive. Any later and you'll all die out there. Her words left everyone stunned. The projected battlefield images were exceptionally brutal, with shells constantly bombarding the canyon. Yi Yeyu and others were fighting desperately to kill the monsters. However, the monsters were incredibly fierce, even attacking the comrades beside her. Damn it, another team member was firing frantically at the monsters in terror. He roared, Senior, the casualties are too high. If this continues, we won't be able to hold the cave entrance, she replied. Organize the wounded and the weak to retreat. Find a way to seal the cave. He fell into a panic. Once the entrance was sealed, the people outside, Yeyu roared in anger. Those who stay will live or die with me. Her expression shifted as she stared in shock at a massive monster ahead. A bloodhound. Everyone's faces turned pale. The group stared blankly at the bloodhound. A comrade shouted, if we kill it, the madhounds will retreat. Senior, even you can't handle an entire pack of those hounds. You'll die. He stopped Yeyu, who was about to charge. She gritted her teeth and roared. Let go of me. If these hounds don't retreat, everyone is dead, he replied. No, you're the only commander. You cannot die. Just then, someone cried out in surprise. Look over there. The monster swarm turned in unison to look behind them. Yeya's face filled with joy as she shouted, It's Lin Huang. I didn't expect him to make it here alive. Lin Huang charged straight for the bloodhound with Zhu Li's team following close behind. He swung his blade to slash, but the blade was caught firmly in the hound's jaws. Lin Huang shouted, Yu Guang Wang Lan. Support the wounded in their retreat. Leave this to me and Zula, the two replied immediately. Okay, Brother Lin, be careful. Zula charged alongside Tyrant, coordinating to clear out the minions. Big brother, I've got your back. Lin Huang used every ounce of strength to break free from the massive beast. Black Iron, 3rd rank, you're a troublesome opponent. Despite the blood dripping from its mouth, the hound continued to glare at him ferociously. He gave a provocative smile, his gaze sharp. Come on then, it's either you or me. A sharp horn grew from the bloodhound's head as it lunged wildly. Lin Huang recoiled, startled by the monster's sudden mutation. Damn it, it leveled up 3 ranks instantly. What are the odds? It pinned Lin Huang firmly to the ground, opening its massive maw to devour him. your breath stinks. Zula was so worried about Lin Huang that he didn't notice a monster flanking him. Big brother, a scream rang out, watch out. A beam of light saved his life. Yeyu stood back to back with him, shouting, clear out the trash and go save him, he replied nervously. Understood, senior. Lin Huang gave a triumphant smile. Don't worry. Tyrant's massive hand gripped the bloodhound's neck, ripping it off Lin Huang. Once free, he launched an immediate counterattack. I'm an imperial censor, not something for a dog to chew on. After being repelled, the beast prepared for another frantic counteroffensive, but he simply looked at it flatly. A fine beast and smart, but unfortunately, the madhounds were overturned one by one, and the bloodhound was pinned down. With Bai's support, Lin Huang successfully defeated it. System notification: congratulations to the player for obtaining a bloodhound fragment. Due to a leapfrog kill, you have been rewarded with 1 skill card. Lin Huang gave a contemptuous smirk. I'm much stronger than you. Over on Zhu Li's side, they were cheering, big brother is mighty. Yeyu also offered her sincere praise. Excellent blade work. She walked over, surprised that an imperial censor could be so proficient with a blade. Lin Huang simply replied steadily, senior, save the praise for later. While the hounds are retreating, hurry and handle the cave's defenses. Zula breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily brother Lin arrived in time, otherwise we'd be completely finished. Yeyu turned and shouted, everyone retreat into the cave and reinforce the defense line. Suddenly, someone screamed in terror, wait, another massive wave of monsters is coming from the distance. Am I dreaming? Someone wake me up. A spider legion was surging toward them like a tidal wave. Yeyu gripped her sword warily. This was no dream. However, despair washed over her once again. Yet another massive wave of monsters, giant spiders, were charging frantically. People began to scatter in a panic. Run! Yeyu roared to stop them. Don't run, the entrance isn't sealed yet. Running back is a dead end. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. At this speed, the spider swarm will be here in 10 minutes. Although angry, Zula suggested, no time to find rocks to seal it. Use the monster corpses to plug the gaps. Yu Guang nodded in support and suggested helping others. Wang Lan was bandaging the wounded. I'll go help. Yeyu shouted in relief. Good job, Zula. Your team, move out immediately. I'll stay to hold off these spiders. Lin Huang was dissatisfied. He would never allow Yeyu to take such a risk alone. Senior, you take Yu Guang and the others back to the defense line. Leave this to me and the group. The defense line must be completed. Suddenly, Yu Guang spoke up. I'm not leaving. My range is long. I can coordinate perfectly with brother Lin. Yeyu said, displeased. I'm the senior. I can't let you rookies take the hit. Lin Huang stood his ground, responding righteously. Don't forget, you are currently the only commander of this stronghold. Lin Huang then added, for the sake of honor and duty, are you really planning to hand over the lives of 200,000 people to us rookies? Hearing this, Yeyu was both worried and speechless. Yu Guang, if you're not afraid to die, come with me. With that, he led the charge, leaving her behind. From the rear, Yu Guang shouted with concern, Lin Huang, be careful. Yeyu, realizing she could do nothing from the back, was forced to accept the situation. She began hauling wolf corpses up while urging Zula to finish the defensive perimeter quickly. Zula followed the order, muttering to himself that while it was a tough decision, it was the right one. Damn it, don't you dare die. Lin Huang swung his blade, splitting a spider in two instantly. Xiao He appeared with a look of annoyance. Here we go. With a sigh, it was clear the system didn't enjoy such chaotic scenes. Lin Huang responded urgently. I just got a skill card from killing the bloodhound. I want to use it now. Xiao He complied and began randomly opening rare skill cards. In a life or death situation, a gamble was all he had. It quickly threw the card toward Lin Huang. The skill card instantly merged into his consciousness. System announcement. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the movement skill, Snowless Trace. He let out a shout of approval. His eyes began to turn blood red, radiating a fierce determination. The skill card info displayed, name Snowless Trace, rarity gold, movement type skill, status available. Before the voice faded, he was enveloped by the newly acquired power, secretly praising his luck for getting a card with no level restrictions. It was perfect. His blade speed became so fast it left only afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he cleared a path through the spiders. Zula and his companions watched his masterful technique, their jaws dropping as they blurted out, who is brother Lin talking to? Are my eyes playing tricks? He's getting faster and faster. Spiders lunged at Lin Huang frantically, but he dodged every attack with pinpoint precision. He shouted urgently, Xiao He, temporarily cut my lifelike connection with Bai. Xiao He asked back in confusion, why your life wheel is almost full. You're about to reach the Black Iron rank, he explained. I know. Reaching Black Iron provides the first life seed which can significantly strengthen a specific ability. Xiao He leisurely flipped through the catalog to check and replied, correct. Life seeds are divided into 5 categories: elemental, fortification, spiritual, special, and combination. Which path do you want to take? Lin Huang fiercely pierced a spider, saying in a low voice, the path of the blade, of course, so I must kill a monster that drops a blade technique life seed. Xiao He laughed in agreement. Understood. In that case, I'll stop the lifelike transmission. Now it's all on you to break through the encirclement. Night fell, and the spider swarm remained endless. Not until the next morning did Lin Huang shatter the head of the last spider with a final strike, finally ending the battle. Yu Huang cried out in surprise, They're all dead, we succeeded, another person shouted. Fantastic, we're saved, from the distance Yeyu shouted. Lin Huang, the defense line is stable, bring everyone back. Before them lay a mountain of monster corpses. Zula praised excitedly. Brother Lin is mighty. Without you and your summoned beasts we wouldn't have lasted until dawn. Having said that, he let out a long sigh. I'm exhausted, let's get back and rest. Heaven knows when the next wave will come. He silently vowed in his heart to protect this stronghold and provide one more shred of hope. Lin Xin. Don't worry, big brother will protect you. Suddenly, the rings on everyone's hands lit up, giving everyone a start. The Imperial Heart Ring vibrated. The announcement displayed. At 8 a.m. yesterday, a large-scale monster tide broke out in the eastern part of the 7th District. 3 small strongholds in the 7D-123 area have been destroyed with no survivors. Casualties have reached 670,000. The situation at Stronghold 7D-121 is unclear. Additional transcendental experts have been dispatched. Details to follow. Upon hearing the news, the crowd fell into a panic. What do we do? My whole family is in 7D-123. Aren't there transcendental experts? Where are they? Yeyu frowned deeply, thinking that things had taken a turn for the worse. She looked at Lin Huang, knowing that once a transcendental monster suffered a setback, it would retaliate frantically. And this place was the only survival point nearby. As if sensing something, Yeyu and Lin Huang simultaneously realized that this place was the next target. Standing atop the ruined fortifications, Yeyu was filled with worry. There will definitely be follow-up attacks. Casualties are mounting. I don't know how long we can hold out. Lin Huang stood behind her and said, by sunset at the latest the transcendental hunters should arrive. Yeyu wavered, but under the current circumstances if the attacks continued, things would be. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm not afraid to die. From the day I became a hunter I put my life on the line. Her hands were trembling, but she refused to let 200,000 civilians be buried with her. Lin Huang stepped forward, taking her trembling hand to comfort her. Senior, you're a gold hunter, you won't be taken down by monsters that easily. Yeyu looked at him, her face flushing. Hearing her words, Lin Huang continued, I've heard a saying, when soldiers arrive, send a general. When water rises, build a dam. Even in a life or death situation. Don't overthink it, just give it everything you've got and go down fighting if you must. Yeyu hurriedly pulled her hand back and turned away. Her cheeks were bright red, but her tone remained stubborn. Do you really think you need to lecture me? Everyone pull yourselves together. Divide up and stay alert. Internally she was in a state of turmoil. What on earth, am I actually blushing? Lin Huang laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. Did I overdo the drama? Just then another hunter with binoculars turned back to report urgently. The ambush has changed. Lin Huang and Yeyu looked forward tensely. Lin Huang cried out, what kind of monster is that? A group of gargantuan creatures was rolling toward them. Once they came into focus, someone recognized them and shouted, ironclad war elephants. Yeyu clenched her fists. Damn it, those are transcendental monsters. They're incredibly fierce and will tear down all our fortifications. As the initial skirmish ended, Lin Huang looked at her and said sympathetically, those things look invulnerable. How are we supposed to fight them? Yeyu gritted her teeth. Ironclad war elephants are born with half their bodies made of metal. Their defense is terrifying. Anything in their path will be leveled. With that, she drew her weapon. There's no choice. We hold this position even if it kills us. Beside her, Lin Huang suddenly shouted, wait, look over there. Yeyu looked up and saw a figure flying toward an ironclad war elephant. She exclaimed in surprise, is that Yi Zheng? Yi Zheng swung the longsword in his hand, precisely piercing the elephant's eye. Yeyu broke into a smile. That's it, the eye is their weakness. Nice shot. Lin Huang was stunned. Is this expert a gold hunter? While keeping her eyes on the battle, Yeyu explained, not just a gold hunter, he's the 10th ranked genius in the world, only one step away from becoming a transcendental hunter. Lin Huang was completely bewildered. How you know him? An ironclad war elephant collapsed. Another war elephant looked over warily, but in the next second it too crashed to the ground. Yi Zheng swooped down, swinging his sword again. Yeyu cheered excitedly. Lin Huang's lip twitched. Yi Zheng, yet another elephant fell before him. After dealing with several of them, Yi Zheng landed quickly in front of Yeyu. She ran up to call out to him, but Yi Zheng frowned and shouted back, the alert isn't over yet. No sooner had he spoken than movement appeared in the distance. Hundreds, thousands of spiders. Yeyu's brow furrowed. Sand-black spiders. Lin Huang asked, are those the ones that climb walls and spit silk? Yi Zheng held his sword and looked ahead, explaining the situation. Their attack power isn't high, but their silk is incredibly tough. Transcendental monsters often use them to pull down fortifications. Lin Huang looked at the horizon. There are too many of them, it'll be hard to take them all out before they get close. Yi Zheng frowned. If we had heavy artillerymen, we could hit them from a distance. Too bad a small stronghold like this wouldn't have any. Yeyu raised her hand and shouted, what's there to be afraid of? She then pulled out an enormous heavy cannon. Yi Zheng looked at her. Xiao Yu, did you ever pass your advanced heavy artilleryman certification? How did you even buy this thing without a license? Lin Huang was sweating. Is that gold tier equipment? Damn it, another eye-opener, Yeyu said confidently. As long as you have the money, you can buy anything on the black market. Brother, now is not the time to be stingy. She smiled and added, we'll meet whatever comes our way. The heavy cannon in her hands roared. The shell blasted directly into the cliff on the left. Yi Zheng and Lin Huang watched dumbfounded. Yi Zheng lamented, "As I thought, you missed." The corner of Yi Ye's mouth curled up. "Miss, just you watch." The cliff struck by the shell instantly shattered, and a massive torrent of water came gushing out. The flow was incredibly violent, rushing into the riverbed like a burst dam. The flood swept through, instantly washing away all the sand-black spiders. Lin Huang's jaw dropped. "Were they all wiped out?" Standing at the front, Yi Zheng calmly reminded Lin Huang. "Kid, remember my words, never ever provoke a woman." Behind him, Lin Huang swallowed hard and nodded. "Yes, senior." Suddenly, Lin Huang spotted something else. His eyes widened and Yi Yeyu squinted, saying, "Well, brother, do you still want to lecture me?" However, both Yi Zheng and Lin Huang ignored her. The two of them sprinted forward, bypassing Yi Yeyu. Yi Zheng's brow was deeply furrowed. "This is bad," Lin Huang added. "I've seen those before." Ahead was a sky-blotting swarm of ghost ravens, numbering beyond count. Lin Huang looked at the crimson-tinged sky with a grim expression. "Ghost ravens, is this the end of the world?" It wasn't just the ravens. Countless monsters followed in their wake. Those fanged green-faced beasts were savage beyond belief. Yu Guang's face was filled with terror. "There's no hope left," Zula cursed. "Damn it," while Wang Lan fell into a panic. "What do we do? What do we do now?" Lin Huang stood frozen, stammering. "It's over," Yi Zheng calmly ordered. "Yi Yeyu, Xiao Yu, open the Greenwood Gate." Yi Yeyu looked at him in confusion. Yi Zheng turned back and said, "There are many promising talents among the candidates. They are the hope of humanity's future. Take them and go. This is your mission." Yi Yeyu shook her head. "I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving." Yi Zheng grabbed her hand. "I can buy more time if I stay. Stop wasting time and move. It'll be too late soon." Yi Yeyu stood her ground. "You and I are all that's left of the Yi family. Your talent and strength far exceed mine. It's better for the family if you live." The siblings continued to argue in the rear. "Enough, I'm your brother and I won't let you go to your death." On the other side, Lin Huang whispered, "Xiao He." Xiao He appeared and asked, "Is it time for final goodbyes?" Lin Huang asked, "In the previous battles I killed many monsters through leapfrog challenges. How many skill cards did I save up?" Xiao He replied quickly, 1,245 in total. "What are you planning to gamble?" Lin Huang's brow furrowed. "I'm the leader. Even if the probability is only 0.1, I have to pull a skill card that can turn the tide." Xiao He's mouth dropped open. "Then how do you plan to play this?" Lin Huang told it. "What happens if I fuse all the skill cards?" Xiao He rubbed its chin thoughtfully. "Theoretically, you could obtain a skill that can be used regardless of level, but I'm not sure what type it would be, and it would be a one-time consumable. No one has ever tried this before." Lin Huang looked at the people in danger and gritted his teeth. "Even if I pull a powerful skill card, most of them would be unusable at my current level." He looked up at the ghost ravens. "We're dead either way, so I might as well bet it all on one roll. Xiao He, fuse all the skill cards." Xiao He immediately waved its hand and all the skill cards converged, releasing a burst of immense power. Lin Huang shouted, "Whatever it is, use the card now." Xiao He announced, "Host has fused 1,245 cards and obtained one small extinction card. No reward cards drawn." Lin Huang gritted his teeth, enduring the power brought by the fusion. His body was enveloped in a massive sphere of energy. Yi Zheng held Yi Yeyu tightly, squinting to see through the light. From the monster's perspective, the energy source glowed like a giant blazing sun. In the next second, that power swept outward, the blinding light consuming all the monsters on the ground and the ravens in the sky. The other hunters guarding the fortifications were all stunned. Zula looked at the sky in disbelief. The ghost ravens. Yi Yeyu squeezed her eyes shut and let out a muffled groan. After a moment, she heard Yi Zheng speak. "It's over." Upon opening her eyes, her pupils shrank. She saw Lin Huang kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Yi Yeyu screamed, "Lin Huang!" The others looked up at the clearing sky. Zula was bewildered. "Gone. They're all gone." Yu Guang also realized the monsters had been completely annihilated. Wang Lan was ecstatic. "We're safe, we don't have to die." The crowd erupted in cheers. "It was Lin Huang. Lin Huang saved us." Yu Guang and the others jumped for joy. "Lin Huang, Lin Huang, Lin Huang." Lin Huang looked up, unable to believe his own eyes, muttering, "Did the skill card actually work?" Yi Yeyu rushed over and pulled him into a hug. "You brat you," Lin Huang called out, senior with a red face. Yi Zheng asked Lin Huang, "Was that a divine art you just used?" Lin Huang stammered. That's a bit hard to explain." Yi Zheng immediately frowned. "Having a little skill and you already look down on your seniors?" Yi Yeyu hurriedly waved her hands to play peacemaker. "Brother, he didn't mean it that way." Yi Zheng glanced at her. He remained silent. After a moment he shook his head helplessly. "Truly a grown daughter cannot be kept at home." Yi Yeyu shouted, "Brother," in embarrassed annoyance. Lin Huang still didn't understand what had passed between the siblings. Just then a voice rang out. "Interesting, truly interesting." Lin Huang turned toward the sound. Yi Yeyu's brow furrowed. "This aura," Yi Zheng gritted his teeth, finally showing itself. A man in a black cloak stood on the cliff speaking slowly. "I didn't expect to encounter a descendant of a true god here." Lin Huang pointed at himself, bewildered. "Descendant of a true god, me?" Yi Yeyu drew her weapon, fully on guard. "It was the transcendental monster." Zula looked up. "Is that the transcendental monster?" Yu Guang murmured. "I can feel a suffocating pressure." Wang Lan crouched slightly and said, "The transcendental hunters haven't arrived yet. What do we do?" The transcendental monster pulled back his hood, revealing a look of disdain. "Even transcendental hunters are nothing but defeated foes to me." He looked at Yi Zheng, Lin Huang, and Yi Yeyu, continuing, "However, I can give you a chance to live." The monster's expression turned eerie. "Hand that brat over to me and I'll let everyone here go. What do you think? This trade is a guaranteed profit for you." The transcendental monster looked down at the crowd from his height. His gaze was locked on Lin Huang, and the crowd below began to stir, whispering, exchanging one person for 200,000 lives. Is that a bad deal? Yi Yeyu frowned. Trading Lin Huang for everyone's life. Yi Zheng said Lin Huang was almost certainly a descendant of a true god. By fusing with the flesh and blood of the divine race, the transcendental monster would have hope of evolving into one of them. The monster flicked out a long snake-like tongue, speaking clearly. The transcendental hunters coming for support have been lured away by my clones. They won't be back for a while. If you want to live, hand him over quickly, otherwise Yu Guang and the others turned pale. They heard the monster say, the 20,000 people here aren't even enough for a snack. Xiao He stood beside Lin Huang with arms crossed and said, I don't think they'll refuse such a lucrative deal. Lin Huang frowned and asked, is there any other way to deal with this monster? Xiao He turned to him. With your current strength, the death rate against a transcendental enemy is 100. The power gap is too large, there's no way. Suddenly they heard Yi Yeyu speak. I agree, Yi Zheng cried out in disbelief. Xiao Yu, Yi Yeyu stepped forward and told the transcendental monster, exchanging one person for 200,000, I agree. Lin Huang's face turned green. Crap, no way. Just like that. Beside him, Xiao He began to fade. Bye-bye, I'll remember you forever. Yi Yeyu looked up at the monster. Since he's about to die, I only ask for one last minute to say a few words to him. Is that all right? The monster flicked its tongue at her. What tricks could you possibly play right under my nose? I'll give you 1 minute. Yi Yeyu turned back, saying as she passed Yi Zheng, brother, come with me and bear witness. Yi Zheng was confused. What are you doing? Yi Yeyu didn't answer, pulling him along. She walked up to Lin Huang and naturally pulled Yi Zheng to her side. Then she reached out and took Lin Huang's hands. She said to him, Lin Huang, though we've only known each other for a few days, I deeply admire your courage, character, and ability. Yi Zheng and Lin Huang's eyes widened. Is she about to confess? Yi Ye's face was covered in tears as she bowed her head. I'm afraid we won't meet again after this parting, so I must let you know my feelings. Her voice was steady. Thank you for appearing in my life. Her lips moved slightly. And please forgive my final selfishness. No sooner had she spoken than a gate of light appeared behind Lin Huang and Yi Zheng. Yi Yeyu reached out and pushed them both backward. Lin Huang shouted, Senior, while Yi Zheng cried, Xiao Yu. Yi Yeyu stood her ground, looking at them with a smile. I entrust the future of humanity to the two of you. The transcendental monster gritted its teeth. You brat! It lunged forward with a strike. Lin Huang and Yi Zheng watched tensely. The blow shattered the spatial gate behind them. A massive explosion rang out and a bolt of lightning pierced through Yi Ye's chest. Yi Zheng screamed in horror. Xiao Yu. Yi Yeyu cursed under her breath, damn it, and fell to the ground. Yi Zheng and Lin Huang rushed over. Xiao Yu, hold on. Her lips moved slightly as she called out, brother. She struggled to look at Yi Zheng. I'm sorry, I don't think I can make it. Lin Huang stood up abruptly, turning back to face the transcendental monster. You beast! The monster's body began to transform. Weak, foolish humans, I granted you a boon, yet you dare return my kindness with enmity. Its head split open as the monster roared. Die, die, die! In the next second, a giant serpent with incredibly hard scales burst from its head. Die, all of you! The transcendental monster hovered above everyone. Yu Guang trembled all over. It's over. The monster's gone berserk. The monster opened its massive maw and an attack shot out. Spiritual energy transformed into ropes, binding Lin Huang tightly. The monster immediately dragged him toward itself, Lin Huang's screams echoing in the air. Let go of me, Yi Zheng shouted after him. He was pinned in the air, his face contorted in pain, nearly unable to breathe. Lin Huang's eyes rolled back. I'm dead. Transmigrators really do get their lunchboxes easier than the natives. The transcendental monster opened its bloody maw and swallowed Lin Huang whole. Accept your end. Yi Zheng and the others watched with wide eyes, unable to believe it. In her subconscious, Yi Yeyu murmured his name. Lin Huang, the monster said. Become one with me. Suddenly its eyes widened. The monster's body froze in midair, its consciousness in a state of chaos. What's happening? I can't move. Suddenly a small vortex appeared behind it, and a hand reached out from within. That hand slowly extended forward. The transcendental monster looked up, its eyes bulging. In the next second that hand slapped the monster straight into the ground. The monster's mouth flew open, spitting Lin Huang out. Lin Huang was suddenly in a free fall, crashing heavily to the ground as the giant hand retracted. The transcendental monster roared, I am a transcendental. I'm only one step away from the god domain. I cannot end here. No sooner had it spoken than the hand, which hadn't yet fully pulled away, slapped it across the head again. Reeling from another heavy blow, the monster spat out a mouthful of blood and scrambled to flee. If it didn't run now, it truly wouldn't make it out alive. Suddenly a voice called out, Mr. Lin. Lin Huang froze. That voice, he turned around to see the massive silhouette of the Ice King. Recognizing the newcomers, Lin Huang shouted in pleasant surprise, Miss Shui Luo? Both the Ice King and Shui Luo were there. Lin Huang hurried toward them, asking, I thought you had already left. The Ice King spoke first. Actually, my master was worried, so we came back specifically to check on you. Shui Luo scolded. Ice King, less chatter. Lin Huang said joyfully. Thank you both. If you hadn't stepped in, everyone might have. Halfway through, he turned back in a panic. Right, I shouldn't let them see me. Shui Luo said softly. Don't worry. She looked toward Zula and the others, who were fast asleep, and explained, I cast a spell just now. They're all sleeping. The two of them turned to look at the transcendental monster pinned under the pile of rubble. Shui Luo reached out and materialized its spirit soul. I owe you a life. Before I repay that debt, I wouldn't feel right leaving. With that, she opened her palm and handed the item within to Lin Huang. This is the undying black snake. You can take it into your life wheel and nurture it well. In Shui Luo's hand was a small snake curled in slumber. It could be refined once he reached the transcendental rank. It possessed a trace of dragon bloodline within and would become a powerful combat soul. Lin Huang suddenly turned to her with a serious expression. Miss Shui Luo, please save my friend. Shui Luo looked at Yi Yeyu and asked, is she your friend? Lin Huang said nervously. I know you haven't concerned yourself with the world for 700 years and it is rude of me to ask for help, but she was severely injured specifically to save me. After hearing this, Shui Luo didn't answer immediately, her hand instinctively tightening around the small snake. She turned to ask Lin Huang, to reshape her life wheel I would need at least a transcendental rank soul. Are you willing to give up this beast soul with the dragon bloodline just to save her? Lin Huang nodded firmly. Of course, saving a life is the priority. Shui Luo gave a radiant smile, and in the next second she tossed the small snake toward Lin Huang. I was just teasing you. I have other beast souls here that can help her reshape her life wheel. The Ice King then reached out to protect Yi Yeyu, watching her intently as she lay there. Shui Luo walked closer and knelt beside Yi Yeyu to begin the treatment. With a wave of her hand, a small bird appeared out of thin air and Yi Yeyu's body began to glow. The bird merged into her spirit soul and a formation opened beneath her. Lin Huang asked with concern, will she be okay? Shui Luo smoothed her hair and nodded gently. She will be fine once she wakes up, Lin Huang said with a smile. I cannot thank you enough for this kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Shui Luo said flatly, there might not be a chance. After staying in this world for so many years, it's time for me to go back. Lin Huang asked, are you leaving? Shui Luo didn't answer, instead taking a step closer to Lin Huang. Her hair ornament accidentally brushed against his face and he tilted his head slightly to avoid it as he heard her say, lastly, I want to ask you one thing. Shui Luo reached out and placed her hand on Lin Huang's chest. Mr. Lin, she looked up at him, her gaze serious as she asked, do you believe in love? Shui Luo watched Lin Huang's face intently. Lin Huang remained silent, his cheeks slightly flushed as he waited for her to speak. Shui Luo asked him if he believed in love. Lin Huang stammered, this question. He thought to himself that she might still be troubled by the past. Lin Huang took a deep breath and spoke. Love, he continued seriously, it's probably something that happens regardless of whether you believe in it or not. Lin Huang looked at Shui Luo, don't dwell on right or wrong. No matter the outcome, no one has the right to deny the sincerity you once gave. Shui Luo was stunned, including by the one who had failed her. Lin Huang took her hand, praising that a woman like her who loves and hates boldly and can let go of what she takes up is truly beautiful and strong. He said with a smile, even if you aren't a god, you are as brilliant as the sun in my eyes. Shui Luo looked a bit dazed. Mr. Lin, she brushed her hair and turned her face away. Hearing Lin Huang say this, she felt a sense of closure. She told Lin Huang, now I can bid farewell to the mortal realm without regrets. Thank you, sir. I owe you another favor. Lin Huang waved it off. No, it's I who should thank you. The Ice King stepped forward and said to Shui Luo, Master, everything is ready. Shui Luo pointed to the person in the Ice King's arms and said, this person came to support everyone, but the Transcendental Hunter was lured away by the monsters. She looked at the Transcendental Hunter and said, I will modify everyone's memories. When they wake up, they will believe this hunter was the one who resolved the monsters and the tide. All the credit goes to him, understood? Lin Huang nodded. I understand. You're afraid that if people think I'm a descendant of the divine race, it will cause trouble, right? Shui Luo smiled at him. Sir, we must leave. Take care. A vortex of ice and snow formed in the sky, opening a small path. Lin Huang looked up at her in farewell. Goodbye, Shui Luo. Shui Luo looked back at him. Until we meet again, Mr. Lin. Lin Huang watched the retreating backs of the Ice King and Shui Luo and let out a sigh, thinking they would likely never meet again. Just then, Yi Yeyu suddenly opened her eyes with a groan. Yi Zheng, who was sitting nearby, rushed forward. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Yi Yeyu looked at him. Brother, what happened? Yi Zheng said with a smile. Luckily, a transcendental hunter arrived just in time and killed the monster. The crisis is over and everyone is saved. Though the tremor from the monster's fall knocked everyone unconscious, fortunately there were no casualties. Yi Yeyu was stunned. That's wonderful, but in her heart she felt something was off. She felt as if she had died once, and that someone had saved her in the darkness where her consciousness vanished. Her gaze swept over the crowd cheering around the transcendental hunter, and then turned toward Lin Huang in the distance, silently calling his name. Lin Huang, Yi Yeyu was in a daze, thinking absent-mindedly, as if she had forgotten something very important. As night fell, back at Lin Huang's home in Stronghold 7D101, he stood at Lin Xin's bedroom door and breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally made it back alive. Lin Huang pushed the door open to see that Lin Xin was already fast asleep. He decided it was too late to disturb her. She had school tomorrow after all. Returning to his own room, Lin Huang collapsed onto his bed with a long sigh. Xiao He floated in the air looking at him. I didn't expect you to return in one piece. Lin Huang, lying spread eagle, replied, Don't remind me. I'm pretty surprised myself. He grinned at Xiao He. I've already registered on the hunter list and completed the mission within the time limit. Time for the reward, right? Xiao He sat cross-legged in the air, pulled out a golden card, and handed it to him. I thought I might get a more reliable master. Here, your system reward, a flawless card. Using this card allows for a one-time self-repair. It can completely eliminate all hidden dangers in your body, including but not limited to issues with your lifespan, life wheel and bloodline. Lin Huang was ecstatic. This was a real treasure. Beside him, Xiao He reminded him, "Save it for yourself. It can save your life at a critical moment." Unexpectedly, Lin Huang smiled and refused. He replied, "No, I have another use for this card." Xiao He squinted at him. "The flawless card can repair all physical defects. Are you sure you don't want to keep it to save your own life?" Lin Huang gripped two cards. "My life wheel has already been fixed by Shui Luo, so it's not a problem for now, but I need to ensure my odds in battle." Lin Huang waved his hand to summon Bai, intending to repair its bloodline and clear the septic factor that was fatal to the bloodthirster species so that it could perform better in combat. He looked down at the flawless card, thinking that as an Imperial censor, the best way to protect his own life was to cultivate a powerful and flawless monster, right? After thinking it over, Xiao He nodded. "That makes sense." In the next second, Lin Huang crushed the flawless card in his hand. Bai's body immediately began to repair itself. After absorbing the card's energy, a surge of powerful strength erupted from within it. Xiao He's jaw dropped in surprise. It actually worked. It rubbed its chin and smiled. "I'll have to find some septic factor to test later. I've never seen this method of modifying monsters before." Just as it finished speaking, it turned to find Lin Huang had already fallen fast asleep. Xiao He grumbled annoyedly. "Recall Bai before you sleep at least." Early the next morning, Lin Xin's scream echoed through the house. "Brother, you're back?" She lunged forward and hugged Lin Huang tightly. Lin Huang replied, "I got back in the middle of the night. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you." Lin Xin spoke rapidly. "I was so worried. It's so good to have you back safe. I'm so happy, brother." Before she could finish, someone interrupted. "Is this your sister?" Lin Huang and Lin Xin looked up at the screen. Yi Zheng smiled and complimented, "Very cute." Lin Xin's face flushed red and she scrambled upstairs. "You jerk, why didn't you tell me sooner that you were on a video call with the famous Lord Yi Zheng?" Lin Huang calmly took a sip of water. "That girl is always in such a rush." Once Lin Xin was gone, Yi Zheng turned serious. "Business first. Lin Huang, are you sure you want to choose the six-armed demoness as your life seed?" Lin Huang replied. "I've researched over a dozen blade-type life seeds and only the ghost hand of the six-armed demoness meets my requirements." The system then displayed the life seed information. The ghost hand talent effects included: Level 1 increases finger flexibility by 10, dual arm attack speed by 10, and arm bone flexibility by 10. Each subsequent evolution increases these by 10, reaching 40 after 3 evolutions. Method of acquisition: kill a six-armed demoness. Yi Zheng also opened the files on his end to check. True, the ghost hand can indeed strengthen blade and gun techniques. However, the six-armed demoness is one of the most dangerous monsters in the Black Iron rank. I don't recommend choosing it as a hunting target. The system popped up info. Name six-armed demoness. Species: undead. Combat power: Black Iron rank 3. Common skills: heartbreaking finger, soul-snatching talent. Distribution area: Forest of Forgetfulness, Ghost Domain. Lin Huang fell into deep thought. Currently there was no more suitable life seed in the Black Iron rank. To increase his strength in a short time he had to choose it. Yi Zheng said, "This is one of the few videos recording an adventure team's encounter with a six-armed demoness. It's not too late to decide after you watch it." Lin Huang nodded. "All right." Just then Lin Xin's voice came from behind. "Brother, I'm going to school." Dressed in her school uniform, Lin Xin looked youthful and bright. She waved to Yi Zheng. "Lord Yi Zheng, I'm Lin Xin. I'll greet you formally next time we meet." Beside her, Lin Huang looked bewildered. "Wait, who are you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, smack! Lin Xin slapped Lin Huang in annoyance and ran off. Lin Huang sighed at the screen. Girls grow up and their hearts wander. "Brother Yi Zheng, you really are the 11th ranked hunter, a true idol for countless young girls." Yi Zheng gave an awkward laugh, then turned solemn. "Right, Xiao Yu asked me to give you her regards." Lin Huang was puzzled. "Why didn't Senior call me herself?" Yi Zheng avoided the topic. "I have business to attend to, so I'll be going. Decide after you watch the video." The screen went dark. Lin Huang frowned and thought, what is Senior busy with that she doesn't even have time for a phone call? He opened the system panel and stared at the person in the video who was instantly killed. Lin Huang's heart tightened. What is this? In the video, the six-armed demoness systematically dismantled the adventure team. The footage was extremely intense. Lin Huang's pupils shrank. Such terrifying speed, each arm can fight independently, and its trajectory is completely unpredictable. Watching its afterimages in the video, he murmured, in less than a minute all 6 adventure team members were dead. Total annihilation. In the footage, the six-armed demoness turned its head slightly, its eyes glowing red behind its mask, revealing a sinister smile. Lin Huang froze. Can I really defeat it? At Stronghold 7C87, Ba Chi City, Lin Huang moved through the crowd alone. Although the path ahead was uncertain, he had decided to head to the Forest of Forgetfulness to find the demoness. After all, he relied on the system to level up, and choosing his primary monster was crucial. Lin Huang stopped before a giant pillar reaching toward the sky. After considering his options, he decided to go to the Forest of Forgetfulness. The fastest way was by crystal airship. Only large strongholds like Ba Chi City had airship docks. Suddenly, a wild wind blew. Lin Huang shielded his face and looked up, his eyes widening in shock. In the sky was a massive crystal airship, literally blotting out the sun. The airship landed at the tower, and Lin Huang followed the flow of people to board, finding room 298. He collapsed onto the bed with a look of pure satisfaction. He murmured to himself, "The airship has 11 floors and includes food and lodging. No wonder the tickets are so expensive. Just consider it broadening my horizons." Lin Huang turned over and opened the system. He heard that passengers on the 11th floor were all either rich or noble. "Next time I strike it rich, I'll have to try it out," the system broadcasted the news. The water monster incident in Snowy Mountain Town has sparked heated discussion. The feat of the transcendental hunter saving 200,000 lives is being hailed as a miracle. Images of Zula, Wang Lan and Yu Guang appeared on the screen. The announcer continued. In this great battle, many youths who had not yet become transcendental hunters also stepped forward. Reporters have learned that it is precisely because of these heroes who do not fear death that a large number of civilians were able to survive. Lin Huang laughed and cursed. "Not bad, you guys. You look pretty good on camera." The news continued, but it also mentioned some discordant elements from the Snowy Mountain Town incident. Bai Yan's face appeared on the screen. According to reliable sources, the highly anticipated genius Imperial censor Bai Yan not only refused to join forces with others but also spoke arrogantly and mocked them. Lin Huang remarked, "Tisk tisk." In the footage, Bai Yan was besieged by reporters. As the eldest son of the 16th generation of an Imperial censor family, his behavior had left the public extremely disappointed. Bai Yan stared intensely at the camera while the host's voice echoed and a tide of negative comments online submerged him. Lin Huang sighed. "No matter which world you're in, no one can escape cyberbullying." Suddenly the scene changed. Bai Yan vanished and was replaced by Yin Yihang's face, crying his eyes out. Lin Huang's heart skipped a beat. "You fat bastard, you're actually alive." He was startled. Lin Huang quickly laughed and said to Yin Yihang, "That's exactly what I should be saying. I told you to wait for me, and when I turned around you were nowhere to be found." Yihang cried, "Wasn't I trying to help you?" Truly a sincere heart fed to the dogs. Yihang wiped his tears. "I only found out you were alive after asking Instructor Yi. She gave me your contact info." "Then why didn't you contact me?" Lin Huang scratched his head. "You know how things were in Snowy Mountain Town. It was busy and chaotic and I just plain forgot." Yin Yihang pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere and looked at him with teary eyes, his tone heart-wrenching. "And to think I was constantly worried about you. I even set up a memorial tablet for you, and would light a stick of incense every time I missed you." Lin Huang barked a piss off at him, after which Yin Yihang dropped the playful act and asked seriously, "Real talk, Instructor Yi said you chose a 6-armed demoness as your life seed monster. Is that true or false?" Lin Huang replied confidently, "It's true. I've already boarded a crystal airship. If all goes well, I'll be near the Forest of Forgetfulness by tomorrow afternoon." Yin Yihang said worriedly, "Are you sure about this? That kind of monster is top tier even among Black Iron ranks. Even bronze hunters wouldn't dare provoke one lightly." Lin Huang nodded. "I know, I've watched many combat videos. They are indeed troublesome, but I have a way to deal with them." Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Yin Yihang sighed. "Since you're so persistent, there's nothing more I can do," Lin Huang asked, puzzled. "You've been acting strange today. What's really going on?" Yin Yihang answered dejectedly. "It's Instructor Yi. She contacted me herself. She gave me your contact info," Yin Yihang's voice came through, "and told me to convince you to give up on the 6-armed demoness." Lin Huang was surprised. "Senior, why didn't she call me herself?" Yin Yihang replied. "She said her brother already tried to talk you out of it and you wouldn't listen, so she figured her words would be useless and wanted me to try. By the way, who is her brother?" Before Lin Huang could answer, the crystal airship suddenly lurched violently. Lin Huang snapped his head up. "What was that sound?" he hurriedly said to Yin Yihang on the other end. "Gotta hang up, talk to you later." Yin Yihang shouted from behind, "Hey wait!" Lin Huang quickly opened the door and rushed into the hallway. He could feel the ship vibrating intensely. The crystal airship was under attack. People from other rooms rushed out in a panic, whispering frantically, "What was that loud explosion? Under attack, are you joking? What kind of monster could attack this flying iron beast?" Before they could speculate further, an emergency announcement came over the broadcast. "We are encountering a swarm of birds ahead. For your safety, please do not stay on the deck and return to your rooms immediately." Lin Huang gritted his teeth, thinking, "You've got to be kidding me." Outside the window, a massive swarm of giant birds was sweeping toward them. Lin Huang muttered irritably, "Why do I run into monster tides everywhere I go?" The birds circling outside were a species called swift gale sparrows. They had wingspans of up to 2 meters and incredibly sharp talons capable of easily lifting prey weighing over 300 kilograms, usually appearing in large flocks. The passengers' discussions grew louder, filled with dread. "There are so many. What do we do? I don't want to die." "Swift gale sparrows love eating human brains. If they catch you, you're dead for sure. Don't panic, a crystal airship isn't that easy to destroy." Lin Huang's brow furrowed. Swift gale sparrows, it seemed these were indeed among the most troublesome opponents in the sky. One bird dove toward the ship but slammed into the defense layer. The crowd buzzed. "Don't be afraid, a ship has a protective shield. It's enough to withstand their attacks. Everyone relax." But Lin Huang's brow remained tightly knit. He felt a sense of unease in his heart. People around him continued to comfort each other. "That's right, the safety rating of a crystal airship is as high as 90. Nothing will happen." "Exactly, the sparrows can't even break the defense." Suddenly, Lin Huang's pupils shrank. A massive avian shadow appeared in the sky. He cried out in shock. A golden-armored Sparrow King. The monster charged at the ship like an arrow from a bow. It slammed violently into the defense shield, causing the entire airship to shake uncontrollably. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. I didn't expect a gold rank. Beside him, an old man slumped to the floor, trembling. This is it. The golden-armored Sparrow King is a gold rank monster. The shield will be shattered sooner or later. Lin Huang hurried forward to help the old man up. Careful, are you all right? The old man murmured despairingly. We're dead. Once the shield is gone, the swift gale sparrows will rush in and slaughter everyone on the ship. We'll all become their food. Lin Huang's mind raced. He had to find a way. Even if he wanted to escape with his current strength, there was no way to survive in front of a gold rank monster. Outside, the Sparrow King was frantically battering the ship's defense layer. Lin Huang looked up and let out a shout of surprise. A human figure was actually suspended in the sky, surrounded by energy orbs. He wondered to himself, able to fly, could there be a transcendental hunter on this ship? Once he saw the person's equipment clearly, he realized it wasn't a transcendental, but rather gold-tier flight gear. The old man was overjoyed at the sight. It's Li Yanqing, we're saved. Lin Huang looked confused. Who's that? As Li Yanqing began slaughtering the swift gale sparrows, the old man's voice became exceptionally excited. He's a super expert ranked in the top 5 of the Gold Hunter leaderboard. With him here, we're safe. Li Yanqing gripped his sword hilt and roared. Beast die. He drew his sword and slashed, the sparrows falling to the ground one after another. Li Yanqing stood atop the airship with his blade, and the sparrow swarm instantly retreated in terror. Lin Huang watched somewhat dazed, while the young girls around them showed looks of infatuation. As expected of Li Yanqing, so strong and handsome, how can someone have both such talent and looks? The old man let out a long sigh of relief. We won. Lin Huang gazed at the elegant Li Yanqing in the air, silently marveling. Though he only used one move, that blade technique was exquisite. If it could be converted into a skill card, it would definitely be rare grade. Lin Huang was thrilled. If he could successfully mimic it, he would get skill fragments. He immediately turned and ran off. The old man shouted from behind, Young man, I haven't thanked you yet. Lin Huang looked back with a smile. No need for thanks, I have urgent business, gotta go. Back in front of room 298, Xiao He appeared behind him. You're planning to combine the Great Desolation Blade scripture with Li Yanqing's technique, aren't you? Lin Huang replied. Something like that. Why won't it work? Xiao He gave a cold laugh. It's nowhere near, okay? That bald guy last time intentionally slowed down so you could see the moves clearly, it continued. But this guy just used one move and you want to mimic his entire set? Lin Huang gave a cheeky smile. How will I know if I don't try? He closed his eyes and began to reminisce. As long as he could simulate the momentum of that one move, the probability of obtaining a skill card was very high. He swung his combat blade violently. If once didn't work, he'd try 10 times. If 10 times didn't work, he'd try 100. Lin Huang made up his mind that even if it took thousands of tries, he had to succeed. He muttered to himself, breathless, this is the essence of survival. The long blade in his hand vibrated slightly. Xiao He watched Lin Huang, who was as exhausted as an old ox, and advised, Give up, you've been practicing for 5 hours. Lin Huang, however, raised his long blade once more. He said, Mimicking just the moves won't capture the spirit. What if I bring in a combat simulation? He closed his eyes to think. The 6-armed demoness's attack seemed chaotic, but each strike was lethal. Lin Huang began simulating its attack patterns. The Great Desolation Blade scripture had plenty of raw power but lacked flexibility. The demoness's attacks were like a torrential storm, each strike clean and decisive. Lin Huang's figure flickered as he critiqued in a low voice, Trying to match its speed is just too hard. One mistake and it's game over for both of us. Lin Huang tried to envision a scenario of Bai fighting the demoness. Unless he could find a way to restrict its movement, killing this target monster would be difficult. A summoned beast can help pin it down as long as I deliver the killing blow. Lin Huang's mind raced. If Bai could trap the 6-armed demoness for even 1 second, he would have a chance. Lin Huang held his breath and focused, recalling the spirit of Li Yanqing's strike with all his might. Now he snapped his eyes open and gave a loud shout. For a split second he felt as if he were possessed by Li Yanqing as he slashed down. The blade edge grazed Xiao Hei's body, scaring the cat into leaning back to dodge. This single strike sliced right through the room's floor. A system notification arrived. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 thunderous blade skill fragment. Lin Huang was ecstatic. It worked, Lin Huang shouted excitedly to Xiao Hei. Thunderous blade, Xiao Hei, as long as I collect all the fragments I can get a complete blade skill card, right? Xiao Hei nodded. Theoretically, yes. Lin Huang was full of energy. Then let's keep going. At Stronghold 7C82, Lin Huang walked around like a ghost. Xiao Hei was scolding him irritably from the side. You spent a fortune compensating the ship for the floor damage, and in the end you got nothing but a single fragment. Lin Huang muttered dejectedly. Stop nagging, stop nagging. If you just give me more time, I'll definitely collect them all. Xiao Hei asked him. Planning to head to the Forest of Forgetfulness now? Lin Huang looked back and answered. The Forest of Forgetfulness is 3,000 kilometers from here, and there's not even a small stronghold nearby. I can't get in on my own. In the Hunter Association Hall, he planned to find an adventure team led by at least a silver rank expert to travel with. The receptionist told him with a smile, I just found a team for you preparing to head to the forest. They leave tonight and expect to stay for about a week. Lin Huang asked in surprise, Tonight? That's quite a rush, the receptionist laughed. You're in luck. The leader of this small team is a gold rank expert who just happens to be heading to the forest for a mission. They can take you along. If you miss this trip, the next one won't be for another 12 days, the receptionist added. Of course, you could also consider hiring a private adventure team, but the cost would definitely be much higher. Lin Huang wanted to cry but had no tears. No need, the compensation for the airship floor already bled me dry. Lin Huang signed his name on the form, the receptionist said. The travel fee is 200,000 credits. The guard team is only responsible for taking you into the Forest of Forgetfulness and does not guarantee your safety afterward. If everything is in order, please sign here. Lin Huang nodded. Understood. How do I contact the leader? The receptionist picked up the form and smiled. Once the payment is processed, the leader will contact you. Please rest assured. After leaving the hall, Xiaohei asked him, have you thought this through? The Forest of Forgetfulness is a place of narrow escapes. Lin Huang answered. The leader of this team is a gold rank. At least I'll take it one step at a time. If I don't get a life seed monster, I'll be dead sooner or later anyway. Suddenly, his communication ring vibrated. He said in surprise, that was fast, the message read. Departing at 9 p.m. tonight, meet at the Stronghold South Gate. Lin Huang muttered excitedly to himself, few words but big business, very decisive. This gold rank leader must be a reliable tough guy. Xiaohei looked disdainful. I suggest you don't get your hopes up too high. Arriving at the South Gate of Stronghold 7C82, Lin Huang stood there alone like an idiot. Strange, why don't I see anyone? Did I arrive early? Just then, a female voice came from behind. Are you the one coming with us to the Forest of Forgetfulness? He looked back to see a red-haired woman walking over with two burly men. The woman spoke. I am the leader, Lang Yuexin. If you want to stay alive in the Forest of Forgetfulness, you must obey orders absolutely. Lin Huang was stunned. The leader is a woman? Facing Lang Yuexin's inquiry, Lin Huang nodded blankly. Yes, I'm Lin Huang. Lang Yuexin crossed her arms and said to him. You read the agreement clearly when you signed it, right? We are only responsible for bringing you into the forest, she continued coldly. Once inside, we have our own mission. You'll be on your own. Just then, someone walked over and patted Lang Yuexin on the shoulder. Wait. Li Yanqing stepped forward with a smile. Actually, we have a special mission in the forest this time. We shouldn't have taken any accompanying personnel, but there was a delay due to an equipment issue. I'm truly sorry. Lin Huang looked at him in shock. Li Yanqing, why was he here too? Li Yanqing said to Lin Huang. I hope you can withdraw from this operation, as bringing an outsider is really inconvenient. Of course, we will pay you compensation. Lin Huang hesitated. He thought to himself, if I follow Li Yanqing, I might be able to steal some of his blade techniques. Lin Huang looked at Li Yanqing, but the man clearly didn't want to bring him along, which made it difficult. Before Lin Huang could speak, Li Yanqing continued, we can compensate you with a sum of money, enough for you to hire a specialized adventure team. Lin Huang was stunned by this generosity. Li Yanqing continued to persuade him, if you follow us, we'll eventually have to go our separate ways anyway. If you hire a team, they can not only take you in but also help you find your target. Lin Huang opened his mouth to speak. I can. Before he could finish, Xiaohei suddenly covered his mouth. Xiaohei held up a mission card. Congratulations, you've triggered a special mission. System content, enter the Forest of Forgetfulness with Lang Yuexin. After promoting to Black Iron rank, return to Wuyu City with Lang Yuexin. Time limit 15 days. Lin Huang was speechless. Another special mission. What are the rewards and punishments? Xiaohei crossed its arms and answered flatly. Completion within the time limit rewards 1 upgrade card. Failure will result in the random deduction of 1 existing monster card. Lin Huang fell into deep thought. It seemed he had no choice this time. I have to follow them in, even if I have to be thick-skinned about it. If he lost Tyrant or Bai, he would be completely finished. Li Yanqing spoke. Little brother, since you've agreed to the compensation plan, let us part ways here. Lin Huang suddenly retorted loudly. Who said I agreed? Li Yanqing was startled by this sudden change of face. But just now you clearly. But he didn't finish, simply looking at Lin Huang silently. After a long while, Li Yanqing spoke. Are you sure? You'll follow us even if the road ahead is uncertain? Lin Huang nodded firmly. The contract is signed, there's no reason to quit halfway, he thought to himself. So eager to kick me out, it seems your goal isn't simple either. Lang Yuexin walked straight past Lin Huang. Since you're here, let's go together. She looked back and urged, stop dawdling. Lin Huang replied excitedly, yes, Captain. One of Li Yanqing's subordinates whispered, young master. Li Yanqing waved him off to be quiet. Forget it. As long as we bring him into the forest, it'll be fine. The person beside him bowed and acknowledged. Night fell as the moon hung high. A lizard was napping on a rock when a sudden gale swept past. It was a massive gold-rank flying mount. Lin Huang and Lang Yuexin rode upon it. He marveled, 3,000 kilometers covered in half an hour by a gold-rank mount. Truly impressive. He glanced back at Li Yanqing and his group on their mounts, thinking these 4 must all be from aristocratic families, otherwise where would they get such immense wealth? Li Yanqing glared gloomily at Lin Huang from behind. Even from a distance, Lin Huang could feel his displeasure. He thought it was funny. So bitter. Could it be that young Master Li has feelings for Miss Lang? Up ahead, Lang Yuexin asked, what are you doing in the Forest of Forgetfulness? Lin Huang replied, I want to use this opportunity to promote to Black Iron rank. The life seed monster I've chosen is the 6-armed demoness. Hearing this, Lang Yuexin was startled. She looked back at Lin Huang. The six-armed demoness, why choose that kind of monster with your strength? One slip up and you'll lose your life. Lin Huang scratched his head with an awkward smile. It's fine, if I really can't kill it, I'll consider changing targets. I have to try first, right? Lang Yuexin replied, it's on the way anyway. We'll drop you at the core area. As for the rest, you're on your own. Lin Huang hurriedly responded. That's wonderful. Thank you, Captain. Li Yanqing, following behind, was about to explode with rage. Lin Huang pondered to himself. It looks like I'll have to keep playing the third wheel for a while longer. Just then, someone shouted that the Forest of Forgetfulness was straight ahead. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, startling Lang Yuexin. The roar sent a shiver down Lin Huang's spine. The sound was coming from deep within the forest. The closer they got, the louder the roars became. Dong Qing shouted, it's a gold-rank monster. The group landed at the edge of the Forest of Forgetfulness. Lin Huang looked around and remarked that the sound didn't seem far away at all. The subordinate wearing sunglasses who was trailing Li Yanqing spoke up. Miss Lang, now that we've brought him here, our escort mission is half finished. There's no need to keep dragging him along, is there? The man beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly. Once we finish our mission, if he's still alive, we can just pick him up on the way back. Lang Yuexin looked at them coldly and said, since it's on the way, we'll take him a bit further. The Forest of Forgetfulness is teeming with monsters he can't handle. The guy in sunglasses wanted to persist, but Li Yanqing stopped him. Since we're traveling together, we should ensure his safety along the way. Li Yanqing said with a smile, Miss Lang is right, it won't cost us much time. Lang Yuexin walked straight ahead, signaling for the group to continue. Lin Huang looked back at Li Yanqing, his mouth twitching slightly. This guy is incredibly calculating. After walking for a while, they came across a struggling dragon. Lin Huang frowned. It's a dragon species. Li Yanqing noted, that's the one that was roaring just now. Lang Yuexin nodded, explaining that this was the appearance of a gold-armored dragon after a single mutation known as a red gold-armored dragon. She frowned, adding, among gold-rank monsters, it's considered an Overlord-level adversary. Li Yanqing clicked his tongue in regret, wishing they had an Imperial censor with them. Otherwise they could have tamed and sealed it. Lin Huang listened quietly to their conversation, but the murmurs of the two subordinates drifted from behind. A noob like you who hasn't even reached the Black Iron rank, trying to fight a red gold-armored dragon? You wouldn't even be enough to fill the cracks between its teeth. Lin Huang looked back at the two. The man in sunglasses mocked. A 3-star red gold-armored dragon has strength rivaling the top 100 on the Gold Hunter leaderboard. Only Miss Lang and young Master Li can handle it. Lin Huang felt a surge of secret disdain. If you two charge in, wouldn't you just be giving your lives away for nothing? Li Yanqing spoke up. Since we don't have an Imperial censor to tame it, we have no choice but to. He paused, a smug smile crossing his face. Kill it. Nearby, the red gold-armored dragon seemed to sense the intruders. It snapped its eyes open and let out a furious roar at Lin Huang's group. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. This terrifying pressure, forget fighting, even moving is a struggle. Lang Yuexin began. But before she could finish, Li Yanqing interrupted her. How could I let a lady do the heavy lifting? I'll handle this. Lin Huang watched from the side, making a mental note. Young Master Li is really peacocking today, eager to show off. Li Yanqing drew his long blade and said, wait a moment. I'll settle this immediately. The red gold-armored dragon pounced at them with the speed of light, and Li Yanqing charged forward to meet it, refusing to be outdone. Lin Huang and the subordinates stood together, chatting intermittently. As expected of a gold-rank overlord monster. Never mind getting bitten, just being near it was life-threatening. This intense pressure was truly suffocating. Lin Huang stammered. Is he going to be okay taking it on head-on like that? Lang Yuexin, standing nearby, appeared much more composed. She crossed her arms and said calmly, don't be nervous. Lin Huang grew anxious. How can I not be? That's a gold-rank overlord. Lang Yuexin countered. So what? Her gaze fell on the red gold-armored dragon charging toward them as she uttered 3 words that carried the weight of a mountain. Li Yanqing. Li Yanqing's lips curled upward. I've been waiting for you. The dragon opened its massive maw, intending to swallow Li Yanqing whole. But he flickered out of sight, instantly appearing right above its head. Lin Huang looked up and cried out in shock. Teleportation? Li Yanqing let out a cold snort, and a strike as fast as lightning slashed directly into the red gold-armored dragon's neck. Lin Huang's eyes widened. Another slash followed and he was completely stunned. Too fast, I can't even see the moves. The dragon crashed to the ground and Li Yanqing's silhouette emerged from the swirling dust. Lin Huang watched him with admiration. Once he saw Li Yanqing clearly, he realized, this guy really is incredibly strong. As Li Yanqing walked past Lin Huang, he even teased, legs gone weak? Don't be afraid, keep moving. Lin Huang was fuming at the disdain, inwardly cursing, no matter how strong he is, it doesn't change the fact that I hate him. Lang Yuexin, Li Yanqing and the rest continued forward. Lin Huang trailed behind, taking one last look at the red gold-armored dragon before leaving. What a shame I don't have a dragon slayer skill. He felt a trace of regret. Otherwise he could have collected fragments to synthesize a dragon card. Just then a system notification arrived. Dying mutated blood dragon discovered. Meets the fusion criteria for the host's undying black snake beast soul. Proceed with beast soul fusion to generate a new blood dragon monster card. The system sent the notification to Lin Huang. Do you wish to fuse the beast souls to generate a new blood dragon card? Lin Huang was overjoyed. There's such a good thing. He raised his hand and shouted to Lang Yuexin and the others. Captain Lang, you guys go on ahead. I have an emergency. I need to go find a place to relieve myself. Lang Yuexin was worried about the danger here, but Li Yanqing pulled her away. It's fine, let's head out first. Li Yanqing's subordinate mocked. He's definitely planning to wait for the dragon to die so he can scavenge. For a poor kid like him, those materials could be traded for a lot of money, the blonde added. If the smell of blood draws in other monsters, he'll have to bear the consequences himself. Beside the red gold armored dragon's corpse, Lin Huang asked, Xiao He, how do I merge them? Xiao He appeared and answered, touch it with your hand and establish a connection with the undying black snake beast soul within you. Lin Huang reached out to touch the dragon's body and asked, I just have to touch it like this? As soon as he made contact, he felt a change. I can feel it. The soul of the undying black snake was awakening. The red gold armored dragon's body began to mutate, its scales peeling away. While Lin Huang was attempting to fuse the two beast souls, Xiao He spoke from the side. The undying black snake possesses dragon blood, and its compatibility with the red gold armored dragon's beast soul is extremely high. Shui Luo has given you a magnificent gift. A new card took shape. Lin Huang rubbed his head and shouted in excitement, Blue Epic, it's actually a blue epic. Lin Huang was ecstatic. Undying Drake, this is insane. The card information displayed. Undying Drake, rarity, epic. Monster type is a junior blood dragon species with a combat rank of 3-star black iron. Skill 1, junior black dragon flame. Skill 2, dragon awe. Skill 3, junior rapid regeneration. Skill 4, junior elemental immunity. Skill 5, absolute defense. Summoning permission has been activated. Remarks, when the monster reaches the transcendental rank, it will automatically evolve into the adult state Undying Black Dragon. Evaluated as having extremely high cultivation value. Lin Huang looked at the card in his hand and asked Xiao He, what does junior blood dragon species mean? Xiao He replied, this is classified according to the concentration of dragon blood. Those with low concentration are called sub-dragons, while those with high concentration are true blood dragon species. Xiao He explained, blood dragons are incredibly powerful. Based on concentration, they are divided into junior, intermediate, advanced, and pure blood. Rarities correspond to epic, legendary, mythical, and super god. Lin Huang was shocked. There's actually a super god rarity. Lin Huang laughed. Shui Luo had said that powerful beast souls had great potential, and she was right. Xiao He asked if he wanted to draw a skill. If not, it was going to sleep. Lin Huang hurriedly raised his hand. Yes, draw it now, Lin Huang muttered. I hope I get rapid regeneration. Xiao He replied, random draw complete. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, absolute defense. Lin Huang instantly felt like a deflated balloon. Xiao He mocked him. A jinx is a jinx. You really thought you could turn your luck around? The system sent the skill details. Absolute defense junior. Passive skill. Withstands the vast majority of physical attacks and automatically negates 50 of attack effects. Lin Huang clenched his fist. Not bad either, it perfectly fits the melee path I've chosen. After completing the beast soul fusion, Lin Huang rushed back to the group. Xiao He chatted as they walked. It's a shame the Undying Drake can't be summoned until you reach the Black Iron rank, otherwise we'd have even more confidence in killing the 6-armed demoness. Lin Huang nodded. Alright, stop it, let me savor this moment a bit longer, Lin Huang called out excitedly. Captain Lang, everyone, I'm back. Lin Yuexin cautioned. Don't leave the team again, it's very dangerous here. Lin Huang walked beside her and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Captain. The two traveling with Li Yanqing noticed young Master Li's displeasure and kept complaining that Lin Huang was like a piece of gum they couldn't shake off. Lin Huang asked, Captain Lang, was that red gold armored dragon from earlier a blood dragon species too? Lang Yuexin glanced at him and replied, no, however, the fact that Big Brother Li couldn't kill it in one move suggests its dragon blood concentration exceeded 8. If properly cultivated to the transcendental rank, it might undergo a secondary mutation, reaching 10 concentration and evolving into a sub-dragon species. Lin Huang pressed further, then have we ever discovered a true blood dragon species in the 7th district? Lang Yuexin thought for a moment. It seemed there had been one. As they were chatting, Li Yanqing wedged himself between the two. I know a bit about that. Many transcendentals died trying to slay it back then, and it eventually took a demigod to resolve the situation, Li Yanqing said with a smile. Because it involved a demigod, the relevant records have been sealed by the Union government, Lin Huang pondered. So that's how it is, he thought to himself, that his Undying Drake really must be incredibly rare. Li Yanqing's subordinate pointed ahead. We finally arrived. 3 kilometers ahead is the territory of the 6-armed demoness. Little brother, you're on your own from here. Lin Huang's sleeve was tugged as Lang Yuexin spoke. You shouldn't force this. While your primary target is important, there are 3 even stronger targets to choose from later. Don't be too stubborn. Lin Huang smiled politely. Alright, if I can't find it, I'll switch. Though I don't know what your mission is, I wish you all the best. Lang Yuexin nodded with a smile. Thank you. Lin Huang watched them leave and thought, that's the first time I've seen her smile. Captain Lang really is a cold on the outside, warm on the inside kind of girl. He pursed his lips. Then Lin Huang led Bai forward. We're going to hunt the 6-armed demoness. Entering the demoness's territory, thunder and lightning crackled. Looking at the monsters inside, Lin Huang explained to Bai, the 6-armed demoness is an undead type that absorbs surrounding spiritual energy, as expected. He frowned. Its combat power is at its peak during the night. Let's wait until dawn to strike. In the forest, several six-armed demonesses were wandering. Lin Huang said in a low voice, "They're too close together. If we want to survive, we have to find a way to pick them off one by one. Bai, go see if there are any stragglers." The two moved quickly, staying out of the demonesses' sight. Lin Huang looked at the system panel. He needed to kill at least 2 six-armed demonesses to reach the black iron rank, which was no small task. Suddenly, Bai tapped Lin Huang's shoulder. Lin Huang looked up, his pupils shrinking. Standing before them was a six-armed demoness in a purple skirt, completely different from the usual red-skirted ones. He gasped, "A purple skirt, it's a mutated monster." Lin Huang laughed through his sweat. "A 2-on-1 will be tough, but it's also a great opportunity." Lin Huang ordered Bai, "Proceed according to the plan." Bai rushed toward the red-skirted demoness. Lin Huang analyzed, "Six-armed demonesses have no sense of hearing and aren't very alert. As long as we pin one down, we'll have a chance to take out the other." The demoness in front of Bai lunged at him. Lin Huang said loudly, "The weakness is on the mask." Bai flickered through the air, Lin Huang's voice ringing in his ears. "Bai, shatter its mask." The red-skirted demoness expertly used its 6 hands for defense. Lin Huang followed up quickly, commanding Bai, "As long as we can pull off a successful sneak attack, we have a great chance of winning." He flew forward to close in on the mutated demoness. Unexpectedly, it suddenly whipped its head around. Lin Huang cursed. "Damn it!" The demoness quickly unleashed several heavy punches. Lin Huang ducked and dodged, swearing, "Hell, it's a dual physical and magical attacker." The demoness's magic swept through the forest, and Lin Huang hurriedly retreated. Seeing Lin Huang in danger, Bai looked toward him. Lin Huang shouted, "Don't mind me, finish off that one first." Lin Huang drew his gun and fired repeatedly. Bullets struck the demoness's withered arms. It swung all 6 arms simultaneously at Lin Huang. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. "Too dangerous. I can't take it head-on." The 6-armed demoness unleashed a killing move. Suddenly an arm pierced right through Lin Huang's chest. He shouted, "You ugly hag." In the next second, Lin Huang appeared behind it. He mocked, "I'll give it to you if you can catch me." Lin Huang had used the movement skill Snowless Trace. Bai's wings also flapped violently as he successfully locked onto one of the demonesses. He swung his sword at its mask. Lin Huang said, "Settle this one first, then we'll hit the other." However, a second later, the mutated purple-skirted demoness appeared eerily behind him. Both Lin Huang and Bai were startled. An emergency broadcast came from the system. "Warning. Host is under attack. Death rate is 100 within 0.3 seconds. Auto-activating emergency rescue protocol." The card in Lin Huang's hand spun rapidly, searching for a countermeasure. Just as the demoness's claws were about to touch Lin Huang's chest, the system presented an option. Host can use a temporary transformation card. "Use it," Lin Huang roared. "Use it now." The purple-skirted demoness was instantly blasted back. Lin Huang's body underwent a mutation. Spiritual energy behind him transformed into massive wings and his hair turned white. His eyes turned blood red. Lin Huang touched his chest, feeling this surge of power instantly. This is the power of a bloodthirster. The corners of Lin Huang's mouth curled up as he shot forward with a whoosh after his transformation. Lin Huang met the 6-armed demoness head-on. "Didn't expect I could counterattack, did you?" Lin Huang's strike sliced across the demoness's mask. Lin Huang laughed. "It's time to end this." To his surprise, the demoness opened its massive maw, preparing to launch a new round of attacks. The blast sent Lin Huang reeling back. Lin Huang frowned as he dodged, his eyes suddenly widening. The 6-armed demoness before him was transforming into an even higher-tier existence. Lin Huang murmured, "What's happening? What on earth is this thing?" It launched a barrage of fierce attacks at Lin Huang. Lin Huang quickly activated the passive skill Absolute Defense to tank the hits. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. "Even with the transformation card, all my skills are still usable." As the next attack fell, Lin Huang used Snowless Trace to teleport and dodge. Lin Huang's heart was pounding. That was too close. Lin Huang raised his sword and charged again, shouting, "The Great Desolation Blade scripture is nothing to sneeze at." The 6-armed demoness let out a roar, and Lin Huang's heart tightened. "It's actually calling for backup?" The roar of the mutated 6-armed demoness alerted the other red-skirted demonesses in the vicinity, and they quickly began to close in on Lin Huang. However, before it could get very far, the mutated demoness was forced to a halt. Bai had already caught up and pinned it down. The 6-armed demoness pivoted for a counterattack and unexpectedly struck Bai's right arm, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he struck back instantly, his fist shattering the demoness's mask and sending it reeling with a shrill scream. Looking at the fallen demoness, Lin Huang didn't hold back his praise. "Great job, Bai," he followed up with concern. "Are you all right?" Before Bai could respond, they both noticed the purple-skirted demoness turning to flee. Lin Huang's brow furrowed. "Watch out, this one's trying to slip away." He opened his system panel and shouted to Bai, "After it, kill it, and I'll finally reach the black iron rank." Bai's wings snapped open as he took flight, while the mutated demoness fought desperately to break through Bai's assault. Lin Huang gripped his sword and flew forward, intending to cut off its retreat. Not so fast. With a heavy downward slash, Lin Huang split the 6-armed demoness's body in two. Its mask shattered instantly as it crashed to the ground. Simultaneously, Lin Huang's body began to undergo a transformation. He cried out in surprise, "System notification, the host body is undergoing a life-light baptism, forcing an exit from transformation mode." He stared at the system panel before him, murmuring to himself, "The life wheel has started spinning." A small sphere of light condensed at the center of the six-armed demoness's chest. Stepping closer to observe, Lin Huang was somewhat surprised, as it was his first time seeing such a thing. Is this the life seed? The system notified him that a life seed had been detected and was automatically being converted into a card. Looking at the newly appeared card in his hand, Lin Huang was puzzled. I remember the initial level life seed bonus is only 10. Why has it become 20 now? The card identified the life seed as Ghost Hand, a combination type. Talent Effect 1. Finger flexibility increased by 20 initial. Talent Effect 2. Dual arm attack speed increased by 20 initial. Talent Effect 3. Arm bone flexibility increased by 20 initial. Evolution bonus. For every rank increased, 3 talent effects will each increase by 20. System evaluation. Decent. After reading this, Lin Huang whispered to himself, is it because the purple-skirted demoness was a rare mutated species? He gripped the card tightly, declaring with excitement, starting at 20 means that by the time I reach the gold rank and complete 3 evolutions the effect will reach 80. This will drastically increase my hand speed. The Ghost Hand talent is truly impressive. The system refreshed Lin Huang's personal information. Host Lin Huang. Gender male. Combat level Black Iron rank 1. Life seed rare Ghost Hand. Combat skill 1 Great Desolation Blade Scripture Blade. Combat skill 2 Snowless Trace Movement. Monster skill 1 Blood Power level 2. Monster skill 2 Robust Intermediate. Monster skill 3 Power Intermediate. Monster skill 4 Demon Eye Deterrence Intermediate. Monster skill 5 Absolute Defense Initial. Summon limit 2. Lin Huang stroked his chin. With the addition of a life seed, his combat skills and monster skills were now categorized separately, and his summon limit had increased to 2. Bale, you won't have to work so hard from now on, Lin Huang said with high spirits. Let your Black Iron rank master lead you to sweep through this forest of forgetfulness. At that moment, Xiao He appeared, arms crossed and head covered in soap bubbles, grumbling with an annoyed expression. I was just about to take a shower and sleep. What do you want now? Lin Huang waved a hand dismissively. Stop whining, join me in witnessing my maiden summon after the upgrade. Xiao He looked speechless. Oh, I really appreciate the invitation. Lin Huang gave a soft command. Come forth, Undying Drake. Bai stood behind him, looking at Lin Huang with a trace of disdain as he happily rubbed the Undying Drake's head. You really do have a lot of strength. Since you're black all over, I'll call you Charcoal from now on, Lin Huang added with a look of profound mystery. With just one evolution, Charcoal's rarity can jump from epic to legendary. Lin Huang excitedly commanded, Xiao He, use the evolution card. Before he could finish, Xiao He rapped him on the forehead. Use your big head maybe. Lin Huang looked at it aggrieved. I clearly have an evolution card, why can't I use it? Xiao He roared at him. Did you not listen to a single word I said before? Upgrading a common card to rare only requires 1 high-level card, but rare to epic requires 2, and epic to legendary requires 4. Xiao He crossed its arms and lectured. Furthermore, even if you save up enough cards, you shouldn't upgrade the Undying Drake at this stage. Lin Huang's eyes widened. And why is that? He pushed aside Charcoal's head as it tried to nuzzle him. Xiao He's words were like a stab to the heart. Because you're too weak. Currently, the maximum monster card rarity you can command is epic. Any monster card exceeding epic rarity will be temporarily sealed and won't be unlocked until your combat power reaches the transcendental rank. Hearing this, Lin Huang pulled out his pistol. Fine then, even so, flattening the outskirts of this forest should be a piece of cake now. He pulled the trigger and ordered, Bai, Charcoal, attack with me. Bai and Charcoal quickly pounced on a White Eagle, and system notifications began to chime. Obtained White Eagle Fragment X1. Obtained White Eagle Fragment X1. Obtained White Eagle Fragment X1. Another monster fell soon after. System notification. Congratulations, you have collected 30 green-scale wolf fragments. Monster card can now be synthesized. Standing on the corpse of a green-scale wolf, Lin Huang remarked, not bad. Green-scale wolves are common mounts. Now I can travel in my own style. He looked at the green-scale wolf card in his hand, thinking it would be fine as a simple mount. He executed a skill extraction, and the card displayed detailed information. Monster card, rarity, common, name green-scale wolf, type, beast, combat level, bronze 1 star, skill 1, power intermediate, skill 2, bloodthirsty tracking initial, summon permission activated, evaluation, substandard. The system sent consecutive notifications. Skill extraction initiated, executing random skill draw. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, initial bloodthirsty tracking. Effect of initial bloodthirsty tracking. Once activated, the sense of smell is significantly enhanced, allowing for the identification of various scents within a 10-kilometer radius. If there is a scent of blood, the detection range extends to 30 kilometers. Lin Huang smiled with satisfaction. Nice, I finally have a tracking skill. He waved his hand and ordered, partners, let's continue the hunt. Time flew by. 7 days later, the group gathered around a fire to roast meat. Charcoal lay lazily behind Lin Huang. Lin Huang called out, smells great, come and eat. Xiao He asked, you've cut off the system synchronization again. What exactly are you up to? Lin Huang took a bite of meat while Charcoal nearby was drooling with anticipation. He answered, under normal circumstances, upgrading requires using life crystals to absorb fragments or light and convert them into life energy. Lin Huang handed a piece of meat to Charcoal's mouth and said seriously, "A conversion rate of over 70 is considered the peak, but I've skipped the conversion process entirely. As long as Bai and Charcoal kill monsters, they automatically absorb the life light and instantly convert it into life energy, which is then synchronized into my life wheel. Based on the hunting progress over the last few days, I can easily reach the peak of Black Iron rank 3 today." Lin Huang smiled slightly. "I still have to meet up with Li Yanqing and the others later. I need to suppress my combat power to Black Iron rank 1 so they don't notice anything unusual." Xiao He nodded. "I didn't expect you to actually have a brain." The system updated Lin Huang's information. Host Lin Huang. Gender, male. Combat level, Black Iron rank 1. Life seed, rare. Ghost hand. Combat skill 1, Great Desolation Blade, Scripture Blade. Combat skill 2, Snowless Trace Movement. Monster skill 1, Blood Power level 2. Monster skill 2, Robust Intermediate. Monster skill 3, Extreme Force Intermediate. Monster skill 4, Demon Eye Deterrence Initial. Monster skill 5, Absolute Defense Initial. Monster skill 6, Bloodthirsty Tracking Initial new. Monster skill 7, Extreme Vision Initial new. Monster skill 8, Eye of Replication Initial new. Monster skill 9, Breath Concealment Initial new. Summon Permission activated. Summon Limit 2 evaluation, barely manageable in the Black Iron rank. Lin Huang laughed. "And with the accumulation over these few days plus the upgrade, dealing with the current situation is more than enough," Xiao He said disdainfully. "I apologize, praising you was my mistake." Lin Huang licked his lips and tore off a piece of meat. "This trip wasn't in vain." Xiao He, tally up the current harvest. Xiao He replied, "Currently you have 25 function cards, 3 delay cards, 5 temporary transformation cards, 3 mission cards, 3 treasure cards, 2 life energy storage cards, 3 item cards, 1 permission card, 2 flawless cards, 3 repair cards, and 9 monster cards. They are." As Xiao He was speaking, the notification chime suddenly rang out. "Wait, the special mission has been updated." The system issued a sudden event alert. Mission content, mission card change. The new mission details are as follows. Enter the depths of the Forest of Forgetfulness to find the missing Leng Yuexin and bring her back to Wuyu City. Time limit 20 days. Mission reward, 1 treasure grade item card, 1 advancement card. Failure penalty, random deduction of 2 monster cards. Lin Huang's brow furrowed. "What? Leng Yuexin is missing." Lin Huang curled his lips and put his hands on his hips in refusal. "I refuse. I know my own limits. Is the deep core of the Forest of Forgetfulness really a place I can go?" Xiao He whispered in his ear. "You can't refuse, you can only forfeit. Giving up the mission is equivalent to failure, and the penalty will be executed immediately." Lin Huang covered his ears tightly like a spoiled child. I'm not listening. Xiao He let out a cold laugh. "Can you afford the risk of losing an epic grade card?" These words hit Lin Huang's weak spot precisely. He turned his head, eyes blazing with anger, and grabbed Xiao He's head. "That arrogant look of yours, the more I see it, the more I want to punch you." Xiao He backed down. "The mission can't be retracted, but I can provide some assistance." Xiao He opened the map and pointed, giving a friendly reminder of Leng Yuexin's last known coordinates, but noted that the signal from her Imperial Heart Ring was cut off shortly after. "The rest is up to you to find." Deep in the forest, Lin Huang's voice rang out. "Every creature has its own way of moving. I certainly can't fight those monsters in the depths of the Forest of Forgetfulness." However, Lin Huang and Bai were both riding on the back of the green scale wolf as it ran at full speed. He laughed out loud. "The green scale wolf's wild instinct has already helped us avoid danger in advance. It's incredibly fast. We should reach the coordinates in about 2 or 3 hours." Before long, the two arrived at a clearing with a massive boulder in the center. Lin Huang said, "This is the place." He then jumped off the wolf's back. Lin Huang frowned. "There are recent burn marks here. Not a single blade of grass grows, and these bottomless cracks are also very strange." Lin Huang looked up at the boulder in the distance. This stone appearing in the forest was clearly extraordinary, yet he still couldn't find any traces left by Leng Yuexin and her group. Lin Huang closed his eyes. He had no choice but to use his tracking ability. Lin Huang snapped his eyes open, his pupils turning blood red as he activated bloodthirsty tracking. He sniffed carefully. Bai looked on speechlessly as Lin Huang crawled on the ground, sniffing around. Lin Huang said, "This scent is unmistakable. It's Leng Yuexin's fragrance. This way." Following the scent, the two arrived before a waterfall. He said, "The aura disappears here." Lin Huang mused, "This waterfall isn't very large and there are no caves behind it. Where could Leng Yuexin and the others have gone?" A flash of inspiration struck Lin Huang, unless a trace of a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "The newly synthesized monster card is coming in handy." The card gradually morphed into a dark silhouette with Lin Huang's outline. He commanded, "Come forth, Ghost Shadow." Lin Huang pointed and ordered, "Ghost Shadow, go underwater and see if there are any hidden entrances." Lin Huang crouched by the bank. If they had dived underwater, they would likely suffocate, so the only way out should be beneath the current. Time passed. Half an hour later, the lake's surface remained as calm as a mirror. Lin Huang clutched his head in a panic. What's going on? Did Ghost Shadow drown? Zombies don't need to breathe. Could it have been killed by a monster? No, that's not right. I haven't received a system notification. Then why hasn't it returned after all this time? Just as he spoke, Ghost Shadow suddenly popped its head out of the water. he shouted in surprise. "It's out," Lin Huang asked urgently. "How is it? Is there a path underwater?" Ghost Shadow responded with a slight nod. Lin Huang sat cross-legged on the bank thinking, "It seems Leng Yuexin and the others brought diving gear, but I don't have any. Judging by how long Ghost Shadow was underwater, the entrance must be very deep." After thinking for a long while, Lin Huang came up with a countermeasure. "Got it." A moment later, Lin Huang dove underwater following Ghost Shadow, remarking smugly, "Transformation cards are truly wonderful things." After swimming with Ghost Shadow for a while, Lin Huang was led to an opening. He said joyfully, "There really is an entrance." He gave a confident smile. "Watch me go in and investigate." Swimming into the cave after Ghost Shadow, Lin Huang marveled as he went. "I can't feel any resistance, I don't need to breathe, and I have no heartbeat. In this situation, a zombie's body is simply too useful." After swimming a long distance, the two emerged from the water. He said excitedly, "So this underwater passage leads here." Lin Huang climbed onto the shore. The place was shrouded in a layer of green luminescence. He thought to himself, "The zombie identity is the perfect cover. I can stay in this state to explore the surroundings first." As Lin Huang walked and observed, he wondered, what exactly are Leng Yuexin and the others looking for here? Suddenly, he discovered someone lying ahead. Lin Huang shouted, "Who is it?" Stepping closer, he realized it was an acquaintance. Lin Huang murmured, "It's one of Li Yanqing's subordinates." Lin Huang crouched down to analyze the situation. Facing toward the lake, he must have been killed while trying to evacuate. He observed the wound on the man's back. The wound looks very strange. It resembles both a burn and a stab wound. Lin Huang stood up and continued forward. "I haven't received a notification of mission failure, which means Leng Yuexin should still be alive, but this place is definitely dangerous. I have to be careful on the road." The passage led to an even larger cavern. Lin Huang froze, blurted out, "Damn it!" Before his eyes appeared a gargantuan creature resembling an octopus or a mutated jellyfish. Lin Huang murmured to himself, "This aura, it's a transcendental monster." He scratched his head and cursed under his breath, "Another transcendental. Is this stuff just everywhere like common cabbage?" Suddenly, Lin Huang discovered bloodstains on a rock. He observed the blood. It seemed Leng Yuexin and the others had indeed been here, likely leaving after casualties occurred. Lin Huang closed his eyes. The paths in this cave were complex, and he had to determine their specific location first rather than wandering aimlessly. Skill activated, bloodthirsty tracking. Before the skill could even fully trigger, a tentacle from the blue floater suddenly lashed out. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. "Crap, I've been spotted." The blue floater tentacle swept precisely toward Lin Huang's position. Fortunately, Lin Huang pressed himself tightly against the rock wall in time to avoid it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Too close. If I weren't in Ghost Shadow mode, I would have been flattened." Lin Huang observed the blue floater from a distance and reached a conclusion. "Leave here first and activate the skill." Lin Huang thought as he walked, "I've alerted a transcendental monster. A tiny scrap of meat like me wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth." He ran off quickly, a plan already in mind. Since someone was injured, the bloodthirsty tracking would definitely be more precise. They should be over there. After chasing for a while, Lin Huang finally saw Leng Yuexin supporting Li Yanqing as they moved forward. Found them, he stood in the rear observing them. Leng Yuexin said, "Brother Li, I'll carry you out." Li Yanqing shook his head. "It's too late. The blue floater tentacles are poisonous. I don't have much time left." Lin Huang frowned. "It'll be hard to explain if I show up now. I'll wait and see how this plays out." Down below, Li Yanqing lay on the ground as Yuexin asked frantically, "There's no antidote. What can I do to save you?" Li Yanqing grimaced in pain, saying, "I have one way. You have to help me with a blood exchange." Yuexin was startled. "A blood exchange?" Li Yanqing explained that he needed to be bled and then have a portion of her blood transferred into him to dilute the toxins, just enough to sustain him until they reached Wuyu City. Yuexin didn't hesitate for a second. She nodded and drew her short sword. "Fine, we'll do as you say." With a quick motion, she cut her skin. She immediately focused, beginning the blood exchange process. "Hang in there, I'll save you." Lin Huang watched from his vantage point, thinking that this request was utterly shameless. How could the toxins of a transcendental monster be so easily diluted? Suddenly hitting on a dark possibility, Lin Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. Unless he intends to trade his life for hers. After the exchange had gone on for some time, Yuexin said wearily, Brother Li, I have to stop the incantation for a moment." Li Yanqing nodded with a tired expression, but a cold, sinister smile played across the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself that it was almost enough. Suddenly he pulled out a dagger. Lin Huang, seeing this from above, let out a startled curse. The bastard was right there. Li Yanqing lunged at Yuexin. She stared at him, her face pale with shock. Li Yanqing wore a despicable sneer. "Poor girl, if I don't replace all my blood with yours, I won't even make it back to Wuyu City. I'm afraid you'll have to be the sacrifice." With that, he pulled the blade from her, and Yuexin collapsed to the ground. She clutched her wound, cursing his treachery and lack of honor. Li Yanqing looked at her with a flippant tone. "It's a shame for such a beautiful girl. To be honest, I actually liked you quite a bit." At that moment, Lin Huang chose to reveal himself, shouting an order, "Bai, save her." Li Yanqing spun around in a panic. "What?" Though caught off guard, he still managed to perfectly evade Bai's strike. Bai launched a series of follow-up attacks. On the other side, Lin Huang was helping Yuexin up. Miss Lang, Li Yanqing's eyes bulged with rage as he spat through gritted teeth. You brat, your dead meat. Bai swung a punch, but Li Yanqing dodged it. He activated a teleportation skill, appearing instantly behind Lin Huang. Challenging a gold rank, you've got a death wish. However, before he could strike Lin Huang, Charcoal appeared behind him with a ferocious roar. Li Yanqing was paralyzed with shock. You have 3 summoned beasts? Charcoal lunged forward, breathing fire, which Li Yanqing barely avoided with a frantic roll. He stammered at Lin Huang. You've leveled up? Lin Huang held his rifle, sneering coldly. And you're so severely injured that you probably don't even have half your usual strength, Lin Huang ordered. By Charcoal, kill him. Lin Huang raised his gun and fired a barrage. Leaving such a hypocritical piece of trash alive would only pollute the air. A bullet struck Li Yanqing in his left shoulder and Bai successfully restrained him immediately after. Charcoal prepared for the killing blow. Li Yanqing roared in fury, I am a gold rank. As soon as the words left his mouth, he broke free of Bai's control. Li Yanqing charged forward with his sword. You think a low-tier Imperial censor like you can defeat a gold rank? The gun in Lin Huang's hand began to fade, and his vision plunged into darkness. Li Yanqing's eyes were blood red, but as he watched Lin Huang, the boy's body began to undergo a sudden mutation. Lin Huang responded with arrogant pride. I'm something much more formidable than that. Li Yanqing fell to the ground in terror. You're a bloodthirster. Lin Huang looked down at him from above. Whether I'm human or monster is none of your business. He looked at the man with utter disdain. Have a safe trip to the afterlife. Simultaneously, the system issued a notification. Congratulations to the host for killing a gold rank human. Obtained rare skill card, Thunderblade, and rare skill card, Cloud Step. The system sent the details. Congratulations to the host for slaying a gold rank human. Obtained rare skill card, Thunderblade, and rare skill card, Cloud Step. Lin Huang let out a laugh. Killing people dropped skill cards too. He was ecstatic. This was a massive windfall. Just then, Ling Yuexin, lying on the ground, let out a soft groan. Lin Huang hurried back, having nearly forgotten the main task. He helped her up and pulled out a healing card. Ling Yuexin could not be allowed to die. Lin Huang crushed the healing card in his hand and the wound left by Li Yanqing began to close and heal. The wound was perfectly treated. Ling Yuexin opened her eyes and seeing Lin Huang immediately asked, What happened? Lin Huang comforted her. Don't worry, it's over now. Ling Yuexin looked at him. Did you save me? Lin Huang replied. That bastard Li Yanqing has been killed by me. You're safe. She then asked, Are both of these monsters yours? Lin Huang didn't answer immediately, saying instead, It's a long story. We should focus on escaping this place first. No sooner had he spoken than a tentacle from the transcendental monster, the blue floater, punched through the ceiling and coiled inward. Lin Huang snapped to his feet. That transcendental monster. Ling Yuexin said, It must have been drawn here by your dragon blood mount. Lin Huang turned to Bai. Bai, take her and go, I'll lead it away. Ling Yuexin hesitated. But you'll? Lin Huang gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry, I don't die easily. Wait for me at the surface. In the next second, Bai immediately took Ling Yuexin and left. She called out for Lin Huang as they retreated. Several of the blue floater tentacles lashed out again. Lin Huang leaped nimbly to avoid them. Close call, Lin Huang muttered. A transcendental monster isn't like Li Yanqing. Fighting it head-on is suicide. He immediately activated his Ghost Shadow skill. In Ghost Shadow mode, Lin Huang moved with extreme speed. It has already locked onto my aura. I can only stall for time until Bai and Ling Yuexin are clear. As he moved through the underground tunnels, Lin Huang suddenly froze. The rock wall in front of him exploded, and the entire blue floater monster appeared before him. Heavens, it's fast. Lin Huang frowned, realizing he had to gamble everything. He looked up and saw a hole at the top of the cave letting in light. It was a passage leading to the surface exit. Lin Huang planned his retreat, not forgetting to provocatively shout, Come and get me. If you catch me, I'm yours. The blue floater attacked frantically, its tentacles shattering the surrounding rock walls. It opened its massive fang-filled maw to devour Lin Huang. Right then, Lin Huang shouted, Activate transformation card. His ghost shadow form shifted instantly into a white eagle. Using the eagle's natural advantage, Lin Huang surged upward, flying toward the light hole at the top. With a thunderous boom, the passage leading to the surface burst open. The blue floater monster gave chase. At that moment, a bolt of black lightning struck down. The blue floater was instantly pinned. Meanwhile, Lin Huang, in a half-ghost shadow, half-white eagle form, hovered in the air watching the monster's tentacles struggle. As expected, he landed steadily on the ground. The corner of Lin Huang's mouth curled into a smile. You've been sealed underground by this massive boulder. You're never getting out. Lin Huang gloated, I won the bet. Having dealt with the blue floater, Lin Huang hurried back to the waterfall. He scanned the area, thinking that since Ling Yuexin had diving gear, Bai should have taken her back the way they came. Where is everyone? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a stone flew from nowhere and struck Lin Huang on the head. A bump swelled up and a frustrated Lin Huang turned toward the culprit who was calmly pointing behind a rock. Would it kill you to just say something? He rubbed his head as he approached. Weren't you quite vocal when we were facing death together? Lin Huang peered behind the rock, muttering, Why are you being even colder than I am now? He realized no one was answering him. Looking closer, he saw Ling Yuexin was soaking wet, her clothes clinging tightly to her body. Yuexin was startled, her face turning bright red. Lin Huang hurriedly tried to explain. Wait, hear my side. No, let me explain. A moment later, a crisp, loud slap echoed through the forest. Lin Huang now had 5 finger marks printed on his face. Yuexin stood before him and said, "That was uncalled for. If you hadn't saved my life I would have." Lin Huang knelt on the ground and said quickly, "I'm sorry." He then saw her kneel before him and say, "Thank you for saving my life," which took him by surprise. With a red face, Yuexin said, "I will definitely repay this debt." Lin Huang scratched his head and laughed. "Don't worry about it. Just accompanying me back to Wuyu City will be payment enough," he thought to himself. "My lady, please just help me finish the mission. I'm exhausted." A moment later, Yuexin's gold rank mount appeared. While stroking the giant bird, she asked Lin Huang once more as if to confirm, "Is Li Yanqing really dead?" Lin Huang replied while recalling he was severely injured. "I summoned 2 monsters to trap him and finished him with 1 shot." Lin Huang thought to himself that he could never tell her about the transformation card. Yuexin murmured, "Good riddance." She looked up at Lin Huang. "Both of his subordinates are dead as well. When I get back I'll tell the Li family he was eaten by a transcendental monster. You don't have to worry." The gold rank mount carried them both into the air at high speed. Sitting behind her, Lin Huang asked, "He conspired to kill you. Are you just going to let it go?" Yuexin replied, "Both the Li and Leng families are prominent nobility. There's no proof, and saying too much is useless. It would only invite more trouble." Lin Huang fell into thought. She was likely worried that making a scene would implicate him. This girl has a conscience. Lin Huang then asked, "By the way, why were you looking for that transcendental monster?" Yuexin explained. "That was the blue floater, a soul-type creature from the Abyss Rift. Over 100 years ago, it was sealed in the Forest of Forgetfulness by a transcendental expert of the Leng family. The goal was for a descendant to eventually subdue it and ignite their life fire to advance to the transcendental rank." She lowered her eyes in thought. "I intended to kill it to complete my advancement, but I discovered the monster had already undergone 2 mutations. Its combat ability didn't increase, but its vitality is 10 times stronger than it was a century ago." Yuexin looked at Lin Huang. "If it weren't for you I would have certainly died down there, but how did you end up on the way to save me?" Lin Huang scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. "Probably because you're pretty." Yuexin gave a gentle smile. After a moment she spoke, "I know you're hiding many things, but since you saved my life I won't press you for answers." Lin Huang laughed. "Thanks." Late at night, 2 figures moved through the dark toward Wuyu City. Lin Huang let out a sigh of relief. "We finally made it." Yuexin turned back and said, "Give it to me." Lin Huang asked confused, Give what?" Yuexin replied, "You took Li Yanqing's Imperial Heart Ring, didn't you? After his death the ring will be locked. You won't be able to open it." Lin Huang scratched his head and handed over Li Yanqing's ring. "I almost forgot." She took it and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this is your trophy. Once I've extracted everything inside I'll hand it all over to you." After a brief hesitation, Yuexin added, "Let us part ways here then, sir, until we meet again." Lin Huang smiled and replied, "Until we meet again." Simultaneously, the system sent him a new notification. "Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission. Obtained 1 treasure grade card and an upgrade card." After several days of exhaustion, Lin Huang let out a full sigh of relief the moment he stepped through his front door. "I'm finally home." He excitedly opened a can of cola. "Xiao Hei, Lin Xin hasn't finished school yet. List all my cards." The system responded quickly. 4 upgrade cards, 1 mission card, 3 treasure cards, 2 life energy storage cards, 4 item cards, 1 permission card, 2 flawless cards, 2 healing cards. Xiao Hei said happily, "You currently have 19 non-monster cards, plus the 5 newly obtained monster cards. This trip was quite a harvest," Lin Huang said with concern. "I'm all out of transformation cards." Xiao Hei put its hands on its hips to lecture him. "Fortune favors the fool. This new skill you got from killing Li Yanqing is your greatest achievement." It then opened the information panels for the 2 new skills for Lin Huang to review. Thunderblade, skill card, rarity, rare category, blade skill, skill level, gold rank, combat skill, status available. Description: this is a blade skill known for explosive speed and power. Evaluation: average. The other was Cloud Step, skill card, rarity, rare category, gold rank, movement skill. Status available. Description: this is a footwork technique specialized in short distance movement and evasion. Evaluation: average. Lin Huang pondered. Not bad, but what are the life energy storage card and the permission card? Xiao Hei explained. Simply put, once these 2 cards are activated you will obtain 2 extra life wheels corresponding to the 2 storage cards. Lin Huang immediately said, "What are we waiting for? Activate them." Lin Huang was excited. "Excellent. Now the life energy obtained from killing monsters before an upgrade won't be wasted. It's like expanding my ammunition depot," Xiao Hei added. "As for the permission card, using it will permanently upgrade your permissions in certain aspects." Lin Huang thought seriously and encouraged the use of the permission card. He pointed at Xiao Hei and said, "Use it on yourself." It was taken aback. Lin Huang had a calculating look. "Unless you're not an item and can't use it?" Xiao Hei shrugged, indicating it could. With its hands on its hips, Xiao Hei activated the permission card, opening a brand new version store. The system panel opened before Lin Huang, showing a bunch of locked items or skills. He frowned in thought, muttering, "Most of these items can't be purchased." Xiao Hei glanced at him and replied, "The fragments you hold are only iron and copper grade. You cannot enter the higher tier exchange interfaces." Lin Huang ground his teeth. "Even for fragments of the same grade, if I want to exchange them for a specific card, it's 2 for 1? Are you trying to scam me?" Xiao Hei bared its teeth. If you want to exchange for specific monster fragments, even if they're the same grade, there must be a cost. Isn't that normal? Lin Huang waved a hand and sighed. Forget it. I can't afford anything right now anyway. I'll wait until I reach the copper rank. Xiao Hei nodded and added, by the way, I should remind you about the upgrade. It raised a hand, saying solemnly, even though your black iron life wheel is full, you still need several months to stabilize it. If you try to break through to the next realm without enough foundation and fail, your life energy will drastically diminish. In severe cases, your entire life wheel could shatter, posing a risk to your life. Lin Huang was shocked. That's serious, but several months for the stabilization period is way too long, Xiao Hei said calmly. Practicing life secret techniques can shorten the time. The higher the level of the life secret technique, the faster the accumulation and stabilization of life energy. Lin Huang fell into thought. It seemed the most important thing now was to choose a set of life secret techniques to practice. Xiao Hei added with concern, but choosing the right life secret technique isn't easy. It must align with your own attributes and so on. Never mind you, even I'm not entirely sure. An unknown amount of time passed before Yi Zheng appeared on the screen again. He asked Lin Huang with confusion, so you came running to me for help? I haven't slept for over a month trying to handle that monster mess. Lin Huang scratched his head. Sorry, but I know you have the best understanding of life secret techniques, so I had to bother you, Yi Zheng said with mock disdain. Save the flattery. Killing the six-armed demoness and reaching the black iron rank is certainly no small feat. It would be my honor to help you, Lin Huang said urgently. Then I'll leave it to you, senior. Yi Zheng began to speak seriously about the life secret technique Lin Huang needed to choose, emphasizing that it had to be compatible with his own attributes. This was true. Practicing a life secret technique of the same attribute would yield twice the results with half the effort. However, the vast majority of people, Lin Huang included, had no innate attribute for their life wheels. Choosing a neutral technique was fine, as it all came down to personal preference. In principle, the higher the rank of the technique, the better. Yi Zheng continued, your primary skill is the blade, so I recommend you choose the Army Overlord tactics. Lin Huang repeated, Army Overlord tactics? Is that an advanced life secret technique? You said I should choose the highest rank possible. Yi Zheng reached out to explain. This set of life secret techniques has 9 layers in total, but most people can only cultivate up to the 4th or 5th. Very few experts can reach the 6th. The 6th layer is a major bottleneck for this technique, but once broken through, its power and speed are no less than some of the most elite life secret techniques out there. Lin Huang pondered. With Xiao Hei's help, breaking through to the 6th layer shouldn't be difficult. He nodded and said, then I'll choose Army Overlord tactics. How many credits will it cost and where can I buy it? Yi Zheng asked back in surprise. Didn't you receive the delivery? Lin Huang was stunned. What delivery? Yi Zheng replied. The rewards for the recent Monster Tide incident included a cultivation crystal for the Army Overlord tactics. It was sent directly to you via express delivery. Logically, it should have arrived by now. At that moment, the scene shifted back to Lin Huang's home. Lin Xin tossed her backpack aside and lunged at him happily. Brother, you're back. Lin Huang caught the little girl as she hugged him. We haven't been in touch for so long, I thought you died out there. Lin Huang coaxed her. Be good, don't say such things. Lin Xin looked at him. You're my only family left. If something happened to you, what would I do? Lin Huang looked at the girl tenderly. Don't worry, even if it's just for your sake, I won't let anything happen to me. Lin Huang thought to himself, you are my only family in this world too. Then he said to Lin Xin, your school is on break tomorrow, right? I've already bought tickets for the crystal airship. Let's go to the summer palace together. Lin Xin shrieked with excitement. Really, brother, you're the best. She dashed upstairs. Go pack your bags, I need to bring my prettiest dresses. Lin Huang shouted after her. Wait, was there a package for me while I was away? Lin Xin answered quickly. There were 2. Wait there, I'll bring them to your room. Lin Huang looked at the 2 boxes before him. Besides the Hunter Association reward, there was another one. Picking up the box, Lin Huang muttered, there's a note beside him. Xiao Hei chimed in. The sender's info is written on the box. The 2 of them looked at the slip of paper together, appearing bewildered. Inside the box was a ring, and the note had a series of numbers. 80,287,312. Xiao Hei said, this is a storage ring. That must be the passcode to open it. Lin Huang smiled. This fragrance, Leng Yuexin sent this. Together they checked the contents. Lin Huang exclaimed, the storage space in this ring is actually 100,000 square meters. Heavens, to expand an Imperial Heart Ring to this capacity would cost at least 100 million credits. Xiao Hei added, it's massive, but there isn't much inside. Just a few thousand life crystal fragments and a few hundred gold-tier equipment rings. Suddenly, their eyes widened as they stared at the screen. Wait, 3 items appeared on the screen, a combat blade, a pair of boots, and a piece of armor. Xiao Hei said, Li Yanqing's combat blade. Now that's a treasure. Lin Huang was equally shocked. The other 2 are gems as well, even though you can't use them yet. They are priceless treasures. Lin Huang grinned, discovering a stored value card with credits. He wanted to see Li Yanqing's balance. Xiao Hei crossed its arms and mocked him. Keep it together. Don't act like you've never seen money before. It's embarrassing. The system began the inquiry. Your personal account has been upgraded to VIP. Available credit balance 381.55 million. Lin Huang and Xiao Hei's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. 300 million, both of them trembled with wild joy. Xiao Hei said, "It seems Lang Yuexin didn't care for the spoils and gave them all to you," Lin Huang said excitedly, looking at it this way. "The background of the aristocracy is far more terrifying than I imagined." Lin Huang then opened the large box beside him. "Now that I have enough credits and 4 upgrade cards, can I upgrade Bai and Tyrant?" Xiao Hei nodded. "You can, but 2 upgrades are equivalent to a life transformation. They will evolve into other species and release a massive amount of life energy during the process." Xiao Hei looked at the card in Lin Huang's hand and warned, "Abnormal fluctuations of life energy will attract the attention of the local Transcendental Government Inspection Bureau and the Union. Therefore it is not recommended to upgrade inside or near a stronghold, nor in the wild where transcendental monsters roam." Lin Huang looked at the card in his hand. "Then I'll keep waiting. What's this?" Looking at the word bronze on the card, Xiao Hei explained, "A bronze token. This proves you've been promoted to the bronze rank, meaning you're an official hunter now, no longer at reserve tier permission." Lin Huang opened his hand to reveal the crystal, and Xiao Hei leaned in to look as well. This was likely the cultivation crystal for the army overlord tactics Yi Zheng had mentioned. He tried to see if he could activate it. Suddenly the crystal in his hand lit up and the image of a white-haired elder appeared. He opened his eyes, and Lin Huang swallowed hard as the elder suddenly began to demonstrate martial arts. Xiao Hei hid behind Lin Huang in fear, while Lin Huang leaned back to avoid the projection. Lin Huang remarked, "Even though this is unarmed combat, every move is a killing strike. Based on the combat style, it seems to be a military technique, but isn't this supposed to be the cultivation crystal for the life secret technique?" Xiao Hei put its hands on its hips and asked crossly, "Why is there a combat technique in here?" The elder stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from them. He suddenly turned to Lin Huang and said, "This close combat skill is known as the body-crushing tactic. It works best when paired with the army overlord tactics and is sufficient to be used all the way to the gold rank." He demonstrated as he spoke. "Entering the army overlord tactics is not difficult. The key lies in the advancement." Lin Huang followed his guidance and practiced. The practitioner needed to carry 1, 2, 2, 3, and 3, 4 of their life power. Lin Huang was panting with exhaustion. The elder continued, "Ultimately, it is divided into 12 streams. In your consciousness, these are the 12 armies you can command." Lin Huang wondered secretly, "Strange, why split the life power? Wouldn't that weaken its potency?" Lin Huang raised his hand, intending to divide and conquer individually, then converge for a thunderous strike. "If you can command this army as easily as you command your arms and fingers, you can unleash the maximum effect of the army overlord tactics." A miniature whirlwind formed in his hand. Lin Huang marveled, "No wonder so many people covet this. This technique can actually cause a qualitative change in life power." He sat down properly and entered a meditative state. Making the 12 streams of life power as flexible as fingers and arms was indeed difficult. He made up his mind, but once mastered, I should be able to condense even more forms. The system sent a notification. "Congratulations to the host for completing the first layer of the Army Overlord Tactics cultivation," Xiao Hei said. "Now you can use the Army Overlord Tactics card. By practicing, you can obtain fragments, collect the corresponding amount, and you can upgrade." Lin Huang held the card and asked about the upgrade rules. The card read, "Life Secret Technique Card, Rarity, Rare Mastery Level, Layer 1. Effect: Life power circulation speed increased by 12. Life energy attack and defense each increased by 12. Remarks: For the first 5 weeks you will receive a different life power boost of 12 each week. Evaluation available." Xiao Hei replied, 200 fragments to reach the second layer, then 400 for the third. Required amount doubles for every layer, when moving from the 8th to the 9th layer. The rules change again, requiring 810,000 fragments. Lin Huang turned to Xiao Hei in shock. 810,000? Xiao Hei replied, "Don't worry, reaching the 6th layer isn't that hard." It opened the information panel. Junior Life Secret Technique. Life power flow, attack and defense boosts are below 30, intermediate 30 to 50, advanced 50 to 70, ultimate 70 to 100. Xiao Hei added, "Every layer increases the boost by 12. 5 layers make 60. By the 6th layer, the boost will reach at least 72, which achieves the effect of an ultimate life secret technique." Lin Huang smiled. "Upgrading via fragments means my cultivation speed will definitely be faster than others." Xiao Hei crossed its arms in disdain. "You've only just touched the edges of genius. There are still monster-level practitioners in this world," it continued. "It took you all night to finish the first layer, but there are people who only need half an hour." Lin Huang collapsed to the ground. "Stop it, I know I don't have the protagonist script." Just then, Lin Xin appeared holding a spatula. The little girl stood before Lin Huang wearing an apron. "Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well?" Lin Huang sniffled. "Pretty good. What are you doing? Why do I smell something strange?" Lin Xin pushed him forward. "Winter break starts today. Weren't you going to take me to the summer palace? I made something to repay you." Lin Huang was surprised. "Repay me? Wait, it couldn't be." After going downstairs, Lin Huang saw a table of food with an eerie color. Lin Xin stood by with a smile, while his face instantly turned dark. He scooped up a spoonful of food and stared at it, his face turning pale. Lin Xin stood nearby, watching him with red-rimmed eyes. Lin Huang looked at the girl, his lip twitching. He closed his eyes and shoved a massive spoonful into his mouth. How could I? Getting to eat a meal cooked by his sister made him incredibly moved. Lin Xin smiled and replied, then eat more, brother. Lin Huang ate until his soul nearly left his body. Lin Xin blinked excitedly at him. I made a lot, time flies. The sun is already high up. Lin Huang, exhausted of all strength, slumped onto the table while washing dishes. Lin Xin muttered, brother is eating too slowly. Hurry up and pack, we have to catch the first teleportation array to Beki's city to board the crystal airship on time. The system issued a warning to Lin Huang. Suspected poisoning detected. Use a healing card. Lin Huang yawned and replied, no rush. He forced himself up through the dizziness. We're not going to the teleportation station. Lin Xin had already changed and was waiting outside. If we aren't going to the station, how are we getting to Beki City? Lin Huang replied while locking the door. Don't worry, I have my ways. Lin Huang crushed the card in his hand and mounted it. It was faster than taking the teleportation array. The mount appeared instantly. Lin Xin climbed up and asked, brother, is this an Imperial sensor thing? Lin Huang nodded. Yeah, I found it during the Reserve Hunter assessment. The two soared into the sky. Lin Xin marveled. This is amazing, you didn't even tell me, she continued. Perfect, I brought some homemade cookies, have one to celebrate, brother, Lin Huang declined in terror. There's really nothing to celebrate at the Summer Palace. Lin Xin ran around excitedly. Wow, the Summer Palace really is a great place to beat the heat. It's beautiful, Lin Huang said to the girl. I've already booked the hotel, we can only check in this evening. Lin Xin pulled out a list so long it dragged on the ground. Brother, I made a simple list on the airship of all the famous snack stalls in the Summer Palace. Let's go try them. Lin Huang looked at her, speechless. You call this simple? The two siblings strolled down the street together. Lin Xin kept trying all sorts of exotic delicacies. They watched street performers together. The girl also made Lin Huang try on various novel accessories. After a few rounds, Lin Huang was carrying large bags in both hands. Lin Xin called to him. Brother, look over there. Lin Huang reminded her. Slow down, watch your step. Just then they passed a television broadcasting the news. The Leng family is one of the 6 most powerful families in the 7th district with an incredibly formidable background. Lin Huang asked in confusion, the Leng family? The news continued. The daughter of the Leng family became a transcendental at 19, a once-in-a-century genius. Lin Huang thought to himself. Leng UXN upgraded successfully. Lin Xin ran back and pulled him along as the news continued. Now for the next item. Recently, several cases of missing female students have occurred in Summer Palace City. Police remind citizens, Lin Xin urged. Brother, don't just stand there, let's go. They arrived at the hotel Lin Huang had booked and a waiter's voice rang out, welcome to the Cicada Song Hotel. Someone led them inside. Honored guest, please come this way. I'll show you to your reserved rooms. Lin Huang carried the sleeping Lin Xin. The girl had fallen fast asleep after eating and drinking her fill. Xiao He appeared and said with its arms crossed, you're on vacation. What are you calling me out for? Lin Huang, fresh from a shower, said to it. I've put Lin Xin to bed. I want to use this time to continue practicing the life secret technique. Xiao He nodded. Not bad, you finally understand that diligence makes up for lack of talent. Lin Huang frowned. Will it kill you not to insult me? Lin Huang closed his eyes. Xiao He said, the body-crushing tactic is a supplementary cultivation method for the army overlord tactics. Progress depends on your comprehension of life power. Lin Huang said as he practiced, I can already split life power with ease. Xiao He replied with its arms crossed. You can only obtain 1 fragment after completing an entire circulation cycle, Lin Huang answered. At my current speed, 1 cycle takes half an hour. Xiao He continued. Even if you practice 4 or 5 hours a day, it'll take 7 days to reach the second layer. Lin Huang opened his eyes and said with a smile, but I found that after practicing many times the time for 1 cycle gets shorter. Xiao He frowned. You certainly have many clumsy methods. The system sent a notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an army overlord tactics fragment. Just then, Lin Xin woke up. The girl wandered the hallway and found Lin Huang's room. Having slept for a while, she wanted to see what her brother was up to. She stood before Lin Huang's door and knocked. Brother, are you asleep? Inside the room, Lin Huang was so focused on his cultivation that he didn't hear her at all. The life power was circulating more and more smoothly. He could break through to the second layer after tonight. The girl continued to call for him. Since there was no response, she turned and walked away. He's probably asleep. Lin Xin looked out the window. Having slept for several hours, she wasn't tired at all. She decided to go for a stroll. Carrying a bag of snacks, she walked through the park. Brother is too much going to bed so early, otherwise we could have played games together. Suddenly, Lin Xin noticed something. She turned around alertly and looked around. She felt as if someone was watching her. She walked to a trash can and crumpled the wrapper in her hand. Never mind, I'll go back to my room. I'll make brother come out with me tomorrow. Lin Xin threw the trash into the can when suddenly the trash can vibrated. The girl looked at it in confusion. Suddenly the trash can before her grew larger and snapped its massive mouth open. It leaned down and snatched Lin Xin, then stood upright and tossed the girl into its maw. A police siren wailed piercingly. The hotel manager followed behind, wiping away sweat. Captain, thank you for coming immediately. This time it's one of our guests who's in trouble. The captain began to inquire about the situation. Are you the manager of this hotel? Show me the security footage first. The hotel manager nodded quickly in response. Yes, sir. Shortly after, several people entered the security room. Wiping away sweat, the manager explained, The Cicada Song is a top-tier hotel. We have always been committed to providing our guests with the safest environment. The captain interrupted him brusquely. Cut the talk and get to the point, the manager said helplessly. The surveillance captured the missing girl leaving her room, but the kidnapper seems to be very familiar with the hotel's camera layout. The footage showed Lin Xin walking into a wooded area. The manager added, the girl never reappeared after leaving. She must have been kidnapped while hiding in a surveillance blind spot. This is very similar to the recent cases of missing young girls. The captain turned and asked, I have already dispatched my subordinates to conduct a rigorous investigation. Who was the first to discover the girl was missing? The manager replied. It was her brother. They were traveling together. The brother notified us immediately after finding his sister wasn't in her room. The captain pressed further. Where is the brother now? Only then did the manager realize. Right, that's right, he was just here a moment ago. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Where did he go? Meanwhile, in another skyscraper, Lin Xin was thrown heavily to the ground. A young girl sat before her, accompanied by a giant worm. Don't be afraid, sister. It's all right now, Lin Xin asked in terror. Who are you? And where is this? What on earth is that thing? The girl named Lily introduced herself. I'm Lily, and Wormy is my best friend. He specializes in helping us find our family. From today on, you are my sister. We are all father's children. Lin Xin trembled and backed away. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Where's my brother? I want to leave. Lily reached out and choked Lin Xin's neck. Sister, if you try to run, you'll become Wormy's food just like the others. She crawled onto Lin Xin. I like you very much. So be my sister obediently. Lin Xin cried out in her heart, brother, save me. At that moment, at the base of the building, guards were warily watching an uninvited guest. Who's there? Lin Huang's eyes were blood red. He had already activated his bloodthirsty tracking skill. A guard shouted, private property, no trespassing. Lin Huang thought to himself that the traces left by bloodthirsty tracking showed Lin Xin was right here. A guard drew his gun and aimed it at Lin Huang. Back off or don't blame us for being ruthless. Intruder alert, all units on high alert. Just then, Bai landed behind them. With a casual wave of his hand, the group of guards was instantly routed. The guards only had time to cry out in shock. What? Lin Huang said coldly. Bai, no need for mercy, just a bunch of trash blocking the way. He paused and ordered, kill them all. Upstairs, the guards were already prepared, staring fixedly at the elevator doors. The intruder is coming up, stay alert, we must stop him. He cannot be allowed near the boss, understood? The guard captain ordered. He commanded, he's alone. Everyone fire at once, leave nothing left of him. The elevator rose to the 50th floor. As soon as the doors opened, the guards fired frantically. Die, you brat! However, Lin Huang unexpectedly appeared at the doorway behind them. He approached step by step like a god of slaughter. You idiots, don't you watch movies? The guard screamed. Damn it, a hunter, how is this possible? With a flash of his blade, blood splattered everywhere. Lin Huang said chillingly, daring to touch my sister, you all deserve to die. At that moment, two figures appeared behind a door in the rear. Someone shouted in a trembling voice, your sister. Lin Huang looked back to see a man and the girl named Lily. The man spoke, I'm sorry, have you made a mistake? Only my daughter and I are here, there is no one else. Lily huddled in the man's arms. Daddy, I'm scared. Wei Ken sat on the ground holding Lily and smiling. It must be a misunderstanding, please listen to my explanation, don't frighten the child. Lin Huang frowned, his gaze sweeping over them like a blade. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I'll decide after I search the place. Wei Ken naturally rushed forward to block him with his body, determined not to let him in. This is my private residence. There's a child here. If you wish to enter, please contact the captain first. But Lin Huang ignored him entirely, his sword tip pointing directly at Wei Ken, forcing him to lean back to avoid it. Move, Lin Huang barged straight in, his tone resolute. My sister is in here. Either hand her over quietly or you die. Wei Ken was instantly stunned. Seeing the situation was turning sour, Lily immediately began acting, weeping piteously. Daddy, I'm scared. Wei Ken joined in the commotion, frowning as he scolded Lin Huang. This is absolute nonsense. If you continue this harassment, I won't be polite. He continued to shout, you're a hunter? I'm going to file a complaint with the Hunter Association. Do you know who I am? Meanwhile, Lin Huang looked around anxiously, thinking that Lin Xin's aura was clearly right here. Where is she? Just as he was distracted by his search, a sinister smile appeared on Wei Can's face behind him. He reached into his clothes to feel for something, his eyes turning blood red as he revealed a cruel smile and pulled out a small token. A mere piece of black iron rank trash dares to move against me. He then hurled the token forward violently, shouting, go devour him alive. A giant worm bristling with sharp teeth instantly crawled out of the token. Wei Can laughed maniacally. Die, Lin Huang thought to himself. A tamer? No, that's a god-beast token. He let out a cold laugh. Summoning a monster in front of me, have you lost your mind? He immediately entered a combat stance, gripping his sword tightly, and proudly interrupted. I don't even need to summon a monster to deal with you. In a flash, Lin Huang delivered a horizontal slash, splitting the giant worm in two. The residual sword energy swept backward, striking Wei Can's shoulder. He collapsed to his knees in pain, trembling and pleading desperately. It hurts, help. Someone save me, Lin Huang said coldly. I told you, anyone who touches my sister shall not be forgiven. At that moment, Lily revealed her true face. She dragged Lin Xin out, pressing a gun to the girl's head as she threatened, let my father go or I'll kill her. Wei Ken felt he still had a life-saving card and wouldn't die. He shouted triumphantly, Good girl, well done, it's this brat's lifelong blessing to become my daughter. You dare touch me? Lin Huang ignored him, looking at his sister with concern. Zinner, you're not hurt, are you? The girl nodded. He comforted her with a smile. Don't be afraid, big brother is here. Lily roared from the other side. Let my father go or she dies right now. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Huang appeared behind her like a ghost, questioning her with his sword. Who did you say was dying? He then struck the back of Lily's neck with his sword hilt. Lily let out a sharp cry and collapsed into unconsciousness. Seeing his last hope shattered, Wei Qin cursed in a fit of rage. Damn it, you useless waste! Lin Huang stepped forward and used his sword to cut the ropes binding Lin Xin. The girl broke into tears and hugged him tightly. Wei Qin's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he gnashed his teeth in resentment. Lin Huang looked down at the two of them, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent. He raised his longsword, preparing to finish them with a single strike. Just then, the captain burst through the door and shouted to stop him. Hold it, the girl has been rescued. If you take another step, the law will punish you. Lin Huang responded only with a sharp gaze. The old captain placed a hand over his heart and said, Trust me. Leave the rest to the law enforcement department. They will give you and your family justice. Lin Huang pulled Lin Xin into his arms and roared with a frown. Captain, the previous cases of multiple missing girls are related to these two beasts, aren't they? The captain responded. I am grateful to you for resolving this matter, but this child is also an orphan. You cannot kill her. Accomplices to murderers will be punished by the law. Hearing this, Wei Qin looked back toward the law. He howled with a maniacal, excited laugh. The law only applies to lower-class trash. Just you wait. I'll be out in just 3 days. That is the power of the upper class. Wei Qin laughed wildly, his tone filled with the pleasure of revenge. I remember you now. Before long, your sister will fall back into my hands and become a broken toy. I'll make you watch with your own eyes as she dies in agony. Lin Huang only looked at him indifferently, though a killing intent was hidden in his eyes. The captain barked an order. Take the prisoners away quickly. Lock that little girl up and find her a doctor. Lin Huang gently led Lin Xin away. Seeing this, the captain thought he was going to retaliate and tried his best to dissuade him. Young man, don't be impulsive. This guy's surname is Wei. He has a significant background. He is... Lin Huang interrupted him. Didn't you tell me to trust the law? He looked back, a slight smile on his lips. I do, a young man beside the captain spoke up. Captain, shouldn't we take this kid back for questioning? He injured so many people. The captain snapped irritably. Shut up, look at this scene. Do you still think he's just an ordinary black iron rank hunter? Don't go looking for trouble. As they escorted Wei Qin out, he shoved their hands away and cursed. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. He then gnashed his teeth and swore. A bunch of lower-class trash dares to move against me. Just you wait, you and your damn sister. Before he could finish, Bai dove down from the sky, a powerful bolt of lightning striking the ground and making Wei Qin jump in fright. He immediately turned around and stammered, Who is it? Bai raised his hand as strands of golden magical thread coiled around, a sharp glint in his eyes. The threads began to circle Wei Qin, scaring the soul out of him. Wait a minute, the threads began to tighten, pressing firmly against his body. No one knew what happened. Only a piercing, horrific scream was heard, chilling everyone to the bone. Only a large pool of blood remained on the ground, and the onlookers discussed the scene in terror. What happened? The killer escaped. Go call the captain, Captain. On the roof of the opposite building, Lin Huang had already been observing from the shadows for a long time. He held a token engraved with Bai's image. Lin Xin, sitting on the back of the spiritual beast, looked back with worry. Brother, can we leave now? Lin Huang looked back and said with a smile, It's all over. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. He would never let anyone threaten her safety again. Behind a window of a nearby building, the mysterious person took a photo of Lin Huang. The person tapped several times on a virtual screen and reported in a low voice, Wei Qin is dead. The one who killed him was a youth. The photo has been sent over. Investigate the kid's background. If he has no connections. The mysterious person's face darkened as he continued. Dispose of him. Lin Huang strolled through the bustling night market, thinking that after experiencing this life and death crisis, it might take a long time for Lin Xin to recover. Contrary to his worries, however, Lin Xin was currently browsing the stalls with great interest. Brother, that clothing store is so unique. Let's go take a look. Lin Huang gave a wry smile. All right. Inwardly, however, he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so full of energy after a nap. She picked up a garment and asked, Brother, will I look too mature if I wear emerald green? Lin Huang didn't pay much attention as he replied, Anything is fine, you're so cute, anything looks good on you. At that moment he sensed something unusual, killing intent. Bai was summoned instantly. Lin Xin was stunned. Brother, she wondered to herself. Why had he suddenly entered a combat form? The shop owner poked his head out and asked, Customers, do you need any help? Lin Huang chose a black cloak that covered everything for Bai and asked pleasantly, How much for this one? I'll take it, the other party replied. That will be 1,000 points. Lin Xin pouted. I haven't even bought anything yet. After shopping, the three of them left the store and continued to stroll through the night market. She turned and asked with concern, Brother, are you feeling unwell? Should we head back first? Lin Huang patted her shoulder to comfort her. I'm fine, keep playing, I'm right here. His eyes flicked to the rear, turning slightly red. A person wearing a hood appeared in the distance, looking very suspicious. That person stared fixedly at the three moving along the road, maintaining a proper distance to avoid being noticed, just as the person was about to pull a knife from their clothes. Suddenly a demonic wolf appeared out of thin air, its fangs bared, its eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. The bodies of the three stalkers were suddenly bathed in an eerie green light, as if parts of them were being eroded. This disappeared in just an instant, leaving only a few sparks. Lin Huang looked back, thinking with surprise, "The killing intent is gone. Was it my imagination? No, this is already the second time." At that moment on a rooftop the figure of a man stood tall. It was Zhou Ran, he marveled. Not bad, a black iron rank was actually able to sense the aura of a gold-tier assassin. This kid has a bright future. His gaze swept to one side as if he had discovered something. It was the person who had taken the photo of Lin Huang earlier. The person ducked quickly into a small alley. "The second group has been wiped out and we still don't know who did it." Zhou Ran immediately jumped down. "So you're here." The person was startled. "Ah." Zhou Ran gripped his hand tightly and then asked with a smile, Hey, are you the boss?" A strange voice came from the ring. "Who are you?" the person shouted. "He is." Suddenly a wolf pounced and bit his neck. Zhou Ran remained very calm as he said, "Why don't you come over and see? Then you'll know who I am." The voice in the ring spoke again. "Fine, I'd like to see who is making trouble behind my back." Zhou Ran smilingly proposed a date. 1 hour after dark, meet at the clock tower. "How about it?" the voice agreed. "Fine, be there or be square." By then, blood was already pouring from the person's neck. The demonic wolf opened its fanged maw again, tearing frantically until he was unrecognizable. Zhou Ran then left calmly. Until then, at the clock tower, Zhou Ran had been waiting for a long time. After all, he was the one who had proposed the meeting. A person draped in a black cloak appeared out of thin air in midair. The person spoke. "Feng Zhou Ran, it really is you." He looked back and replied with a smile. "Hey, being wrapped up so tightly, don't you feel the heat?" the person questioned. "Ling family, are you determined to protect that kid?" He replied nonchalantly. "I'm here, aren't I? What do you think?" the person asked in confusion. "What exactly is that kid's relationship with the Ling family?" Zhou Ran asked in return. "Answer me first. Sending a transcendental to assassinate a black iron rank kid. Who exactly are you?" The person gnashed their teeth but didn't answer. "Never mind that, I'll ask you one last time. Does the Ling family intend to see this through to the end?" Zhou Ran's eyes lit up, his tone filled with a roguish air. "My orders are to kill all the trash blocking the way." No sooner had he spoken than he summoned several fierce giant wolves. They roared, opening their fanged maws in a threat. Seeing this, the person cried out, "You're crazy," and hurried to fly high into the air to avoid them. He drew a longsword, his eyes glowing red as he said, "Feng Zhou Ran, are you trying to start a war?" A giant wolf pounced, prepared to deliver a lethal blow to the mysterious person. He decisively slashed it in two, but Zhou Ran summoned more and more wolves, determined to pursue to the end, forcing the mysterious person to jump back repeatedly. Facing the fray, he remarked with a smile, "Even an old man like me needs to stretch his legs once in a while, right?" His opponent roared in fury. "You?" The wolf pack surged forward like a runaway train, relentlessly lunging at the enemy. The mysterious figure gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, shifting his form and causing the wolves to strike nothing but air. By the time Zhou Ran and his wolves landed, the mysterious person had vanished without a trace. He sighed, "Damn, he's fast." Zhou Ran rubbed the ring on his finger and added, "What a coincidence. I just finished getting ready." Yuexin's image was projected from the ring, and she asked anxiously, "Uncle Zhou Ran, how is he?" Zhou Ran replied with a smile, "It went smoothly enough. With me standing guard, nothing will go wrong." Yuexin frowned and asked, "Why do you sound so strange?" He let out a sigh and answered, "The other side sent a transcendental, but I've already driven him off. What exactly is the deal with this kid Lin Huang? How did he attract this kind of attention?" she said solemnly. "The problem isn't Lin Huang but the guy he killed. I've investigated. He seems to have been born into a major family from the 2nd district." Zhou Ran added, "I interrogated that transcendental too, but he refused to say a word, as if bound by some taboo. That only proves something is wrong." Yuexin spoke up. "Uncle Zhou Ran, you are the face of the Ling family. Now that you've shown yourself, the other side certainly won't dare to act rashly for the time being. Please return for now and help me continue investigating this matter." He replied with a gentle smile. "Fine, I'll leave a secret sentry to protect him." As soon as he finished speaking, her image vanished, leaving Zhou Ran feeling quite slighted. "Hey, don't you even care about me?" Meanwhile, inside a magnificent mansion in the 2nd district, a voice spoke to a sinister skull. "It's your own fault for being so arrogant. That's why you ended up like this." A hand gently stroked the top of the skull. "You like little girls, you could have had as many as you wanted. Why risk going to a backwater place like that to find one?" The woman cradled the skull and said softly, "You were born with an incomplete life wheel, unable to cultivate life power. You knew perfectly well you couldn't activate defensive weapons or treasures, yet you didn't even bring a guard. You got what you deserved." She raised her voice and continued, "But you are my child after all. I cannot let you die without answers." With that, she pressed her forehead against the skulls and whispered, "Canner." The skull actually spoke. Mother, I'm so unwilling." It gnashed its teeth and growled, "You must avenge me." That skull was actually Wei Can. He roared in fury, "Mother, you must avenge me. Kill that bastard Lin Huang. Imprison his soul and turn him into a corpse slave." The woman frowned and replied, "A son's death must naturally be avenged, but the Ling family in the 7th district is a local powerhouse that has already intervened. This matter requires a long-term plan." she continued with a face full of resentment. For now, you will stay in the soul coffin for 3 years. Once your soul stabilizes, I will help you find an immortal vessel. Then you will be able to possess the body and live again, she promised resolutely. As for revenge, I have my own arrangements, Wei Ken asked in confusion. Mother, what arrangements? She shouted. Bring her in. Among the figures led in by the maid, Wei Ken cried out in surprise. Lily? She ran over and shouted. Daddy? Wei Ken's tone softened. Good girl, did you escape too? The woman patted Lily's head and asked softly. Child, your father needs 3 years to be formally resurrected. Do you want to avenge him? She gave a radiant smile and answered, I do. Then, thinking of Lin Huang, she gnashed her teeth in rage. I want to tear that man who took away the happy life my father and I had into 10,000 pieces. Hearing this, the woman said, In that case I will take you to train. As long as you can survive in 1 year, you will have the power of revenge. Wei Ken spoke. Lily, don't let me down. She then followed the servant and departed. Lily's eyes were wide, filled with cunning and killing intent. I will definitely come back alive. The next day, inside the Summer Palace Museum, Lin Huang was yawning nonstop. He asked in confusion, Lin Xin, I didn't know you were interested in history too. He cursed in his heart. Damn, I stayed up all night practicing the army overlord tactics, and I'm exhausted, Lin Xin replied with a smile. The exhibits here were all excavated from various ruins near the Summer Palace. Most of them come from ancient cities of the old era, the little girl continued excitedly. There are also some masterpieces collected from the Summer Palace ruins themselves, known as the treasures of the gallery. They're kept in the main hall. I want to go see those. He rubbed his sister's head affectionately and said, If you want to see them, then go ahead. I'll sacrifice my sleep to accompany you. Lin Xin's eyes crinkled with joy as she flattered him. Brother is the best. The museum guide then began the introduction. Honored guests, we are now entering the inner hall of the museum. The exhibits here are all products of the Summer Palace ruins. These items are extremely precious and even contain mysteries that have yet to be unraveled, the guide's voice continued to echo. Through these cultural relics, we can glimpse how humans in the old era lived and cultivated. At that moment, something caught Lin Huang's attention. Lin Xin was currently examining a treasure. Brother, this is so pretty. Lin Huang's eyes widened in utter shock. Receiving no response, the little girl turned her head and called out, Brother, ignoring her. Lin Huang walked straight forward and stopped in front of a display case, exclaiming, Isn't that? Lin Xin asked in confusion, What's wrong, brother? He stammered. This thing, the museum guide explained with a smile. This is the centerpiece of our museum. Archaeologists have studied it for a long time but still don't know its specific purpose, so it was named Unknown Object. He stood frozen, pointing at a damaged laptop and questioning, You call this an archaeological relic? Was this really excavated during an archaeological dig? The guide explained happily. Yes, sir. This item is indeed a relic excavated from the Summer Palace. According to the archaeologist's judgment, it might be an item used by the nobility of the old era, though its function and operating principles remain unclear. Lin Huang rubbed his chin, frowning as he thought, That's right, this laptop was definitely brought to this world by another traveler. I'm truly not alone. There are other travelers in this world. Lin Xin called out softly in confusion, Brother? To find out the truth, he contacted an acquaintance to inquire after returning home. Yeyu spoke up, the Summer Palace ruins. That happened over 300 years ago. It was excavated right when the 7th district was first established. Archaeologists dug up a lot of strange things, and even the decor was completely different from anywhere else. It was very interesting. Hearing this, he frowned and replied, Below the transcendental rank, the maximum human lifespan does not exceed 720 years. Even if one reaches the transcendental rank, the lifespan is only 1800 years. That person must be dead, he added in his heart. He must be the traveler who owned that laptop. She frowned slightly and answered with some regret, I've already investigated the information regarding Sha Hao for you, but I found nothing. Data on figures from the old era is extremely scarce. Access permissions are also very high. I've told you all the information I could find, sorry. Lin Huang smiled slightly and praised softly, Thank you very much, also you're wearing makeup today, you're very beautiful. Yeyu turned bright red and stammered, I'm just attending a gala, that's all. Anyway, let's leave it at that. Contact me if you need anything. She bid a hurried farewell, bye-bye. As the image vanished, he breathed a sigh of relief and muttered with a smile, Still that same short temper. Does she think I'm being frivolous by complimenting her beauty? Lin Huang resumed a serious expression. Only a traveler with a cheat like a system could promote to a demigod in such a short time. This Sha Hao is definitely the traveler I'm looking for. Looking at the Summer Palace ruins, he frowned and said, It seems I have no choice but to go. The next day arrived in a flash, and Lin Xin was biting into a piece of cake as she asked, Brother, why are we going back to Little Summer City? Lin Huang replied with a smile, There were some things I didn't clear up at the museum yesterday. I need to check the ruins. You can play in Summer Palace City by yourself today. I'll leave Bai with you to accompany you on your walk. The little girl frowned in disappointment. Lin Huang really didn't know how to talk to people while Bai stood to the side staring at the cake in her hand, drooling. Lin Huang walked for a long time before finally approaching the Summer Palace ruins. Little Summer City was crowded and bustling. He looked around and thought, Even if this is just a tourist town built on ruins, Little Summer City is still a third the size of Baki City. I've already booked a hotel. Arriving at his destination, a warm voice rang out. Welcome, honored guest, Lin Huang asked with a smile. Boss, is it the off-season? I noticed there aren't many tourists, the boss answered earnestly. Winter break just ended, so everyone chose to go to Summer Palace City. In 3 to 5 days this place will be lively again, he realized. So that's how it is. The hotel owner then led Lin Huang to his room to rest. As they walked, he asked curiously, do you know any interesting legends about the Summer Palace ruins? The boss generously remarked that the Summer Palace ruins have always been mysterious, and there aren't many related legends. However, having lived here for so many years, I have heard one thing. Just then, 2 tourists passed by and waved warmly to him. The hotel owner continued, honored guest, if you're interested, you can take it as a story. Lin Huang happily expressed his interest. The door opened and the 2 walked inside. The boss stopped, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Legend has it that in ancient times a powerful expert named the Summer Emperor came here and established an empire. The Summer Palace ruins were his residence, but one day something unknown happened, and in just one night the entire empire vanished. The Summer Emperor disappeared along with it, as if he had never existed. Lin Huang was shocked. Vanished without a trace in a single night. Meanwhile outside, since the ruins were shrouded in a massive and sturdy barrier, he was queuing to enter, thinking that even if it wasn't peak season there were quite a lot of tourists. Xiao He hovered in the air and said, the planning of the Summer Palace in this space-time is very unique. It's also an unsolved mystery. Lin Huang spoke up. In my eyes it's practically a miniature version of the Forbidden City. This Summer Emperor was probably a computer geek. Xiao He suddenly discovered something and immediately flew forward to lead the way. Quick, over there. He followed quickly with a look of confusion. What's over there? The 2 came to a clearing with a massive hole in the center, surrounded by 6 stone pillars. Xiao He said, this ground is paved with black stone from the Ghost Sea. Even a full-strength strike from a transcendental would fail to leave a single mark. Lin Huang frowned in shock. How is that possible? Look at how cracked it is here. Xiao He stated solemnly, abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected underground. Absorbing this energy can unlock new functions. Lin Huang immediately looked back to confirm. Are you sure? Xiao He affirmed, certain. Sensors show the abnormal energy belongs to residual energy from a damaged cheat. Devouring it can improve the cheat's performance, he pressed. Is it right below this spot? It answered. Yes, about 3,000 meters underground, he nodded. Understood, let's head back first and plan carefully. That night at the hotel, Lin Huang's voice rang out. Xiao He, besides the abnormal energy you need, what else is there? It crossed its arms and said, according to the life pulse scan, there is a level 2 mutated monster about to undergo a secondary mutation. The specific type is unknown. It might be a bit difficult to handle. Hearing this, he pondered. A secondary mutation? Currently, only charcoal can contend with that. Suddenly, Lin Huang thought of something. I almost forgot, I used up all the transformation cards last time. Not a single one is left. Now there's no way to transform into a ghost shadow to sneak underground. Xiao He didn't miss the opportunity and immediately pulled up the exchange panel. Simple. The Ghost Shadow transformation card is only copper grade. As long as you have enough fragments of the same grade, you can exchange them in the mall. He sighed helplessly. 60 fragments for 1 card. You know this is highway robbery, right? But he accepted reality with a sigh. Fine, exchange for 5 first. Then Lin Huang pressed against the wall to eavesdrop, muttering with a red face, those 2 next door are really busy. Xiao He questioned tiredly, do you still want to get stronger behaving like this? Suddenly the room plunged into darkness and he cried out, a power outage? Xiao He clung to him in fear as the surroundings instantly became silent. Lin Huang sensed something was wrong, his expression turning serious. No. Staring at the door which radiated an eerie aura, Xiao He, he said in a low voice, there's someone outside the door. Lin Huang alertly gripped his gun and questioned loudly, who's there? The hotel owner with a bizarre smile knocked on the door and answered, it's me, honored guest. He said, the inn's circuit suddenly had a problem. I'm very sorry, he replied solemnly. It's fine, I was just about to sleep anyway. If there's nothing else, you can head back. The controlled hotel owner naturally refused to leave, constantly urging him to open the door. Honored guest, regarding the legend of the Summer Palace ruins you asked me about earlier, I just remembered something else. Please open the door. Lin Huang continued to refuse. I'm already asleep, we'll talk tomorrow. Just then a woman suddenly burst through the window, startling him. He began to stammer. Aren't you? Before he could finish, the other party walked in with a manic smile, her appearance eerily terrifying. Then her eyes flashed as she lunged forward, swinging a fist at Lin Huang. He dodged with all his might. The punch slammed heavily into the door behind him. Xiao He warned, it's a parasite host, Lin Huang, she's being controlled. If you can clear the parasite, she can still be saved. No sooner had it spoken than he fired a copper bullet into her head. Only then did Lin Huang turn back and ask, what did you just say? It replied helplessly. Nothing. A large hole had been blasted through the door. The hotel owner poked his head in and said with a smile, honored guest, aren't you still awake? He then reached in to unlock it. Lin Huang backed away repeatedly, questioning, is he under control too? Xiao He answered, it seems so, but to lift the parasitized state, the mother must be found and destroyed. He had already entered the room. A sinister voice slowly rang out. The master says you have something he wants. Kill you and bring the body back to him. Kill you, he replied through gritted teeth. You want my life? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that he pulled the trigger. As the hotel owner fell backward, other controlled people swarmed in like zombies. Some held knives, others guns. Frantically hunting Lin Huang, he shouted retreat, and then escaped through the window with Xiao He, only to find a crowd of hideous walking dead below, waiting to tear him apart. Lin Huang crushed a card, instantly summoning a phantom bird to carry them both into the air to safety. Xiao He spoke. I understand, it must be that monster buried under the ruins. He turned his head and asked in confusion, Are those monsters parasites? It answered. He's manipulating these people to attack because you have something he wants. Lin Huang was silent for a long time before speaking. Xiao He, you sensed the abnormal energy in the ruins earlier. Could it be that he sensed you too? It crossed its arms and replied, He can indeed sense my existence. He frowned and questioned, meaning, you want to seize his power and he wants to seize yours. Xiao He affirmed, He cannot seize my power, but he can invade my consciousness and become the new cheat, provided he is strong enough. Lin Huang looked back at the horde of zombies relentlessly chasing him and said, That explains it. This monster hidden underground must have been lured by the abnormal energy, which is why it sent people to attack me. At that moment the dense crowd of zombies blocked his path. Xiao He spoke up. Are you planning to run, or are you going to fight this group of parasite hosts? Why are you just standing there in a daze? He frowned and replied. Their target is me. If I leave, they'll search for me everywhere. Little Summer City isn't far from here and could easily be attacked. Then his imperial heart ring lit up and a voice came through. Hello, this is the Hunter Association. How can we help you? Lin Huang immediately made his request. Hundreds of people near the south gate of Little Summer City have been infected by various parasites. Please send people to contain them as soon as possible. Xiao He sneered. So you want the Hunter Association to take over here? He answered. As you said, if the parasites are dealt with successfully, these people can still regain consciousness. Letting the Hunter Association handle it gives them a sliver of a chance at survival. Xiao He teased. As long as it doesn't involve your own safety, you're quite the meddler. Lin Huang's gaze was resolute. With Bai protecting her, Zinner was safe for the time being. But if the cheat sensed the presence of other abnormal energies, we are in a symbiotic relationship now, Xiao He reminded him. You're planning to go to the Summer Palace ruins. Do you think that abnormal energy and the parasitic monster will let us off easily just because we run? Below, the hunters were currently bringing the zombie-like crowd under control. Lin Huang said in a low voice, Xiao He, if I lose you, I'm walking into a dead end, he added through gritted teeth. It's either devour or be devoured. Let's wait and see who gets the last laugh. At the ruins of the palace city, Lin Huang was slowly stepping into the depths. He spoke up. The energy body buried underground can sense you, right? Are we really just going to walk in so boldly? Xiao He replied that it was just leaked residual energy. Willpower and strength are limited. I've already shielded my energy fluctuations. We won't be detected within a 100-meter range. Lin Huang praised. Smart. It crossed its arms, its face full of pride. Thank you, though given your IQ, you're not really qualified to use that word to compliment me. Lin Huang was so annoyed he threatened. Do you want to try dying once? Just then, Lin Huang's gaze swept over the area, appearing to notice something unusual. He immediately pressed down on Xiao He's head and ducked behind a massive boulder, avoiding the parasite hosts wandering outside like zombies. Xiao He struggled fruitlessly. Careful, those are parasite hosts, he soothed. Relax, they can't see me. The monsters were staggering around, letting out intermittent mutters. Master, sense the aura. Humans, sacrifice energy to master. Lin Huang pulled out a card and said, It seems it's not just you who can sense energy. Those guys can sense me too, but it doesn't matter, I have a plan. Watching the monsters moving ahead, the two used their magical power to fly through the air. He spoke up. Fortunately, I exchanged for a ghost shadow transformation card earlier. Xiao He, lead the way. Xiao He pointed to the side. He frowned in confusion. Why can the energy body buried underground control parasitic monsters? Xiao He explained. That monster evolved by relying on the energy body. The energy body is its master, so you must be doubly careful. It's just ahead. Appearing before them was a glowing sphere tightly entwined by red thorns. Lin Huang asked while breaking into a cold sweat, Is that the energy body and the parasitic monster? Xiao He frowned and replied, It's only at the bronze rank. This thing has already parasitized tens of thousands of people. If it's allowed to reach the transcendental rank, it would be terrifying. Lin Huang clenched his fist. In that case, this thing definitely cannot stay. He then summoned charcoal. Charcoal spat out a stream of black magical fire, surging straight toward the parasitic monster. The opponent was also at bronze rank 3 and had undergone 2 mutations, but Charcoal possessed the dragon blood lineage and was clearly far stronger than this parasitic monster. The glowing sphere was instantly engulfed in flames. Lin Huang cheered excitedly. The dragon fire is working beside him. Xiao He was also pleased. Fire-type monsters are natural enemies of plant types, not to mention a dragon blood species capable of breathing dragon breath. But that parasitic monster is growing stronger. Lin Huang froze. Something's not right. Xiao He also gave an alarmed warning. This monster's regenerative ability is absolutely insane. Those thorn tentacles suddenly bupted, lashing forward frantically. Charcoal was knocked back repeatedly, and Lin Huang said angrily, "I have to go up and help too," Xiao He warned. "If even a dragon blood species can't kill it, what can you do? If the energy body senses your presence, it will erase you in an instant, and I won't escape being devoured either," it continued. "Charcoal can still hold it off for a while. Those parasitic spores are ineffective against a dragon blood species, but you are human, you have no way to contend with them." Charcoal continued to breathe fire, scoring a precise hit on the parasitic monster. Lin Huang frowned and said, "This guy really won't leave the energy body's side." Xiao He sighed. "If we don't settle this quickly, the situation will be very unfavorable for us." Suddenly, Lin Huang reverted to his original appearance. Xiao He shrieked, "Damn it, the transformation card's time limit is up." The thing was accelerating toward them. Xiao He screamed at the top of its lungs. "The energy body has sensed you. Run!" Lin Huang roared in terror. "It's released so many spores, if I don't get stabbed to death I'll be parasitized. I can't escape." Countless thorn tentacles swam frantically into the ground, sent dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled there was no sign of the two. It turned out they were safe and sound. Xiao He let out a sigh of relief. "Luckily the ghost shadow effect of the transformation card saved our lives," Lin Huang said while sweating. "I have a bad feeling," Xiao He stated decisively. "Correct, you've already become that monster's target. It lost your trail and seems to be enraged." Lin Huang looked up, his face full of fury. "Damn it," he shrieked as he realized danger was imminent. The monster had released all its parasitic spores and they were spreading outward. At that moment a pink light shot out from a crack in the ground and countless spores danced in the air surging toward the village. The hunters standing guard in the distance saw this and shouted, "What is that thing? Careful, those are parasitic spores, don't let them touch you." One hunter clutched his throat and hissed, "Damn it." Shortly after, they too turned into mindless zombies. Following that, beams of unknown light flew out of their bodies, with countless beams converging toward the ruins, all of them drilling into the parasitic monster's body. Xiao He warned, "It's stripping the life power of the hosts. It wants to forcibly break through to the silver rank," Lin Huang said through gritted teeth. "At this rate even Charcoal won't be able to hold out." "Xiao He, isn't there any way to destroy it?" After hearing this, Xiao He explained, "There is an initial extinction card in the store fragments that can instantly erase any monster below the transcendental rank. Unfortunately it costs 1 million fragments." Lin Huang asked, "How about we retreat for now? I'll come back once I'm stronger." Xiao He affirmed excitedly that with the current assistance of the abnormal energy, now was the perfect opportunity to kill it. This parasitic species evolves faster than any creature in the world. At its current rate it will reach the transcendental rank in less than 2 months and might even undergo a third mutation, Lin Huang asked in confusion. "The residual energy is actually that powerful? Is Sha Hao's cheat even stronger than yours?" Xiao He cursed at him in a rage, saying he was talking nonsense, then explained loudly, "All cheats must follow extremely strict laws and constraints. The host must also abide by the rules of use, but this abnormal energy has already broken away from the cheat and exists independently, which is why it can unintentionally accelerate the growth of the parasitic monster." Hearing this, Lin Huang's eyes lit up as he remarked, "I really envy these parasites." Xiao He said with a look of disgust, "Infinite power growth only leads to self-destruction in the end." "Those are words etched into my consciousness." Looking at the two creatures locked in fierce combat, Lin Huang spoke up, "Fine, as long as we can suppress the parasitic monster's recovery ability, Charcoal can defeat it quickly." Beside him, Xiao He said, "To strip it of its recovery ability, we must first complete the devouring of the abnormal energy." Lin Huang asked, "How exactly do we do that?" It provided the first plan. "The host needs to place a hand on the abnormal energy and hold it there for 3 minutes. "Hold for 3 minutes? Lin Huang's hair stood on end as he roared, "If I dare to get close, those 3 minutes are enough for it to kill me a dozen times over." Suddenly, Lin Huang's eyes lit up as he shouted, "I've got it." Then he soared into the air. "Can this energy body be moved?" Xiao He said definitively that it was impossible unless a new cheat absorbed it and took it away. Lin Huang smiled with satisfaction. "Then that's easy." Facing the parasitic monster, Lin Huang spoke up, "I'll reach my hand through from underground. I can just barely touch the bottom of it." Xiao He was a bit uneasy. The distance was too close. "It spotted me." He had reached the limit of his patience and charged forward instantly, spotted or not. This was directly beneath the energy body, a blind spot for the parasitic monster's attacks. Lin Huang decisively reached out to touch the energy body. He just needed to hold on for 3 minutes. At this point the energy body grew noticeably larger, and its magic became even stronger. Xiao He shouted in terror, "Damn it, it's advanced to the silver rank." Black magical light beams swept down frantically, and it said in panic, "I'm afraid you won't survive these 3 minutes." Now, energy was constantly converging on the parasitic monster. It seemed poised to explode with all its power to destroy everything. Lin Huang below was shaken to the core. Those were silver rank 2 attacks. Even in the ghost shadow state, being hit meant certain death. Just then the monster's thorn tentacles tightly entwined Charcoal, frantically strangling its neck. Charcoal was nearly suffocating. Following that, a powerful magical projectile struck Charcoal. The system immediately issued an alarm. "Charcoal has suffered a lethal blow. Please recall him immediately." Lin Huang stood frozen. Charcoal, the parasitic monster grew stronger and stronger, swinging its thorn tentacles wildly. A massive forest of spikes gradually formed on the ground, with countless spikes stabbing downward like drill bits. Xiao He screamed in terror, without charcoal to distract it. "You're dead for sure this time." At this moment, Lin Huang still held on tightly to the energy body. In extreme anxiety, he looked back and asked, "Xiao He, has it been 3 minutes? I feel cold all over." Just then, a system prompt popped up. "Abnormal energy absorption complete," he shouted in wild joy. "Fantastic!" By now, the parasitic monster's form was covered in dark red thorns. The two retreated cautiously. Xiao He spoke up. "I've only devoured the abnormal energy temporarily. You still can't beat it. Change it out," Lin Huang soothed. "Don't worry, I have a way." Then, with a curl of his lip, Lin Huang crushed a card and summoned Bai. Bai appeared instantly to stand before him, and Xiao He shrieked, "Are you crazy? Are you going to sacrifice the bloodthirster card?" Countless thorn tentacles came whistling toward them. He confidently threw out 2 cards and shouted, "Consume 2 upgrade cards, double upgrade." A defensive barrier instantly rose around Bai, blocking the parasitic monster's attack. Xiao He marveled in shock. The advancement process of an ordinary monster can be interfered with, but the advancement of a card is something not even a demigod can do anything about. "You're actually quite clever." Lin Huang scratched his head sheepishly and laughed loudly. "You flatter me, you flatter me." Then he asked a very stupid question. "How, really? It's my first time hearing that too." Xiao He was so annoyed it slapped him and cursed, "Idiot." Meanwhile, the thorns lashed frantically at the barrier to no effect. At that moment, the top of the barrier cracked like an eggshell, and Bai's arms reached out from within. Lin Huang asked in surprise, "Is this the Bai after 2 upgrades?" Xiao He was also full of anticipation. It seemed a truly extraordinary existence was being born then. A brand new Bai appeared before them, his aura exceptional, with a pair of crimson magical wings growing from his back. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic grade monster card, 4-winged blood envoy, God servant. The thorns attacked again, and Bai's form flickered, instantly vanishing and charging forward like a meteor. Lin Huang cheered excitedly. "Get it!" Xiao He was equally excited. "Without the abnormal energy, it's lost its self-healing ability. We've definitely won." Seeing charcoal beside him assisting with fire, Lin Huang's confidence surged. "You're dead, you moron." But Xiao He suddenly screamed, "Wait, something's wrong." It gave a loud warning. The monster was forcibly absorbing more life power, trying to break through to silver rank 3. Lin Huang was stunned by the parasitic monster's hideous and terrifying appearance. How could it turn into this? By now the surroundings were shrouded in pink mist. Xiao He continued, "Those spreading parasitic spores are still infecting people. I'm afraid it's already reached Little Summer City." It was heading toward where Lin Xin was sleeping. Thousands of people had already been parasitized. If it finishes draining the life power, it will complete its 3rd stage advancement soon. We'll lose for sure. Lin Huang stood up abruptly, stating firmly that he would never lose. Xiao He pressed in confusion. "What are you planning to do?" He stepped forward and ordered. "Charcoal, cover me." Bai, aim for its wounds and attack. Xiao He warned loudly in a fit of rage. "You're crazy. A close-range attack is certain death for you. If you die, everything is over." Lin Huang leapt into the air. "If it doesn't die, we're all finished too." He grabbed Charcoal's claw and flew high into the sky. "It's not just me here. There's Lin Xin and thousands of civilians." Bai now surged straight toward the parasitic monster, using magical power to burn those tentacles, but the effect was minimal. Xiao He issued an emergency warning, "Watch out, it's leveled up." At that moment, Charcoal dropped Lin Huang. He gripped his longsword and roared, the sound paralyzing the monster for a moment. Then he swung his blade to carve out a massive gash. "Die." But in that same instant, Lin Huang's pupils shrank, his face full of terror. A thorn tentacle had somehow pierced straight through Lin Huang's chest. Xiao He let out a scream. Lin Huang's consciousness began to blur. Am I going to die? My eyelids are so heavy, where am I?" Hearing Xiao He's loud call, he slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake?" it asked loudly and anxiously. "Is your mind clear? Say something." Lin Huang woke up with a start, panting heavily. "I'm actually not dead." Xiao He flew down and explained. "At the last second you used a healing card. Forgot? You're such a clever fox." Lin Huang tilted his head and muttered to himself, "I might have actually died once." He suddenly sat up and asked, "Right, what about those parasites?" Xiao He looked at the withered thorns on the ground and said, "Thanks to your lethal strike, they're all dead." He let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Lin Huang smiled with satisfaction, a golden card gripped in his hand, another epic card. "Let's call it the Poo Demon Vine." The card information was as follows: Rarity, Epic, Monster Name, Poo Demon Vine, Species, Parasitic Type, Combat Level, Bronze Rank 3-star, Skill 1, Parasitic Seed, Skill 2, Absolute Control. Summon permission activated. Remarks: this monster's skills are not yet fully developed. 3 new skills can still be obtained. Evaluation: extremely high cultivation potential. Xiao He evaluated bluntly. "You really are a lucky bastard." Lin Huang didn't mind, turning to Bai and Charcoal. "You've worked hard, get some good rest. Since the Poo Demon Vine is dealt with, will those who were parasitized return to normal?" Xiao He leaned back, smiling with satisfaction. "Correct. Now that the mother is dead, those parasitic spores will also perish. The parasitized people will soon regain their sanity." Just then, Lin Huang crushed a card and summoned a gargantuan creature. "That's good. While I have the chance, I'll use the remaining upgrade cards to give Tyrant his 2nd upgrade." He turned to ask Xiao He what it meant that the Poo Demon Vine only had 2 skills and needed 3 more. Xiao He explained that the Poo Demon Vine was a new type of monster. As a first-generation mother, it had only evolved instinctual skills and could obtain other skills through learning later. A system prompt popped up. Host, Lin Huang. Gender, male. Skill 1, Blood Spirit. Skill 2, Snowless Trace. Skill 3, Intermediate Strength. Skill 4, Initial Breath Concealment. Skill 5, Super Robust. Skill 6, Intermediate Demon Eye Deterrence. Skill 7, Initial Absolute Defense. Skill 8, Initial Bloodthirsty Tracking. Skill 9, Initial Extreme Vision. Skill 10, Initial Eye of Replication. Xiao He stood with arms crossed and said, "Since your monster skill slots are full, if you want to acquire new monster skills, you must first use a skill synthesis card or a skill deletion card." Lin Huang rubbed his chin and remarked, "So there's a limit on the number of skills." Suddenly, a bolt of red lightning struck down and the hard shell enveloping Tyrant began to crack. System announcement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic grade monster card, War Giant Armor Spirit. The card detailed monster card, rarity, epic. Monster name, War Giant Armor Spirit. Species, Armor Spirit. Combat level, Bronze 3-star. Skill 1, Super Robust. Skill 2, Initial Rapid Regeneration. Skill 3, Initial Extreme Outburst. Skill 4, Initial Extreme Strength. Summon permission activated. Evaluation, possesses extremely high cultivation potential. He smiled with satisfaction. A phantom bird flew away from the ruins. Xiao He spoke up, "Leave this place quickly. You used 2 upgrade cards in a row. It will definitely attract the attention of transcendental hunters." Lin Huang replied, "We're not going to Little Summer City. We're heading straight back to Summer Palace City." He looked at Bai's card and raised a question. "By the way, I wanted to ask earlier, what does God's Servant mean in Bai's monster name?" Xiao He explained, "It indicates that this monster's attributes contain a trace of extremely thin divine blood, which means his skills carry the aura of divine might." The content on the card was as follows: Monster card, rarity, epic. Species, Blood Demon. Combat level, Bronze 3-star. Skill 1, Blood Spirit. Skill 2, Initial Divine Might. Skill 3, True Blood Sacrifice. Skill 4, Initial Rapid Regeneration. Skill 5, Initial Extreme Speed. Summon permission activated. Remarks: once the monster promotes to the transcendental rank, the divine blood within its body will be activated, and its strength will be significantly enhanced. Lin Huang remarked, "This is great, holding 3 epic cards at once. But about the abnormal energy you devoured," he continued. "Did it add any new features?" Xiao He replied, "It added the substitute card function." He asked in confusion, "Substitute?" It crossed its arms and explained, "If a high-rarity monster card dies, another card of equal or lower rarity, but the same combat power, can be used as a replacement. The card only truly disappears if the number of deaths exceeds the number of substitutes. An epic monster card has 3 substitute opportunities. The first can be replaced with a common card, the second requires a rare card, and the third requires a rare or epic grade card." He was quite satisfied. This feature sounded excellent. After returning to their lodgings, the two slipped into their room. Lin Huang said, "Since things are peaceful for now, I'll get some rest." Xiao He reminded him, "Wait, haven't you forgotten something important?" It flew over and asked, "What is it?" He made a gesture for silence. Xiao He said angrily, "You actually dare to tell me to shut up?" At that moment, he looked into the room where Lin Xin was still fast asleep, completely unaware of everything that had happened outside. Lin Huang smiled with relief and whispered softly, "This girl actually slept without drawing the curtains." Xiao He wondered from the side, "So what exactly is the important thing?" He began to claim credit. "I nearly lost my life helping you devour that abnormal energy. Shouldn't there be some kind of reward?" Xiao He crossed its arms, closed its eyes, and replied, "What you say seems to make no sense, yet it also makes some sense." It let out a chuckle and decided, "Fine, I'll give you a big reward. Bet on your self-esteem. I'll reward you with 1 10-draw chance." No sooner had it spoken than countless cards flew toward Lin Huang, leaving him looking bewildered. Lin Huang was then plunged into a strange space. He was so surprised he began to stammer, "A 10-draw." But seeing the 100+ cards before him, he froze and questioned, "Why are there so many? Shouldn't the card pool be 18 cards? Xiao He closed its eyes and reminded him, "Wake up. You're in the Black Iron rank now, so the pool has naturally expanded. Isn't that a good thing?" Lin Huang collapsed to the ground, completely breaking down. "Good, my foot. Is the probability of drawing a good card higher with 18 cards or 100? Then, pulling himself back together, he said with gritted teeth and determination, "Whatever, I'll just bet on my self-esteem." He then decisively chose a card. "This one and this one." He moved his hand to another position to continue picking. "And the last one plus this one." Finally, he had drawn enough for 10 cards. Lin Huang folded his hands in prayer. "Heavens and earth of Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, please bless me. No mission cards, no mission cards, no mission cards." The cards opened one after another. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining Comprehension Card X1, Small Extinction Card X1, Upgrade Card X1, Temporary Transformation Card X3, Healing Card X2, Double Reward Card X2. Looking at these rewards, he cheered excitedly. A Small Extinction Card and 2 Healing Cards. Lin Huang wore a smile of pure satisfaction. "I've seen the world-shaking power of the Small Extinction Card, and Healing Cards are life-saving tools. It's a shame there's only 1 Upgrade Card, otherwise I could upgrade Purple Eye Bai. This Comprehension Card is a first for me." The card featured a humanoid figure against a background resembling a cosmic space full of stars. The knowledgeable Xiao He began his explanation. "The Comprehension Card is a consumable card that can only be used once. If you encounter a bottleneck during cultivation, it grants you an opportunity for an epiphany. The effect depends on the individual's talent and potential. After hearing this, Lin Huang stood with arms crossed and wore a satisfied smile. Good stuff. All the cards from this 10 draw were powerful and functional. I can finally turn my luck around. Xiao He turned away and told him not to get ahead of himself. It was just good luck. This led to another argument between the two, fighting back and forth. Can't you just let me be happy for once? Xiao He threw cold water on him. Did you draw an epic card or something? What are you so proud of if you're so capable? Let me give you another 10 draw and see. Lin Huang retorted, in your dreams. Early the next morning, Lin Xin woke up and sat on the bed, staring intently at something. Seeing Lin Huang return, the little girl quickly put away the screen. Brother, when did you get back? He walked into the room carrying a bag and replied, stop lounging in bed, I brought you breakfast. Get up and eat. Lin Huang placed the food on the table and said, I came back late last night and didn't want to wake you. Lin Xin replied, Bai suddenly disappeared and I thought something happened to you. I couldn't reach you either. I was worried sick. The little girl then said while eating, Brother, the morning news said a transcendental monster appeared in the little summer city ruins but was suppressed quickly. Was that you? Lin Huang immediately denied it flatly. How could that be? That was a transcendental monster and I'm only in the black iron rank. I'd lose my life if I even got close, the little girl said. But the timing of your departure with Bai was just too coincidental. Hearing this, Lin Huang rubbed Lin Xin's head and instructed, stop overthinking it and just eat. He then turned to leave. Clean up when you're done. There are still many places in Summer Palace City we haven't visited. The little girl put down her food and said, Brother, I don't want to play anymore. Let's go home. Lin Huang was very surprised and asked, no more playing, summer break isn't over yet. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xin didn't look back but said firmly, I'll be in my graduation year this September. If I want to play, I can play to my heart's content next year. The little girl said seriously that she should spend her time on studying, graduation and combat training now. I want to strive for a good grade next year. Hearing this, Lin Huang happily ran over to hug his sister. Zinner has finally grown up and become sensible. The little girl felt a bit shy. Brother, Lin Huang walked to the door and said, I'll go to my room to pack and buy the tickets. We'll take the crystal aircraft home. Lin Xin responded, okay. After he left, the little girl reopened her screen and a voice spoke loudly. Our exclusive interview subject today is Ouyang Bingli. She is 18 years old and is a top expert ranked 14th on the 7th District's Gold Hunter leaderboard, as well as the highest-ranking female firearm forge master. The person on the screen continued seriously. If you don't want to become a burden to others, you must learn to become strong. Lin Xin's gaze became exceptionally determined. I will never become a burden to my brother. The little girl made up her mind that one day she would fight side by side with her brother. Lin Xin's voice came through. Brother, go ahead and make the arrangements. I'm going back to my room. Lin Huang stood downstairs and chuckled to himself. Silly girl, and here I thought you'd finally become sensible. He looked at the golden card in his hand and muttered, there hasn't been much to do lately. Might as well use this remaining mission card. I hope it's not another trap. Lin Huang immediately crushed the card. System announcement. Congratulations to the host for activating a mission card. Mission content. Promote Army Overlord tactics to the 6th layer within 30 days. Mission reward healing card. If the mission is not completed within the specified time, a function card will be lost. He collapsed to the ground, kneeling and lamenting, it's another trap. Lin Huang scratched his head in frustration and roared in despair. Raising Army Overlord tactics to the 6th layer in a month was simply impossible. He was only at the 3rd layer now. Reaching the 6th meant saving up 120,000 fragments in a month, which was utterly out of the question. He slumped on the ground like a broken shell, in extreme agony. Zinner, I've given you all the living expenses. You'll have to order takeout yourself this month. I'm going into seclusion for cultivation. Lin Xin stood frozen. Oh, okay. Brother, are you all right? Lin Huang thought with determination. Failing the mission would mean losing a function card. If the small extinction card was lost, the loss would be immense. For the sake of the small extinction card, he would give it everything. He sat in his room, an image surfacing before him. He remarked that lately, whenever he had free time, he practiced the body-crushing tactic to accumulate fragments for the Army Overlord tactics. He was still 800 fragments away from breaking through to the 4th layer. Lin Huang frowned and speculated, but if I continue practicing like this, a month definitely won't be enough. Xiao He suddenly appeared and affirmed, that's right. He jumped in fright and shouted, don't just pop up like that, you scared me to death. Lin Huang turned and asked, otherwise, is there any better way? It smiled proudly. There is indeed a way to speed up fragment acquisition. It depends on your performance. At this point, he threw all caution to the wind and said, as long as I can complete the mission, there's nothing I wouldn't dare do. So Xiao He slapped him on the head, sending him tumbling forward. Then off you go. Lin Huang fell straight into a magic portal. Xiao He, don't you dare set me up. He walked straight in, staring ahead in awe. So it was that man from before. Aren't you a phantom? The elder immediately spoke. Practitioner, begin your cultivation. He then decisively threw a punch at Lin Huang. He shouted in terror, wait a minute, what's the situation? The instructor leaned in and delivered a punch to his stomach. Lin Huang collapsed to the ground. It hurts so much. Is this the rapid-fire upgrade Xiao He mentioned? Sending me in here to get beaten up, the elder continued to raise his leg. If I get beaten to death here, will I become a vegetable in reality? So he jumped up to dodge the strike, then seized the situation to begin a counterattack. Black Ball, I really have to thank you. The moment his fist struck the elder's face, the system immediately announced, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Army Overlord Tactics fragment. Lin Huang suddenly realized every hit grants 1 fragment. The instructor followed up with a series of lethal moves. He blocked all the attacks and frowned, saying, I see, this is indeed a fast way to get fragments. Xiao He, nice work. Lin Huang stepped to the side, preparing to throw a punch, which is to say, as long as I don't get beaten to death, I can keep leveling up. He landed a punch on the elder. At the same time, he took a heavy blow from the opponent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Army Overlord Tactics fragment. Lin Huang became even more excited after adapting. Since that was the case, the system announced, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Army Overlord Tactics fragment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Army Overlord Tactics fragment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Army Overlord Tactics fragment. Lin Huang charged forward with all his strength and will. Then let's stop worrying about the rest. The announcement panel rang out continuously, each line showing, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Army Overlord Tactics fragment. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 5th layer of Army Overlord Tactics. At this point, though Lin Huang was covered in bruises, he was still full of fighting spirit. Come on, let's keep going. After some time, he woke up with a start, drenched in sweat and exhausted to the core. He barely supported himself, saying, 1 more layer, I can still fight. But Xiao He stood with arms crossed and said, no, you're about to fail your mission. Lin Huang jumped up upon hearing the bad news. It spoke flatly. 24 days have already passed. Upgrading Army Overlord Tactics from the 5th layer to the 6th requires a full 10,000 fragments. You have less than 4,000 now. There's no time left, he shouted in panic. The mission is going to fail. Lin Huang sat in a daze, saying disappointedly, in 10 days there's no way to save up 10,000 fragments. The mission is destined for failure. Xiao He flew over and said, whether you lose the small extinction card or the comprehension card depends on your luck. He raised his hand and said, wait a minute, he said with gritted teeth and determination. My luck has always been terrible. Relying on luck is like waiting to die. I'm going to use the comprehension card. The system popped up a confirmation window. Please confirm if the host wishes to use the comprehension card. Xiao He warned, don't say I didn't remind you. Given your current ability, using the comprehension card is extremely dangerous. Lin Huang didn't listen at all, loudly confirming the use. Fragments enveloped his entire body, and it spoke, forcing the acceleration of cultivation progress is no different from reshaping your body, including your soul. On his end, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The intense pressure made Lin Huang roar in pain. Xiao He frowned. You're too weak. You can't control the comprehension card at all. There is a high probability you will die from forced cultivation. He was exceptionally determined and refused to give up. It was only a 1-layer breakthrough. I'm sure of it. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Huang sat down seriously, several streams of black magic power surging into his body. Xiao He frowned and waited. No, unable to control means the magic power around Lin Huang is boiling, and the cycle of Army Overlord Tactics is getting faster and faster. He opened one eye, his face looking hideous beyond belief. At this rate, he could break through the 6th layer in less than 4 hours. System announcement, congratulations to the host for breaking through the 6th layer of Army Overlord Tactics. Lin Huang was in extreme pain, letting out a terrified wail as his shirt completely shattered. Xiao He shouted in panic, stop it quickly. At that moment, countless phantoms of the instructor appeared behind him. He clutched his head in panic. What's happening? It won't stop. His eyes flew open, turning deep red. The cultivation could no longer be halted. Lin Huang was plunged into his inner space again, surrounded by hundreds of that familiar man. Everyone shouted in unison, practitioner, begin your cultivation. And so everyone charged together. He looked around in panic. Heavens, you're kidding me, right? In reality, his hands dropped, his entire body motionless, lying quietly on the ground. Xiao He remarked, as I thought, he can't control it. It frowned and said, the most terrifying thing about the comprehension card is that it ignores the host's physical strength. Once your spirit is exhausted, you'll never wake up again. In his inner world, Lin Huang was being beaten continuously, yet he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. I will never give up. He then charged forward frantically to strike. I cannot give up, Lin Huang roared. I haven't lived long enough yet. Lin Xin was doing her homework in the next room when she suddenly had an ominous premonition. She called out softly, brother? As the afterglow of the setting sun faded behind the distant mountains, a piece of green jade on the ground suddenly shattered. Lin Huang snapped his eyes open. Beside him, Lin Xin cried out in pleasant surprise, brother, you're finally awake. Her face was red from crying as she sobbed. You scared me to death. The doctor came and said your body was fine, but he didn't know why you remained unconscious. Lin Huang struggled to sit up and asked, how long have I been asleep? Lin Xin replied, a full week. You must be hungry. I'll go get you something to eat. She opened the door and walked out. Brother, wait a moment. I'll be right back. Lin Huang thought to himself, a week? What about my mission? Did I fail? Just then a system notification popped up. Congratulations to the host. Army Overlord Tactics has broken through to the 8th layer. Mission complete. Obtained 1 healing card. He was utterly shocked. The 8th layer, the system displayed the life secret technique card information. Name, Army Overlord Tactics, Rarity, Rare. Level, 8th layer. Effect, life power circulation speed increased by 96, life power attack and defense increased by 96. Remarks, for every level increased, all life power effects increased by 12. Evaluation, available. Lin Huang began wolfing down his food like a starving ghost, talking as he ate. The 8th layer of Army Overlord Tactics. The life power boost has actually reached 96. This growth ratio is practically the pinnacle of ultimate life secret techniques, isn't it? The comprehension card is truly incredible. Beside him, Xiao He remarked with emotion, your willpower surprised me as well. I didn't expect you to endure until the 8th layer. Hearing this, Lin Huang laughed triumphantly, spraying grains of rice onto the other's face. I told you long ago I'm a genius. Xiao He trembled with rage. I'll kill you sooner or later, it frowned and added. The cultivation is complete, and the life power in your body has completely stabilized. You can consider promoting to the bronze rank now. Lin Huang wiped the rice off his face and asked in confusion, do I need to choose a new monster to promote to the bronze rank? Besides, in the Encyclopedia of Life Seeds, aren't the monsters available for the bronze rank not much more numerous than those for the black iron rank? Xiao He replied, based on your current monster attributes and life power characteristics, I have pre-selected 11. Lin Huang scratched his head, feeling conflicted. How am I supposed to choose? The corners of Xiao He's mouth curled up slightly. Just like before, I don't have the authority to make the final decision for you. But aren't you a genius? Lin Huang suddenly grabbed it and began rummaging and teasing it. Last time Yi Zheng helped me choose my life seed. Maybe I should ask him again? Xiao He shouted angrily, idiot, let go of me. How are you going to explain promoting to the bronze rank so quickly? The existence of the system must never be known by the Hunter Association. Lin Huang frowned, his expression turning serious. True, but who else can I ask besides him? Suddenly a ringtone chimed. Lin Huang was startled. It was a call. It turned out to be Lang Yuexin. Hello, Mr. Lin. He was pleasantly surprised. Miss Lang beside him. Xiao He shivered and said, the genius girl who just promoted to the transcendental rank. She brushed her hair slightly, looking somewhat shy. It's been a while since we last spoke. I wanted to check in on you. Lin Huang replied with a smile. Yes, and it's perfect timing that you called. I have a question I'd like to ask your advice on. Beside him, Xiao He poked its head out and noted that she was a transcendental, and since she hadn't asked many questions when he was in the black iron rank, she was indeed a good person to consult. Lang Yuexin spoke. I wouldn't go that far, but I'm happy to help if I can, Lin Huang said with a smile. It's like this. I'm choosing a life seed to promote to the bronze rank, but the range is too wide and I can't make up my mind, she requested. Well, let me see your options. After looking through them, she was somewhat surprised, thinking to herself. Bronze rank? Hasn't he only just promoted to the black iron rank not long ago? Lang Yuexin analyzed. Most of the life seeds you've chosen boost basic physical stats like lightning speed or thick armor. However, talents that boost constitution become unusable once you reach the transcendental rank. Lin Huang crossed his arms and asked with a frown, does that mean my ghost hand will be useless by then? She replied, it will be useful. After becoming a transcendental, the ghost hand talent will evolve into a secret art called Asura Ghost Hand, which is quite decent. Lin Huang felt a surge of hope, thinking, for the sake of the future, I should choose a life seed that can evolve into a secret art now. A cup of hot coffee sat on the table. Lang Yuexin slowly brought it to her lips and said with a smile, I'm thinking of a certain bronze rank monster. The life seed secret art obtained by killing it becomes very special after becoming a transcendental. It might suit you well. Lin Huang said with interest. Tell me about it. She took a sip and said, the ugly puppet isn't the strongest, but it's difficult to deal with because it has a substitute ability. The life seed obtained after killing it is called substitute life seed, which belongs to the special category. Lin Huang was utterly shocked. A substitute life seed? Lang Yuexin continued. Substitute life power is very unremarkable. It doesn't like to show off much. It can only transfer non-fatal injuries 3 times a day. This is far less effective than the effects of some recovery-type species. So many people consider it useless, she continued. But after promoting to the transcendental rank, the substitute talent can evolve into the death substitution secret art, which can negate 9 fatal injuries per day. Lin Huang nodded. I see, she said. I'll send the information on the healing secret art to you. Take a look at the others yourself before deciding. Lin Huang smiled. All right, many thanks. It's good to have you. Hearing this, Lang Yuexin's cheeks flushed pink after hanging up the call. Lin Huang only then realized, was I being too familiar? Did she get angry? Beside him, Xiao He cursed. You idiot. Lin Huang leaned back in his chair and said, thinking it over, the ugly puppet really does seem most suitable for me. It crossed its arms and replied, ugly puppet, undead type, bronze rank 3-star, pack-dwelling monster. Distributed in Ash Valley, the land of forgetfulness and the Northern Abyss Undead Tier. Xiao He continued to explain, the Northern Abyss Undead Tier is a forbidden zone, only Transcendentals dare to go there. The land of forgetfulness is a bizarre forbidden zone in the 7th district. Many explorers, including Transcendentals, have gone missing there. It mocked disdainfully, with your skill level, you'd be dead without a grave no matter where you went. Lin Huang replied flatly, just say it plainly, we'll just go to Ash Valley. Just then the ring chimed again. It was Yin Yihang calling, and he shouted excitedly, "Buddy, let's head to Ash Valley." Lin Huang and Xiao He looked at each other. Early the next morning, sunlight spilled over the roof of the villa. Lin Xin asked with a frown, "Ash Valley, brother, you've only been awake for a week and you're going on another long trip?" Lin Huang replied with a smile. "School is about to start for you and I'd have nothing to do staying at home. I want to go out and play with a friend for a couple of days." He waved his hand and said, "Be good and stay at home. I've given you all your living expenses. I'll be back in a while." The little girl pouted and said angrily, "Clearly it's you who isn't being good." Lin Xin opened the virtual screen, muttering that he couldn't sit still the moment his body felt better. Suddenly she spat out a mouthful of water and screamed, 1 million? The scene shifted to Stronghold 7C29, Fog Spirit City. Yin Yihang let out a lazy stretch. "We finally made it. Staying on that airship for 11 days I was about to go moldy." Lin Huang looked around and said, "This is Fog Spirit City, the closest place to Ash Valley." There were hunters everywhere who looked like they weren't to be trifled with, overflowing with killing intent. Novices like them were a dime a dozen. Lin Huang reminded, "I think we need to be careful from here on out." Yin Yihang helped him pick up his backpack and said, "Thanks for being willing to take this trip with me. You're really like my brother from a past life. If you ever need me for anything in the future, just give me a shout." Lin Huang replied with a smile, "We're buddies, don't mention it." Just then he leaned in and whispered in Lin Huang's ear, "This ugly puppet substitute life seed might look average now, but it can turn into a life-saving secret art after promoting to the transcendental rank. You have to keep it a secret. This intel cost my dad a fortune to buy." Lin Huang understood after hearing this. "Is this why you chose Ash Valley to promote to the bronze rank?" He then thought, "Same for me. We can go together, but I have to hide my strength from him." So the two walked with their arms around each other's shoulders, chatting happily. Yin Yihang said, "There's a level 3 wilderness area on the way to the Mist Canyon. It's not safe with just the two of us. I'm planning to find an adventure team." Lin Huang replied with satisfaction. "Sure, then I'll go find a safe hotel. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning." He comforted, "Don't be nervous. You're here to help me, so I'll protect you." Lin Huang laughed. "Much appreciated." Lin Huang walked down the long street thinking that the people gathered in Fog Spirit City were all tough characters who hunted monsters in the nearby wilderness, along with people from the Hunter Association. He thought with a serious expression that many desperate outlaws were of unknown origin, and he had to be extremely careful when dealing with them. Suddenly the phone rang, and Lin Huang asked in confusion, "Fatty, didn't we just part ways?" Yin Yihang said on the other end, "Lin Huang, I've found a team. We're setting off now. Hurry to the Stronghold's East Gate to assemble." Lin Huang was still puzzled after hearing this. There were many teams going to Ash Valley, so there was no need to be in such a rush. Besides, it was already getting dark. Why spend the night in the wilderness? But he decided to go check the situation first. The scene shifted to the East Gate of Fog Spirit City. Yin Yihang looked stiff, his eyes dull as he waved and shouted, "Lin Huang, over here." One of the three strangers behind him spoke up, "Why were you so slow? How much longer were you going to make us wait?" Lin Huang stepped forward and asked, "Fatty, what's going on?" He replied, "Going with them will take us to Ash Valley." Lin Huang saw at a glance. 3 white iron rankers, he thought uneasily to himself. Looking for trouble, they summoned massive monsters, sat atop them, and shouted loudly, "You made us wait so long, enough chatter, let's get on the road." Yin Yihang's face was pale, yet he urged them to leave quickly. Lin Huang didn't say anything, analyzing the situation internally. Something's wrong with these people. Could Fatty be under threat? He had no choice but to take it one step at a time and see what tricks they had up their sleeves, so the group set off for their destination. One of them chuckled lewdly, "Boss, that kid who came last is in the black iron rank, and he actually has a green scale wolf as a mount." He looked back and replied, "The more profit the better. Keep going, we can reach Ash Valley before nightfall." After a while they stepped into Ash Valley, a desolate and grim place. They jumped down and Lin Huang looked around. "So this is Ash Valley. It certainly has a bizarre aura." The monsters vanished and the white iron rankers revealed their true faces. "We've brought you here safely. It's time to pay up. 30 life crystals in total." He turned his head and said smugly, "Thanks for the business." Lin Huang frowned and questioned, 30 life crystals? Are you joking?" At this moment, Yin Yihang behind him was trembling all over. Lin Huang noticed something was wrong and suddenly looked back. "Fatty, you!" His face was purple, his expression pained, yet he still struggled to warn, "Watch out, watch out." He stared at the 3 people in front of him and continued, "This kid says he can control people." The man pulled down his mask and Yin Yihang stammered, He's a wordmancer." Just then, the man stuck out a long tongue printed with incantation seals, his eyes as blood red as a snake's. He gave a sinister smile and said lightheartedly, 30 life crystals, not one less." Lin Huang looked at him with disgust, thinking, to think I'd run into a wordmancer, truly a rare profession. Such people can use incantations to control or even decide life and death. However, these few in front of him were merely in the white iron rank, and their mounts were only cheap spine pigs, clearly just mediocre thugs. Lin Huang changed his expression and asked with disdain, "A robbery?" Beside him, the terrified Yin Yihang gestured for him to shut up. "Shish, don't provoke them." The group of white iron rankers began to intimidate Lin Huang. "Brat, you guessed right. If you don't want to die, hand over the money quickly. Otherwise we'll kill you both, take everything and throw your corpses into the canyon." Facing the threat, Lin Huang showed no fear. Instead, he offered a counterproposal. "I'll give you a third option. beat it now and I can pretend this never happened, sparing your pathetic lives. Yin Yihang shouted at him through cold sweat. Are you crazy? The white iron rankers laughed at his words. Boss, this kid has been scared witless, right? If I didn't know his name was Lin, I'd think he was some noble's son. The man glared and said sharply, Brat, you're choosing the hard way. He began to chant in a low voice. With a look of madness on his face, he let out a loud shout. Paralysis? Unfortunately, Lin Huang showed no reaction at all, asking calmly, Paralysis? What's he doing? The atmosphere became extremely awkward and everyone was stunned. Feeling humiliated, the white iron rankers flew into a rage. What's going on? The incantation actually has no effect on him. He's only in the black iron rank. Kill him. Kill him for me. Ignoring these meaningless actions, Lin Huang began to counterattack. Now it's my turn. Lin Huang gave a light wave of his hand and Bai appeared instantly. The two sides clashed instantly. The white iron rankers screamed incessantly under Bai's slashes. What is this thing? No, impossible. He fought back desperately, but to no avail. How can this be? Aren't you in the black iron rank? This is a mutant monster, Lin Huang replied with a smile. You're just too stupid. When you realized your wordmancy couldn't control me, you should have guessed. The scene shifted elsewhere where the excessively frightened Yin Yihang was running and screaming. Mommy? Lin Huang said helplessly. Bro buddy, I haven't finished speaking yet. Yin Yihang suddenly fell to his knees. Lin Huang asked in confusion. What are you doing? He replied with a trembling stammer. On one hand, I'm expressing my admiration for you. On the other hand, my legs are so weak I can't stand, he continued. Seriously, are you really in the black iron rank? He replied calmly. What else? Lin Huang supported Yin Yihang as they walked. He asked, that was a gold tier 4-winged blood demon species just now, right? You can control him? He replied. Bai isn't in the gold rank, he's just mutated. Yin Yihang looked depressed, clearly having developed doubts about Lin Huang's true strength. Lin Huang said with a smile. Stop joking, it's dark, let's find a place to stay for the night. His voice echoed steadily. There's no need to go deeper into the valley. Let's rest here tonight and move out tomorrow morning. Yin Yihang had already fallen asleep. Lin Huang muttered to himself, the wordmancer fled and probably won't dare come back. Bai, you don't need to keep watch. Bai glanced at him and said nothing. Bai closed his eyes and returned to his space. Lin Huang thought seriously. However, to guard against the risks in the valley, some defensive measures are still needed. Early the next morning, Yin Yihang's scream rang out across the surroundings. Lin Huang, having just woken up, was still rubbing his eyes. He asked, somewhat exasperated, are you possessed or something? Yin Yihang's face was deathly pale as he muttered incessantly. It's over. We're surrounded by monsters. We're dead for sure, dead for sure. Lin Huang calmed him down composedly. You're not going to die. These are monsters I summoned specifically to keep watch for the night. Yin Yihang looked like he was about to burst into tears and shouted. Good heavens, they look terrifying. I nearly wet myself. Just how many summoned beasts do you have? As they continued on their way, Yin Yihang said enviously. I really envy you Imperial censors. You don't even have to lift a finger in battle. You have powerful subordinates and majestic mounts, Lin Huang replied nonchalantly. Different talents for different people. You're a food hunter. Sooner or later you'll have countless life crystals. That's much better than people like us who risk our lives constantly. Yin Yihang walked for a while, drenched in sweat and panting heavily as he spoke. It made sense. His personality really wasn't suited for life and death struggles. Lin Huang's expression grew serious. Wait, something's not right. A massive python corpse appeared before them. He continued, the ugly puppet's nest should be nearby, but the monsters here have all been cleared out. We're too late. Yin Yihang gasped for air, looking exhausted. Since the first spot was destroyed, they decided to head to the next location. After walking a fairly long distance, they finally spotted their destination. Yin Yihang held the map and said, behind those stone pillars is the second stronghold, the one closest to the valley entrance. Let's go check it out. After rounding the stone pillars, Yin Yihang shouted with a face full of disappointment. No way, what on earth is going on? Lin Huang seemed to realize something and said with some irritation, just as I thought. Yin Yihang clutched his head and yelled in confusion, who is the jerk doing this? If this continued, he would have no choice but to change his target life seed. Fatty, Lin Huang asked seriously, did you mention your chosen life seed monster to those 3 robbers before? Yin Yihang answered in surprise. All right, I mentioned it when I was looking for teammates, Lin Huang continued. Then I can guess who is stopping you from hunting the monsters. Elsewhere, that man was talking to himself smugly. This gold-tier armament I spent my life savings on is indeed powerful. There are a total of 4 ugly puppet strongholds in Ash Valley, and now only the last one is left. Once I clear it out, those 2 brats will have made the trip for nothing. His face turned hideous as he spoke in a sinister tone. I've been in Fog Spirit City for so many years and I've never suffered such a loss. Just wait until I go back and buy some septic agent. I'll show you 2 what's what. With the septic agent, that damn... Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder. Shu Chang's voice rang out, got him. The man broke into a cold sweat, turned his head and asked tremblingly, who, an accomplice of those 2 brats? He thought to himself, what's happening? The opponent just rested a hand on my shoulder, yet my hands and feet are cold, I'm unable to move and I can't even mobilize any energy. A voice rang out, take him away. Hong Zhuang appeared, looking at the man with a smile on her face as she said, I have a use for him. Seeing the insignia on Hong Zhuang's robe, the man shook with terror. Pure purple crow. Spare my life. A hand slowly reached out from a circle, fingers closing toward a bird as if trying to capture something. Shu Chang lifted him up effortlessly. The man could only let out a shrill plea for mercy. Back with Lin Huang, he heard a strange noise behind him and turned to ask Yin Yihang, "Did you hear something?" The other replied nonchalantly. As if he'd care about that, Yin Yihang continued, "Luckily I listened to you and skipped the third stronghold to come straight to the last one. We finally found the ugly puppets." Below the canyon, the area was densely packed with glowing-eyed ugly puppets. Yin Yihang observed seriously and said, "These things don't have much attack power, but there are just too many of them. If we get surrounded, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out." Lin Huang supported him from behind. "Go for it, I'll cover you." Yin Yihang didn't hesitate, charging into the puppet swarm while cracking his long whip. "Fine, watch Fatty's power." With that, Yin Yihang lashed out, lashing his whip around a puppet. Continuous attacks fell upon the puppets, and Yin Yihang shouted excitedly, "Ruthless enough for you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his movements became even more ferocious, decapitating a puppet with a single sword strike. In an instant the puppet vanished, and Yin Yihang cried out, where did it go?" Immediately after, it eerily reappeared behind him and lunged. Caught off guard, Yin Yihang screamed in terror. The puppet's fierce attack made him shriek, "Damn it, this thing can revive! Lin Huang, save me!" He defended himself while calling out. Suddenly the puppet was pinned down firmly. Lin Huang said calmly, "It's tied up, go ahead, Bai is right there." "He's the one pinning the puppet down." Seeing his chance, Yin Yihang charged at the puppet excitedly. "Good, let's chop down this piece of rotten wood." After a long while, Yin Yihang, drenched in sweat and panting, complained, "That's the 5th time, isn't it done yet?" In the air, Bai was dealing with the residual ashes. Yin Yihang shouted exhaustedly, Success." Lin Huang smiled, patted his shoulder and asked, "How is it? No problems with the life seed, right?" Yin Yihang replied, "No problems. I've finally successfully promoted to the bronze rank. Now I just need to stabilize my realm." Yin Yihang was so grateful he looked like he wanted to kiss him. "Thanks, Lin Huang, I love you, man." Lin Huang pushed him away with a look of disgust and said, "Don't be like that. Since we're finished here, you head back to Baki City first. I'm going to stay here for another 2 days. Yin Yihang asked in confusion, "You still have business? Then I'll stay with you." Lin Huang declined awkwardly, "No need. My level is low, I just want to kill some monsters in the low-level area. You need to stabilize your realm now, so don't follow me." Yin Yihang said somewhat dejectedly, "Then I'm really leaving. Contact me if anything happens, I'll look for you when I get back." Lin Huang answered confidently, "Don't worry." Lin Huang's gaze was resolute as he muttered to himself with anticipation, "Next, it's my turn to promote to the bronze rank." Bai, standing aside, ignored his strange behavior. In the center of Ash Valley, before them lay a clear lake emitting an eerie glow. The man was shaking with terror as Xu Chang spoke. "Are you sure it's here?" Hong Zhuang replied with some displeasure. "I set this up myself, how could I be wrong?" Hong Zhuang reached out and lightly touched the water's surface, turning a small patch of water into a transparent red, saying, "The golden spring water in this lake has been brewing for 12 years, it should be ready to use." The entire body of water gradually turned red. She ordered, "Throw him in, I want to see the effect." Hearing this, the man was scared out of his wits, stammering incoherently for mercy. "No, please don't throw me in, I'm still useful. I can help you find other test subjects. I know there are 2 other brats in the canyon." Xu Chang ignored his pleas and threw him into the lake without mercy. The puppet shattered into several pieces. Lin Huang said, "These things don't have any attack power, but they're truly hard to kill." He looked down at his hands. After promoting to the bronze rank and the black iron life wheel becomes a bronze life wheel, the scale holes will form 3 circles on the outer edge. The rest of the life energy storage card's contents will undergo a similar change. A notification popped up on the system panel. Life Seed discovered, converting into card form. The Life Seed card attributes were listed on the system panel. Name substitute, rarity, common, category, special type, talent effect. Uses a wooden stake to substitute for non-lethal damage received, limited to 3 uses per day. Card evaluation, entry level. Lin Huang smiled triumphantly. It was just as he expected. Although it was currently of common quality, once he promoted to the transcendental rank, this thing would be the strongest life-saving tool. He turned to look at Bai and said excitedly, "Besides the Poo Demon Vine, my other epic cards will also automatically advance as I promote. Bai is now bronze rank 1, I can't see Fatty for a while. Otherwise I won't be able to hide my true strength." He looked forward in surprise, feeling a sudden chill. "This aura, it's a mutated monster." As for the man thrown into the lake, the intense pain in his body made him let out a shrill scream. His body began to mutate. From his face to his limbs, everything twisted continuously until he completely transformed into a deformed monster. Looking at her creation, Hong Zhuang sighed with delight. "A mutated fallen slave, the effect is quite good." Lin Huang watched from above, dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. "A human turned into a monster? What kind of sorcery is this?" Hong Zhuang waved her hand forward. She casually released a magic attack on the mutated creature. Lin Huang was both confused and curious, wanting to figure out who this strange woman was and what this blood pool was, thinking seriously, "This is definitely not an enemy I can deal with right now. I have to run." Xu Chang suddenly appeared behind him, giving him a fright. Xu Chang spoke up, "So you saw everything?" Lin Huang turned around, his face full of terror. The other just rested a hand on his shoulder, yet his whole body was unable to move. Suddenly, Xu Chang quickly grabbed his neck, making it impossible for him to resist. Xu Chang let out a cold snort. "Die." Despite being strangled by the neck, Lin Huang still managed to squeeze out a few words. "Wait, I didn't." He was incredibly anxious. "Are you kidding me? I don't even have time to summon my beasts. Hong Zhuang appeared and said, Shu Chang, don't kill him yet. She approached Lin Huang, smiling with a trace of malice. Hello there, little brother. She stared at him and asked, You have a double mutated monster, don't you? Lin Huang countered unpleasantly. How do you know? She continued. It seems I guessed right. Lin Huang felt unprecedented pressure. The presence of these two was too strong, making it hard to breathe. They were definitely transcendental experts. She introduced herself. My name is Hong Zhuang. I am a formal member of Purple Crow. Lin Huang endured the pain and propped himself up, saying, Seniors, I was just passing through and had no intention of offending you. Please show mercy. His mind was full of confusion. Purple Crow, isn't that an organization on par with the Hunter Association? It was just that the Hunter Association operated in the open, while Purple Crow was the king of the dark world. Hong Zhuang spoke softly with intimate behavior. A bronze-rank Imperial censor who actually possesses a double-mutated monster. Kid, you're not half bad. Lin Huang broke into a cold sweat and replied, Duh, thanks for the compliment. If there's nothing else, then I'll. Shu Chang stepped forward and said with some anger, Hong Zhuang, do you really want to lower the threshold for Purple Crow's reserve members to the bronze rank? It should be at least gold rank. She held up a finger and answered flatly. A mere bronze rank who possesses a double-mutated monster. If such a talent falls into the hands of another organization, they will become a threat to our Purple Crow. Hong Zhuang's tone became threatening. Join us or die right now. Choose for yourself. These words left Lin Huang stunned, feeling extremely uneasy. Thus he was taken away. In a cell, there was a loud knocking on the door. Lin Huang shouted angrily, Didn't you say you were recruiting me for Purple Crow? Where is this? A prison. The steward's face was grim and his tone contemptuous. This is Purple Crow's labor preparation training camp. I am the steward. Only by passing the 3-month assessment can you become an official labor preparation member. The steward walked up to Lin Huang and snorted coldly. Even if you are someone Lady Hong Zhuang took an interest in during these 3 months, aside from ensuring you don't die, I won't give you any special privileges. You're on your own, Lin Huang roared. Hey, don't leave, I still have questions. Why can't my Imperial heart ring connect to the internet anymore? And a voice came from behind, Stop shouting. Once you're here, just consider yourself dead. Lin Huang spun around and cried out in surprise. Who's there? The man spoke with some worry. My name is Xiao Mo, I'll be your roommate from now on. He also introduced himself. I'm Lin Huang. What did you mean just now, that I'm already dead? Xiao Mo replied. I mean that once you enter the training camp, neither Imperial heart rings nor communication devices can be used anymore. As he spoke, his expression turned somber, for this meant being completely cut off from the outside world. Unless you turn into a zombie, don't even think about leaving this place for these 3 months, Lin Huang asked curiously. Aren't the people locked up here all experts? Is it really impossible to escape? Xiao Mo replied that most people came voluntarily, and even if they wanted to run, his tone grew increasingly worried. The barriers set up around here will kill you instantly, not to mention the stewards and guards here are all in the transcendental rank. Who could possibly escape? Lin Huang lay down on the bed calmly. Then there's no way around it. We'll take things as they come. Hearing this, Xiao Mo's mouth fell open in shock. Lin Huang said with a smile, Thanks for explaining so much. For the next 3 months, let's get along well. Xiao Mo was surprised that Lin Huang could be so composed, saying, You can actually fall asleep. You've got guts, but you're sleeping in my bed. Early the next morning at the Purple Crow training camp, on the training ground, the prisoners stood in a line. Lin Huang looked up at a high tower and asked, Is that the trial tower you mentioned? Xiao Mo followed his gaze and answered, Yes, from Black Iron rank 1 to Gold rank 3 you can choose the corresponding tower floor to participate in challenges based on your level. Lin Huang looked disgusted. Challenges? Are there any benefits? Xiao Mo began to urge him, Walk a bit faster. It's almost mealtime. Challenges can hone your combat skills, increase your strength, and earn you points. Lin Huang asked in confusion. Points? Suddenly, Xiao Mo looked to the side, trembling all over. Before them were prisoners who had been hanged. Xiao Mo said, The training camp has a points leaderboard ranked according to performance in the trial tower. Every week the 3 people with the lowest scores are hanged. Lin Huang cried out in shock. What? He opened his ring system and said, It really is on the local network. Xiao Mo grabbed his clothes in terror and said, Not only that, points can be exchanged for all sorts of things, including combat skills, life manuals, weapons, food, and so on. Xiao Mo continued, So those ranked at the top will only keep getting stronger. But he didn't know someone was already behind him. That person kicked him without mercy and said contemptuously, Isn't this Xiao Mo, the one in last place? Lin Huang repeated, Last place. Looking at the disheveled Xiao Mo who had been kicked, Zihao spoke with a cold expression, Trash who won't last a week still wants to eat. With that, he reached out to grab Xiao Mo. I warned you long ago, you're going to die anyway. Xiao Mo apologized in a panic. Sorry. Lin Huang blocked his hand and said with authority, He's not the one who should be apologizing. Seeing his hand gripped tightly, Zihao was very displeased. Newbie, do you have a death wish too? Lin Huang ignored him and said sorry to Xiao Mo. Lin Huang's strength was so great that Zihao let out a pained scream. A shout came from a distance. Let him go. The surrounding prisoners began to jeer. It's Gong Sunying. Gong Sunying is here. Let go quickly. He looked toward Gong Sunying aggrievedly. Lin Huang looked coldly at Gong Sunying, who was ranked second on the leaderboard. Gong Sunying spoke up. You want to challenge the rules here? Lin Huang spoke with a fierce expression. Survival of the fittest is the law of beasts. I am human. Gong Sun Ying's strength isn't much worse than Fatty's. This should be interesting. He stepped forward, whip in hand, and face grim, shouting to halt their next move. No, stop, keep moving. Move, or do you want to be punished? Gong Sun Ying turned and left with a look of disdain. Let's go, another subordinate said. Xiao Mo, just you wait. Xiao Mo could only cower behind Lin Huang. I'm sorry, this is all because of me. You shouldn't have offended Gong Sun Ying for my sake. Even without you, I would have had to face people like him eventually. Lin Huang looked indignant. Watch closely. I'll show you how to survive. Lin Huang stood before the slowly opening gates. This was the 6th floor of the trial tower, and it was time to get down to business. His expression was serious and determined. He was ready. Lin Huang thought to himself, the rules of the trial tower are simple and cruel. Kill monsters to earn points. Rather than saying these monsters were created, it's more accurate to say they were captured. The monsters lunged frantically at Lin Huang, who smiled slightly and smugly summoned Bai. He thought, killing them earns me life glow, but if I'm killed, I really will die. He calculated silently. This trial tower isn't so much a training ground as it is a human meat grinder. He and Bai charged forward to slay the monsters. Lin Huang pondered, although Bai's strength is enough to challenge monsters on the 10th floor, I must hone my combat skills and accumulate life glow. Lin Huang leapt forward, closing in on a giant monster. Bronze rank 3 monsters were the most suitable targets. He swung his sword and obliterated it. Compared to others, I can synchronize my life wheel with Bai, making my life power inexhaustible. Fighting for 8 consecutive hours is no problem. Lin Huang continued clearing monsters within the tower. By the 3rd day, he let out a weary sigh. Scraps of monster corpses were scattered everywhere. Lin Huang walked slowly out of the trial tower, confidently checking his body. All 3 life wheels have been filled 6 times. Not bad. Lin Huang opened his information panel to check. Bai and I killed nearly 4,000 bronze rank 3 monsters. My points have skyrocketed to over 160,000. He still felt a trace of pride. My current ranking has risen to the 300s. Not bad, considering I entered a month later than everyone else. Suddenly, someone shouted his name. Lin Huang. Li Zihao barked harshly. He pointed at Lin Huang and said, I challenge you. Lin Huang asked in confusion. A challenge, he thought to himself. Is the point-snatching war starting already? As expected, they're targeting those whose rankings are rising quickly. He turned to leave, not wanting to deal with it. Left behind, Li Zihao shouted provocatively, Are you afraid? If that's the case, let's start a deathmatch. System notification. Li Zihao has initiated a deathmatch against you. Deathmatch activated. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The system voice rang out. Since a deathmatch was forced, Lin Huang looked at him with displeasure. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, That's brutal, going straight for a deathmatch. This kid's points are rising too fast, it's making people jealous. Li Zihao's rank is much higher than his. There's no suspense in this fight. Li Zihao held twin swords, powerful energy converging around him. He approached with a sinister expression. If you accept a regular challenge, I could only take half your points at most, but if you force me to start a deathmatch, I'll just have to kill you and take all your points. Lin Huang turned back to look at him, fuming. So that's how it is, Li Zihao charged. Brat, you're acting tough even though death is at your doorstep, the onlookers gasped, as expected of a top 100 in the trial tower. This is brilliant. Li Zihao is also one of Gong Sun Ying's subordinates. He's very strong. A pity for that new kid. He's going to die before he can even show his stuff. Hearing the praise, Li Zihao lunged forward even more smugly. Die, however, with just a single move. Lin Huang calmly brushed past him. Li Zihao was stunned by Lin Huang's speed. How Lin Huang only spared him a cold glance. You lost, Li Zihao screamed, damn it, and then collapsed. The surrounding crowd was terrified. When did he draw his sword? He won in an instant. Is this kid's strength really that terrifying? Slumped to the side, Li Zihao couldn't believe reality. Impossible. How? Gong Sun Ying's voice rang out. You must kill him for the deathmatch to end. Those are the rules of a deathmatch. Lin Huang's face darkened. You want me to kill him? Isn't he your subordinate? Gong Sun Ying glared at him and said, Rules are rules. You must kill him to end the challenge. Lin Huang refused to back down and retorted, Rules are made by people and they can be broken by people. Lin Huang turned his head, no longer wanting to waste time with Gong Sun Ying. I'm busy. I don't have time to play with you. Until next time. Gong Sun Ying's eyes were cold as she activated her ability, countless chains coiling around Li Zihao's neck. No, Gong Sun Ying killed him with one cruel move. Li Zihao's cry of agony sent a shiver down Lin Huang's spine. Lin Huang was stunned and looked back at Gong Sun Ying. She leisurely retracted her chains but looked at Lin Huang with fury. I killed him for you. No need to thank me, but I hate those who don't follow the rules most of all. Xiao Mo was sweating from fear. He stammered, Gong Sun Ying is silver rank 3 and could break through to the gold rank at any time. You're in danger if you provoke her. Lin Huang lay lazily on a nearby bed, then sat up and asked in confusion, Why did you join Purple Crow? You're in the Black Iron rank. You could have easily joined the Hunter Association as a reserve member. Xiao Mo's face turned grim as he replied, If I had a choice, I would have joined the Hunter Association, of course. But sin blood flows through my veins. There is no place for me in the Union government. Xiao Mo lightly pulled aside his clothes, revealing a tattoo on his chest. Lin Huang showed visible sorrow. I understand, he thought to himself. If a woman violated by a monster survives and gives birth, the child is seen as having sin blood. Although the Union government has stopped hunting them down, they are still viewed as outcasts. No wonder Xiao Mo could only choose an underground organization like Purple Crow. Xiao Mo fell into despair. He pursed his lips. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. Lin Huang placed a hand on his head to comfort him. Whether it's the Sin blood or their descendants, you are all victims, you've done nothing wrong. Xiao Mo curled up, sitting across from Lin Huang. It's almost time for the points leaderboard summary. The steward will come to execute me soon. Thank you for looking after me these last few days. It's a shame I owe you so many life shards and can't pay you back. Hearing this, Lin Huang pondered for a moment, then said confidently, challenge me. Xiao Mo was startled and cried out, what? Lin Huang replied flatly, challenge me. As long as I forfeit, you'll get a portion of my points. Xiao Mo was frantic, no. Purposely forfeiting during a challenge is a violation of the rules. Gong Sun Ying won't let you get away with it. Lin Huang's face darkened, and he said resolutely, if she wants to find trouble, let her. I love solving trouble. Don't hesitate. Are you willing to die in this hellhole for no reason? Xiao Mo gritted his teeth. I'm not willing. I want to live. I want to grow stronger. Xiao Mo trembled, his face pale, yet he shouted with all his might, I challenge you. Lin Huang smiled slightly and softly accepted. Fine. I forfeit. The scene shifted to the plaza outside, where the crowd began to stir. There are only 3 minutes left until the point summary. Why has the ranking changed? What's going on? Look. Xiao Mo has moved up to third from the bottom, one of them shouted in surprise. That kid Xiao Mo suddenly got 5,000 points and now I'm third from the bottom? No, how can this be? The others began to whisper among themselves. How tragic, about to be executed all of a sudden. That's 5,000 points. What on earth did Xiao Mo do? The youth, his face full of panic, shouted. I spent so much money to buy points, how could this? Before he could finish, a hand suddenly appeared, and a heavy blow from an enraged Gong Sun Ying slammed his head straight into the dirt. Gong Sun Ying's face was filled with killing intent. Cheater, die. After a while, Lin Huang and Xiao Mo walked out of the plaza. Lin Huang chatted pleasantly. After lunch, let's keep grinding in the trial tower. Once you use all the essence you gave me, your points should go up quite a bit. Xiao Mo was moved to tears. Okay, thank you, big brother. Suddenly, a harsh shout interrupted their conversation. Lin Huang, you purposely forfeited during the challenge to give him points through cheating, didn't you? Gong Sun Ying approached, her face grim. Lin Huang started playing dumb. What cheating? I have no idea what you're talking about. Why the loud voice? Lin Huang's behavior made Xiao Mo even more worried. Gong Sun Ying closed in on him. I warned you, yet you still dared to violate the rules. A mere bronze rank, do you have a death wish? Lin Huang fired back loudly. He had worked hard to reach the number 2 spot on the leaderboard. As long as I hold one of the top 2 spots, I'll become an official member of Purple Crow. Do you really want to provoke me now? Aren't you afraid your past efforts will go to waste? The onlookers whispered. This newcomer is insane. He actually dares to talk to Gong Sun Ying like that. He's only in the bronze rank. Where does he get the confidence? He really doesn't want to live. Gong Sun Ying spoke in a voice like ice. I'm going to challenge you. Lin Huang showed no fear. Fine, a challenge it is. Just then, a furious shout stopped the impending conflict. All of you stop. The steward arrived with an imposing aura, disrupting the commotion in the training camp. You lot have some nerve. Gong Sun Ying looked back at the steward and pointed at Lin Huang. Steward, this kid openly cheated to disrupt the point rules. I was just teaching him a lesson. The steward turned to reproach Lin Huang. Lin Huang, I told you on your first day that even if you are the one Lady Hong Zhuang chose, you have no special privileges here. The rules must be followed. Did you forget? Lin Huang spoke with disdain. Of course I remember, but I simply lost a challenge. On what grounds do you say I cheated? Is that a rule too? Seeing he could do nothing to Lin Huang, Gong Sun Ying secretly harbored a grudge. Even if you have a backer, as long as you're in this training camp, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. She didn't want to make a scene in front of the steward and turned to leave. Just you wait. Lin Huang shouted to stop her. Wait a second. This move startled everyone. Gong Sun Ying turned back, frowning at him. Lin Huang said confidently, Steward, please bear witness. I wish to initiate a death match against Gong Sun Ying. Gong Sun Ying let out a cold laugh. Lin Huang, you're looking for a grave, the crowd buzzed. The kid is crazy. A mere bronze rank dares to challenge the second-ranked expert to a death match. Even if Lady Hong Zhuang were here, she couldn't save him. Gong Sun Ying smiled cruelly and began to summon her chains. You chose the road to hell yourself. Don't blame me when you're dead, the system voice rang out. Generating deathmatch. Countdown 6-5. Lin Huang calmly summoned Bai and said, I'll return those exact words to you. Deathmatch countdown 3-2-1. He immediately gave the cold order, Bai, kill her. Bai charged forward instantly. Opposite him, Gong Sun Ying also launched an attack, aiming straight for Lin Huang. Die, however, her attack was blocked by Bai's innate barrier. Gong Sun Ying's expression changed drastically. Impossible, my weapon is gold tier. At the same time, Bai launched an attack, his movements fast as lightning. Gong Sun Ying was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. Too fast. I can't see him at all, no, impossible. She then collapsed, dead. Lin Huang said smugly, and I thought she'd be tough. The onlookers were stunned. He's an imperial censor. That monster must be a double mutated species, right? Simply unbelievable. The steward was also shocked, frozen in place. He eventually snapped out of it and shouted, All right, everyone, disperse. Get back to whatever you were doing. Looking at the scene before him, he thought, no wonder Lady Hong Zhuang wanted to promote him into Purple Crow. The steward spoke slowly. Lin Huang, go back to your room. Stop causing trouble, however. Lin Huang was currently rummaging through Gong Sun Ying's corpse for something. Yeah, I'll go back as soon as I'm done. His behavior made the steward quite displeased. This kid is far too arrogant. He then summoned Xiao He. Xiao He, what's the deal with talent cards? Aren't you supposed to kill a monster to get a life seed before obtaining a talent card? Xiao He replied. Some talent card abilities are hereditary or innate for other reasons. Lin Huang tucked away the 2 newly acquired cards. In other words, talent cards allow me to obtain certain skills without effort. Xiao He said it could be understood that way. Lin Huang's information panel popped up and he marveled. Not only have my talents and skills increased, but the boost in combat power allows me to summon 3 monsters simultaneously, Xiao He said disdainfully. Don't get cocky, you're still a piece of trash, Xiao Mo shouted excitedly. You actually killed Gong Sun Ying, you're way too strong, Lin Huang replied humbly. I'm just average, he thought to himself. It's not that Gong Sun Ying was too weak, but that Bai is too strong enough to sweep the entire training camp. Xiao Mo happily interrupted his thoughts. Now that you've killed Gong Sun Ying, your points must have broken 2 million, right? You can go exchange them for some good gear. The scene shifted to the equipment exchange counter. Lin Huang shouted in shock. Bronze gear costs 10,000 points. 1 white iron gear shard is 100,000. A gold gear shard is 1 million. This isn't an exchange, it's a robbery, he hesitantly asked the staff. Hi, I'd like to exchange for a bronze rank pistol. The other replied, Copper Sparrow 23, a Grey Eagle Company product, 80,000 points. Lin Huang was stunned. Isn't bronze gear 10,000 points? Why are you charging me 80,000? The other replied calmly. 10,000 is for a standard gun. This is the modified Copper Sparrow 23. Its power is 3 times the original, so it's 80,000. The white iron rank Phoenix 16 feet is also a modified version for 980,000. Lin Huang gritted his teeth and endured it, looking at his points with heartache. I'll take both, one of each, the staff replied enthusiastically. Certainly, that's 2.12 million points in total, thank you for your business. Lin Huang walked back, still feeling the sting of the points he'd just spent. They were gone before they even got warm, but it wasn't a loss. As modified weapons were indeed rare, you might not even be able to buy them with money outside. A voice interrupted his thoughts. He's back. Lin Huang looked toward the source of the voice. He saw Xiao Mo surrounded by a group of fierce-looking people. Xiao Mo stammered, Big brother. Li Zan stood to the side and said, We've been waiting for ages, you're finally back. Fang Wen let out a cold laugh. You're Lin Huang? Another person sized him up and said, Hey, doesn't look all that strong. Lin Huang's face was grim. He thought, I killed Gong Sun Ying. Are they here for revenge? Suddenly their expressions changed as they greeted him warmly. You're back, have you eaten? In the future just give the word for small things like this. Go rest, let us know if you need anything. Xiao Mo introduced them. Big brother, these two have been waiting for you for a long time. Fang Wen smiled. Lin Huang, hello, I am Fang Wen, ranked first on the leaderboard. Li Zan also stood opposite, greeting him pleasantly. Hello, I'm the one in 3rd place, Lin Huang replied with a smile. A pleasure to meet you both. Internally he pondered. I just killed the 2nd-ranked Gong Sun Ying, yet these two have come knocking. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Li Yan stepped closer and handed him an item. Don't be nervous, we just came by to say hello. After all, we'll all be members of Purple Crow from now on. Just a small token of our regard, please accept it. Lin Huang hesitated slightly. Senior, this is far too generous, Li Yan replied. I heard your specialty is blade skills. My father once gave me a decent blade technique, but unfortunately it doesn't suit me. I'd like you to have it. In the future, we'll be in the same organization. We should look out for one another. Lin Huang responded with some excitement. Then I gratefully accept the kind intentions of both seniors. If there's ever anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. He thought smugly to himself. It's probably not just because of my strength. Hong Zhuang, she's a truly extraordinary patron, which is why they're being so polite. Fang Wen waved goodbye. You've worked hard today, get some rest until next time. Li Yan followed closely behind. Call on us if you need anything, Lin Huang replied. Until we meet again, seniors. Xiao Mo stared at the table piled with food, exclaiming in surprise, Big brother, you've truly become famous with just one battle. So many people sent food. They all want to make your acquaintance. Lin Huang began to analyze the haul. The storage ring Fang Wen sent wasn't large, but it contained 3,000 units of standard life crystals, worth 30 billion credits. How generous, Xiao He remarked calmly. With such lavish spending, the other party likely hails from a prestigious family or holds high status. It leaned in to look at the item in Lin Huang's hand. However, the truly valuable thing is this. The blade skill Flowing Fire. It was condensed into its current form by a blade grandmaster 300 years ago, who combined multiple fire attribute techniques over 7 years. Lin Huang turned and asked, How good is this blade skill? It replied, Rare grade. You can collect fragments to upgrade it directly to epic grade without needing a high-level card. Lin Huang was stunned. That powerful, he thought smugly. If I can collect the fragments and add them to the Great Desolation Blade scripture, I'll have 2 sets of epic grade blade skills. Xiao He reminded him helplessly. Don't forget, your primary mission right now is to escape this place. You have no time to practice blade skills. Xiao He's words left Lin Huang sulking in a corner. Right, I must escape this training camp within 3 months. I have no intention of joining Purple Crow, Xiao Mo asked worriedly. Big brother, what's wrong? Lin Huang replied in a somber tone. Unless you become a corpse, there's no way to leave this place. Xiao Mo's words gave Lin Huang an idea. That's it, Lin Huang shouted. Xiao Mo, with so many people dying, how does the training camp handle the bodies? Xiao Mo was confused by the sudden question. He began to describe it in detail. The bodies are thrown down below where they are smashed to pieces and eaten by monsters. Outside the training camp is an abyss filled with terrifying creatures. He looked fearful. Lin Huang asked curiously, "What about people with status or background? Are their bodies handled the same way?" Xiao Mo shook his head vigorously. "No, the bodies of those people are kept by the stewards. They wait for the families to come and investigate the cause of death." Lin Huang calculated silently. "Because of my connection with Hong Zhuang, if I die, the steward will definitely keep my body for her to inspect. The problem is, if I just run away, I'll definitely be targeted by Purple Crow. How can I eliminate future troubles?" Lin Huang continued to ponder. "Before I come up with a perfect plan, I'll continue practicing. Maybe I'll get a new card that can solve the problem." Outside the training camp, dark clouds shrouded the Purple Crow Tower. Lin Huang stood before a group of massive monsters. With a strange sound, the synchronized connection was cut. He summoned Bai and looked proudly at the monsters before him. "Let's challenge White Iron Rank 1 monsters and see what upgrade rewards we can get." As soon as he spoke, Bai leapt into the air with his own strength. He released a massive burst of energy. Bai spread his wings to suppress the swarming monsters. He forcibly threw them aside and began to incinerate them. On the other side, Lin Huang also charged forward. He shouted, "Nice hit, even if they are white iron monsters. I won't lose within Bai's protection circle." A monster lunged at him with extreme speed. Lin Huang impatiently swung his sword at its face, sneering, "Do you have bad breath?" He continued to hold the upper hand. He launched a series of attacks and the monster suddenly retreated. It used the momentum to sprint, lunging at Lin Huang with sharp claws. Lin Huang blocked the attack instantly. Simultaneously, another monster launched a sneak attack from behind. Lin Huang warily assessed the situation. White iron monsters were indeed formidable. A massive force suddenly struck the monster's face, knocking it off course. Lin Huang leapt and landed steadily. The monster was defeated, collapsing to the ground. After a fierce battle to clear out the monsters, Lin Huang said to Bai, "That wave is finally over." System notification. The host has completed a cross-rank kill, rewarded with 1 deception card. The host has completed a cross-rank kill, rewarded with 1 mission card. Lin Huang's eyes sparkled as he held the cards in excitement. These were rewards for 10 cross-rank challenges. All 20 reward cards were finally in his hand, used in conjunction with the double reward card. He had also obtained over 600 fragments of the white iron grade monster bloodthirsty swordsman. Lin Huang turned and ordered Xiao He. "Xiao He, check the 20 upgrade reward cards I just got." It obeyed and began to tally them immediately. Xiao He read out the quantities. Skill Fusion Card X1, Seal Card X1, Deception Card X1, Advance Card X1, Life Energy Storage Card X2, Double Reward Card X2, Healing Card X2, Temporary Transformation Card X2, Mission Card X3, Item Card X4. Xiao He stared at him with wide eyes, holding 2 golden cards. It discovered and told Lin Huang about several new cards. He and Xiao He examined the new cards together. It explained happily, "This card can fuse similar skills owned by the host with a certain chance to evolve into a higher level skill." Seeing that he had gotten something good, Lin Huang smiled smugly. Truly a treasure. His monster skill slots were full. Fusing a few would free up some space. Next was another card, printed with the pattern of a sealed monster. Xiao He said mysteriously, "This card can directly seal monsters within the host's control range, converting them into monster cards." Lin Huang shouted in disbelief, "That's strong." But Xiao He added, "There are limitations." It crossed its arms and continued explaining the card's use. The sealed monster must be within line of sight, and monsters whose rarity exceeds the host's control limit cannot be sealed. Lin Huang asked in surprise, "You mean as long as it's below epic grade, I can seal any monster regardless of its combat power?" Xiao He looked down, its voice lowering. "It is only limited by rarity. As long as it doesn't exceed the host's control range, even a sub-god rank monster can be sealed. However, once converted into a monster card, its combat power will be restricted by the host's own combat power." Lin Huang understood the use of this rare card. He stood with hands on his hips, a glint of calculation in his eyes. He wouldn't be able to act recklessly in the future. But Xiao He immediately threw cold water on him. "Function cards can only be used once, you idiot." It waved another card before Lin Huang, surprising him, and said, "This one is probably what you need most right now." He took the card, and Xiao He explained its use. Simply put, the effect of this card allows you to become a director, creating a scene completely orchestrated by you to cover up the truth. Xiao He glanced at him. "So whether the scene looks good or is convincing enough depends entirely on your decisions." Lin Huang stared at the card and asked in confusion, "Once I finish this act, can I leave this place?" The two walked together toward the tower exit. Lin Huang said leisurely, "It seems for the next few days I'll have to think carefully about how to write this script." Xiao He replied in confusion that after activating 2 life energy storage cards, he had 2 more life wheels. Why not continue grinding monsters? Lin Huang stretched and let out a long yawn. He said in a weary tone that practicing in the trial tower besides increasing strength was also for the training camp's point rankings. A notification suddenly popped up on the screen, catching his attention. Special conditions met, triggered special chain mission. Chain mission 1, take first place on the Purple Crow training camp points leaderboard and hold the rank for 3 days. Chain mission 2, after completing mission 1, escape the Purple Crow training camp in a way that doesn't arouse suspicion. Time limit 3 days. Mission reward, advance card X2. Failure penalty, randomly lose 1 skill card and 1 monster card. Warning, completing only a single task is considered a failure, no reward will be given, and the penalty will be executed. After reading the notification, Lin Huang nearly collapsed. He knelt on the ground and complained indignantly. "You're doing this on purpose, right? Why do these missions always pop up at times like this?" Xiao He sat with legs crossed and laughed gloatingly. "This was triggered randomly. Like I said, it doesn't count." In the training camp monitoring room, the steward was observing the situation through the monitors. The steward's gaze was sharp. He suddenly discovered something, unconsciously blurting it out. The monitoring screen showed Lin Huang entering the trial tower. The steward exclaimed in surprise, "The gold rank 1 challenge floor." A slight smile appeared on his face and he felt a bit relieved. "Has this kid finally started working hard?" A technician reported to the steward. "For the past 3 days he has spent over 10 hours in the trial tower every day, taking first place on the leaderboard for 3 consecutive days." The steward wasn't surprised. He said to the technician, "He's a talent Lady Hong Zhuang has her eye on. What's so hard about taking first place? Keep a close eye on him. Report any unusual behavior immediately." The technician replied, "Yes, sir." By this time, Lin Huang had already entered the gold rank 1 challenge floor. He quickly defeated a large number of monsters. Lin Huang gave an order to Xiao He. "Xiao He, activate the skill fusion card." It looked at him in confusion. "Blade skills, movement techniques, pupil arts or disguise. You have 4 fusion options. Which one?" Lin Huang decisively chose the disguise category. Xiao He began to fuse the 2 skills, electric light flashing in the air. Xiao He spoke. "Skill fusion card used consumed monster aura and monster transformation skills. A new skill has been generated." The fused card displayed the new disguise skill, advanced transfiguration. Card note: advanced transfiguration allows you to disguise your appearance, body shape, and even aura. Beyond a certain range, it can even fool transcendentals. Note: can only transform into human forms. As a monster prepared to sneak up on Lin Huang from behind, he swung his sword, striking the multi-eyed monster with fire attribute power. Lin Huang shouted, "Transfiguration!" The monster was repeatedly wounded under Lin Huang's high-damage continuous attacks. He used the momentum to leap, landing steadily on the monster's head. Bai flew overhead as a smile appeared at the corners of Lin Huang's mouth. He raised his sharp longsword, preparing to plunge it into the monster's eye. The electric light flowing along the blade made it look exceptionally cold. Lin Huang was thrilled. This skill was exactly what he wanted. Other monsters charged at him like hungry tigers. Lin Huang slung his longsword over his shoulder and said leisurely to Xiao He, "I have a plan." It looked like it couldn't believe its ears. "What, a plan to escape?" He turned and asked. "Xiao He, can an advance card directly upgrade the substitute life seed to the death substitution secret art?" It answered bluntly. "No, one upgrade changes it to a high-level substitute life seed, increasing the daily substitute limit from 3 to 9. 2 upgrades turn it into the life replacement life seed, which can negate death once." Lin Huang's next words stunned Xiao He. "Then use 3 advance cards for Lin Huang and upgrade it twice directly." It hesitated to confirm. "Are you sure?" Lin Huang smiled slightly. Having long made up his mind, he said to Xiao He, "Yes, I've thought of a perfect escape plan." The scene shifted to the system screen where a piece of advanced new equipment appeared. Modified gold tier armament, Golden Eagle Type 11. Price, 7.2 million points. Xiao Mo asked him blankly, "Big brother, did you spend all your points?" Lin Huang operated the screen and replied, "Points are only useful in the training camp. Once I leave here, they're waste paper. Of course I have to spend them all." He turned and rested his hand on Xiao Mo's shoulder, asking with concern, "Are the life crystals I gave you enough?" Xiao Mo nodded with a smile. Lin Huang had high hopes for him. "Kill monsters well. It's not just for survival but to get stronger. Only then will you have more choices in the future." His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he whispered, joining Purple Crow. "Isn't your only choice, understand?" Looking at Xiao Mo, he thought, "You aren't bad by nature. You shouldn't be trapped in this bloody place. The world outside is vast." Xiao Mo looked up at Lin Huang and replied stutteringly, "Oh, I see, I understand, big brother." But a trace of doubt rose in his heart. "Is my feeling wrong? It feels like he's saying goodbye." Lin Huang turned to leave, waving his hand as he reminded him, "Xiao Mo, go back to the dorm first. I still have to go to the trial tower. Goodbye." Xiao Mo watched his back and replied obediently, "Okay." Lin Huang closed his eyes slightly, shouting behind him as he walked, "Farewell, we'll meet again if fate permits." A notification popped up on the system screen. "Deception card activated. Please complete the fake plot setup as soon as possible." The monitoring technician discovered an anomaly through the screen and hurriedly shouted, "Sir, something's happened." The massive commotion made the steward turn around. He walked quickly to the monitor, his face full of confusion. "What is this kid doing?" the technician said. "Sir, he's entered the gold rank 2 trial floor. He's only in the white iron rank. He's dead for sure." Meanwhile, Lin Huang was facing the monster horde on the gold rank 2 floor. Countless blood-red eyes stared fixedly at him as a massive monster revealed a hideous grin. The steward gritted his teeth, his tone urgent and uneasy. He was rushing there to force the door open, hoping to be in time to save him. If he died, Lady Hong Zhuang would never let him off. At that moment, a monster sent Lin Huang flying into the air. Suddenly, a wolf lunged at him with incredible speed. Lin Huang's face showed no fear. Instead, a smile appeared as he whispered, "Now." Lin Huang allowed the wolf to bite his neck. The force and bite strength made him frown in pain. Lin Huang lay on the ground, allowing the wolf to gnaw at him. The massive monster suddenly raised its foot, intending to crush him and the wolf together. Just then, the gates to the gold trial floor burst open, and the steward arrived in a hurry. Seeing Lin Huang's miserable state, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, blue light beams poured down from a certain device. The monsters hit by the beams let out shrill screams. Soon the room was covered in monster corpses. The steward looked at the scene, clenching his fists in fury. Bastard! The steward stood before his corpse, his voice full of regret. He was one step too late after all. The steward immediately issued an order to his subordinates through the system. Inform Lady Hong Zhuang to come to the training camp at once. The kid was dead as a doornail. Little did the steward know that in a corner of the room a dark figure was wearing a triumphant smile. Lin Huang was actually faking his death. He had used the deception card to cover his tracks. Watching the steward's every move, Lin Huang couldn't help but marvel at the card's effectiveness. The effect is truly remarkable. Not only did it create a perfect fake corpse, but even my aura has completely vanished. The deception card's power had already taken effect and would last for a month. At that moment, sunlight beat down fiercely on the trial base, and an angry voice rang out, "Stupid, useless." The steward was kicked hard, his entire body slamming into the ground, immediately coughing up a mouthful of blood. Hong Zhuang stood with her arms crossed, radiating fury, and vented instantly. "You can't even handle a small matter like this. What is the point of you being alive?" Hong Zhuang was incredibly frustrated. Cursing him inwardly as a useless waste, the steward tried desperately to defend himself. "Please calm your anger, milady. This was an entirely unforeseen circumstance. I never expected it either." Hong Zhuang pursed her lips, her eyes filled with suspicion. She asked, "Are you certain the one who died is really him?" The steward bowed his head, trembling all over as blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and confirmed immediately, "I checked thoroughly before your arrival, milady. Both the body and the equipment were confirmed beyond doubt. The kid is definitely dead." Hong Zhuang let out a cold snort, and then gave orders on how to handle Lin Huang's remains. "Useless trash. Burn him, don't leave a single trace. As for you, I'll deal with you personally later." Hiding nearby, Lin Huang was struck by the power of the deception card. It could even forge an imperial heart ring and equipment. He moved silently along the wall, a detailed plan already formed in his mind. "A month is more than enough time to change my face and escape this training camp. Only by leaving this place can I complete the chain mission and claim the rewards." As he passed through the corridor, he unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures. It was the third-ranked Li Yan and Xiao Mo, both mourning his death. Xiao Mo was in tears, looking utterly devastated. Seeing this, Lin Huang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness and a bit of guilt toward Xiao Mo. However, it looked like Li Yan would comfort him. At least his future days wouldn't be too unbearable. It turned out there were good people even within the Purple Crow organization. White clouds drifted atop the mountain peaks as Lin Huang walked along the mountain path step by step. He looked back toward the trial base and sighed, finally free. A new notification popped up on the system screen. "Congratulations to the host for completing the chain mission. Obtain 2 double upgrade cards." The scene shifted to a desolate and withered forest where a figure was racing forward at high speed. Lin Huang, riding on the back of the greenscale wolf, spoke in a weary tone. "Sai, my current position seems to be in the far west of the 7th district, a long way from Baki City and Wuling Town." After opening the system to observe, Lin Huang said to Xiao He, "The nearest human settlement here is Daxi City, and there are no magic crystal airships. I must return to Baki City, but walking back from here would take at least 10 months. That's way too long." Xiao He rubbed its chin and thought, "Besides, you'd better change your identity. Otherwise, Purple Crow will soon discover you aren't dead." Lin Huang said worriedly, "Exactly. The priority is to get a fake identity. Otherwise, I won't even be able to stay in a hotel." Xiao He suggested going to Daxi City first. Since it was controlled by Purple Crow, there would surely be people selling fake IDs. Lin Huang smiled slightly, his gaze deep. He couldn't just walk into the city as he was. He hit upon an idea. Since he had the transfiguration skill, why not use advanced transfiguration to turn into a stunningly beautiful red-haired woman? After transforming into a woman, Lin Huang laughed triumphantly. He felt he was truly brilliant. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he was struck hard on the head by Xiao He. Xiao He wrinkled its face in total disgust, completely unable to accept Lin Huang in this form. Xiao He roared crossly, "Idiot, change back to a normal person." Lin Huang was in pain from the blow and couldn't help but cry out, "Ouch!" After a long journey, Stronghold 7C357 Daxi City finally appeared before them. By this time a large bump had formed on Lin Huang's head. He complained, "The cheat is for guiding the way. Shouldn't it find a way to get me there?" Lin Huang changed his face again and entered the city with Xiao He, asking, "What's wrong now?" Xiao He replied bluntly, "If you want to live, don't draw attention to yourself, you moron." The two were arguing incessantly, completely unaware that someone nearby was watching them. Lin Huang threatened that once he became a demigod, the first thing he'd do would be to erase it. Xiao He wasn't one to be messed with either. It provoked Lin Huang, saying, "We are one and the same. Are you planning to perform a suicide, idiot?" After a bit of a scuffle, both were slightly injured. Lin Huang had a nosebleed and a face full of scratches. Only then did he notice the young man behind them. Lin Huang spoke up, "Hey buddy, over there." Yang Ling stood with his hands in his pockets and asked, "Are you the one paying for information to buy a fake ID?" Lin Huang stammered, "That's right." Yang Ling glanced around and then said to Lin Huang, "It's not convenient to talk here. Follow me to a place nearby." The two walked into a dilapidated alley and soon arrived at Yang Ling's residence. His voice came from inside. "Sorry, it's a bit messy. Have a seat anywhere." The room was piled with junk and fast food packaging was scattered everywhere. Lin Huang frowned from behind. There was practically nowhere to step. Where was he supposed to sit? Yang Ling reached out and pulled away a white dust cloth. He didn't care where Lin Huang sat, simply saying, 100 standard units of life crystals. He only accepted life crystals, no life shards, no credit cards, and no upgrades in exchange for debt. The white cloth was pulled back to reveal a piece of equipment. Yang Ling explained the price difference. If it's just an identity for staying in hotels, it's cheaper. But if you're asking for an identity that can take the hunter license exam, this is the price. Lin Huang was led into the machine and said readily, "No problem. The 100 life crystals is 10,000 life shards, which is 10 million credits. That's not a cheap price." Yang Ling let out a laugh as he operated the machine, even for elite members of Purple Crow. "The fake IDs are all made by me. Rest assured no one can tell." He performed a series of operations on the system. Yang Ling said with a smile, "Pick a name, the program will automatically generate the detailed info." Lin Huang enthusiastically gave the name he had long ago decided on. "I want to be called Yi Shu." Yang Ling burst out laughing. Seeing his reaction, Lin Huang was a bit confused. "What's so funny?" Yang Ling stammered. "No, nothing, it's a good name." After a while, the process was complete. He turned to Lin Huang and handed over a ring. "Done. Have a look for yourself." Lin Huang put the ring on his pinky to check the information. The screen appeared, and Lin Huang exclaimed happily, "Not bad, it really is a perfect identity. The 100 life crystals have been transferred to your account. Go ahead and check." Yang Ling said with a grin that working with straightforward people was comfortable, telling him to come back if he needed anything in the future. Lin Huang nodded in agreement. Just as Lin Huang was about to continue, something else caught his attention. He stared at the object blankly, somewhat surprised. This is a ball was sitting in the corner. Yang Ling introduced it from behind. "That's called a football, it's just a toy." Yang Ling lowered his head, a flash of sadness suddenly crossing his eyes. "I made it myself as a souvenir of a hometown I can never return to." Hearing this, Lin Huang turned back in shock and blurted out, "You," he thought to himself, "football, hometown, this person is a traveler too." The scene shifted back and Lin Huang was still in immense shock. Yang Ling asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Any other issues?" Lin Huang stared at him and frowned, weighing his options. "The current situation isn't suitable for making friends, and I don't know if this person is friend or foe." Lin Huang stepped forward and said, "What's your name? Let's exchange contact info. There might be chances to cooperate in the future." Yang Ling also introduced himself. "The name's Yang Ling. If you ever get your hands on the corpse of a transcendental monster, you can find me," he added with a smile that since Yang Ling could even create high-status identities, he was someone worth remembering. Lin Huang promised, "I will." The scene shifted to a level 2 wilderness area outside Daxi City. It was desolate and uninhabited, with withered trees and parched earth. Lin Huang swung his sword to defeat a massive monster before him. System notification. Obtained flowing fireblade skill fragment X1 by standing nearby wasn't idle either. He was using magic chains to bind 2 long-nosed goblins, and the 2 monsters were being strangled to death. Standing to the side, Lin Huang smiled and ordered. Again, the system popped up another notification. Obtained flowing fireblade skill fragment X2. Lin Huang was easily harvesting monsters of all ranks. He sat on a tree branch, the monster corpses on the ground piled as high as a mountain. Lin Huang turned to Xiao He and said, "I've saved up over 400 flowing fire fragments. Why can't I synthesize a complete skill card yet?" Xiao He replied, "Not enough is just not enough. There aren't that many reasons." Lin Huang took a bite of a wild fruit. While eating, he said, "Although I haven't formed the blade technique yet, I'm already very familiar with flowing fire. Its combat power isn't inferior to Thunderblade." Xiao He crossed its arms and asked, "How long do you plan on staying here? When are you going back?" Lin Huang pondered for a moment and replied, "The magic crystal airship takes a year for the return trip, but going through spatial portals is much faster. Even though it's a bit expensive, I've already booked an instant teleportation point. I can leave as soon as the portal opens in 10 days, he tilted his head, calculating. Stop at Xi'an City for 12 days, Stronghold 7A28 for 21 days, and finally Stronghold 7A12 for 1 or 2 days, then I'll be back in Baki City. Xiao He frowned nearby, seemingly a bit displeased. Hearing his calculation, a sudden thunderous boom gave Lin Huang and Xiao He a cold sweat. Bai silently flew into the sky to observe. Lin Huang looked toward a certain direction in confusion and asked, "Bai, what's happened? Is it a monster attack?" Xiao He shouted worriedly. This is going to be a massive problem." In the sky, black clouds swirled like a vortex and a giant blue eye slowly opened. Lin Huang frowned and cried out in disbelief, "That's the void eye has opened." The void eye flickered as lightning danced around the eyeball. Seeing the grim situation, a voice roared, shaking the heavens, "Enemy attack, activate the defense shields." The alarm blared throughout the city, and the entire city entered a state of military control. The opening of the void eye caused a massive number of demons and monsters to fall into the city. Many monsters were blocked as they crashed into the defense shields. The citizens inside the city looked up in terror at this shocking scene. Screams rang out one after another. A young man in white hurriedly shouted, "It's the Void Eye!" A plump youth widened his eyes and asked, "What do? We can't escape." A woman gritted her teeth, her face turning pale as she murmured, "The Void Eye is open, it's over. We're all going to die here." Zhou Shai, Liang Song and Zhu Nian were sitting calmly drinking tea. Zhou Shai spoke up, "Talk about bad luck. The Void Eye opened so close to our city." Liang Song rested his hand on the back of the chair and requested instructions from Zhu Nian. "Boss, Purple Crow's defenses are already activated. Do we need to intervene?" Zhou Shai said. "This is Purple Crow's territory, there's no need for us to meddle, right?" Liang Song said slowly. "If this disaster isn't contained, over 1 million people in the city will perish. Not a single person will survive," Zhou Shai disagreed. "But if we intervene, we'll expose our identities and this mission will fail." Liang Song, "Don't forget why we came here this time." Zhu Nian finally spoke up to stop the argument. "Stop fighting, the safety of the people comes first, everything else is secondary." Zhou Shai, "Go back and copy the rules 100 times. Zhou Shai was almost in tears. "Boss, do you have to be so heartless?" Liang Song gave a meaningful look. "Say another word and make it 200. Suddenly, Zhu Nian's eyes snapped open, and he let out a loud shout. "It's coming!" A giant transcendental claw reached out from the Void Eye Gate, lightning flashing across the sky. The giant claw continued to extend, and a sharp screech echoed through the clouds. The transcendental monster had descended. Liang Song judged the type based on its appearance. Based on its size, it might be a giant type, but the claws look like a demonized type or a sub-dragon species. Zhou Shai said hesitantly, "If it's a sub-dragon species, I'm afraid this one is enough to wipe out everyone except the captain." Zhu Nian stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the situation as the residents in the city fled in all directions. A giant fire attribute sub-dragon transcendental monster appeared. Lower-level monsters were currently facing off against a group of people. They roared continuously, displaying their fury to the humans. Blue beams of light instantly restrained them. Purple Crow swung his sword to shatter them. The blond man behind him reported in a panic, "Steward, a transcendental monster has appeared." Purple Crow stared fixedly ahead and replied coldly, "I see it, I'm not blind." The transcendental monster also locked onto Purple Crow. It opened its massive maw, revealing sinister and terrifying fangs. Purple Crow gritted his teeth, his expression becoming increasingly grim. He whispered, "An undead species. This is bad, we're in trouble." The scene shifted to the sub-dragon transcendental monster, its hideous appearance magnifying the sense of danger. The blond man shouted nervously, "An undead transcendental, sir, do we still have a chance?" Purple Crow held a longsword, fighting spirit igniting in his eyes as he roared at the two. "Cut the crap, hold the city. I'll go meet the challenge." Purple Crow gritted his teeth, a killing intent in his eyes. He thought to himself that even if he died in battle, he would strive to let more people survive. Watching the transcendental monster from a distance, Lin Huang asked Xiao He curiously, "Can that Purple Crow defender win against a transcendental monster?" Xiao He replied, "To defend a city, he must be a transcendental himself. If it were an ordinary monster, it would be fine, but this is an undead species, it's extremely difficult to kill." Lin Huang pursed his lips, his hands gripping a tree trunk tightly. Xiao He suddenly noticed, "And something seems to be off." Purple Crow leaped up to face the transcendental monster. The monster roared, "Human, meet your death." With that, it swung its sharp claws, its eyes flashing red as lightning swirled around its body. The claw struck down, sending sparks flying. Liang Song observed the situation and realized things were looking bad. The monster was massive yet moved with extreme agility. Zhou Shai was so anxious he broke into a cold sweat. "This is bad, that person." Zhu Nian comforted the two. "Don't panic, watch closely." Suddenly, a figure flew into the sky, pointing a longsword straight at the heavens. Bolts of thunder erupted from the sword's tip, leaving the monster confused. He shouted, "You moron, I'm over here." Purple Crow looked down from above and then let out a loud shout, "Thunder sword!" Bolts of thunder struck the transcendental monster directly. Liang Song smiled as Zhou Shai looked on in disbelief. Simultaneously, Lin Huang was also thrilled and everyone cheered in unison. "We won!" Only Zhu Nian stared fixedly at the monster, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Dripping with cold sweat, Zhu Nian said worriedly, "No, it's a trap." At that moment, the Purple Crow defender's eyes widened in horror. The transcendental monster, it just vanished. Liang Song grit his teeth, his voice trembling with fear. "VA, vanished." The Purple Crow defender stood frozen, watching the monster evaporate into thin air. He looked back in terror, only to be suddenly struck by an energy orb crackling with lightning. He let out a pained scream, spraying a large mouthful of blood. A powerful shockwave slammed into the nearby mountains, sending flames soaring into the sky. The three of them witnessed the entire event. The long-haired man shouted, "Sir," beside him. The blindfolded person gasped, mouth agape. "What happened?" The stronghold's defense shield was being bombarded by relentless lightning strikes. A voice cried out, "Is something attacking us?" On his side, Lin Huang still hadn't grasped the situation and asked urgently, "Xiao He, what is attacking the stronghold?" Xiao He explained, "It's a transcendental monster. That dragon-shaped creature wasn't its true body. We were all caught in an illusion." Lin Huang asked in confusion. "An illusion?" Zhu Nian's face darkened as he told the others. "That's right, an illusion. To be able to create such a massive phantom, the opponent is no ordinary foe." Liang Song offered his judgment. "The stronghold is being attacked from multiple directions. There might be more than one transcendental monster." Zhou Shai asked for instructions. Captain, should we act? Liang Song struck out in anger and glared at her. Did you even see the guy? How can we fight when we can't even lay eyes on them? Zhou Shai refused to back down, grit her teeth and responded. But if the stronghold is breached, tens of thousands of civilians will lose their lives. Liang Song analyzed it for her. It's not that I'm stopping you from acting, I'm telling you to wait for the right moment. Zhu Nian said with a look of displeasure. Stop arguing. This old man isn't dead yet. The Purple Crow Defender was terrified, his eyes filled with dread. A man holding a sword shouted. Defender, sir, the Purple Crow Defender said in a heavy voice. This damned rain. He gripped his sword hilt and pointed it toward the sky, then swung the tip toward the ground. He let out a loud roar. I'll take you all down with me. With that he slammed the longsword into the earth, the massive power causing soil and stones to fly everywhere. The Purple Crow Defender roared. Stop hiding, get out here and face your death. Only then did the transcendental monster slowly reveal itself, hiding behind a tree. Lin Huang's eyes nearly popped out of his head in surprise. He stood stunned. Heavens, it appeared. Xiao He frowned while evaluating the sword move. As expected, a combination of brute strength and sword technique. This old man is truly something else. The Purple Crow Defender sensed something unusual behind him. He raised his longsword, lightning flowing along the blade. The Purple Crow Defender shouted, You idiot, I found you. He spun around and charged, striking the transcendental monster with a single move. The monster crashed heavily to the ground, and a voice filled with concern rang out. It was Ghostface. The Purple Crow Defender stood frozen, staring at it and muttering to himself. No wonder, illusions are its specialty. The man wearing glasses shouted in terror. Who did it? Who actually killed a transcendental monster? Ghostface let out a cold laugh. As the leader of this monster horde, Ghostface spread its arms and said, Now the hour of death officially begins. The scene shifted to Zhu Nian, Zhou Shai and Liang Song, all looking ahead. Zhu Nian remained silent. Zhou Shai spoke up. Boss, you're amazing. You took out Ghostface with a single move. He closed his eyes and replied, It was just a coincidence. Zhou Shai was somewhat hesitant and helpless. The Purple Crow Defender clasped his hands and bowed before Zhu Nian, greeting him. I never expected that in such a small place under my charge 3 powerful experts would appear today. He observed the trio's attire and asked politely, Are you 3 from the Hunter Association? Zhu Nian didn't answer but shifted the topic. Steward, save your talk for after we've dealt with these monsters and the monster tide below. Ghostface stared at them with flickering eyes and spoke, Cunning humans to actually hide 4 holy fire rank experts in a tiny C-grade stronghold. Ghostface spread its arms and let out a mocking laugh before warning. But it's useless. Today you all must die. Zhou Shai showed her competitive side, taunting the opponent. Hey you ugly freak, did you not see clearly? There are 4 of us and only 3 of you. Ghostface, holding a mask, evaluated Zhou Shai. Human girl, quite a temper you have, and you're not bad looking either. Other transcendental monsters were now charging frantically toward them. The Purple Crow Defender and Liang Song both assumed combat stances. Liang Song gripped his twin pistol, squinting his eyes with an unfriendly tone as he mocked Ghostface. What is that monster bragging about? The Purple Crow Defender stood before him and gave the order, Finish this quickly. On Zhu Nian's side, his longsword had been activated, the blade glowing brilliantly with power flowing through it. He shouted the order, Zhou Shai, let's go together. Ghostface began to laugh. 3 against 4, how unexpected. Zhu Nian turned his head, his face filled with shock at the sound of a person's laughter and words. Now shouldn't it be 3 against 4? For some reason, Zhou Shai suddenly burst into laughter and turned to attack Zhu Nian. Her strike was incredibly powerful, sending dirt and stones flying. Zhu Nian never expected this and hurriedly shouted her name. Zhou Shai. Liang Song was horrified to see her out of control. He shouted, Zhou Shai, wake up. The Purple Crow Defender looked around. The clown has disappeared. Is it a mutant possession? Zhou Shai launched a fierce assault on Zhu Nian, her moves decisive and agile. Even Ghostface, who had occupied her body, couldn't help but praise her. So this girl is a little firecracker skilled in close combat. I like it. Zhu Nian attempted to persuade her while parrying. Zhou Shai, fight it, drive it out of your body, don't let it control you. Ghostface, occupying Zhou Shai's body, retorted, It's useless. As long as I don't take off the mask, she can never escape my control. Witnessing the entire process, Lin Huang felt things were going south. He said to Xiao He, The situation is looking a bit bad. Looking at the Purple Crow Defender who was defending with all his might, techniques flashed through the space. The lava giant isn't afraid of physical attacks. The Purple Crow Defender's defense simply cannot withstand it head-on. On Liang Song's side, he was fighting swarms of flying monsters with twin guns. Lin Huang evaluated, even Marco Polo won't do. He completely can't keep up with the speed of the 4-winged blade demons. He can only defend passively, which will wear him down to death. Xiao He asked curiously, Who the hell is Marco Polo? A look of obvious concern appeared on Lin Huang's face. To break this deadlock, all hope seems to lie with that uncle. The Purple Crow Defender blocked a monster's attack with his sword. He turned and shouted loudly, Hey, figure out a way to deal with that woman first. If this drags on any longer, we're all dead. Zhou Shai let out a laugh and continued her fierce assault on Zhu Nian. Zhu Nian's gaze narrowed as he said in a low voice, Zhou Shai, he thought to himself. Right, if Liang Song and the defender's lines collapse, we'll have no chance of winning. Zhu Nian suddenly stepped forward and exerted his power. He leapt in front of Zhou Shai, his entire body enveloped in electric current. Though reluctant, Zhu Nian still spoke, I'm sorry. A devastating sword move instantly struck Zhou Shai. Lin Huang marveled, so strong as that uncle from the Hunter Association? A trace of admiration flickered in Xiaohei's eyes. Decisive action, a single hit to kill a transcendental. The one who killed Ghostface earlier was definitely him as well. Zhou Shai collapsed into Zhu Nian's arms in pain, weakly admitting her fault. Boss, I'm sorry. Zhu Nian comforted her. It's not your fault. Rest for a bit, it's almost over. Ghostface hovered behind him, saying playfully, being so cruel to a girl, are we? Its words made Zhu Nian's face darken. Ghostface held up the mask and asked, doesn't your heart ache? Zhu Nian glanced sideways. I haven't been angry in many years, but this time you've truly made me furious. Ghostface mocked Zhu Nian. Oh, I'm so scared. Who do you think I should choose this time? The scene shifted. Zhu Nian's expression was extremely grim, his eyes revealing an unfathomable majesty. Zhu Nian was not one to yield easily, and he said firmly, what I mean is. Zhu Nian picked up his weapon and charged at Ghostface, his blazing fighting spirit unquenched even by the howling winds. He roared, you deserve to die. Ghostface was no pushover either, intentionally taunting Zhu Nian. I'm really so scared. Zhu Nian swung his long staff in a rage, striking directly at its head with extreme speed and decisiveness. But things went against his wishes. Ghostface, though clearly right before his eyes, vanished like a phantom. Its triumphant voice echoed in the air. Guess who I'll become this time? No sooner had it spoken than a burst of fire shot toward Zhu Nian. He was furious, his battle intent doubling. Damn it, Liang Song was now firing frantically at Zhu Nian with twin guns. Ghostface had occupied Liang Song's body, laughing as it said, will this male subordinate of yours be as ruthless as the female one just now? Zhu Nian's combat power was gradually falling into a disadvantage. He grit his teeth, struggling to block an attack, his mind racing. Damn it, Liang Song is controlled. The Purple Crow defender was holding out over there. On the other side, the defender's situation was also not optimistic. Enveloped by a shield, he was defending desperately. Transcendental monsters were launching attacks like a tide, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Flames raged. The Purple Crow defender leveled his sword, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. He hesitated. The defensive treasure has failed. The Purple Crow defender roared in fury. Within the Purple Crow defense perimeter, how can beasts be allowed to run rampant? A violent force surged straight toward the water's surface. Within the already laid-out formation, countless techniques intertwined. A tragic cry rang out. The elder Xie Yu died a hero's death after completing his mission. Lin Huang witnessed everything that had just occurred from underwater. Lin Huang marveled, the Purple Crow defender is a real man. Beside him, Xiaohei had already seen the decline. It was essentially impossible to completely clear out these transcendental monsters. Hearing the news of Xie Yu's sacrifice, Zhu Nian's face changed drastically, falling into extreme panic. He shouted, Xie Yu! Ghostface laughed mockingly from behind. How fun, let's keep playing. When I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a chance to face me head-on. Ghostface was determined to thoroughly provoke Zhu Nian. Zhu Nian stared at Ghostface with a murderous gaze and swept out a move with his hand. Zhu Nian growled in fury. Since you want to play, I'll stay with you until the end. The flaming spear tip was nearly touching Ghostface's neck. However, it remained composed and burst into laughter. Suddenly, Zhu Nian sensed something was wrong. He calmed down, sensed the minute energy fluctuations, and realized there was a trick. Zhu Nian pressed down his spear, channeling energy into the shaft, poised for action. Feeling that any more talk would be a waste of time, he threw a punch directly at Ghostface's center. To everyone's surprise, beneath the mask was Liang Song. As Liang Song fell, Zhu Nian hurriedly ran over to support him, calling out loudly. Liang Song's breath was weak, his injuries extremely severe. He barely managed to squeeze out, Boss, Ghostface slowly approached from behind, mocking him with a tone that made Zhu Nian nearly spit blood. Oh my, you almost killed your own subordinate with your own hands. What a pity the ending of this game isn't perfect. Hearing those taunts, flames of fury ignited across Zhu Nian's entire body. He taunted Ghostface in return. Keep going, how else do you want to play? I'll stay with you. The transcendental monster used its power to gather massive stones, and another powerful transcendental monster body appeared. Ghostface issued a challenge, daring to set conditions for Zhu Nian. If you can win against the two of them working together, I'll give you a chance for a head-on duel. It walked in front of the two transcendental monsters, dark energy incredibly dense. Ghostface proposed the condition. But if you lose, not only will you and your two subordinates die, but in this C-grade stronghold, not a single person will survive. How about it? Do you want to play? The members of the guard team all looked grim, gradually losing confidence. The man in green clutched his chest and asked, Can we win? The youth in black replied, If we don't accept, we're dead either way. The green-haired person trembled. The defender has already sacrificed himself. There's no hope. Lin Huang observed the situation from behind a rock and asked the same question. Can this uncle win? Xiaohei sighed and advised him not to overrate himself. Even for a top-tier transcendental hunter, dealing with 3 transcendental monsters simultaneously is difficult. You'd better prepare to run. Zhu Nian refused to give up. He assumed a stance, brandishing his spear, to face the powerful enemies. He said in a firm tone, I accept your conditions. Let the game begin. A monster behind Zhu Nian continued to create chaos and transform frantically. Unafraid, he repeatedly used his weapon to release flames in a counterattack. They were surrounded and restricted by Zhu Nian's power, temporarily unable to resist. One monster simply couldn't beat him, so Zhu Nian lured the other transcendental monster over. The stone giant tried to intimidate him with shadows. Zhu Nian didn't even look, casually sweeping out a move as he mocked, Is this all you've got? This move seemed effortless. Zhu Nian blocked the stone giant's fist with just a single spear, flames tightly coiled around the stone giant's arm, making it unable to move. A dragon's head appeared, symbolizing supreme power and strength. The duel between the two was clearly a fight to the death. Being able to surprise Lin Huang was already a massive success. He shouted in terror, "This uncle is far too strong." Xiao He was also stunned, unable to believe this was the combat power of a top-tier hunter. Another transcendental monster was flying frantically toward Zhu Nian from behind. Zhu Nian said with disdain, "I've been waiting for you," without another word. He spun around and swept out a strike at that monster. With just this single move, the transcendental monster was sent flying. Zhu Nian gathered power to form a fireball, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. He growled, "The game is over." The fireball shot out, instantly transforming into countless fire arrows racing forward. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, followed by a continuous rain of sparks triggering a chain of explosions. Dust and smoke filled the space. Zhu Nian stood within it. As the smoke cleared, the corpses of the two monsters were instantly revealed. Their bodies had been pierced by the fire arrows. At that moment, Zhu Nian looked back and said disdainfully to Ghostface, "Now isn't it time to fulfill your promise?" The scene shifted. Ghostface was there, clapping in praise, as expected of a holy fire rank expert. "I didn't guess wrong. You really are interesting." It hovered in midair, even reassuring the other, "Don't be nervous. I won't use my possession ability on you. That would be too boring." Zhu Nian had no time for its nonsense and asked, "Aren't you afraid that this fun will ultimately lead to your own destruction?" Ghostface revealed a face characteristic of a villain, looking incredibly repulsive. It laughed mockingly and then said to Zhu Nian, "That depends on whether you have the ability." Zhu Nian let out a cold snort but did not respond. Dark clouds swirled in the sky to form a vortex, and from the center a brilliant multicolored golden light shot down, so bright it was blinding. This multicolored light enveloped Zhu Nian. He stood with his hands behind his back amidst the changing celestial phenomena. Ghostface witnessed the entire process from the side, vaguely guessing the situation. Ghostface shouted in surprise. That's, by this time, Lin Huang and Xiao He had climbed into a tree. He marveled, can a transcendental actually be powerful to this extent, to influence celestial changes with just their aura? Looking at this powerful force, Xiao He was so shocked its mouth stayed wide open. That's right, his combat power is only one step away from entering the longevity rank. It was by no means comparable to an ordinary command rank monster, but the clown seemed completely unconcerned. Zhou Ran began to chant in a low voice, 3,000 threads of sorrow. Lin Huang and Xiao He were struck dumb with astonishment, exclaiming, "He vanished." The celestial light pillar gradually shrank, yet it burst forth with an even more intense golden glow. A streaming light swept over Ghostface, causing it to feel dizzy amidst a blur. Zhou Ran not only released countless beams to launch a storm-like assault, but Ghostface actually managed to barely dodge them. It laughed manically. "Interesting, truly interesting." Liang Song and Zhou Shai were severely injured. The two leaned against a rock, their eyes filled with doubt about life. Zhou Shai asked weakly, "Why is this happening?" Liang Song was terrified, unable to believe his eyes. The captain's 3,000 threads of sorrow had actually been neutralized. The celestial light once again aimed at Ghostface and blasted down, but it seemed his time had not yet come as he narrowly dodged it. Suddenly, Zhou Ran emerged from the light pillar, charging forward with his long spear, intending to fight to the death on the spot. Zhou Ran stared at it with eyes full of hatred and growled in fury, revealing a shocking truth about Ghostface. "Clearly just a leader-rank monster, yet you disguised yourself as a general rank to fight. You've been playing us from the start." Ghostface repeatedly denied it, refusing to admit it was using someone else's title to deceive. "I never said I was general rank. You all were the ones who kept treating me like one, and I couldn't help that." Lin Huang still had many points of confusion, and asked Xiao He, "Leader rank monster?" Xiao He's face looked very grim. It crossed its arms and informed him of the bad news with a heavy gaze. "A general rank monster is equivalent to a holy fire rank expert, but a leader rank monster is equivalent to a longevity rank expert. We're in big trouble this time." Although Zhou Ran appeared calm on the outside, his heart was already in turmoil. A leader rank monster, within the Hunter Association, only a deacon at the longevity rank would be strong enough to contend with it. "I have no qualification at all." Ghostface let out a cold laugh, wanting to take this opportunity to eliminate him, and issued a threat. "Thinking of running? You're interesting, so I won't kill you, but those million people must become my food." Zhou Ran's life philosophy was truly admirable. He shouted loudly, "If the hunter doesn't die, the stronghold won't fall." Zhou Ran bravely and resolutely raised his spear, charging toward Ghostface at high speed. "If you want to breach the city, you'll have to step over my corpse first." Ghostface raised a hand, laughing arrogantly and smugly as it mocked Zhou Ran's stupidity. The gap between the holy fire rank and the longevity rank is definitely not something that can be bridged just by burning life power. Even if you burn yourself to ashes, you are absolutely no match for me, from beginning to end. Zhou Ran still stood by his view, loudly repeating those words. "If the hunter doesn't die, the stronghold won't fall." A fierce battle erupted in midair, the massive explosion shaking heaven and earth. Lin Huang was horrified, his face written with worry. He hurriedly shouted, "Hunter?" The members of the Purple Crow Guard team were also frozen in place, only able to watch silently. Liang Song gritted his teeth while Zhou Shai sobbed nearby, hating that she couldn't fight alongside them. The two shouted sorrowfully, "Boss!" Ghostface's voice seemed to tear through space. It was still flaunting its power, believing itself to be invincible. Ghostface spoke slowly, "Humans are just a bunch of idiots." It gripped Joe Ran's weapon tightly, putting him in a perilous situation. Ghostface said smugly, "The game is over." A stiff and ugly expression appeared on Joe Ran's face. The opponent's words seemed to completely end his hope. Everyone fell into deep thought. The youth wearing glasses thought to himself, "He couldn't even take one palm strike. Who's strong, there's no hope." The long-haired man was also thinking about what to do. Only Liang Song and Zhou Shai were crying for Zhou Ran. Zhou Shai wailed with tears in her eyes. "Boss, boss!" Liang Song gritted his teeth and endured the pain, cursing in a low voice, "Idiot." Ghostface summoned other transcendental monsters. Behind it, a giant dragon opened its mouth, its two sharp fangs appearing ready to pierce the opponent. Zhou Ran helplessly lost his balance and fell downward. Ghostface spread its arms and shouted smugly, "Come enjoy the banquet after victory." Xiao He analyzed the current situation for Lin Huang, intending to make him withdraw in the face of difficulty. Before long, this leader-rank monster will be able to assemble dozens of general-rank monsters and an army of 10 million. Destroying a B-grade large stronghold will be child's play. We'd better run quickly. Seeing no movement from Lin Huang, it turned its head to the side. Xiao He cried out in terror, "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Huang stared forward firmly, his eyes filled with determination. He ordered, "Xiao He, use the seal card on that clown." The usually cautious Xiao He pressed. "A seal card is a one-time item. Once used, it cannot be recovered. Are you sure you want to use it?" Lin Huang pointed forward decisively. "Confirmed. For a leader-rank monster, the current me is strong enough. Using a seal card isn't a loss." Besides, Lin Huang felt a hunter's responsibility was to eliminate monsters. So he said to Xiao He, "I cannot watch the city they protect be slaughtered with my own eyes." Suddenly, Ghostface turned its head. It screamed in terror, "What?" At this moment, a system notification popped up. Target for sealing is a double mutated monster. Meet sealing conditions. Beginning seal. Before it could celebrate for long, Ghostface was suppressed by Lin Huang's seal card, its body gradually dissipating. A pink spatial beam appeared, shooting straight toward Ghostface. Zhou Shai watched the scene and said to Liang Song, "Something's wrong with that guy." After witnessing that power with his own eyes, Liang Song had the answer in his heart. He said to her, "Another powerful expert has stepped in." The fragments quickly converged into a complete seal card. System information confirmation, sealing complete. Lin Huang held that card in his hand, a trace of pride unconsciously surfacing in his eyes. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic-grade monster card, Ghostface Clown." Space fell into a deathly silent red, and the Void Eye Gate gradually closed because Ghostface had been sealed. All the remaining transcendental monsters in the sky lost their direction. Lightning struck down, the monster horde fell into chaos, the Void Eye Gate closed completely, and the monsters dissipated one after another into the void. At this time, Zhou Ran narrowly saved his life. Supported by Zhou Shai and Liang Song, he walked forward to observe. Zhou Shai watched the situation and confirmed, the transcendental monsters died suddenly. Liang Song felt a wave of relief and explained the phenomenon to her. The Void Eye collapsed and the lower-level monsters disappeared along with it. It seemed this was indeed the case. Though Zhou Ran still hadn't recovered from his shock, he was incoherent, unable to believe who exactly had made the move. Seeing that the transcendental monsters had been wiped out with only a few stragglers left, the members of the guard team wanted to step forward to clear them out. "Go, clear out those bastard monsters, kill them all." As he watched the guard team members clearing the ruins, a pensive voice rang out. "The crisis of the Void Eye in Daxi City is resolved." As Lin Huang sat, system text appeared on the screen. Monster card, rarity epic. Monster name Ghostface Clown. Species undead. Combat level White Iron 3-star. Skill 1, Mask Control. Skill 2, Mask Replacement. Skill 3, Face Changing. Skill 4, Deceptive Illusion. Skill 5, Lethal Trap. Skill 6, Super Life Power. Summon Permission activated. Evaluation. This card can be cultivated. Lin Huang was surprised that the clown actually possessed as many as 6 skills. Xiao He explained that after being sealed, its combat power would be restricted. At most, it can only exceed you by 1 realm, so currently it is in the White Iron rank. Lin Huang was somewhat impatient, wanting perfection before even starting. Lin Huang looked at Xiao He with a sly expression. He still had 1 skill slot left. He wanted help getting a skill. Xiao He immediately stopped him. "Hey, I advise you not to have too much hope. After all, you're a jinx." The system sent a notification. Lin Huang raised his hand excitedly. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mask control skill." Xiao He appeared somewhat disappointed and let out a tisk. Has the jinx's curse failed? Next, the system displayed the precautions. Mask control. Use a mask to copy faces within the line of sight. After putting on the mask, you can completely control the owner of the face. Note 1. The controlled person's realm must not exceed the controller's by more than 1 realm. Note 2. There must be an interval of at least 3 minutes between each face copy. Note 3. Duplicate faces can be stored but will only take effect when worn on the face. Note 4. The copied face must be a real face for control to be valid. Note 5. If the controlled person's face undergoes fundamental changes after being copied, such as severe disfigurement or plastic surgery, control will be lost. Seeing this, Lin Huang let out a sigh. As expected, the stronger the ability, the more restrictions there are. After walking for a while, Lin Huang rested with his hands on his knees. He said to Xiao He, "There are currently 2 forces in Daxi City, Purple Crow and the Hunter Association. I don't need to stay any longer. Lin Huang looked up, his hands in his pockets, and left leisurely. Lin Huang spoke, I'll stay in the suburbs for a few days and leave once the teleportation array opens. Xiao He had to admit one thing this time. Your growth speed is indeed very fast. Keep practicing the life manual and prepare for promotion. Suddenly he remembered something. Lin Huang looked back toward Dexy City, questions still needing answers, so he asked Xiao He, by the way, what exactly is the deal with the so-called leader rank and general rank monsters, as well as the holy fire and longevity ranks? Xiao He explained in detail. The transcendental you are familiar with is actually a collective name for the three realms before achieving demigod status, meaning beings that surpass mortals. Xiao He was knowledgeable and explained, these three realms from low to high are holy fire, longevity, and imperial palace, corresponding to monster levels of general rank, leader rank, and king rank. Xiao He patiently told him that the so-called holy fire rank refers to killing a general rank monster to obtain a fire seed after life power has accumulated to a certain level, igniting the life fire within the body. After condensing the life fire realm, because life has undergone a transformation, the lifespan will increase fivefold. The upper limit of an ordinary person's life can reach 1,800 years. Lin Huang cried out in surprise upon hearing this. Like a ninja turtle, Xiao He warned him that igniting the life fire is an extremely dangerous process. If one is not strong enough, they will be burned until they lose their combat power or be burned to death directly. The mortality rate of this process is extremely high, and only less than 10 of people can successfully promote. Xiao He seriously used Zhou Ran as an example. After promoting to the holy fire rank, the life fire has 5 colors, arranged from high to low as white, red, blue, purple, and gold. The uncle from just now is a holy fire rank 5 expert, which is why his aura is stronger than any transcendental you've seen before. Lin Huang reached out to rub his chin and began to ponder slowly. The ghost face clown is a leader rank monster, equivalent to a human's longevity rank. So what is the deal with the longevity rank? Xiao He not only described it in great detail but also showcased its vast knowledge. The longevity rank requires killing a leader rank monster to obtain a soul beast, using the soul beast as raw material to condense life lamps, with a maximum of 9 lamps. The lifespan of each lamp is about 360 years, and the maximum lifespan can be extended to over 3,000 years. This is why this realm is called the longevity rank. Xiao He talked incessantly, determined to make him understand. One level higher is the Imperial Palace rank, where one must kill a king rank monster, seize the life foundation, and build a life palace. Only after going through these 3 realms does one become a legendary demigod. It's useless to say more. Anyway, these things are too far off for a weakling like you. Lin Huang felt a wave of weakness, looking listless. You just won't be happy if you don't roast me, will you? Recalling the scene of Zhou Ran's battle, he was filled with admiration. That holy fire rank uncle could slay 1,000,000 monsters with one hand. It was hard to imagine to what extent the strength of the longevity or even Imperial Palace ranks reached. Lin Huang raised his hand, expressing his determination. Holy fire, longevity, Imperial Palace. He would climb to the top step by step and eventually become a legendary demigod. Xiao He's words were like a splash of cold water. You'd better focus on getting back alive first. A few days later, the spatial teleportation gate opened and a crowd of people queued there. Carrying his pack and enjoying the fresh air, Lin Huang breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally left the territory controlled by Purple Crow. Sunlight shone over Anning City, with houses lined up in rows and a peaceful atmosphere. Stronghold 7A28, also known as Anning City, lived up to being an A-grade ultra-large stronghold. It was fantastic. Lin Huang walked along the road, looking at the surrounding scenery, and remarked that the intersection of prosperity and historical charm was very interesting. Suddenly, a piercing insult rang out, startling Lin Huang. A coarse voice came through. Bastard, don't run. Lin Huang didn't want to look for trouble, but trouble found him. Lin Huang was bumped squarely by a small boy, the force so great he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Huang squinted and scratched his head, questioning if this kid didn't look where he was going. Lin Huang was shocked after seeing the boy clearly, his mouth hanging wide in surprise, while 327's face was deathly pale, sweat pouring from his forehead. An evil-looking man chased from behind, shouting harshly and making the boy even more terrified. Catch him! To think you dare steal my things, I'll beat you to death. Lin Huang was quick and grabbed 327. Lin Huang reached out and stepped forward with a smile to mediate the conflict. Wait, uncle, let's talk slowly. The boy looked confused but still hid behind Lin Huang. The man had an arrogant attitude, speaking fiercely and loudly in front of Lin Huang. Brat, mind your own business and get lost quickly. Lin Huang smiled slightly, a flash of cunning in his eyes as he launched a provocative counterattack without yielding. I'm sorry. My hobby is being a busybody. That fierce man was beaten black and blue and landed in a stinking trash pile, several large bumps swelling on his head. Lin Huang clapped his hands vigorously, looking down at the man on the ground with sharp eyes. His cold ridicule pierced the other like a blade. Being so weak yet trying to act like a thug, 327 revealed a smile of relief to the side. Lin Huang considerately reached out to pat the boy's head, then gently comforted and asked him, bullying children is wrong, but stealing is even worse. What is your name? 327 looked very constrained. He appeared quite pitiful. The boy closed his eyes tightly and then replied tremblingly, 327, Lin Huang simply couldn't believe his ears. He blurted out, "Ha, I'm not asking for your code name." The boy opened his eyes innocently and pointed at himself. The boy repeated his name to him. 327, Lin Huang was shocked to hear this unique name, looking at the dirty boy with concern. Lin Huang asked several questions. "Your name is 327, so what about your family? Where do you live? I'll take you home." 327's expression darkened. He closed his eyes and subconsciously shook his head, his hands tightly clutching the corner of Lin Huang's clothes, seeing the boy silent. And noticing his face full of worry, Lin Huang spoke in surprise. He hadn't noticed that it was getting late and twilight was quietly descending. In such a scene, Lin Huang felt a trace of sentimentality. He said to 327, "It's almost dark, I can't leave you on the street. Let's go back to the hotel first and I'll take you to find your family tomorrow." Lin Huang practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard, his moves fluid and resolute. As Lin Huang focused on his practice, the blade generated bursts of lightning. A high degree of firmness and determination showed on Lin Huang's face. A system notification popped up, obtained, flowing fireblade, fragment X1. Lin Huang sheathed his longsword. The following system notification appeared, detected that the host possesses 1000 flowing fireblade skill fragments, can be merged into a rare grade blade skill, merge now. Seeing the prompt, Lin Huang's face lit up with joy, finally saved up enough. Merge, a card shimmering with golden light appeared on the interface, displaying the following information: skill card, skill name, flowing fire, rarity rare, skill type, blade skill, skill level, undetectable, status available, evaluation not bad. Xiao He hovered beside Lin Huang, arms crossed, and said flatly, level undetectable. This means that this set of skills transcends the gold rank. Even after you reach the transcendental rank, it will still be usable. Lin Huang took the card and examined it closely, pondering in a low voice. You mentioned that as long as I accumulate enough fragments, the flowing fireblade skill can be upgraded to an epic grade skill card without needing an upgrade card. Does that mean I'll receive upgrade fragments every time I strike with my blade from now on? Xiao He raised a finger and explained with a serious expression. Simply using the flowing fireblade skill will not grant you upgrade fragments. You must develop derivative moves based on the foundation of flowing fire. If the development of a derivative move passes judgment, you will obtain upgrade fragments. Lin Huang asked curiously, "What is the judgment criteria?" Standing with arms crossed, Xiao He felt helpless at Lin Huang's lack of theoretical knowledge and spoke slowly. "The criterion is whether it conforms to the blade intent of flowing fire. If it aligns, it passes, if not, it fails." Lin Huang looked confused and let out an embarrassed laugh. Blade intent, something that profound, is truly hard to understand. Meanwhile, 327 was walking outside in the corridor, quietly listening to their conversation. He gripped the towel draped over his shoulder tightly, his gaze sweeping toward the source of the sound. Blade intent is the realm where a person and their technique merge perfectly after fully comprehending the skill. 327 pushed the door open slightly, seeing Lin Huang practicing his blade, sweat dripping down his face. Xiao He was teaching sternly by his side. "Of course, with your current level, it will take a long time to realize it," Lin Huang retorted defiantly. "Shut it. I'm a man who has mastered the epic grade Great Desolation Blade scripture. What's a mere blade intent?" Sensing someone watching, Lin Huang spun around suddenly, a look of surprise on his face. This kid. At this moment, 327 hadn't noticed he'd been discovered. He was fully focused on recalling Lin Huang's blade moves from just now. Lin Huang was stunned by 327's agility and memory. He voiced his confusion. "No way, he can simulate my blade technique after seeing it only once? Could it be?" Lin Huang smiled and beckoned, signaling the child to come closer. "Come here." 327 looked at him unclearly. Fearing a scolding, he spoke first. "I'm sorry." Following that, Lin Huang swung his blade and cut a section of green bamboo. He told 327 not to be afraid, that he didn't blame him. He used his blade to strip the leaves from the bamboo stalk and remarked, "Practicing alone is quite lonely." Lin Huang handed the bamboo stalk to the child, a sudden gesture that left 327 frozen in place. He said, "Let's practice together." The child silently took the bamboo, gripping it tightly as an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, 327 swung the bamboo stalk. His moves were fluid and decisive, not at all inferior to a swordsman who had practiced for years. This left both Lin Huang and Xiao He standing there dumbstruck. Lin Huang's eyes widened as he asked Xiao He in disbelief. He learned it after seeing it once. Xiao He was equally shocked, exclaiming, "You've picked up a blade, Dao genius." Lin Huang stared fixedly at the child, his gaze filled with a touch of bewilderment. He frowned and concluded, "No, he's no ordinary child." 327 handled the bamboo stalk like a fish in water, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. The child displayed a vigorous form and fierce moves. Seeing this, Lin Huang had his answer. Blade intent. His moves contained blade intent. Lin Huang joined in, practicing alongside the child. He taught him moves and pointed out the weaknesses. Lin Huang instructed seriously, "This part is wrong, it should be like this." Xiao He teased from the side, "Practicing with a kid, you've got thick skin." At that moment, the system popped up another notification. Obtained 1 flowing fire blade skill fragment. Lin Huang was thrilled, his eyes full of anticipation. "It really works." Overjoyed, Lin Huang ran over and pulled the child into a hug, pressing his face against the boy's as he said excitedly, "From now on, you're my real younger brother. Come on, let's practice again." 327 couldn't resist saying weakly, "I'm hungry." Xiao He sighed with arms crossed. "You really did strike gold. Is a loser's luck actually infinite?" Sitting at the dining table, 327 wolfed down a meat leg with bowls and chopsticks already piled like a small mountain beside him. Likely having been hungry for too long, his appetite was staggering. Still, Lin Huang asked the waiter for more food. The waiter brought out another 10 portions of meat. After they had their fill, the two continued their focused practice. Both were completely absorbed and their blade moves became increasingly refined. Lin Huang muttered to himself, 20 days until the spatial portal opens. Keep it up, the system chime rang. Obtained flowing fireblade skill fragment X1. Today, Lin Huang took 327 to a restaurant, but the hostess no longer welcomed them, pushing the two toward the door. The hostess said helplessly, "Please don't come back. We don't sell all you can eat to you people." 327 was still holding a piece of meat, eating it with gusto. Lin Huang laughed awkwardly. "They won't sell to us here, but there are plenty of other places. Let's go, we'll find another one." Subsequently, the two continued practicing day and night. New system notifications popped up more times than could be counted. Obtained flowing fireblade skill fragment X1. Early one morning, as the sun shone and birds foraged, a cheer suddenly rang out. Success. At that moment, the system prompt appeared. Consumed flowing fireblade skill fragment X3000. Consumed rare grade flowing fire skill card. A card shimmering with purple light appeared on the screen, radiating powerful energy. The system offered its congratulations. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic grade flowing fire skill card. Card information. Skill card. Rarity epic. Skill type. Blade skill. Skill level undetectable. Status available. Evaluation not bad. Lin Huang was ecstatic, feeling a surge of power throughout his body, and exclaimed, "Too strong to think I obtained a second epic grade skill card within 20 days. No sooner had he finished speaking than 327's small hand reached out, tugging at Lin Huang's sleeve. The child called to him softly. Lin Huang turned back to look at the child in confusion. 327 looked up at him with melancholy eyes. He looked incredibly pitiable. 327 spoke timidly. "Am I useless now?" Lin Huang was stunned by the question. He frowned, touched by these innocent yet humble words. The spatial teleportation portal reopened. Lin Huang said to 327, "I didn't mean I don't want you anymore." Lin Huang brought the child to the teleportation array, scratching his head with a smile. "I posted your information online because I was afraid your family might be looking for you." The child remained sad, only letting out a soft "oh." The queue of people had been waiting for a long time. Lin Huang made a resolute promise, "Until we find your family, I will definitely keep taking care of you." The child only lowered his head and replied, "Oh." Suddenly, Lin Huang called out a name, "Lin Zan." Then he reached out and rubbed the child's head. 327 Lin Zan let out a startled cry. Lin Huang knelt before the child, smiling gently as he instructed, "From now on, your name is Lin Zan. I have a younger sister named Lin Xin. She's older than you, so she's your big sister. Starting today, I am your big brother." The child's expression finally relaxed, and he replied, At Lin Huang's home, Lin Xin's voice rang out in surprise. Brother, you're finally back." Lin Xin looked anxious. "We've been out of touch for so long I was worried sick." But when she reached the door, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Huang stood at the entrance with Lin Zan hiding behind him. Lin Xin cried out, "Is that your kid?" Lin Huang pursed his lips and explained, "Don't talk nonsense. Get inside first and I'll explain everything slowly." At the dining table, after Lin Huang finished his explanation, Lin Xin understood the situation. "So that's how it is." Lin Zan was wolfing down food nearby. Lin Xin said to Lin Huang, "Xiao Zan is so pitiable, brother, we can't just ignore him." Lin Huang took a sip of water and replied, "I've already posted the information online. If we can't find his family, we'll keep taking care of him." Seeing the pile of empty plates Lin Zan had cleared, Lin Xin marveled, "Xiao Zan has a great appetite." Lin Huang followed up, "Eating is one of his main strengths." Night fell, and Lin Huang's voice rang out. He urged Lin Zan, "Stop playing and get some rest early, the room is all ready." "Lin Zan, you'll have to make do for one night. I'll take you to buy furniture tomorrow." Lin Huang lay on his bed exhausted, finally able to catch his breath. Back in Wuling Town, his imperial heart ring finally regained its signal. "During the time I was out of contact, there must have been many people looking for me." Shortly after lying down, Lin Huang was startled as notifications lit up the system screen. 30 missed calls from Lin Xin, 13 missed calls from Yin Yihang, 2 from Yi Yayu, 1 from Yi Zheng, then came more. 100 from Lin Xin, 2 from Yin Yihang, 1 from Yi Yayu, 1 from Leng Yuexin. Likely because something had happened while he was away, which was why Fatty was so urgent. Lin Huang was curious. Fatty called so many times, did something happen? The system quickly connected to Yin Yihang. The screen showed him looking utterly despondent. Yin Yihang said with extreme urgency, "Lin Huang, you've finally appeared," sensing trouble, but seeing the other's current state, Lin Huang was a bit at a loss. "Is there trouble? What's wrong? Why were you looking for me?" Learning that Lin Huang was safe and sound, he scratched his head awkwardly. "It's nothing major. I heard that mutated sword slaves appeared in Ash Valley and many people died, so I just wanted to ask if you were okay." Lin Huang pursed his lips. A clumsy lie could not escape his deep experience. Once confirmed, Lin Huang got straight to the point. "Mutated sword slaves? I haven't seen any. Tell me the truth, what's really going on? I really can't hide anything from you." Yin Yihang was now in tears, his eyes filled with infinite sorrow. He lowered his head and sobbed, "My dad." Yin Yihang suppressed his grief and swallowed his tears. "My dad is gone." This news was too sudden. Lin Huang was silent for a moment before asking hesitantly, "Why so suddenly?" Yin Yihang broke down, his voice hoarse from crying. He was too tired. He only had an ordinary human body, but he worked so hard. The dissipation rate of his internal life glow was several times faster than ours. By the time it was discovered, it was too late for treatment. Lin Huang didn't want him to dwell on his sorrow and comforted him. "Where are you? I'll come find you." Yin Yihang was also worried about Lin Huang's upcoming assessment. Fearing his own affairs would delay Lin Huang's big moment, he declined the offer. "No need. The Hunter Association assessment in December is about to start. You should prepare well. It's a pity I won't be able to participate. You must do your best and pass this time." With that, he stopped bothering him. Yin Yihang hung up the phone. Lin Huang felt a heavy heart. Both transcendentals and ordinary people were fighting desperately for their dreams. His gaze reflected resolve. Lin Huang smiled and made a silent vow. "I'll work hard for your share too." In the quiet space, Lin Huang displayed absolute confidence. The glow of the stones was like a formation. Lin Huang entered the secret realm. Standing among a group of people with high cultivation levels, he did not back down, comforting himself internally. "Now that I have the 8th layer of Army Overlord tactics to support me, the speed of practicing body-crushing tactic will be even faster. Bring it on." The opponent launched a relentless assault, surging toward him quickly. Lin Huang raised his hand to block the storm-like attacks. Lin Huang realized that although this trip out had been fruitful, he had also witnessed other powerful existences. But no matter how strong the opponent was, he then took a heavy punch. Lin Huang's conviction remained firm. "Even if there is an insurmountable mountain ahead, I will climb it bit by bit." System notification. Obtained body-crushing tactic fragment X1. The scene of Zhu Nian risking his life to defend Daxi City once again ignited his fighting spirit. Lin Huang pulled himself together, clenching his fists as his aura surged. A moment later, the notification chime echoed across the entire screen. Obtained body-crushing tactic fragment X1, X1. Obtained body-crushing tactic fragment X1, X1. His heavy punches did not disappoint him. Important prompt detected. 600 body-crushing tactic skill fragments can be merged into the rare-grade skill body-crushing tactic. Merge now. He used all his strength to defeat the opponent. Lin Huang was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. As he gasped for air, he replied, "Merge." Through tireless effort, Lin Huang successfully merged the new card. The screen displayed, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare-grade skill card body-crushing tactic." This golden card was skill card, skill name, body-crushing tactic, rarity, rare grade, epic potential, skill type, melee skill, level undetectable, status, available. Note: power is doubled when used in conjunction with Army Overlord tactics. When used with Army Overlord tactics at the 6th layer or higher, its power is comparable to top-tier combat skills. Evaluation: not bad. The previous practice had consumed too much energy. As Lin Huang collapsed onto his beloved bed, he marveled, "Not bad, I've obtained another melee skill with power comparable to an epic card. My chances for the official Hunter assessment have increased by another notch." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Xin's terrified scream rang out. He was startled, his expression extremely worried as he shouted Lin Xin's name. His sister sounded as if she had been frightened by something. Lin Xin screamed. Lin Huang jumped off the bed and rushed toward the direction of the scream. Lin Huang asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" His sister was slumped on the floor, pointing tremblingly across the room as she stammered, "Brother, brother, look." Following her finger, he saw Lin Zan wolfing down a piece of raw meat. He was also stunned and shouted sternly, "Lin Zan, what are you doing?" The child was startled by the shout and stopped. Lin Zan turned back to look at him with a blood-stained mouth and then asked, "Ha?" Although Lin Xin was very afraid, she still stepped forward to comfort Lin Zan. "Eating that will give you a stomach ache." Lin Huang looked at the child with a serious expression. "Lin Zan, are you hungry? You can't eat raw meat directly." Seeing this scene, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. This child was too strange. No name, no family. A natural-born Blade Dao genius, and now he was starting to eat raw flesh. Thinking of this, Lin Huang reached out to shield Lin Xin. He smiled as he knelt before the child and spoke softly. "Be good, give the meat to me." Lin Zan seemed to freeze. He stared at Lin Huang in silence, and for a moment Lin Huang felt a surge of wariness. If Lin Zan showed even a hint of aggression now, he would have to kill him. He absolutely couldn't let him stay in the same room as Lin Xin. At that moment, Lin Zan quickly tossed the raw meat aside and threw himself into Lin Xin's arms, wailing, "Sister!" Lin Huang stood frozen, even letting out a startled noise in the face of this awkward situation. Lin Zan clung to Lin Xin, crying and apologizing repeatedly. Lin Xin, in turn, scolded Lin Huang for being too rough. "I was just a little startled. Why did you have to react so strongly? Look how much you've scared him." Lin Huang scratched his head awkwardly, muttering an apology. "Ah well, that was my fault." Because he had been on high alert, his attitude had indeed been a bit excessive. He sighed inwardly. It seemed it was a false alarm. Lin Xin knelt on the floor, considerately using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Lin Zan's mouth. Lin Zan stood still and behaved perfectly, the scene radiating the warm intimacy of two siblings leaning on one another. Lin Huang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, his worries finally put to rest. It seemed he could now go to participate in the official hunter assessment with a peaceful mind. The day of the assessment finally arrived, and although Lin Huang reached the site early, he still couldn't stop worrying about Lin Xin and Lin Zan back home. He recalled the image of the two siblings getting along so closely. Lin Xin had been full of confidence. She had clenched her fist to show her determination to Lin Huang, her eyes bright as she solemnly promised, "Brother, go with a peaceful mind. I will definitely take good care of Xiao Zan and won't let him go hungry." Lin Zan had clung tightly to Lin Xin, looking at Lin Huang with innocent eyes, only stammering after a long pause, I will take good care of sister." Lin Huang still couldn't help but think that it was simply impossible not to worry about them. The sky was clear and vast today at Stronghold 7B24, Beishuan City. Thousands of hunters had gathered before the Hunter Association, packed together as densely as a colony of ants. The scene before him pulled Lin Huang back to reality. This important assessment lost him in deep thought. However, for now, he needed to worry about himself. The stronghold gates swung open and Lin Huang tucked away his unease, his expression turning terrifyingly serious. He thought to himself, "It's starting." An old man walked out to face the gathered hunters. Although he was a bit up in years, his build and aura showed that he was a force to be reckoned with. His voice rang out like a great bell as he introduced himself to the crowd. "I am Xu Qinping, the chief examiner for this hunter preliminary selection. I hereby announce that this assessment is officially over." Every hunter, including Lin Huang, froze on the spot. Everyone cried out in unison, "What?" Xu Qinping picked up the list in his hand and said loudly, "I will now announce the first batch of eliminated candidates. Wang Xiaojin, Zhou Huo, Yi Haoxuan." This sparked a wave of dissatisfaction among many. One of the people whose name was called shouted frantically, "I refuse to accept this. If you want to eliminate me, you must give me a valid reason." Lin Huang stood to the side, glancing at him sideways, thinking it was bold for someone to actually dare to question the results announced by Xu Qinping. Xu Qinping swept his gaze over the speaker with eyes as cold as a blade, speaking unhurriedly. "The reason is right in front of you, hunters," Xu Qinping roared in reprimand. "After registration, those who bought assessment content online, those who fled during team battles, those who posted malicious reviews online and were reported, and those who arrived late after 8 a.m., all are disqualified." Amidst sounds of regret, the eliminated candidates left one after another, leaving only Lin Huang and a few others behind. Xu Qinping instructed those remaining and warned the outcasts, "Those moving to the second round, follow me. A record has already been made on the imperial heart rings of those eliminated. If you dare to sneak into the association to participate in subsequent assessments, you will be punished and arrested." Observing the chief examiner's style and attitude, Lin Huang gave an objective evaluation. This examiner's criteria are quite subjective. To avoid wasting time, the group quickly moved into the interior of the stronghold where they were met by another examiner. He introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Lin, the examiner for the second round. Congratulations to all of you for passing the preliminary selection." Contrary to his smiling face, Zhou Lin's words held a hint of disappointment. "To think there are still so many people left. It seems old Shu really let us down. I guess it's up to me to lower the passing rate to below 50. Zhou Lin said no more, clearing his throat to announce the format for this round, getting down to business. The content of the second round is simple. Find something. Everyone realized there were many suspicious points in his words. Lin Huang pursed his lips in thought. "I always feel like these official examiners are a bit off." Suddenly a flash of light appeared, and Zhou Lin produced a black crystal for everyone to see. "The assessment area is the entire Beishuan city. I have placed 5,000 of these crystals throughout the city." He stated the passing condition for this round. "Within 48 hours, personally hand one black crystal over to me to be considered as having passed my assessment." Using his keen insight, Lin Huang discovered that there was a secret to that black crystal. It didn't look like a mineral crystal. It looked more like amber resin or a plastic product. So the hunters wouldn't think the assessment was too difficult. Zhou Lin smiled and raised a hand. A hint. The hunters began their search based on Zhou Lin's clue. Two hunters, a man and a woman, had already begun observing and searching every corner. However, his hint consisted of only 2 words, weeds. Lin Huang wasn't nervous starting his search just like the other hunters. He sat leisurely, drinking water as he pondered the second round of the assessment, then spoke up. "Weeds, I always feel like this isn't that simple." Meanwhile, Xiaohe was beside him, his face full of anxiety on Lin Huang's behalf. "There are only 48 hours and you're still being so leisurely." But in stark contrast to Xiaohe, Lin Huang looked idle and composed, enjoying himself as if he had anticipated this. He soothed Xiaohe. "Relax, I've already searched every patch of grass in the city that hasn't been searched yet." As soon as he spoke, a stalk of weed appeared in Lin Huang's hand. He smiled triumphantly at Xiaohe. "I released the Poo Demon Vine spores long ago, controlling everyone to help me search." Hearing this, Xiaohe looked at him with extreme disdain as if he were beyond help. "You really have pushed the servant functions to their absolute limit." Lin Huang propped up his chin, the smile having faded from his face as he complained out of boredom. "Regarding weeds, whether it's real grass, places with weed in the name, or even companies called weeds. I've searched them all and found nothing. Ultimately, the keyword weeds given by Zhou Lin couldn't be irrelevant to the assessment, Xiao He asked in confusion, but the keyword hint given by the examiner couldn't be nonsense. Lin Huang held his water cup, answering listlessly. That's why I'm still waiting. Xiao He looked at him suspiciously. Waiting for what? Lin Huang thought of a place that might possess rare items and exclusive information not found elsewhere, the black market. Lin Huang said in a low voice, waiting for dark, waiting for the black market to open. Being unreasonable wasn't his style. Lin Huang and Xiao He stood at the entrance to the black market. He told Xiao He that the official hunter assessment didn't just test personal ability, but also the way one approached problem solving. To become a hunter, one must think like a hunter. He pushed the door open without hesitation. Lin Huang suddenly spoke. I know why you look like a dog now, Xiao He retorted. If you're going to take an unconventional path, shouldn't you at least distinguish between good and evil? Unlike the black market sign outside, this place was decorated like a bar. Seeing a guest arrive, Yao Shi greeted him warmly. Welcome. Lin Huang pushed a black crystal toward him and ordered a black letter. The black crystal was tossed onto the tabletop. Yao Shi understood that this was a guest looking to buy intelligence, so he named his price. One piece of information, 1.8 billion credits. Lin Huang didn't care about this small amount of money. He pulled out a gold credit card and said readily, no problem. Keyword weeds. Yao Shi acted very professionally, producing a chip card containing the required information. The information is all on this card. You will find my intelligence is worth the price. The two each placed their cards on the table and pushed them toward the other to complete the exchange. Yao Shi was in high spirits. A pleasure doing business. I hope you visit again. Lin Huang suddenly spoke. Wait, he poked around for more news. Besides me, has anyone else come to buy intelligence regarding weeds? Yao Shi didn't hide anything, answering with a nod. Indeed, about an hour before you arrived, someone else came to buy similar intelligence. They didn't look like a good person either. Lin Huang turned to leave, not forgetting to say thanks. Understood, thank you. Yao Shi was puzzled by his question just now. Of course, he wouldn't know that Lin Huang was currently wearing a disguise mask in the vast forest. An conspicuous target in the center of the forest was the branch of Sea Cucumber Castle, located in the outskirts of Beishun City. From a tall tree nearby, Lin Huang and Xiao He were observing secretly. Lin Huang explained the reason for being here. Weeds is a nickname for a compound codenamed ZC. Very few people know this name, and the production base nearest to Beishun City is right here. Xiao He now understood some of the hidden details, crossing its arms in confusion. I see, my database has very few records of this. What is ZC used for? It was developed to control others, to make them wish they were dead rather than alive. Lin Huang's expression was serious. This so-called recreational product was for powerful experts who controlled life power. If it were an ordinary person, they would die instantly. The stronger the combat power, the greater the pleasure produced, making it easier to become addicted and leading to a more miserable death. Thinking of that scene, Xiao He broke into a cold sweat and asked tentatively, then wouldn't that be, before it could finish? Lin Huang cut in and confirmed, exactly. His gaze turned cold, his voice low. An extremely toxic and extremely dangerous poisonous weed. His 1.8 billion credits had bought important intelligence regarding the organizational background of Sea Cucumber Castle. According to the black market info, ZC was synthesized by a pharmacy teacher from a certain academy of the Hunter Association. Afterward, he left the Hunter Association to establish the Sea Cucumber Castle organization. Its headquarters is commanded by 3 transcendentals. Trouble was right in front of them. Lin Huang said worriedly, even this branch outside Beishun City has 3 gold rank experts and 30 white iron ranks. Upon hearing this, Xiao He lamented, this is only a bronze level exam question, yet the difficulty is this high. Lin Huang propped up his chin and fell into deep thought. True, the focus of this round should be the ability to gather intelligence, but to get a sample of ZC, one must sneak into the Sea Cucumber Castle branch. Xiao He seemed to see the key to the problem. Perhaps the examiner's real intention is for candidates to team up and test their collaborative combat abilities. Finding this to be a reasonable explanation, Lin Huang nodded. Makes sense. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. This girl had appeared silently, forcing him to be on his guard. Lin Huang asked the other's origin in a low voice. Who are you? Xia Yu leaned against the tree trunk, her arms crossed and her expression very flat. She spoke. Lin Huang, I noticed you the moment you left the black market. A flash of light streaked through the space as Xia Yu used her agility to leap to the opposite branch to face him. Only then did she introduce herself. My name is Xia Yu and I'm a candidate just like you. Lin Huang frowned, voicing his suspicions in confusion. The other person who went to the black market to buy intelligence was you. Sizing up the girl's appearance, Lin Huang found it a bit hard to believe. She didn't look like a dangerous person. Xia Yu stood up and told him about the stronghold's defenses. Besides being guarded by experts, the exterior of this fortress is rigged with a large number of monitors. Any creature that approaches will trigger the alarm. Even a gold rank expert would find it hard to sneak in. She approached Lin Huang and reached out her hand without any pretense. So I choose you to be my partner. You go and distract the guards. And I'll sneak in to steal the ZC. Then we'll split it 70-30. 70 for me, 30 for you. Lin Huang hadn't expected this girl to be less innocent than she looked. He asked Sha Yu suspiciously, "You really know how to calculate? Based on what you're saying, you don't just want to finish the assessment, you want to make off with a large amount of ZC too, don't you?" Sha Yu let out a cold laugh, not denying her plan as she asked back, "Do you have any idea how much ZC sells for on the black market? People would bankrupt themselves for a few drops, let alone other candidates. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to trade 1 drop of ZC for 100 life crystals." Lin Huang scrutinized her, an inscrutable look flashing in his deep eyes. Not wanting to be drawn into such a vicious cycle, Lin Huang made a decision. He jumped down from the branch, giving Sha Yu a start. He closed his eyes and said flatly, "Sorry, play by yourself." Sha Yu couldn't believe he wasn't tempted at all in the face of such huge profits, her expression turning strange. Sha Yu questioned, "What do you mean you can't just go and harm humanity for a bit of profit?" Lin Huang only looked back and replied, "ZC is something harmful to people. I will never use that stuff to make money. If I get the chance, I will eradicate the poisonous weeds here." A pair of wings were quickly activated, Lin Huang said to her. "What's more," Lin Huang flew into the high sky, calling back, "I don't need a partner at all. For this assessment, I am enough on my own." He left decisively, leaving Sha Yu behind to stamp her feet in rage and curse, "Bastard, this guy is truly as stupid as he is arrogant." Back at the assessment base, hunters gathered and talked animatedly, the focus of their conversation being Lin Huang. Their words were full of jealousy and resentment. The Sea Cucumber Castle branch was successfully infiltrated by a candidate named Lin Huang who also stole all the ZC. He announced that anyone who wants to pass the assessment must pay 1,000 life crystals. To buy a drop of ZC, talk about thick-skinned. "We definitely can't let him get away with it." One person nearby, having heard these rumors about Lin Huang, clenched his fist and spoke with a confident tone, "Let's go quickly and snatch those life crystals back outside the Sea Cucumber Castle branch tonight." The bright moon hung high. Lin Huang was sitting outside observing the situation. After several careful checks, he let out a sigh of relief. There are no other traps outside besides the monitors. While there were no traps, how to get past the monitors was a big problem. Lin Huang muttered, "If I use a transformation card, I could sneak in without anyone noticing, but once I'm inside the fortress, how do I avoid the monitors?" Suddenly, a roar echoing through the woods left him extremely terrified. "Lin Huang, you bastard!" Not expecting Bai Yan to appear here as well, he kicked off the ground and leaped forward. Bai Yan's move left Lin Huang frozen in place. The other wore a bizarre smile, his eyes full of killing intent. The corners of Bai Yan's mouth curled up. "I finally found you, you shameless scoundrel." Lin Huang searched his memory and pointed at the other, blabbing out, "Red-blooded bird, I remember now. You were that apostle on the snow mountain before. Name was Bai." Lin Huang's memory was truly a disservice to his audience. He simply couldn't recall the other's name. He scratched his head awkwardly. "What was it again?" Bai Yan was driven mad with rage, roaring, "My name is Bai Yan." He reached forward, light instantly flaring up. Bai Yan summoned his soul armament, his tone full of fury. "You actually dared to ruin my reputation to sell ZC." After the soul armament was successfully summoned, spiritual energy surged around Bai Yan. His gaze was resolute. "Today I'm going to beat you until you beg for mercy on your knees and see who the coward really is." The ancient forest stood in array. So all along this was all an act. Lin Huang stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Bai Yan with a face full of disdain. He sneered, "Do you really think I forgot who you are? You're the coward who fled during the monster horde. How did someone like you even pass the preliminary selection? Did you use your so-called genius status to sneak in through the back door?" Lin Huang's words were like steel needles, ruthlessly stabbing at Bai Yan's wounds. Bai Yan's brow furrowed, and after being humiliated to his face, his killing intent surged. He let out a roar, "How dare you!" He then lunged at Lin Huang, swinging his soul armament as fast as a gale. The spear grazed Lin Huang's side, nearly wounding him, as Bai Yan had already set his heart on the kill. "Even if I'm blacklisted by the Hunter Association, I'm going to kill you with my own hands today." There was no fear in Bai Yan's eyes, only madness. Lin Huang didn't hesitate to draw his sword and counterattack, not forgetting to mock him further. "A dignified apostle actually wants to duel me? Fine, I'll play along." These words were like pouring oil on a fire. Bai Yan gritted his teeth, vowing to take his life. "Once I announce your death to the world, no one will ever dare call me a coward again." However, he was ultimately no match for Lin Huang. Lin Huang blocked a heavy blow with his blade, his tone calm yet lethal. "Whether or not you're a coward has nothing to do with me. Because you fled, I was the one plunged into danger. There are so many brave people in this world. Can you kill them all?" Lin Huang's blade slid gracefully along the shaft of Bai Yan's spear as he mocked, "You have a special status, yet you insist on participating in the assessment." Within 3 moves, Lin Huang had gained the overwhelming upper hand. He continued to point out the past. "You just want to find pleasure in bullying the weak, but the moment you face real danger, you run faster than anyone. If someone like you isn't a coward, then what are you?" These words acted as blades, ruthlessly finishing the job on Bai Yan's bleeding pride. Bai Yan suddenly froze on the spot, still unable to realize his own flaws and mistakes. He roared in fury, "Shut up!" He then swung his spear, launching a frantic and uncontrolled assault on Lin Huang. I'll kill you. Lin Huang executed a lethal move, his actions so fast they created the illusion that he was using aftermages. He easily evaded every single one of Bai Yan's attacks. Lin Huang gave a confident smile. You can't kill me. Bai Yan stood stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then Lin Huang gathered a massive amount of strength and let out a fierce shout. Ha! Bai Yan's spear snapped upon impact. Looking at his shattered soul armament, he was terrified beyond measure. Clutching the broken spear, Bai Yan froze in place and stammered. Impossible. Lin Huang gave him a lesson he would never forget. While you were obsessed with showing off your martial prowess, I was constantly accumulating strength. That is the gap between us. Lin Huang smiled and walked up to him. Apostles are rare enough as it is, and since there is no blood feud between us, do you want to keep fighting? Having experienced just the tip of the iceberg of his opponent's power, Bai Yan finally had to bow his head in defeat. He whispered in shame, You held back. I have a feeling that if I had summoned my beasts, I would have lost even more miserably. Lin Huang offered sincere advice. So stop wasting time on these petty squabbles. You're a natural genius. One day we'll fight again, and maybe then I'll be the one who loses. Lin Huang reverted to his humorous self, throwing a few punches into the air as he remarked. I'll tell you what, I once saw a middle-aged guy who wielded a spear and cut down monsters like grass. Now that was truly cool. He finished by encouraging him in the tone of a senior. Practice hard, kid. You've got a bright future. After listening to this long lecture, Bai Yan couldn't help but ask, Are you an idiot? Bai Yan summoned his flying mount to leave, but before he went, he didn't forget to remind Lin Huang, Our business isn't over yet, but a loss is a loss. I'll announce to the public that I'm withdrawing from this assessment. Just as he was about to fly away, Bai Yan hesitated and offered a well-intentioned warning. Be careful. Someone is spreading news that you've secured all the ZC samples and intend to sell them at a high price. Everyone is heading this way now, planning to settle the score with you. This news gave Lin Huang a sense of unease. As Bai Yan prepared to fly off on his bird, Lin Huang called out to him immediately. Bai Yan, wait! In a split second of thought, Lin Huang realized that if 10,000 people swarmed this place, it would surely alert the enemy, and he wouldn't be able to get the ZC samples, so he put on his best asking for a favor attitude. Lin Huang smiled and pressed his palms together, his tone very earnest. I have a small matter I'd like your help with. Before long, a group of hunters was rushing toward the Beishuan branch to search for Lin Huang. Urgent shouts rang out one after another. Quick, move faster, don't let that kid get away, he can't take the whole base by himself, so there must be ZC samples left, even if we're just picking up the scraps. We can't let this be a wasted trip. Suddenly, Bai Yan descended from the sky to block their path, startling the lead fire hunter. Bai Yan stood before the crowd and announced, There's nothing left in that base. Lin Huang escaped long ago. I'm leading everyone to catch him now, the hunters began to whisper. Who is this? Oh, it's that genius apostle Bai Yan warned. Don't be stubborn. If you intercept him outside the city, you still have a chance to get the ZC samples. Once he enters the city, you'll have no choice but to pay up, one hunter agreed. That's right, once he's within the protection of the Hunter Association, we'll be out of luck. The people nearby joined in the clamor. Quick, catch him, Bai Yan has a grudge against that kid, he wouldn't lie to us. With that, Bai Yan took the lead, guiding the crowd to search for Lin Huang. He shouted, Follow me, let's get him. The hunters urged each other on. Hurry up, don't let that bastard escape, move, move, move. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had already used an invisibility card to hide his form. He glanced back at Bai Yan, who was buying him time, and thought, I need to finish this quickly on my end. Staying invisible, he sped past the surveillance cameras. The operation went smoothly. Lin Huang marveled to himself, as expected, as long as it isn't biological, it won't trigger the alarm. He nimbly slipped into the second floor by following the walls and railings. After entering the room, Lin Huang carefully observed his surroundings, a trace of icy coldness flashing in his eyes. Next, it was time to completely dismantle this den of poison. Lin Huang discovered that the interior of the base was actually a black crystal production workshop. All the employees were wearing protective suits to avoid contact with toxic substances. A manager was currently checking the various indicators and production volume of the black crystals. Seeing this, Lin Huang thought, They really are manufacturing this harmful stuff. One by one, black crystals were being produced and neatly stacked in large crates. He continued to stay invisible, lurking in the ZC storage area to observe. Lin Huang leaned against the wall to observe and noticed employees moving several crates of black crystals into a cubicle, which he determined was the crystal warehouse. He spotted the monitor in the corner and made a decision immediately. First, I'll turn them blind, then I'll take them out one by one. In a certain office, a young man was overseeing the entire operation through surveillance screens, monitoring every corner and production process. This was the security room. Looking at the busy technicians, he thought, as expected, a place like the security room has gold-rank guards. The invisible Lin Huang stared at one of the guards in front of the screen. The man's eyes were wide open, like a beast eyeing its prey. Lin Huang mocked, A pity your brain doesn't seem to work very well. The man suddenly let out a burst of mad laughter. Perhaps it was just this fellow's time to die, as Lin Huang killed him on the spot with a single move. He acted decisively, whispering, harmful things, there's no point in letting them remain. The technicians were terrified to see Lin Huang suddenly barge in, their faces turning pale as they screamed, "What's happening?" At the same time, Bai appeared abruptly behind two other technicians, sending a chill down their spines. Desperate screams echoed through the secret monitoring room. Help!" But only a few seconds later, the room fell into a deathly silence. Bai pushed the door open and stood outside with Lin Huang. Their hunting hour had officially begun. Lin Huang said to Bai, "Let the hunt begin." Because the two of them were making so much noise, everyone in the base was alerted. The sound of frantic footsteps quickly converged toward the security room, followed by the blaring of an alarm. "Damn it, we have an intruder!" Two supervisors from the production area also rushed over. One of them roared an order to kill them, while the other was confused. Why didn't the security room sound the alarm? To prevent them from sending word out, Lin Huang killed several people in an instant with his blade, moving so fast they couldn't even react. A guard raised his gun to fire at Bai, who quickly used his wings to protect his body. Seeing the enemy had advanced weaponry, Lin Huang feared Bai couldn't handle it alone and rushed forward. He swung his sword with all his might at the guard, who reacted quickly enough to block the strike with the frame of his gun. Lin Huang wore a cold smile as he stared at the man and said, "Who told you I only had one summoned beast?" In an instant, Charcoal opened his massive maw full of fangs and appeared behind the man. The guard was terrified. "What?" Charcoal lunged at the man's neck without hesitation. Luckily, the fellow was fortunate enough to narrowly dodge the lethal strike. Lin Huang glanced at Bai and Charcoal and instructed, "I'll leave this to you two. I'm going to the warehouse." Lin Huang kicked open the warehouse doors, sending splinters flying everywhere. Inside, a group of people was already waiting in formation, led by a strange old man and a pile of puppets. The old man leaned on his cane and let out a burst of mad laughter at Lin Huang's appearance. Not bad to make it this far, but this is where it ends. Lin Huang looked at the group of puppets the man was controlling in surprise and said, "You're using a puppet ability." The old man stared fixedly at Lin Huang, his eyes full of killing intent, though he didn't withhold his praise. "Impressive. Both of your summoned beasts are tied up. How could you possibly kill all my puppets alone?" The old man excitedly manipulated the puppet swarm to lunge at him. "Even if I can't kill you, headquarters will receive the news soon and send transcendental experts over." The old man was smug. "You're dead meat." Lin Huang took out a card and crushed it, confidently countering, "Playing at control? Then let me show you what true manipulation looks like." As soon as he spoke, the transcendental monster Ghostface slowly emerged, even performing an elegant bow. The old man's face changed drastically as he cried out, "You actually have another summoned beast," he then stammered. "Wait, this is—" Ghostface snapped its fingers and the ground shook violently. The puppets tumbled over and the old man nearly fell as well. He cursed loudly, "Bastard, what the hell is this thing?" A sharp light flashed in Ghostface's eyes and the puppets that were originally controlled by the old man suddenly turned around in unison to surround him. The old man was too terrified to believe his eyes. "No, this is impossible." The puppets reached out their hands and lunged frantically at the old man as if they were going to tear him limb from limb. The old man let out a desperate scream. "No, please, no." On the other side, Bai and Charcoal had also cleared out all the obstacles in their path. Lin Huang regrouped with Ghostface, having already secured what he wanted. Lin Huang was clutching a crystal burning with black flames. "The raw ZC sample," he asked Bai, "is everything settled on your end?" The sea cucumber castle branch was engulfed in a raging fire. The group of hunters finally arrived on the scene. Lin Huang stood outside the base, watching as the flames gradually consumed everything. The hunters were stunned by the tragic scene before them and screamed, "What's going on? The base is on fire. Where did that kid Bai Yan go? It's burning. Where are the ZC samples?" Sha Yu was also mixed in the crowd of hunters, pointing angrily at Lin Huang as she shouted, "Lin Huang, hand over the ZC samples now." Lin Huang turned around, holding a black crystal. It was a ZC sample. Lin Huang said to the crowd, "I'm only in the bronze rank. How could I destroy the entire base? It was already like this when I got here. I only had time to grab one sample from the fire. To tell you the truth, all the real samples have been destroyed." Hearing this, everyone turned pale with shock, scattering like ants on a hot pan. A cacophony of shouts and curses erupted instantly. "Get inside and save the samples. Stop dawdling. Run if it all burns. We're finished. Bastard, get out of the way." Sha Yu followed the crowd inside, but before she left, she didn't forget to glare at Lin Huang and mutter, "Stupid brat." Lin Huang noticed her gaze, returned a smile, and waved his hand, thinking to himself, "Silly girl, don't think I don't know what you're up to." The next day at the Beishwen City Hunter Association, the sky was clear. Zhou Lin and Xu Qinping stood before the candidates. After carefully sizing everyone up, Zhou Lin began his critique of the second round of assessment. This assessment primarily tested your ability to gather information, handle emergencies, and work as a team. Although there were some accidents in the middle and the goal wasn't perfectly achieved, however, he paused for a moment and continued. Luck is also a form of strength, therefore I have judged all 5,000 people who obtained a sample as having passed. The candidates were overjoyed to hear this, letting out sighs of relief. "Great, I thought it wouldn't count." A red-haired man beside Lin Huang looked quite battered and smiled bitterly. "I even singed my hair, but at least it wasn't for nothing," Xu Qinping reminded them with a serious face. "Don't celebrate too early, the assessments will only get harder. A spaceship will pick you all up tonight to head to the third assessment site. You are dismissed for now, go back and prepare well." Everyone left quickly, still discussing the content of the third round along the way. I wonder what the next stage will be. Let's go back and rest. A late effort is better than none. The second stage was this hard. I really can't imagine the third. Lin Huang looked at Zhou Lin and Xu Qinping, thinking that while the old man looked dignified, he spoke quite politely, though he still harbored doubts about Zhou Lin's style of doing things. Xu Qinping said in confusion, I really didn't expect you to be so easygoing. I thought you'd judge them all as unqualified this time. Zhou Lin countered from the side, you're wrong. From the moment those two candidates left the black market, my assessment had already ended. Whether or not they obtained the ZC isn't important. Gathering accurate information is the key. Xu Qinping listened with a look of confusion, and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, according to what you're saying, if this accident hadn't happened, wouldn't only 2 people have passed? There had always been a big question mark in Zhou Lin's mind. Who exactly burned the Sea Cucumber Castle branch? Xu Qinping fell into deep thought. He stroked his beard and analyzed. There aren't many clues left by the fire, but there were 3 ways the victims died. Blade strikes, fire, and companions killing each other. This proves there was more than one intruder, and at least one of them was proficient in close combat techniques, fire elemental magic, and control skills. Zhou Lin told him that hiding one's strength during an assessment wasn't a first. Some candidates would deliberately mask their potential. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xu Qinping laughed and dismissed the idea. How could that be? A gold rank guard was killed on the scene with a single move. That means the intruder possessed at least the strength of gold rank 3. Among those kids, there isn't even a single black iron ranker among them. Zhou Lin was suddenly deep in thought. But even if the boy were an apostle, a bronze ranker could only summon rank 3 black iron or gold monsters at most. They didn't really need to worry. He hesitated. But what if it were a double mutated monster? Meanwhile, perhaps because someone was talking about him, Lin Huang sneezed several times in a row. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, is someone thinking of me? Xu Qinping laughed at the small joke and patted Zhou Lin on the back, teasing, are you getting senile in your old age? How could that kid have a double mutated monster? Don't make me laugh. Zhou Lin also realized he might be overthinking. Maybe I am worrying too much, he replied helplessly. As time passed, a massive spaceship appeared in the sky. The vessel landed slowly on the ground. The hunters who had passed the second round of the assessment would continue by ship to the third assessment site. Lin Huang was stunned by the scale of the operation. He couldn't believe they had actually deployed a magic crystal airship. Talk about being lavish. A man walked down from the ship, standing before the crowd to introduce himself. I am Captain Fu. Welcome aboard. The 2 examiners from the second round stepped forward to greet Fu Qingshan. Xu Qinping spoke up. Mr. Fu. Zhou Lin bowed to him and said, we appreciate you taking the trouble for something as minor as transporting candidates. Fu Qingshan folded his arms and laughed heartily. Don't mention it. I just bought a new ship and figured I'd take it for a test drive. Lin Huang and the others quickly boarded. He stole a glance at Fu Qingshan, thinking to himself, for these 2 examiners to be so respectful, this Mr. Fu is likely a transcendental hunter. The airship soon soared into the high sky as Fu Qingshan warned, sit tight, we're heading out. Not long after takeoff, the ship reached the open sea just as the sun began to set, shimmering across the surface of the water. Lin Huang stood by the railing, admiring the view and talking to himself. This must be the latest model of magic crystal airship, right? Amphibious. Truly impressive. Suddenly his attention was caught by someone. He noticed Fu Qingshan was also standing by the railing, so he curiously approached and asked, Mr. Fu, are you fishing? Suddenly there was a tug on the fishing rod. Fu Qingshan stood on the ship and shouted excitedly, talk about luck. When the hook was pulled from the water, Lin Huang stared at the giant octopus on the line. Frozen in place, he cried out, what on earth is that monster? In the silent night air, the sound of a boiling soup pot was clearly audible. A pot of fresh, fragrant soup sat there, yet only 2 people were tasting it. Fu Qingshan remarked, everyone else is in their rooms practicing, yet you came out to relax. You've got a good palate, kid. Lin Huang didn't hold back, praising the meal as he ate. To think you could catch a Mound Sea King, that's incredible. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the tender, juicy meat. The aroma made him salivate, and he couldn't help but exclaim, it smells amazing, thanks for the treat. The knife work you used to slice the meat just now. It must have been epic grade, right? Despite being praised to the heavens, Fu Qingshan remained modest. He said, just a small trick. The fact that you can tell shows you're a good blade user yourself. Lin Huang replied with a smile, I could never compare to you. While he chatted with Fu Qingshan, he happily enjoyed the delicacies before him. After savoring the flavor, he asked again in surprise, this meat is not only fresh and tender, but the more I eat, the more I feel my life power increasing. No one can resist such sweet praise, so Fu Qingshan said to him with a smile. Even the big shots in the association scramble to eat the food I cook, so I told you that you have a good palate. Lin Huang wiped the trace of soup from the corner of his mouth and asked, could it be that you are a legendary food hunter? His question surprised the other man. Oh, so you know quite a bit about food hunters. Lin Huang replied honestly, I have a good buddy whose lifelong dream is to become a food hunter. Fu Qingshan seemed interested and even let out a few laughs before saying, then tell me his story. Thus, the only sound left by the railing was Lin Huang's animated storytelling. That kid. He's out. The scene shifted to the next morning as the airship had already docked. A crew member shouted to the group to disembark. We've arrived, everyone off the ship. As soon as the announcement rang out, the crowd filed out. From a distance, the dock was a sea of moving heads. Before starting the next leg of the journey, Lin Huang turned back to wave goodbye to the old friend who had spent the entire night chatting with him, thinking to himself, I have to bring Fatty to meet Mr. Fu if I get the chance. Fu Qingshan stood by the railing and waved back, shouting loudly, Good luck, kid. The assembly point for this assessment was a desolate, empty field. Surrounded by sand and dust, the crowd gathered, their noisy chatter rising and falling. Standing before them was a burly man with a shaved head, standing tall with his arms crossed. Seeing that time was up, he immediately roared, Stop the noise, everyone quiet down. Once they were silent, he began to briefly introduce himself and the rules. I am the chief examiner for the third round, Zhang Sen. This round is simple. Each person will pass through the gates behind me in turn. Each gate corresponds to 3 iron cages. Black iron rank monsters will appear randomly inside, just defeat them to pass. Each person can only carry 3 pieces of equipment, none exceeding the bronze rank. If you are seriously injured, staff will go in to rescue you. If they can make it in time, anyone who hasn't passed within an hour will be eliminated. Move fast. Following his introduction, the crowd's gaze immediately fixed on a row of neatly arranged black and white gates in the distance. It was impossible to tell the difficulty behind each gate from their appearance. One could say it depended entirely on luck. Although every candidate present understood this round would be no easy task, the successive elimination announcements still left them terrified. Gate 23. Candidate number 1 eliminated. Candidate number 2 enter. This sentence immediately triggered panic. Discussions broke out incessantly. Someone was eliminated in less than a minute. Black iron rank monsters are too fast. Should we quit? I'm scared, however. In contrast to the panicked crowd around him, Lin Huang stood calmly, analyzing the situation. To be eliminated so quickly, there are likely rank 3 black iron monsters inside. Ever since Gate 23 set the pace, the elimination announcements had been continuous. Gate 18, Candidate 1 eliminated. Candidate 2 enter. Gate 55, Candidate 1 eliminated. Gate 97, Candidate 1 eliminated. Gate 43, Candidate 1 eliminated. Gate 55, Candidate 1 eliminated. Gate 97, Candidate 1 eliminated. Gate 66, Candidate number 1 deceased. Candidate number 2 enter. This last announcement was starkly different from the previous ones. A death had occurred only a few minutes into the exam, turning everyone's faces pale with fear. Even Lin Huang found it hard to believe, crying out, Dead? He wasn't the only one. The others were equally panicked. What's going on? Someone died? Aren't the examiners going to do anything? Is there no safety measure for this round? Examiner, I want to quit. I don't want to die. Just as anxiety and fear began to shroud the area, another announcement rang out. Congratulations to Gate 37. Candidate number 1, Sha Yu, has passed through the beast enclosure corridor and passed the third round. Thus, the first person to pass appeared. This person's success ignited Lin Huang's fighting spirit, and he muttered to himself, Sha Yu's strength is indeed impressive. However, in this extremely difficult assessment, good news was ultimately rare. The following announcement, though delivered in a flat tone, sent a chill down everyone's spines. Gate 66, Candidate number 2 deceased. Candidate number 3 enter. So far, Gate 66 had claimed 2 lives. If only one person had died, it could be called a lack of strength. But 2 in a row proved that the danger behind that door far exceeded everyone's expectations. The crowd erupted into total chaos, panicked voices rising everywhere. What? Another death? I don't want to go in, I want to quit. Sitting in the chief examiner's seat, Zhang Sen was certainly not going to ignore an unfair situation that could lead to candidate dissatisfaction. He immediately voiced his judgment. There's something wrong with Gate 66, isn't there? He then announced to the other candidates. Gate 66 is cancelled and closed. Candidates in this group should go and re-queue in other lines. However, there was one person who didn't think that way. A hand suddenly shot up from the crowd and Lin Huang spoke with conviction. Chief Examiner, I want to enter that gate. His words were like water dropped into a hot frying pan, making the other candidates think he must be crazy to go looking for trouble like that. They whispered, what's wrong with this kid? Isn't he afraid of death? He's throwing his life away just to show off. Though he couldn't understand Lin Huang's reasoning, Zhang Sen chose to respect his decision. He confirmed once more, are you sure? Lin Huang scratched his head and explained that if he went to queue for another gate, he'd have to start all over. Since no one dared to enter this one, it was perfect so he wouldn't have to wait so long. Although that's what he said, he was thinking, no matter what, I can't lose to that bratty girl. After hearing Lin Huang's answer, Zhang Sen didn't try to stop him further. He simply waved his hand to open Gate 66 and said, strength is called confidence, a lack of strength is called stupidity. Let me see which one you are. Under everyone's skeptical gazes, Lin Huang walked into the gate with steady steps. After entering the arena, his confident voice rang out, then just wait and see. Back to the task at hand, Lin Huang's opponent stood proudly at the end of the room. The monster's long black wings were wrapped around its body, and its form was encircled by layers of incantation seals, looking both dangerous and mysterious. Facing such a monster, Lin Huang hesitated. Is this the creature that killed 2 people in a row? Hearing the human voice, the monster slowly spread its wings and even greeted him with contempt. Human brat, are you here to seek death too? Although the sight before him was somewhat striking, Lin Huang did not let down his guard. Instead, he caught the key point from the other's words. A black iron rank monster that speaks? Wait, I've seen you in books. You're a phoenix dance speech sparrow? As soon as Lin Huang spoke, the monster's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Phoenix dance speech sparrow, rare avian, fierce personality. Its beak and claws are weapons as sharp as armor, the defense of its wings is comparable to heavy plate, and its short-distance flight speed is incredible. Evaluation. Adept at mimicking voices. After coexisting with humans for more than 3 months, it can completely learn human languages and understand the meaning of words. Its cheeks flushed, and it lightly raised its left hand to cover half its mouth, asking delicately, "Would you like to come and play a game with Big Sister?" Lin Huang said with certainty. "The fact that you speak human tongue proves you once lived with humans." The Phoenix dance speech sparrow seemed very interested, indicating that this was indeed the case. However, Lin Huang did not intend to stop his deduction. He continued, "But you are killing people now, which means your former master treated you poorly, which is why you hate humans so much. This proves that your former master was very bad, making you hate humans." These words were like a bolt from the blue, and the phoenix warbler roared angrily. "Nonsense!" She flapped her wings and launched a series of fierce attacks. Lin Huang blocked in time, sweating profusely, thinking, "Just for saying the wrong thing, it's this hard," she screamed. "All humans should die, but my master was the best person in the world." Lin Huang was stunned and gradually guessed. "Your master was a black blood imperial censor," he continued. "The black blood is an evil branch of the imperial censors. They stimulate monsters to undergo a second mutation by torturing and killing the cursed. He was a villain, wanted by the Hunter Association and the Alliance government." The phoenix warbler trembled with anger, recalling the past. "He fed me fresh human organs every day, cared for me, protected me, and waited for the day I would mutate. But such a good person died at the hands of cruel humans." Lin Huang drew his sword, preparing for battle, his tone firm. "Then he really deserved to die." The phoenix warbler cried out madly, "Kill you, kill you!" Enraged, she wrapped herself in her wings and screamed, "Master, look at my mutated form." Lin Huang was expressionless, looking at the phoenix warbler coldly. "You have no shame, no sense of sin, and you dare to be proud of a villain. The blood of those you call filthy humans is exactly what you supplied to your master." The phoenix warbler mutated, her originally smooth hair standing on end as if electrocuted, her expression ferocious and her feathers scattered. She screamed, "Master!" Then she charged over like a storm, shouting, "In the name of my master, I will kill you." Lin Huang drew a card, crushed it, and said with a firm tone, "If I don't send you to your grave, I won't have peace of mind, and let me show you what a real imperial censor is." Feathers shot out like darts, but Lin Huang remained calm. The phoenix warbler sneered and slowed down, thinking, "An imperial censor is just a feint playing mind games." But she didn't expect that the twice-mutated monster Tyrant under Lin Huang's command would suddenly appear. Tyrant's sudden attack left her stunned, sweating profusely, a look of fear in her eyes. Tyrant's form was ferocious. 2 huge fangs eyed her covetously, drooling as it roared, "Accomplice to a tyrant, your time is up." It bit her shoulder and blood splattered. The phoenix warbler screamed in pain, "Master!" Her face was as pale as paper. Lin Huang secretly admitted, "The power gained through evil is indeed too weak." Outside, the surveillance broadcast sounded. "Gate 6, the monster in the cage is dead. Please have staff replace it with another monster." The crowd became restless. "The monster that killed 2 people is dead. That was too fast. It's been less than 10 minutes. Who is that guy? He's so strong." Zhang Sen crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth lifting. "A white iron rank 3 mutated monster, dealt with so quickly. This kid's got something." Xiao He worriedly transmitted its voice, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you keep this up, your strength and level won't match and you'll be exposed." Lin Huang frowned. "What can I do?" "That phoenix warbler was a white iron rank 3, twice mutated. I couldn't beat it without Tyrant." Xiao He said seriously, "Don't forget, if your true ability is exposed, your golden finger system might be found to be in violation of the rules, and you will lose me." Lin Huang's face was full of annoyance. "All right, I know." Xiao He continued to nag. "Having a twice-mutated monster at the bronze rank is already ridiculous. Don't treat the Hunter Association like fools." Lin Huang shook his head in annoyance, but suddenly changed the subject, pointed forward and shouted, "Are you trying to argue with me in front of the enemy?" He pulled out 2 guns from nowhere and said menacingly, "Let me show you the tactic of hiding your strength." A figure charged over, his eyes filled with resentment, roaring with indignation. Lin Huang leaped up, dodging a kick that could have crushed the rock beneath his feet, and skillfully used the flowing cloud steps. He observed the one-armed giant ape and immediately realized that this monster was very strong. Even summoning Tyrant would be a tough fight, but it had a weakness. He didn't engage it head-on but switched to a tactic of attacking its head to distract it and make it give up the attack. Xiao He followed behind, nagging, "This won't kill it either." Lin Huang curled his lips. "Who said I was going to kill it? The goal is to pass the beast cage, not to fight to the death, facing the huge monster." He didn't hesitate to use treading snow without a trace, put his hands in his pockets and left leisurely. Strangely, the one-armed giant ape didn't move, just stood there blankly. He smiled triumphantly. "According to the rules, as long as I pass the beast cage, I pass. Why fight to the death?" Xiao He followed behind in annoyance. "I'm speechless." The camera recorded Lin Huang walking out leisurely, but didn't capture Xiao He. The examiner Zhang Sen was deep in thought, not saying a word, as if pondering something, thinking he had escaped. But as soon as he reached the next gate, both Lin Huang and Xiao He were stunned. The Hunter Association really went all out, releasing a tall and mighty monster wearing cool armor. Lin Huang immediately recognized it. Iron-scaled armored beast, a rare species, Xiao He commented. Its attack and skills are not outstanding, but its defense is high, it has a lot of health, and even a gold tier would have a hard time breaking through. The monster charged over crazily, swinging its weapon. Lin Huang was not to be trifled with either, raised his gun and got into a stance. What's there to be afraid of? I'll just use the same trick again. I'll win when I get to the exit. But unexpectedly, the iron-scaled armored beast stopped. It rolled up the iron armor on its body like it was braiding hair, then curled up into a ball like a ball of yarn, stunning both Lin Huang and Xiao He. Xiao He guessed, maybe it knows what you did in the second beast cage. Lin Huang couldn't help but kick the monster hard to vent his anger. The title of the Ceiling of Defense monsters probably came from this. He drew his sword and smiled cunningly. It's a pity, no matter how cunning the prey is, it can't outsmart the hunter. With a slash of his sword he aimed for the gap. Although he couldn't pierce it, the small wound made the monster turn its face away in embarrassment. Lin Huang happily continued forward, but the iron-scaled armored beast suddenly emitted smoke. He curled his lips. Its absolute defense posture has a small gap. With my telescopic vision it's easy to find. It's just its bad luck, Xiao He said in a panic. Hold back, don't get carried away. The broadcast sounded. Congratulations to candidate 23 Lin Huang for successfully passing the third round of the assessment. The crowd murmured curiously. Gate 66 passed so quickly again. When Lin Huang raised his hand to accept the challenge, the crowd became even more restless. In less than 2 minutes he defeated the first monster and quickly passed through Gate 66, which had claimed the lives of 2 candidates. They were stunned. Too strong. How did he do it? Gate 66 killed 2 people in a row and he passed in less than an hour. Zhang Sen crossed his arms and praised. Lin Huang is not only strong but also very knowledgeable about the characteristics of monsters. This is a promising talent. Go and write a special report. Cheng Daxi nodded. Yes, I'll upload the data right away. The scene switched to the valley, the headquarters of the 7th District Hunter Association's deacons. In the room, a video of Lin Huang's battle against the Phoenix Warbler with Tyrant was replaying. The deacon introduced. This is the latest candidate recommended by Little Devil Island. Please review him. A red-haired female deacon spoke. A bronze-tier Imperial censor with a twice-mutated monster is worth the association's focus on cultivation. I vote yes. But a deacon with a scruffy beard objected. I disagree. The monster he summoned is a giant species. Although it's twice mutated, its index is difficult to improve, its strength is limited, and it's hard to develop further. The blonde deacon agreed. If it were a twice-mutated undead or control-type monster, I would support it immediately. But a giant species, she shook her head regretfully. The red-haired female deacon sighed. It is indeed a pity. The bearded deacon did not deny his talent. Lin Huang has a good psychological quality, good skills, and his marksmanship is close to that of a primary firearms master. His understanding of monsters is necessary for all Imperial censors, but overall he is just an ordinary genius with no outstanding highlights, the deacon concluded. Since we have reached a consensus, Yu Tianyu, on behalf of all the deacons, announced that Lin Huang's special genius qualification is rejected. At the same time, on Little Devil Island, Lin Huang sneezed and muttered, Someone's talking about me again? I hope it's a pretty girl. Cheng Daxi smiled and walked forward. Congratulations on passing the third round of the assessment. Here's your Emperor Heart Ring, take it. Lin Huang took it and asked, Where's the 4th round? When does it start? She answered, Still on the island. The third round is expected to end in 50 hours. The specific time for the 4th round hasn't been set yet. He nodded, understanding he would have to wait at least 2 days. What's the name of this island? Is there a stronghold to stay in? Cheng Daxi said apologetically. This is a level 4 wilderness area. Little Devil Island. There's no stronghold. For these 2 days, everyone will have to solve their own food and accommodation issues. Lin Huang couldn't help but exclaim, Little Devil Island, this is a famous level 4 wilderness area, extremely dangerous. Demonized, immortal, and undead species were scattered everywhere. With no strongholds and no public routes, Little Devil Island was one of the most difficult areas to enter. Stepping onto the island, Lin Huang said excitedly, I was just wondering how to get here, and I ended up coming for free thanks to the hunter assessment. The Golden Finger asked. Have you decided to upgrade your life seed to the white iron rank here? Lin Huang nodded. That's right, I already chose when I advanced to the bronze rank. The iron-bladed sword demon, its only habitat is Little Devil Island, there's no mistake. Xiao He saw his intention. You want the sensing ring talent. Lin Huang didn't deny it. Yes, the sensing ring can form a circular area with me at the center, and I can clearly perceive all moving objects within the area. Xiao He crossed its arms and thought, after advancing to transcendent, it can evolve into the absolute domain secret art, allowing you to attack any position within the domain at will. It's an extremely powerful offensive support secret art. Suddenly, Lin Huang interrupted it, his eyes sharp. Wait, we have a guest. He rushed out from the bushes, raised his dual guns aimed at the bushes opposite and shouted, Stop hiding, come out. Having been discovered, Sha Yu walked out, raising her hands in greeting and praised with a smile, You're very vigilant. After recognizing her, Lin Huang put away his guns and asked coldly, Why are you following me? He knew Sha Yu was the first to pass the third round of the assessment. Her strength was rare among bronze ranks. She walked closer, her tone cheerful. Don't be nervous. I was bored, so I wanted to make friends with you for these 2 days and hang out, she said shyly, her eyes shining. There are so many people here, but you're the one I'm most interested in. Xia Yu blushed and lowered her head. Before she could say more, Lin Huang mounted Xiao He and flew away. He said heartlessly, I'm not interested in flat-chested girls. Hearing this, Xia Yu's face turned red with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, who's flat-chested? You get back here and make yourself clear. But it was no use. Lin Huang was already far away. She punched a nearby tree in anger and it snapped in two. Xia Yu's strength was terrifying. The innocent tree suffered. It was truly a case of when mortals fight, mortals suffer. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. That bastard. Lin Huang gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as he said to Xiao He, that woman is so vicious, if I can't kill her it's best to stay far away. Xiao He sighed helplessly, your words are getting more and more dangerous. Night fell on Little Devil Island. Darkness enveloped everything and the plants were silent. The closer they got to the center of the island, the more densely the iron-bladed sword demons appeared, wandering around in twos and threes. Lin Huang and Xiao He hid in a tall tree observing. Xiao He urged, it's dark, why haven't you made a move? Hurry up. Lin Huang observed calmly, don't rush, one must have dreams. Just killing any monster won't achieve my goal. Xiao He understood and said in surprise, don't tell me you want to. A light flashed in Lin Huang's eyes. Found it. A mutated one-eyed sword demon. He jumped down from the tree, weapons in both hands, and shouted, that's the one I need, ignoring Xiao He's attempt to stop him. The loud noise startled the group of iron-bladed sword demons. They turned around and stared at him menacingly. Lin Huang cried out in panic. Crap, Xiao He cursed angrily. Idiot, did you forget about the sensing ring talent? The one-eyed sword demon can establish a sensory connection with the entire clan. Do you want to fight 100 of them at once? Lin Huang scratched his head, regretting that he had forgotten this on a whim. There was no escape now. The one-eyed sword demon gave the order, and the entire clan charged forward to attack. Looking at the ferocious horde of monsters, he thought, if I had known I would have used the ghost-faced clown to control them and avoid the others. Xiao He continued to curse. It's too late to say anything now, you idiot. Running away was not an option either. Lin Huang decided that only Tyrant could handle this situation. He summoned Tyrant, who appeared majestically, roaring as they both charged forward. Lin Huang ordered, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Take care of the biggest one first. Tyrant bravely rushed forward and sent the one-eyed sword demon flying with a single blow. The group of sword demons was not to be trifled with either. They raised their swords and counterattacked, their eyes cold. After taking a hit from a sword demon, Tyrant's competitive spirit was aroused. It roared loudly, its huge palm gripping its opponent's neck tightly, immobilizing it. Tyrant fiercely threw the sword demon away, and even added a few kicks to vent its anger. Its thousands of arms struck out at once and the ground instantly shattered as if a massive explosion had occurred. Lin Huang looked back at Tyrant in a panic. Xiao He reminded him, you didn't give it a clear order, it's going to kill that one-eyed sword demon. Tyrant lost control, opened its mouth wide and unleashed all the power of its life seed. Lin Huang shouted anxiously, with Tyrant's intelligence the one-eyed sword demon is definitely dead. My life seed is ruined. Xiao He had already anticipated this and said calmly, with your intelligence I'm not surprised at all. Suddenly Lin Huang froze, looking at Tyrant in surprise. He had thought Tyrant would kill the one-eyed sword demon this time, but strangely it didn't. Tyrant just grabbed the weakened monster, roared a few times, and then brought it before Lin Huang, its eyes seeming to say something. Lin Huang pondered and gradually understood. Tyrant knows the one-eyed sword demon's weakness is its eye, and I need to kill it to get the life seed upgrade. Tyrant growled as if confirming he was right. Lin Huang praised it lavishly. Tyrant, good job. Xiao He was dumbfounded. Stunned, giant species monsters were limited by their low intelligence and could only rely on instinct even after advancing to transcendent. But Tyrant had actually smartened up, it was incredible. Tyrant beamed with joy at the praise and even made a gesture to confirm. Lin Huang said smugly, Tyrant is like this because it has an excellent master like me, Xiao He retorted. Maybe your intelligence moved the system. After catching it, Lin Huang turned to Tyrant. All right, Tyrant responded with a low growl. He drew his sword and cleanly thrust it into the one-eyed sword demon's eye. Life-light shone, and a powerful green energy surrounded him. The system notified Lin Huang that he had completed the upgrade to the white iron rank, detected the life seed and was generating a card. 5 seconds later, the system announced life seed card. Sensing ring, rarity, rare, type, special effect. Generates a circular sensing area with a 300-meter radius centered on you. All moving objects within the area can be clearly perceived. Evaluation average. Lin Huang looked at the card and thought, not bad. The system continued to congratulate him. You have obtained the rare monster card, One-Eyed Sword Demon. The card was shiny and very cool, completely different from ordinary cards, but its 3 skills were useless to Lin Huang. He was curious what it would become if he upgraded it to Epic Tier. Xiao He suggested, you still have 3 advancement cards, give it a try. Suddenly, Lin Huang whipped his head around, his eyes filled with killing intent. No rush to upgrade, there's a little trouble to deal with. Xiao He followed his gaze and realized, your sensing ring has a reaction. There's something nearby. In the silent night forest, a figure flashed by like lightning. It was Xia Yu, the girl Lin Huang had mocked for being flat-chested that afternoon. She landed lightly and confidently, thinking he wouldn't be able to spot her from a distance. Her confidence lasted less than 3 seconds before she proved herself wrong, as Lin Huang's voice sounded from behind her. Xia Yu, you're really annoying, he reminded her with cold arrogance. I've already made it clear, stop bothering me. What a troublesome woman. Sha Yu was angry that she had been discovered despite being so careful. She turned around and said enthusiastically, I heard the roar of a giant beast, so I came over to see. Was that your summoned monster? But her heart was filled with incredible doubt. Damn it, I'm at least 200 meters away from him. How did he find me? After a moment she realized he had already advanced to the white iron rank. It was too fast. He had leveled up in just one afternoon. She guessed the roar just now must have been from his battle. Lin Huang said rudely and heartlessly, Stay out of my business. Sha Yu began to flatter him. You're really strong. Imperial censors are rare to begin with. There must be many factions wanting to recruit you. Besides the Hunter Association, you have other options, right? Lin Huang coldly drew his sword and pressed it against her neck. Sha Yu's face turned pale. She smiled awkwardly, her heart pounding. He said sternly, Which cult are you from? I know you have a purpose for approaching me. You're not here for the Hunter assessment. You're here to recruit, right? The sword pressed closer. A little more force and she would be dead. Sha Yu remained stubborn and played dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm here for the assessment, so of course I want to become a hunter. Lin Huang retracted his sword in annoyance. Get lost. I don't have time to wait for your answer. But as he turned away, he warned her icily, If you dare to bother me again, I'll kill you with my own hands, even if it means breaking the rules and being punished. After speaking, he jumped onto Xiao Hei's back and flew away, leaving Sha Yu gritting her teeth in anger and cursing under her breath. You brat. She started laughing, her voice trembling. Haha, how interesting, but there was still fear in her eyes. Finally she left angrily. It's a pity I don't have time to play with you. I have to get down to business. Suddenly, a loud bang from behind a rock shattered the silence. Lin Huang and Tyrant stood majestically on a mountain of monster corpses. He said with satisfaction, Killing white iron tier monsters is so satisfying, Tyrant roared, looking ferocious and showing off its immense power. Xiao Hei reminded him, You've been playing for 2 days, all 4 of your reserve life wheels are full, let's go back, the 4th round of the assessment is about to start, he reassured it. Don't worry, my main life wheel has accumulated 200 units, enough to handle gold tier monsters after the lifelight baptism. I can summon 4 monsters at the same time now, except for the Vile Vine. All my other epic tier cards have advanced to gold tier. The 4th round should be no problem. Lin Huang nodded and started heading back to the camp. On the way, the two chatted. He said, The Vile Vine is still at white iron rank 3. Its mutation path is very special. I'll have to find a way to upgrade it after this. Xiao Hei added, Don't forget the one-eyed sword demon. You need to upgrade it too. Lin Huang sneered. You're nagging endlessly, just like an old woman. On the sandy beach by the Azure Coast, the candidates who had passed the 3rd round gathered. An organizer announced, There were 5,541 participants, but only 489 have passed. The 3rd round is now over. Hearing this number, everyone was stunned and worried. Out of more than 5,000 people, less than 500 were chosen. This elimination rate is terrifying. The organizer announced that the 4th round was about to begin. Everyone waited quietly for the rules. Suddenly, a huge beast appeared in the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Lin Huang also looked up. A magnificent 4-winged dragon eagle appeared, drawing exclamations of admiration from the crowd. It's so beautiful. There was a figure on the dragon beast's back, making everyone wonder, who is that? The examiner for the 4th round? A girl jumped down from the stage as light as the wind. She was the examiner for the 4th round, Mu Lan, exuding a powerful and stern aura. The crowd began to murmur, Mu Lan, is that the Mu Lan who's 4th on the 7th District's gold badge leaderboard? That genius imperial censor, she's amazing. This round is definitely going to be hard. A wave of panic spread through the crowd, but Lin Huang remained calm. It's just a 4-winged dragon eagle. If my purple-eyed white eagle were upgraded to gold tier, it definitely wouldn't be inferior. Seeing the noisy candidates, Mu Lan shouted, Quiet, she explained. This is the level 4 wilderness area, Little Devil Island. It's filled with demonized, immortal and undead species. The center of the island has many gold tier monsters, so try to avoid it. The rules for the 4th round are simple. Within 15 days, hunt 5 different species of white iron tier monsters and bring back their complete corpses. Only then will you pass. The rules for the 4th round sent the candidates into a panic. Hunting 5 different species of white iron tier monsters, everyone complained, Why is it so hard? We're not imperial censors and we have to hunt 5 different kinds. Suddenly a hand shot up high, and a clear voice rang out, Examiner, I have a question. It was Lin Huang. He asked, Can we snatch other people's monster corpses? This question sent a chill down the spines of those around him. Mu Lan announced, You can snatch them, but you cannot kill anyone. Murderers will be permanently blacklisted. After explaining the rules, she announced the official start of the 4th round. Before 10 a.m. on the 15th day, bring the corpses of 5 different monsters to turn in and you will pass. The crowd dispersed and began their mission. A group of candidates started discussing among themselves, worried because of Lin Huang's question. One person asked, Does anyone know that guy who just asked about snatching corpses? Everyone shook their heads. Don't know him, but that question was definitely threatening. A young man in brown clothes concluded, We not only have to guard against monsters, but also against the people around us. A timid candidate in blue clothes with green hair said, If we team up to kill monsters, it should be safer, right? Just as they were worrying, Lin Huang suddenly appeared, leaning against a tree as if he had been waiting for them. Seeing him, they all panicked as if they had seen a ghost. They recognized him as the person who had asked the strange question. Thinking he was here to rob them, they stammered. We haven't killed anything yet. Lin Huang raised a hand and smiled gently, reassuring them. I'm not here to rob you. I've killed enough monsters these past 2 days and I have plenty of corpses to sell to you. The group was skeptical. The blue-haired young man asked the person next to him, is that true? Buying monster corpses on the island is indeed safer. The black-clothed candidate nodded. Paying for them is safe, but the blonde young man was still suspicious. Do you really have that many corpses? A man in black asked. The examiner said we could snatch them, so does buying them count? Seeing their doubt, Lin Huang dumped out a large pile of monster corpses as proof. See for yourselves, complete corpses from white iron rank 1 to 3 were piled at his feet. He quoted his prices. White iron rank 1 for 3 life crystals, rank 2 for 6 life crystals, rank 3 for 9 life crystals. Alright, who wants to buy? The crowd stared dumbfounded at the monsters on the ground. They were indeed white iron rank monsters from the island, the black-haired young man complained. Your prices are 10 times the market rate. They're almost as expensive as gold tier monsters. Lin Huang walked closer and used a threatening tone to psychologically manipulate the group of candidates. This island is full of mutated monsters. Even if you team up, can you guarantee your safety? Then his tone softened. Buy 5 white iron rank 1 monsters for just 15 life crystals and you can save your lives. The group looked at each other, their resolve wavering. Lin Huang continued his psychological assault. For just 15 life crystals, you can pass the 4th round. Why not buy them? After a moment of thought, the crowd grew restless. I'll buy. If I save some energy this round, the next one will be easier. Once I become a hunter, I can easily earn back this much money. They shouted. We'll buy too. Lin Huang had achieved his goal and smiled to himself. Thank you for your business. He didn't linger, quickly packing up the corpses and muttering, the next batch of customers will be here soon. As night fell, darkness enveloped Little Devil Island. Moonlight pierced through the forest, illuminating a simple tent. The brown-haired young man who had just bought corpses from Lin Huang sat enjoying himself, smiling happily. A few days of rest and I'll pass the 4th round once I turn in the corpses, he thought to himself with gratitude. Thank goodness for that kid. Even though it cost a lot, it was well worth it. Just as he was about to take a bite of fragrant roasted meat, a flash of a sword suddenly tore through the tent. The brown-haired young man jumped in fright, retreating in terror and stammering, what are you crazy? Opposite him was a purple-haired young man with a strange tattoo on his neck and a cold look in his eyes. Finally, I don't have to play along with you fools anymore. The brown-haired young man recognized the tattoo and guessed the other's identity, but extreme fear left him speechless. A scream rang out, startling the birds and beasts. The brown-haired young man fell to the ground, blood gushing from his shoulder, his face contorted. What's going on? What happened? 2 more people appeared behind him, looking exhausted. The long-haired man saw him wake up and breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally awake, the person next to him roared. Damn it, we were tricked by that kid. The brown-haired man was still dazed, squinting his eyes. How did you guys also? A giant iron cage appeared in midair and a voice said, I saw the tattoo on his neck. He's from the heretics. The brown-haired man grew tense, gripping the iron bars tightly. The long-haired man advised, it's useless. This cage is very strong. He cursed directly. Damn it, to hide his identity to this extent he must be gold tier. The silver-haired man covered his face, his voice changed as he cried. The heretics have killed countless people. Is it our turn now? The iron cage suddenly shook, frightening them all. One person comforted. Stop crying, Examiner Mulan will definitely come to save us. She's the 4th-ranked gold badge hunter. The silver-haired man trembled and muttered, did you forget the 4th round of the assessment lasts for 15 days? By the time she finds out, we'll be long dead. Outside, the iron cage had become a keychain in the heretic's hand. He walked leisurely, his eyes cold, while the silver-haired man inside the cage was still trembling, as if he were about to meet his end. In the verdant forest, a puff of white smoke rose, and a giant werewolf stopped in its tracks. Its eyes glinted, revealing sharp teeth. Lin Huang appeared, riding on the cyan-scaled wolf, a beam of magic shooting from his hand, striking the werewolf directly. Before it could react, it let out a howl. Lin Huang pursed his lips, and said arrogantly, I'm running out of monster corpses to sell, I'll have to raise the price. He ran towards the center of the island where there were higher-level monsters. Suddenly, an iron-armored bear with a ferocious face charged at him. Lin Huang was at a slight disadvantage, and only had time to say, hey. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and shot another beam of magic in retaliation. But the battle was not over. A figure rushed from the distance, and with a single sweep of its sword it cut off the bear's lower body. The light was dazzling. It was the heretic. He pursed his lips and said, you brat, you fell for it. Lin Huang was fearless, aiming his gun straight at his face. The heretic panicked, and before he could do anything, the two had already engaged. Lin Huang leaped off the cyan-scaled wolf's back and met the attack. Both landed on the ground, but the heretic frowned, gritting his teeth as he looked at the sword that had been cracked by his bullet. He roared, you saw through my invisibility skill again? Lin Huang cleaned his ear and pursed his lips in disdain. Tisk, I knew you were getting close a long time ago. The goods have been sent, no returns or exchanges. He rolled his eyes and pointed his sword at the other. Are you here to find me on behalf of the heretics? The man revealed a dangerous smile. As expected, the number 1 in this assessment isn't a fool. Lin Huang turned around, the tip of his sword pointing straight at him, and replied coldly, you didn't even bother to cover your tattoo. You deserve to be found out. As soon as the man finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, a confident smile on his lips. He spoke, his tone tinged with mockery. I was just testing you earlier so I didn't hurt you. Join us, being a hunter is a waste. Hearing this, Lin Huang revealed a gentle smile, his eyes calm. He replied, his voice soft yet firm, but I'm not very interested. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's face darkened. He gripped his sword and a deep purple magic suddenly erupted, enveloping his entire body. The air grew heavy and cold. He growled, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Just promoted to the White Iron Realm and you have the right to refuse? In an instant his form changed. His arm seemed to merge with the sword, becoming a giant scythe. The dark magic surged, plunging the surrounding space into a deathly silence. But facing this scene, Lin Huang remained unfazed, showing no fear. He pursed his lips and said disdainfully, Gold tier, I just killed 3 a few days ago. Are you here to give me a pentakill? Hearing this, the heretic member's face became ferocious. He gathered his strength and leapt, a vicious smile on his lips. You brat, let me take you down a notch first. Suddenly his expression changed. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open as if he had seen something terrifying. He trembled and muttered. What? Before him, a giant figure had appeared. Tyrant. Its massive body suddenly materialized, catching him completely off guard. Tyrant didn't hesitate to raise its fist, sparks flashing at its hand, and with a single punch sent him flying. Several large trees nearby were also uprooted by this immense force, crashing down with a roar. At this moment, Tyrant stood majestically beside Lin Huang, who remained calm, his tone light, as if nothing had happened. I forgot to tell you, I went easy on him. He's not dead yet. The heretic member, after taking this earth-shattering blow, sat slumped on the ground, leaning against a tree, trembling all over. Lin Huang glanced at him, his eyes filled with disdain. He said coldly, good thing he's still breathing. Then he looked at the guy, his tone icy. You're not the only heretic member who infiltrated this assessment, are you? Despite being beaten to a pulp, the guy managed a smug smile. Even if you kill me, I won't talk. Hearing this, Lin Huang just smiled faintly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. It's fine, I'll help you talk. Just then, a strange beast appeared. It resembled a fox holding a white fox mask. The face on the mask gradually changed, becoming identical to the heretic members. Seeing this, the guy panicked, trembled all over, and stammered out everything. This is the Transcendent from the battle in Daxi City. Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Lin Huang's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, what is your organization's plan for this assessment, and what is your purpose? Speak. Under the invisible pressure, the guy seemed to be hypnotized and slowly confessed. Of the 180 assessment centers in the 7th district, 63 have been attacked by us. All locations were attacked, but we have people planted in the Hunter Association. The slightest negligence will lead to discovery. Our purpose is to capture hunters and cultivate forces for the organization. Lin Huang frowned and continued to ask, how many people are there this time? What are their strengths? The guy trembled, his voice weak, but he still confessed, there are 11 people, 1 at the Holy Fire Realm, and 10 at Gold Rank 3. After hearing this, Lin Huang knelt on one knee, looking at him with a serious expression. He asked in a low voice, where are the candidates you captured? As if driven by a force, the guy obediently took out a small, palm-sized iron cage and handed it to him, answering, this is a replica of the Black Prison. A treasure that imitates the Black Prison. Once the creatures inside are released, it will automatically decompose and absorb the life energy. Turn the wheel of fate counterclockwise 3 times to open it. Lin Huang gripped the iron cage tightly, observing it carefully as if trying to see through its hidden secrets. He continued to ask sternly, after completing the mission, how do you leave this place? What time do you leave? The heretic member trembled and replied, the captain has a one-time use spatial teleportation device. But his words suddenly broke off, his voice growing weaker, making Lin Huang a little impatient. He growled, when are you leaving? What time? What answered him was dead silence. The giant fox-faced monster beside him suddenly spoke, its voice low. He's dead. Hearing this, a sense of unease rose in Lin Huang's heart. He muttered, his voice filled with anxiety. This is trouble. As expected, the guy had already fallen, his body lying cold on the ground. Just then, Mu Lan appeared from behind with a group of people. She said coldly, let me make it clear, no killing is allowed. Lin Huang held up the iron cage in his hand and explained calmly, this guy is a spy from the heretics. 1 holy fire level and 10 gold rank 3 experts have already infiltrated this place. Seeing the surprised look on Mu Lan's face, he took the opportunity to hand her the iron cage and said with certainty, it's not just here, many other places are also their targets. Mu Lan reached out and took the treasure, her eyes suspicious. She said in a deep voice, a replica of the Black Prison, indeed a symbol of the heretics. She fell into deep thought. The crowd around them grew larger, and they began to discuss among themselves, how could this be? Weren't all the candidates investigated? Another person interjected. The heretics are a radical group second only to the Purple Crows. Nothing is impossible. Mu Lan suddenly spoke, her voice as cold as frost. Whether it's a one-sided story or not, I will judge for myself. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright vortex suddenly appeared. Mu Lan broke the seal and the 3 people who were trapped in the iron cage flew out. The brown-haired man cried out in panic, what's going on? Another person was still dazed and muttered, we're out. the blonde long-haired young man answered excitedly. It's the chief examiner, we're saved. Hearing this, Mu Lan's face remained expressionless. She turned to the three and asked sternly, the one who captured you was from the heretics? The three answered in unison, their voices trembling. Yes, he disguised himself as a candidate. Attacked when no one was paying attention and hid his strength. He's gold ranked. Your honor is wise and powerful. If it weren't for you, we would have been dead. Mu Lan gently brushed her hair back and said bluntly, I understand. Take them to rest and get their statements. The kidnapped people were taken away. Mu Lan and Lin Huang remained, and the surroundings became silent as if heralding an impending storm. Mu Lan looked at Lin Huang, her eyes serious, and she spoke, You're Lin Huang, right? He nodded and answered frankly, Yes. Then he continued, his tone filled with worry, I didn't manage to find out the heretics' evacuation time and meeting point. If we don't act quickly, they will continue their crimes. Mu Lan glanced at him, her gaze sharp and calm. She said in a deep voice, reporting to headquarters now and waiting for transcendent experts to arrive will take at least 2 hours. If they find out their subordinate has been killed, they will retreat. To save people, we must act immediately. With that, she turned and walked towards the heretic member's corpse. Mu Lan bent down and carefully took the ring from the guy's cold hand. She spoke seriously, I'll use his Emperor Heart Ring to find the location of that group of heretics. You should retreat to the safe zone first. Hearing this, Lin Huang immediately objected, his tone firm, You can't do it alone. I'll help you. Mu Lan turned her head, a hint of surprise in her eyes, and asked, Can you take on a gold tier head-on? He smiled confidently and replied, That's right, I'm the one who sent him to his maker, so this matter isn't a big deal either. Mu Lan pondered, her lips tightly pursed. After a moment of thought, she reluctantly nodded. All right, be careful. If you're discovered, remember not to act rashly. Soon after, a giant bird flew over the dense forest, its huge wings flapping fiercely in the air. Lin Huang sat on its back, his sharp gaze fixed on the screen before him. He suddenly spotted a target and shouted, Right below. After speaking, he leaped down from high in the sky without hesitation, his form proud and imposing. He shouted, Found you. This shout startled a woman in a black robe. She muttered to herself, her tone full of surprise. Then she abruptly pulled down her cloak, turned around, her eyes filled with confusion. She tore off her cloak, revealing a face with a sinister smile, and licked her lips like a predator. She spoke, Another little brat has come knocking. Lin Huang ignored her provocation and walked forward, his presence undiminished. He replied coldly, To be honest, I don't have time to get tangled up with you women. Before she could react, the purple-haired woman brandished her weapon and charged at Lin Huang, saying arrogantly, So obedient, just come with me, big sister will take good care of you. But she seemed to have underestimated him. Lin Huang sighed softly, his eyes cold. He summoned Tyrant and shouted, Tyrant, you're up. The moment the purple-haired girl saw Tyrant, her face turned pale and cold sweat dripped down. She trembled and said, An Imperial censor. Before she could come to her senses, Tyrant threw an earth-shattering punch at her. Fortunately, she dodged, leaping into the air. The two engaged in a fierce battle, dazzling light flashing in the air. The purple-haired woman was no longer confident, her face filled with fear, and she screamed, Another mutated monster. Tyrant didn't stop, continuing to suppress her with astonishing power, giving her no chance to counterattack. Meanwhile, Lin Huang seriously observed the battle between Tyrant and the purple-haired girl. He muttered thoughtfully, To think she's a gold-tier expert and can still manage to dodge. But just then, although Tyrant wasn't using its full strength, it threw a precise punch. The girl couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying, crashing into a tree. The tree snapped and a huge sound erupted in the forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. Amidst the wreckage, only a pale hand stretched out from under the broken tree, blood streaming from it. Suddenly a figure approached. It was Lin Huang. He revealed a meaningful smile and ordered Tyrant, crush her Emperor Heart Ring. The system panel immediately lit up, notifying the host that he had obtained the rare skill card Flowing Tyrant Blade. Without hesitation, Lin Huang jumped onto the giant bird's back and said decisively through his device, I've dealt with one, now looking for the next target. The voice on the other end replied, I've dealt with a few too, but the gold tier ones haven't shown up yet. The voice paused, then continued, The transcendent from headquarters is about to arrive. You should retreat first to ensure your safety. Lin Huang stared intently at the small screen before him and said in a deep voice, All right, I'll head back right away. But he muttered to himself, his eyes sharp, Even the chief examiner can't find that transcendent. Where on earth is she hiding? Suddenly a hand lightly rested on his shoulder. Lin Huang turned around and said in surprise, How is Sha Yu here? Sha Yu showed a brilliant smile and said jokingly, Aren't you happy to see me? Do you hate me that much? On the giant bird's back the two continued to talk. Lin Huang frowned and asked, You've been following me. What do you want? Sha Yu replied, her tone gentle yet full of meaning, Join us. As long as you agree, I'll stop bothering you. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Huang's eyes. He turned to look at her and asked tentatively, Join you? Could it be that you're also... A few seconds later, his eyes widened, his face filled with terror. The transcendent expert from the heretics, Sha Yu, revealed a sinister smile, a dangerous light glinting in her eyes. That's right, it's me. Before Lin Huang could react, the giant bird suddenly lost its balance and plunged straight into the dense forest. A crash was heard as it hit a tree trunk. Fortunately, Lin Huang reacted quickly, jumping off and landing on the ground, his eyes filled with concern. Sha Yu walked up, her presence imposing, and said contemptuously, Why did you run? Lin Huang stood up, summoned his sword, and answered with a firm gaze, his voice low and powerful, My purple-eyed white eagle couldn't shake you off. Running again would just be a waste of energy. Sha Yu looked down at him and said seriously, so you plan to stop arguing and come with me? Lin Huang shook his head, his gaze unwavering. No, since I can't run, let's fight. Hearing this, Sha Yu laughed with contempt. You want to fight me? I'm at the Holy Fire Realm, almost at the 3rd tier. It won't be that easy to fight me. A trace of worry flashed in Lin Huang's heart, but he remained calm on the surface. He replied in a challenging tone, so what? If I give it my all, I can still put up a fight. Meanwhile, Lin Huang thought to himself, his expression grave. Sha Yu was right. Her strength far surpasses mine. Even if I summon Tyrant, I probably can't escape death. Suddenly a hand lightly rested on his shoulder. He was startled, and looking back he found that Sha Yu had silently appeared behind him at some point. She smiled, her tone casual yet full of meaning. I wasn't wrong about you. You're a very interesting person. Suddenly, a dazzling green light descended from the sky, tearing open the ground. The two hurriedly jumped to either side to dodge. A majestic voice rang out, let him go. As soon as Lin Huang dodged, a flash of joy crossed his eyes. He shouted, great, just in time. The person who appeared was Mulan. She landed on the ground and immediately asked with concern, I received your distress signal. Are you okay? Lin Huang shook his head and replied calmly, I'm fine. Then he lowered his voice and said, be careful. This one is a 3rd tier Holy Fire Realm expert. Don't summon monsters carelessly. Meanwhile, Sha Yu lightly waved her hand and a shining magic ring appeared around her. She spoke, her eyes cold. Mulan, the young lady of a noble family. She gripped an unusually large blood-red scythe and continued, to think the 5-star treasure, the Nether Sea Sword, is in your hands. The Mu family really spared no expense on you. Mulan held the treasure Sha Yu mentioned and replied without fear, you're that transcendent expert, the leader of the heretics. Sha Yu pursed her lips, a sinister glint in her eyes, and even licked them greedily. An imperial censor ranked 4th on the gold badge hunter list. It would be nice to get you too. Mulan gripped her treasure, magic surging around her. Preparing for battle, she declared coldly, you're not taking anyone today. Not to be outdone, Sha Yu activated her scythe, her magic churning, and said contemptuously, there are so many people who overestimate themselves. Several magic rings shot from the scythe towards Mulan, but she quickly cut them down with her Nether Sea Sword. Mulan's treasure, now unobstructed, flew fiercely toward Sha Yu. She swung her scythe, blocking the treasure, and laughed smugly. No wonder you dared to fight me. The Mu family even gave you one sword, flying immortal. Hearing this, Mulan immediately retorted, her voice sharp. The heretic's death judgment is also only taught to saints. Your skills are not simple either. The battle between the two grew more and more intense. Sha Yu swung her scythe to block Mulan's treasure, taunting at the same time, if it weren't for this thing you would have fallen long ago. Mulan was furious, her eyes blazing, and she said sternly, when my people get here, it's not certain who will win or lose. Lin Huang watched the two powerful women fight from a distance. His heart filled with worry, he muttered, when gods fight, mortals suffer. With my white iron rank strength, getting close is a death sentence. Sha Yu raised her scythe, her eyes filled with killing intent. She roared, so you're stalling for time. If I can't catch you, catching him will be enough. Here, Mulan was defending nervously, her sharp gaze following Sha Yu's every move. Suddenly a magic circle flashed before her. Sha Yu's blood-red scythe passed through the magic circle and charged over. Mulan couldn't help but exclaim, what? She hurriedly looked to the side and said anxiously, damn it, watch out, it's teleportation. The scythe suddenly appeared near Lin Huang's neck. He was startled and shouted, oh my god! Without hesitation he immediately summoned Tyrant. The giant appeared, but in that instant the sharp scythe had already struck its arm, and Tyrant roared in anger. Mulan looked back worriedly and called out, Lin Huang. Lin Huang gripped his sword, pointed it at Sha Yu, his eyes full of vigilance. Sha Yu sneered from a distance, it's fine, it's not that easy to catch me. Lin Huang still stood motionless, his gaze never leaving her. Sha Yu looked at Tyrant, her cold eyes filled with killing intent. She said sternly, you have a twice mutated gold-tier monster. Both Mulan and Lin Huang looked worried, their expressions grave. Looking down from above, Sha Yu continued to smile sinisterly. Very good, you've made me get serious. She raised her scythe, her magic churning. Ready for battle, she shouted, witness my power. An astonishing power descended from the scythe, causing the earth to tremble. Lin Huang and Mulan couldn't dodge in time, only seeing the ground around them crack and form a deep pit. Rubble flew everywhere as if pulled into the air by an invisible force. Shocked, Lin Huang hurriedly asked, what kind of move is this? Mulan looked up, her eyes filled with worry, and replied, a king-tier treasure, the god's punishment scythe. She paused, her voice trembling. Damn it, we're dead this time. Lin Huang felt the space around them begin to shake violently, and he couldn't help but ask again, what is this god's punishment scythe? Sha Yu raised the shining scythe and explained casually, the top-tier treasure, the god's punishment scythe. In the entire heretic organization, only the 3 saintesses and the grand judge can use it. She gripped her treasure, habitually licked her lips, and said arrogantly, its special property is, before she finished speaking, the scythe in her hand suddenly grew larger, and a massive magic vortex appeared, making the air seem to freeze and the sky grow heavy. A few minutes later, Sha Yu gripped her treasure, her eyes cold, and she shouted, one slash to reap. Lin Huang and Mulan were in a desperate situation, trembling before the astonishing power. Mulan used all her strength to shield Lin Huang, shouting, Chief Examiner. But before he could finish, she interrupted, her tone firm. I won't let you touch my candidate, although her eyes still showed worry. Mulan didn't back down. She activated her treasure magic surging to counter Sha Yu's power. The two powers collided, erupting in a dazzling light that shot to the heavens. Mulan dodged in time, pulling Lin Huang behind her. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Mulan was gasping for breath but still answered toughly, "I won't die." The sky turned dark and clouds gathered. Lin Huang and Mulan looked up at Xia Yu, who was floating arrogantly in the air, white smoke swirling around her. She revealed a mocking smile, her tone filled with sarcasm. "I just shattered that annoying wheel-turning treasure armor of yours." She pursed her lips cunningly and continued, "Taking a gold badge hunter back is more valuable than killing you." Mulan gripped her treasure, her face covered in scratches, her tone firm yet strained. "A hunter would rather die than retreat." Lin Huang stood behind, his heart filled with worry. He thought, "The god's punishment scythe carries a powerful killing aura. Not only can it sever all things, but it can also launch intangible attacks. Even summoning bai or charcoal would be useless. What should I do?" Just then a shining arrow flew from the distance and embedded itself deep in the ground. Fortunately, Mulan noticed it in time and dodged. The electric sparks from the arrow made the ground tremble, showing its danger. Mulan breathed a sigh of relief and shouted happily, "Uncle." Lin Huang looked in the direction the arrow came from and recognized the familiar long spear. He muttered, "That long spear." A flash of annoyance crossed Xia Yu's eyes and she said sternly, "Damn it." A man appeared in the white mist, his bearing majestic. It was Liang Song and Zhou Chai's boss. He said in a steady voice, "For the sake of recruiting new blood from the Hunter Association, a saintess has come in person. What an honor." Xia Yu landed on the ground, her eyes cold. She asked, "You're Zhu Nian?" He smiled and answered, unshaken, "The saintess actually knows my name?" Xia Yu pursed her lips and said coldly, "Of course I have to know your name." Zhu Nian maintained his gentle expression and replied calmly, "In that case I'll ask the saintess to give me some face and not trouble these two anymore." Hearing this, Xia Yu deliberately stuck out her tongue and made a face, then nodded. "All right, I'll let it go this time." But she then muttered, her tone full of annoyance, "Damn old man, if I delay any longer I'll lose my chance. Otherwise it will trigger a war between the two organizations." Xia Yu didn't say more, activated her magic, and a magic circle flashed before her. She glanced at Lin Huang and Mulan, a meaningful smile on her lips, then walked straight into the circle and disappeared into the white mist. When it was all over, only silence remained. Lin Huang breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "She's finally gone." On the other side, Mulan was ecstatic and couldn't help but cheer. "Uncle Zhu Nian, it's a good thing you arrived in time." Zhu Nian walked forward, patted her on the head and said gently, "It's good that you two are all right. That girl is not to be underestimated, and the god's punishment scythe is a forbidden weapon." He paused, his expression serious. "Let's go back to the assessment point first and release all the rescued candidates. This matter must be reported in detail, and this assessment will be suspended for now." In another corner a voice sounded, "It's finally over." The golden finger looked at Lin Huang, its eyes full of admiration. "To be able to return after encountering a transcendent level enemy, you're really lucky." Lin Huang rubbed his hands, his voice tired but firm. "Next we'll wait for the Hunter Association's solution to this incident." "I'm so tired." He stopped and called out, "Xiao He, help me sort out the cards I've recently obtained." Xiao He spoke, its eyes shining. "You now have 14 monster cards, 21 skill cards of various types, 20 advanced reward cards, and 40 function cards." The system panel flashed, displaying a detailed notification. Monster cards: Charcoal Bai, Tyrant, Vile Vine, Ghost-Faced Clown, Bloodthirsty Creeper. Rare monster cards: One-Eyed Sword Demon, Purple-Eyed White Eagle. Rare talent skill card: Superhuman Strength. Rare life seed card: Ghost Hand. Rare life art card: Sensing Ring. Advanced reward cards: Advancement card X13, One-Time Function card X13, Double reward card X12, Item card X13. Function cards: Temporary Summoning card X11, Teleportation card X11, Challenge card X11, Critical Strike card X11, Temporary Transformation card X17, Advancement card X15. Lin Huang looked at Xiao He intently, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and asked, "Wait, there are a few cards I've never seen before. What do they do?" Xiao He leaned in, a mysterious and mischievous smile on its face, and answered, "The One-Time Function card, Temporary Summoning card, Challenge card, and Teleportation card, right?" Then it held up a shining golden card and said in surprise, "The One-Time Function card is an advanced kill reward card." The system panel flashed again, displaying detailed information. One-Time Function card can seal a skill. It can be a monster skill or a human combat skill that the host has seen once. After activation, the skill can be released. Note 1. Due to the host's limited strength, you can currently only seal the strongest single attack of a Holy Fire Realm expert. Note 2. The card can only be used once and will automatically disappear after activation. The golden finger interjected, its tone full of excitement. "These are 2 function cards, both with a limited number. Temporary Summoning card. After activation, you can randomly summon a monster for 1 hour. Note 1. The combat power of the randomly summoned monster will exceed the strongest monster the host currently possesses. Note 2. There is a high probability of summoning a monster related to the monsters the host possesses. Note 3. Card activation is consumable. Each card can only be used once." The system panel continued to display Challenge card. After activation, the host will be teleported to the challenge space. A random monster will be selected in the space. After the host kills the monster, they can obtain a monster challenge card. Note 1. In the challenge space, the monster's combat power is exactly the same as the host's, and the monster's species and rarity are random. Note 2. In the challenge space, you can only rely on your own abilities. You cannot use monster cards or function cards of any kind. Note 3. For each challenge card, if the challenge is successful, the card will disappear. You can challenge a maximum of 3 times. If all 3 challenges fail, the card will also disappear. Note 4. If the host dies in the challenge space, it will be a true death. Therefore, if you encounter a monster you cannot defeat, please teleport out of the challenge space as soon as possible. Xiao Hei held the golden card high and said seriously, you must understand this challenge card clearly and use it with caution because once you die in the challenge space you're really dead. Lin Huang looked up at Xiao Hei, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He smiled brightly and said, these are all useful cards. He clenched his fists and continued excitedly, with these my combat power will be enhanced. Suddenly a voice came from outside the tent. Lin Huang, are you asleep? He peeked out and saw Mulan standing outside, her figure looking gentle under the moonlight. He asked embarrassedly, Chief Examiner, what can I do for you? Mulan smiled faintly, her cheeks flushing, and she stammered, I have something to tell you. Lin Huang walked out and stood opposite her, his eyes curious. Mulan continued, her voice soft, the assessment is over, you don't have to call me Chief Examiner anymore. We're about the same age, you can just call me by my name. She turned to look at him, her cheeks turning even redder. She continued shyly, I heard it only took you half a year to advance from an ordinary person to the White Iron Realm. What kind of life scripture are you cultivating? Lin Huang smiled lightly and answered, I'm cultivating the military combat scripture. Mulan continued to ask in surprise, when you first start cultivating the military combat scripture, its speed is even slower than an advanced life scripture. Which level have you reached? He answered frankly, the 6th level. After hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed in Mulan's eyes. The 6th level of the military combat scripture is very difficult. Some people spend more than 10 years and still can't reach the 5th level, but you've reached the 6th in just half a year. But Lin Huang thought to himself, his face still calm, sorry, I'm actually at the 8th level. He didn't want to show off, so he remained silent. Mulan's face was filled with joy, her cheeks turning even redder. She gently turned her face away, not daring to look at him directly, and said in a low voice, let me recommend you for a few key training slots. Lin Huang tilted his head, a little confused. Key training slots, are they similar to special training? She hurriedly explained, her voice a bit clearer. Of course not. Key training slots are a real privilege that the Hunter Association gives to a few people. They can get a large amount of resources from the Hunter Association and have the same authority as Holy Fire Realm deacons to access information. She paused and continued. It's just that I heard the examiner from the previous round already recommended you, but you were rejected in the final approval stage. Lin Huang smiled, his tone calm. It's all right. Since I've decided to join the Hunter Association, I'll eventually have a chance to show what I can do. I'm not in a hurry. Mulan nodded, her eyes shining. The final approval requires the unanimous consent of all 12 head deacons. If even one person raises a reasonable objection, the approval will be rejected. But I believe you will pass this. Lin Huang comforted her, his tone sincere. It's all right. This is the first I've heard of my recommendation being rejected. I'm a little curious about the head deacon's reasons for rejecting it. Mulan happily patted his shoulder and praised, Gold will always shine. Keep it up, I'm optimistic about you. Lin Huang smiled brightly. Thank you. Then he fell into thought. But the final assessment had already been cancelled. Can I still become an official hunter this time? It's hard to say. Mulan put her hand to her mouth and said gently, You should go back and rest. I'll announce some good news tomorrow morning. Early the next morning a voice sounded. Everyone assemble. Lin Huang was also there, his eyes thoughtful, thinking, what good news could it be? Someone spoke, their tone full of worry. It must be the headquarters statement on how to handle this incident. I'm so nervous. The assessment was cancelled. Was all our hard work for nothing? Mulan stood on the highest platform, her voice loud and clear. Everyone, please report in time. In the 63 attacked assessment centers, more than 10,000 people were captured by the heretics, accounting for 30 of the total candidates. You all have also contributed. Therefore, headquarters has decided that all remaining candidates from the assessment centers will not need to proceed to the next round and will directly become official hunters. After hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Huang's lips. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. Some people around him were so excited they couldn't help but cheer. That's great, long live headquarters. Our hard work wasn't in vain. Mulan's gaze shifted down and met Lin Huang's. She showed a brilliant smile and thought to herself, we'll be colleagues from now on. Lin Huang also looked up at her, his eyes shining, and thought, I look forward to working with you. Suddenly, a huge modern airship appeared in the sky. The crowd looked up, exclaiming, a magic crystal airship, isn't that the one that brought us here? Another person whispered, could the owner of the ship be Mr. Fu? From above a majestic figure waved, his voice booming, Lin Huang, I've come to pick you up. Lin Huang looked up and couldn't help but blurt out, Mr. Fu. The surrounding crowd broke into discussion, their eyes filled with surprise. They chattered among themselves, pick him up, just him. Could he be a young master of a noble family with a hidden identity? I can't believe it. Night fell, and the huge airship glided silently over the vast sea. Lin Huang sat by the grill, drooling as he looked at the fragrant fish, his mouth watering. He turned to Fu Qingshan, who was fishing leisurely, and asked, Mr. Fu, you came all this way to pick me up just to treat me to fish, right? He smiled, his voice steady. You're cultivating the military combat scripture, at least at the 7th level, maybe even the 8th, right? Lin Huang, while devouring his food, answered, It's the 8th level. Fu Qingshan nodded, his gaze sharp, and continued to ask, And your combat level, which rank of white iron? Lin Huang answered obediently. White iron rank 3. He nodded and said seriously, your level and cultivation combined are a bit scary. You have to use your life energy well and not be lazy. Cultivating quickly is good, but your foundation must be solid. Lin Huang replied politely, yes sir. Fu Qingshan turned to the sea, his gaze deep. I heard Mu Yatu recommended you for the key training program for the second time, but you should know that the head deacons are all conservative people. They rejected you the first time, and if they approve you the second time, wouldn't that be a slap in their own faces? Before he finished, Lin Huang interjected, his tone calm. I understand, even if I don't become a key trainee of the Hunter Association, it won't delay my cultivation. Status is given by others, strength is earned by myself. After hearing this, Fu Qingshan's face lit up with joy and he laughed heartily. Kid, you're really something. He suddenly looked at him, a mischievous glint in his eyes. How about being my disciple? Lin Huang was about to refuse when he quickly added, think about it again, agree or not, give me an answer. But before he could finish, Lin Huang quickly answered, I'm willing. After hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Fu Qingshan's eyes. He couldn't help but ask again, you're willing? Lin Huang nodded, his tone firm. Of course. Hearing the answer he wanted, Fu Qingshan laughed happily. From today on, you, Lin Huang, are my Fu Qingshan's disciple. That night at the 7th District Hunter Association's Deacon Council, a group of people gathered in a secret room, the atmosphere tense. A middle-aged man held a letter, his face red with anger. He muttered, so it's a letter from Fu Qingshan. He read aloud in a mocking tone. I gave you a chance and you didn't take it, now you've got no hope. The deacon next to him, after reading it, crumpled the letter tightly, his hand trembling with anger. Missed it again. Under the blue sky, a cruise ship slowly sailed into the distance. The golden finger looked at Lin Huang, its tone full of admiration. Fu Qingshan is not a member of the Hunter Association. His status is very special. It's your good fortune to become his disciple. Lin Huang smiled and said modestly, Master taught me that cultivation depends on myself. I'm still far from it. As if he had suddenly remembered something, he turned to Xiaohei. By the way, there are still 3 item cards. Let's open them all at once. Xiaohei shook its head and joked. Your luck with opening cards is still as bad as ever. The golden finger's eyes widened as if it had seen something unexpected. He cheered at something new again. Lin Huang was also surprised. He had drawn a bottle of Berserk Potion. The system panel appeared, explaining, Berserk Potion is for veterinary use. After injecting it into a spirit beast will enter a berserk state with its strength, defense, and speed all increasing tenfold for 1 hour. Note 1. After the potion is injected, the spirit beast will completely lose its mind and attack all creatures within its line of sight, including its tamer. Note 2. After the berserk state ends, the spirit beast will be weakened for 100 hours and enter a defenseless state of sleep. Xiaohei analyzed, its tone serious. This potion is a double-edged sword, you must be careful when using it. There's also a skill synthesis card. Do you want to activate it now? Lin Huang said excitedly, without hesitation. Activate it. The system panel notified, skill synthesis card has been consumed, monster skill demonic eye's intimidation has been consumed. Extreme vision and copying eye have been consumed. A new skill card is being generated. A crimson eye opened within him, as if activating a new source of power. The system continued, congratulations host for obtaining the new eye technique card Kaleidoscope. Lin Huang's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Xiaohei analyzed, after the synthesis not only did it retain the original 3 skills but it also added an illusion ability. Plus, it's a skill that can grow, not bad. It paused, then added, you now have 2 empty slots out of 10 in your skill bar. Do you want to extract a skill? Kaleidoscope is an eye technique with multiple abilities. It can automatically fuse with more eye techniques to become stronger. Its current basic functions are extreme vision, copying demonic eye, intimidation, and illusion. Suddenly, Fu Qingshan beckoned. Lin Huang quickly replied, yes, master. Fu Qingshan reminded him in a deep voice, we're almost at North Mystic City. I'll only take you this far, keep in touch. Lin Huang nodded, his tone firm, yes, master. The captain chuckled and interjected, you're an official hunter now, so you can enter the hunter arena. I have a mission for you. Within 2 months in the 7th District's Hunter Arena, get into the top 10 of the White Iron Realm without using summoned beasts. Fu Qingshan instructed seriously, remember to record all your battle videos and send them to me. Lin Huang was stunned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He began, I'm an Imperial censor. If I don't use summoned beasts, Fu Qingshan cut him off in a deep voice. Even as an Imperial censor, you can't rely too much on summoned beasts. He emphasized with sharp eyes, your own true strength is what's most important. Summoned beasts can be partners, but their power is ultimately not your own. Lin Huang nodded silently, understanding the lesson. He answered affirmatively. Understood, master. Fu Qingshan didn't stop, continuing in a deep voice, never forget, your own power is the core. Upon arriving in North Mystic City, Xiaohei said curiously, this master of yours is really something else, for him to want to see your battle videos. He's probably already prepared several training plans for you. Lin Huang frowned slightly. Still worried about the mission Fu Qingshan had given him, he thought, some of the people on the Gold Badge Hunter leaderboard came from the Hunter Arena. Master's mission this time is a really tough challenge. But he clenched his fist and encouraged himself, no matter the outcome I will give it my all. Suddenly, a screen in front of him lit up, showing the face of a clown, and a voice announced, To the esteemed government and Hunter Association, and to all citizens and friends, Lin Huang jumped in surprise, his heart racing and panic in his eyes. The people around him also grew flustered, muttering, "Damn, that scared me to death." The broadcast continued in a steady tone. "I am the chairman of the Heretic Organization. On behalf of myself and the entire organization, I deeply apologize for the trouble we have recently caused the Hunter Association. The more than 12,800 people we captured will all be released after a 1-month review. We will provide appropriate compensation for the losses incurred by the Hunter Association." The broadcast didn't stop, continuing, "We have no intention of being enemies with the Hunter Association and the Alliance government. We hope everyone can understand. If you are interested, you can call the number at the bottom right of the screen to sign up for our review." After hearing this, Lin Huang was stunned. He muttered, "What kind of bizarre move is this?" Xiao Hei's face darkened and it said sarcastically, "Compared to other terrorist organizations like the Purple Crows, is this heretic organization out of its mind?" Lin Huang laughed and replied, "I have to say this move is brilliant." Xiao Hei was so angry its voice rose an octave. "How so?" Lin Huang closed his eyes and began to analyze slowly. "They're letting the Hunter Association help them with the screening, then poaching the ready-made talent directly." He rested his chin on his hand, his voice deepening. "Apologize after failing, pay compensation, and then run large-scale video ads directly in all 12 districts. Isn't this just paying to recruit people? Brilliant." After hearing Lin Huang's analysis, Xiao Hei nodded in sudden realization. It sighed, "That makes sense. They released over 10,000 people, but the Hunter Association won't dare to use those people again. Weakening their opponent in this indirect way is truly cunning." Lin Huang nodded, his eyes cold. "That's right." Suddenly his ring chimed, startling him. "Ha!" A voice came from the ring. "Congratulations on obtaining the title of Official Hunter. You can now access the Hunter Arena. The main program is now downloading." Hearing the notification, both Lin Huang and Xiao Hei looked excited. Lin Huang quickly turned and said, "Xiao Hei, quick, find a place to stay. I can enter the arena now." After finding a hotel, Lin Huang sat in his room, muttering, "While I'm waiting for the magic crystal airship to come back, I'll practice in the arena." He walked into the bedroom and began the process. The system appeared. "Identity verification complete. Please set a nickname for the arena." Lin Huang tried Tyrant Blade. The system immediately prompted, "Sorry, this nickname is already in use." He frowned and tried Heavenly Blade. The system replied coldly again, "Sorry, this nickname is already in use." He shouted impatiently, "Great Blade." But the system's tone was unchanged, "Sorry, this nickname is already in use." Lin Huang grew even angrier and tried Fruit Knife. The system gave the same response, "Sorry, this nickname is already in use." He was trembling with anger, gritting his teeth. "Why are they all taken?" Finally, both anxious and angry, he shouted, "Demon Blade." This time the system responded, "Nickname Demon Blade is available. Click Confirm to enter the arena." Lin Huang breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "What a pain to pick a name." He couldn't help but sigh. "The designers of the arena program really make things difficult for players," the system prompted. Beginning activation for the player. "Hello, Demon Blade. The main program will now scan your entire body and reconstruct it in the arena based on real data. Sensations such as bleeding, pain, and death in the arena will be 100 realistic simulations." A flash of white light enveloped Lin Huang. The surroundings went dark, and he called out nervously, "Hey!" The system continued, teleportation beginning. After the light faded, Lin Huang found himself in a new space. The system announced, "Welcome to the Hunter Arena." Lin Huang was both nervous and excited, blurting out, "Whoa!" He quickly calmed down, his eyes shining. Even though it's just an incomplete virtual world, this scene is still stunning enough. He excitedly opened the system and commanded, "Let me try the simulated battle mode." The system activated, bringing him to a quiet space surrounded by walls gleaming with technology. A notification sounded, "Hunter Demon Blade, challenge request successful. Based on your White Iron Rank 3 combat power, you will be assigned to the 188th floor of the arena." Lin Huang walked into the arena space feeling as if he had entered a vivid, realistic game. The system displayed, nickname, Demon Blade, combat power, White Iron Rank 3, matches 0, arena points 0, win rate 0. A wicked smile played on his lips as he held a nine-tailed fox mask with crimson eyes. He put on the mask to hide his identity, his cold gaze sweeping across the arena. On the other side, the system announced the opponent, nickname, Overlord, Golden Spear, combat power, White Iron Rank 3, matches 251, arena points, -19, win rate 46. The opponent appeared, a burly figure wearing an ox-headed mask with a lion's mane, holding strange weapons in both hands. Lin Huang thought to himself, "My luck is pretty good getting a newbie for my first match." Hearing this, the opponent's pride was wounded, and he roared, "You little brat, go die!" Lin Huang dodged swiftly, a red glint flashing in his eyes under the mask. He thought, Overlord Golden Spear uses a spear, close combat will probably be a disadvantage for him. But the opponent laughed as he fought, "You fell for it, the Golden Spear in my name refers to the spear in my pants, my real specialty is close combat." He leapt up to attack, yelling, "Die!" Lin Huang reacted quickly, dodging the fatal blow. He beckoned, deliberately provoking him. "Oops, the distance is too great." The opponent turned back, his eyes burning with rage. "Bastard!" He charged over, launching an even fiercer assault, but Lin Huang was fearless. He countered with fists as fast as lightning, his tone smug. "This is just right. After a fierce exchange, Lin Huang knocked his opponent down with a powerful punch. He stood up, clenching his fists, looking aggressive as if he wanted to keep fighting. The opponent stood up trembling, his eyes filled with fear as he stammered. "My God, how could you?" the system announced coldly. "Congratulations to player Demon Blade on your victory. For this match you killed your opponent and have obtained 2 points. Lin Huang clenched his fists, inwardly pleased. The military combat scripture combined with the killing body scripture makes my close combat strength this powerful. So I'm this strong, the system updated. Nickname, Demon Blade, Combat Power, White Iron Rank 3, Matches 1, Arena Points 2, Win Rate 100. He looked at the system, ambition glinting in his eyes. If I kill my opponent for 10 consecutive matches, the points for a 10-win streak won't be 20 but 40. It seems that in the lower tiers I should try to kill my opponents as much as possible, the system asked again. Continue with the challenge? Lin Huang answered decisively. Yes, the system quickly matched him. Random opponent matchmaking complete. A girl in a sexy outfit appeared, looking at him with sharp eyes. Lin Huang was slightly embarrassed and surprised by his opponent's appearance. The system displayed her information. Nickname, Her Majesty the Queen, Combat Power, White Iron Rank 3, Matches 27, Arena Points 19, Win Rate 85. He glanced at the stats and mentally assessed her. Such a high win rate, she must be a strong opponent, but she uses a long whip, so she should be a ranged attacker. Lin Huang charged forward, throwing a powerful punch, going all in on close combat. The curvaceous opponent brandished her long whip, her tone teasing. "Little boy, just surrender. As long as you give up, Big Sister will give you something good." This provocation startled Lin Huang, and he blurted out, "What the hell?" He inadvertently fell for her trick, his body stiffening, making it difficult to move. He thought, this is a mental attack. The opponent summoned a series of illusions identical to herself, dazzling him. They laughed in unison. "Come on, playing is much more fun than fighting. Just say the 3 words, I give up, and Big Sister will dote on you." "Surrender, surrender." The voluptuous real girl cracked her whip and said smugly, "HMPH, the game is over." But suddenly Lin Huang vanished in an instant. The girl was stunned, shouting in panic, "What? It's an illusion." Lin Huang appeared behind her as fast as lightning. He threw a heavy punch. The girl was terrified, fear showing in her eyes. "Playing this kind of game with me, you picked the wrong person." A decisive strike from behind knocked the girl unconscious. She fell to the ground, muttering in disbelief, "No, impossible." Lin Huang stood proudly, his eyes cold. "Kaleidoscope is really effective against this kind of mental attack. So you can use other powers while fighting here. Interesting," the system announced coldly. "Congratulations to player Demon Blade on your victory. For this match you killed your opponent and have obtained 2 points. Continue with the challenge?" Lin Huang answered without hesitation. Continue. A few days later, on an airship sailing across the sky, Lin Huang contacted Fu Qingshan through the system. He reported excitedly, "Thank you for the praise, Master." Fu Qingshan evaluated him in a deep voice. "I've watched all of your battle videos. After watching them, I found that your physical condition is much stronger than others at White Iron Rank 3, even surpassing most at Gold Rank 3, but there are still some shortcomings. You're aware of them yourself, right?" Lin Huang nodded seriously, his gaze firm. He answered Fu Qingshan, "Where I fall short of a Gold Rank 3 expert right now is speed. I compensate for movement speed with footwork and combat techniques. I make up for attack speed with my talents and sword skills, and my reflexes can be improved through practical combat training." Fu Qingshan stroked his beard and replied calmly, "That's right, you know yourself well. Among those at White Iron Rank 3, your strength is indeed top tier." But he paused, his tone turning serious. "However, compared to the other White Iron Rank 3 experts in the arena, your combat experience is still severely lacking. When an opponent's attack density is too high, you aren't calm enough, your evasion efficiency is low, and you make many unnecessary movements." Lin Huang listened intently, nodding as he replied, "Yes, Master." Fu Qingshan continued his analysis, pointing at a chart on the screen. "Many times, even when you've discovered an enemy's weakness, you're unable to react immediately. Many opportunities to attack are wasted. Your ability to control the rhythm of a battle is still a long way off from that of a true expert. In some matches the opponent even had the upper hand at one point." While taking notes seriously, Lin Huang answered sincerely, "Understood, I'll pay more attention in the future." He looked up, his eyes invigorated. "Starting tomorrow, I'll only fight 10 matches a day to improve on my shortcomings." Mr. Fu smiled, his tone full of encouragement. "You have a lot of talent. If you work harder than others, I believe you will improve very quickly. Keep it up." During the conversation, Lin Huang turned to Xiao He and sighed, "Master is a transcendent for a reason. Just a few words have given me a deeper understanding of combat." Xiao He crossed its arms and sneered, "If you had been this diligent earlier, you would have gotten into a prestigious school, wouldn't you?" Hearing this, Lin Huang's eyes widened in anger. "Xiao He, you really have a way with words. Next time, don't." Xiao He kept its arms crossed, a look of disdain on its face. "If you've got the guts, try and kill me." Suddenly, the Emperor heart ring on Lin Huang's hand chimed, interrupting their argument. Both of them immediately noticed. A system notification, a confidential message from the Hunter Association headquarters. Confidential. Both Lin Huang and Xiao He were stunned, their eyes filled with worry and surprise. He murmured, "A confidential message from the Hunter Association headquarters." The system continued, Mr. Lin Huang, in view of your outstanding performance in the Hunter assessment, the Chief Deacons of the Hunter Association have unanimously approved your promotion to Gold Badge Hunter. Lin Huang laughed, his eyes sparkling with surprise. You're kidding, right? Making another exception, promoting me, a white iron rank, to a Gold Badge Hunter? The Golden Finger interjected, its tone full of admiration. They can't include you in the formal training. So giving you the status of a Gold Badge Hunter as compensation is one way to do it. Lin Huang beamed, feeling very excited. See, it's not bad. At least I can watch the advanced videos in the arena now. The Golden Finger nodded in praise. You're a good student. Back at home, Lin Xin opened the door to welcome him, her eyes shining with excitement. She circled around him, asking with concern, "Brother, how was everything?" Before Lin Huang could even put down his backpack, he just smiled in response. Lin Zan walked over, his expression concerned, and called out, "Brother." Lin Huang patted his head and said with a smile, "This kid has grown quite a bit. Have you been good?" Lin Xin rushed to answer, "He's been very good. Other than his habit of only eating meat and not vegetables, which he can't seem to break, everything else is great. He even knows to take me to and from school." Lin Huang beamed, patting Lin Zan's head, his tone full of encouragement. "You've done well. You're a real man now. You have to protect your big sister." Lin Zan nodded and answered affirmatively. As night fell, Lin Xin called from inside Lin Huang. "Go take a shower and change your clothes, then we can eat. I've prepared everything." She didn't forget to jokingly ask for her present. Lin Huang chuckled and replied, "Let me put my backpack down first, everything's in there." During dinner, Lin Xin excitedly said that she was practicing her marksmanship with a virtual game. Lin Zan was very curious, so she let him play a few times on her account, and he thought it was amazing. Lin Huang, with his mouth still full, just grunted, but he was inwardly shocked to learn that Lin Zan had already helped Lin Xin reach the #1 spot on the leaderboard. He thought to himself, looks like we're going to have another sharpshooter in the family. I never thought this kid would have a talent for guns in addition to his blade skills. Could this kid be an all-around warrior? He turned to Lin Zan and held out his hand. "Let me see your hand." Although Lin Zan was puzzled, he obediently extended his hand. Lin Huang told him to shout if he felt any discomfort, and he would stop immediately. He circulated his life energy to check him over but found nothing unusual. Afterward, he let Lin Zan continue eating. He pondered inwardly, this kid's strength is normal, his body has no life energy reaction. So he's just an ordinary person, a pure combat genius. Right now I need to focus on passing Master's test. I'll deal with this kid's matter later. Lin Huang entered the virtual scene and the system sounded, "Welcome. Continue to match with an opponent and challenge?" He answered decisively. Yes, he was eager to test his total points and what he had learned over the past 10 days. The system matched him with a new opponent who provoked him as soon as he appeared. "It's your bad luck to run into me." Lin Huang recognized him and immediately activated Kaleidoscope. Before his opponent could understand what was happening, he sent a heavy punch that knocked out his teeth. The system announced, "Congratulations to player Demon Blade on your victory. For this match you killed your opponent and have obtained 2 points. Continue with the challenge?" He answered heroically, "Continue." Just like that, with unstoppable momentum, he won his 49th match. As he was waiting for the 50th, the virtual scene around him suddenly blurred. He asked in confusion, "What's going on? Did the system crash?" The system announced, "Congratulations on achieving a 50-win streak. You will now face the gatekeeper. Please prepare. The countdown is starting." Before Lin Huang could even ask who the gatekeeper was, he was teleported to a massive arena. Tens of thousands of spectators surrounded him. But there was complete silence. The system seemed to have muted the sound to avoid disturbing the challenger. A red-haired man in a pure white suit appeared, smiling arrogantly. "Getting distracted while fighting me is very dangerous." The system displayed his information, making Lin Huang realize, this guy has a lot of matches and a high win rate. The gatekeeper must be specially designed to end winning streaks. He looked at Lin Huang and said with a smug grin, "Finally a decent opponent." In the stands, the audience murmured among themselves, "Who is that kid? How can he challenge young Master Bai?" A green-haired man with a covered face asked curiously. A person wearing a brown mask calmly explained, "It's arranged by the system. Young Master Bai is the gatekeeper for the 50th match, and Lin Huang was teleported here." A person with their head covered muttered in dissatisfaction. "The system is too harsh, pitting Lin Huang against young Master Bai, who's ranked 18th. A person in a golden suit and a golden mask laughed contemptuously. "It seems Demon Blade's winning streak ends here." Down in the arena, the red-haired man, young Master Bai, had a sharp gaze. He slowly drew a crimson longsword, its blade glinting with a cold light. He said provocatively, "I've seen your previous battle videos. Your skills are not bad." Lin Huang stood opposite him. Although he wore a 9-tailed fox mask, his presence was still imposing and full of confidence. His eyes under the mask glowed red, and he replied, "Thank you for the compliment. It seems your swordsmanship isn't bad either." The two seemed to be evenly matched, but only a fair fight could determine who would fall first. Young Master Bai's subordinates gathered in a corner, whispering in contemptuous tones, "Young Master Bai is an outstanding sword cultivator. This kid is dead for sure. He calls himself Demon Blade, but has never used a blade. The nickname was just chosen randomly. You can call yourself whatever you want." Another person nodded. "That makes sense." Young Master Bai rushed over like the wind, his movements as fast as lightning. Despite his opponent approaching at an astonishing speed, Lin Huang remained calm, showing no signs of panic. As the distance between them closed, young Master Bai revealed a contemptuous smile. Lin Huang replied softly, "I thought I'd get a decent opponent, but it turns out you're just a scoundrel." Young Master Bai roared, "Don't be disappointed too soon." He swung his sword, executing a series of exquisite moves. The attacks of the white feather sword were incredibly sharp, as if they could tear through space. Lin Huang nimbly dodged a strike, but the blade still grazed his neck, drawing blood. Young Master Bai laughed smugly. "The sword is too fast, you can't dodge it." He used all his strength, his crimson longsword striking repeatedly, trying to take Lin Huang down, but Lin Huang watched his every move, dodging flexibly, not letting his opponent cause any more harm. He thought, "He uses feints to lock down my position and high-speed movement to control the pace of the battle. If this were 10 days ago, I definitely wouldn't have won." Young Master Bai's sword kept slashing, but Lin Huang dodged them all. He smiled, his eyes cold. "But things are different now." Young Master Bai was surprised by his evasive ability, his gaze wavering slightly. Young Master Bai carefully observed Lin Huang's every move, but still revealed a flaw. He shouted, "Flowing cloud steps. Your speed is a huge threat to your enemies, but for me it's an opportunity." But just then, Lin Huang unleashed a sharp flash of his blade, slicing straight through the center of his opponent's body. Young Master Bai was split in two, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never expected that Lin Huang, whom he thought incapable, would defeat him with a blade technique. He dissipated into the air. The system's voice echoed, "Congratulations to Demon Blade for defeating the gatekeeper of the 6th floor arena, Young Master Bai, and completing a 50-win streak. You have killed your opponent and obtained 2 points." The audience in the stands was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. One person muttered, "I can't believe a guy in an ordinary mask could defeat the gatekeeper." Another said in surprise, "He actually used a blade to kill him. He was hiding his strength in all his previous matches." A tall man looked at Lin Huang's battle record with a sharp gaze and sighed. "Compared to 10 days ago, he's completely transformed." The system displayed the information. Demon Blade, wins 50.0. The crowd outside was even more astonished, whispering among themselves, "This kid is getting more and more dangerous." Back home, Lin Huang collapsed onto a chair, sighing in exhaustion. The recent battle had left him drained. He pondered and analyzed. Young Master Bai's swordsmanship is truly impressive. If he had a way to double his speed or extend his blade's reach, I would have been the one to die. My pre-match considerations weren't thorough enough. I need to find a better way to handle it. While deep in thought, Lin Huang suddenly looked to the side and was startled. Lin Zan was sound asleep on the bed, breathing evenly, but his body was emitting a strange aura. He said in a panic, "Lin Zan, this is life energy." He stammered, his voice trembling. "No, isn't he an ordinary person? I just checked him today." Lin Huang's expression gradually grew serious. He sat down, took Lin Zan's hand and used his life energy to sense. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he thought, "Wait, when I probed with my life energy I felt a tiny fluctuation. Could it be?" He closed his eyes, concentrating his senses, his heart filled with worry. If that's the case, the life energy in his body is identical to mine, and his strength has already reached White Iron rank 3. He copied my life energy and turned it into his own life wheel. He said in astonishment, "My God, Lin Zan is sleeping like a log." Looking at the boy, Lin Huang continued to think, "If he can copy my life energy, does that mean he can copy others too? If this ability has no limits, he could even go from an ordinary person directly to a transcendent, even stronger, reaching demigod." His expression grew more and more serious, his heart racing. "This is terrifying. This child isn't normal. His origins are definitely not simple. No, I have to move immediately." But then he shook his head and said to himself, "Lin Huang, you're overthinking it. Lin Zan isn't what you think he is." In the morning the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. Lin Huang was woken up by a chirping sound. "Mr. Lin Huang, you have a delivery." He walked out the door and saw a bluebird with magnificent feathers, but its eyes were a little dull. He accepted the delivery and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work." He looked down and said in surprise, "2 boxes." Lin Huang put the 2 boxes aside and rummaged through them. He held a golden ring in his hand, smiling, but suddenly a small screen appeared on the table. A man's image appeared, his voice low. "For something so expensive, couldn't you have packaged it better?" Lin Huang pursed his lips and replied, "Boss, the things I make don't need fancy packaging." He turned to the 2 boxes, tore off the tape, his tone serious. "My brother needs this Emperor Heart Ring to confirm his identity. There can't be any mistakes. You've used my work before, there won't be any problems. By the way, last time you said you wanted to buy a house." Opening the box, Lin Huang was stunned. It wasn't the man's words that caught his attention, but what was inside. 2 life crystals from a B-grade stronghold. The man continued, "If you don't have enough, you can pay in installments over a year. I won't charge interest on the installments since you're a regular customer." Lin Huang's face darkened, a flash of anger in his eyes. "You're breaking up," he cut in. "Let's talk later, something's come up." The man laughed heartily. "Aha, all right." Lin Huang stared at the delivery box, annoyed. Inside was a transparent glass jar. He murmured, "An urn." Taking out the jar, his brow furrowed. He recognized the symbol on the jar and was startled, his eyes widening. "Purple crows, they found me." In the silent night, 2 dark figures appeared, their voices low and cold. "We're here." The masked man continued, each word as cold as ice. "Lin Huang deceived the organization and escaped the training camp. According to the rules, he must die." The other person hesitated for a moment. "Yes, but he still has a sister." HMPH, the sinner's family is not part of our mission, the leader replied decisively. Without another word, the two charged forward like predatory beasts. In an instant they were standing on the second-floor balcony. The leader moved nimbly, grabbing the side of the wall and leaping over the railing as agile as a phantom. The balcony door made a soft sound as it was pushed open. He stopped, seeing Lin Huang lying on the bed fast asleep. Without hesitation he drew his weapon and stabbed down with brutal force. He said sternly, "Those who defy the purple crows shall be punished." But just as the blade touched its target, Lin Huang vanished like a ghost. The assassin cried out in surprise. Oh, the atmosphere has grown tense. He looked up and was immediately horrified to see the ghost-faced clown clinging to the ceiling, its crimson eyes like those of a predatory beast. He shouted, "A bloodthirsty species." The ghost-faced clown dove down, launching a fatal strike. The assassin nearly fell with no time to resist. The assassin howled in pain. He's struggling under the ghost-faced clown's attack. His eyes were filled with terror. A mere white iron-rank Imperial censor, trying to resist with a monster, but he immediately sensed something was wrong. Mysterious red threads wrapped tightly around his body, rendering him completely immobile. Fear appeared in his eyes and he murmured, "No, it can completely suppress me." He realized with a tremor that this was a twice-mutated gold-tier monster. From the darkness the other assassin walked out. The leader shouted urgently, "Quick, find Lin Huang and kill him or else." But the man didn't move. He placed the blade against his own neck. The lead assassin panicked. "What are you doing, you bastard? Put the blade down." He struggled, but the red threads wouldn't let him break free. He trembled, unable to believe his eyes. "No, this is impossible." "What happened?" Lin Huang walked out, hands in his pockets, and stood before the ghost-faced clown. He strolled forward and said with a cold smile, "You two from the Purple Crows have come a long way. It must have been tiring." His gaze was sharp as if it could pierce through anything. The assassin knelt on the ground, trembling and murmuring, "A transcendent monster, the ghost-faced clown from Daxi City." "So that's how it is." Lin Huang approached and said in a low, threatening voice, "Not only did you want my life, but the Purple Crows wouldn't even spare my family. You're truly ruthless." The assassin was startled and stammered, "Let me explain this matter." Lin Huang revealed a sinister smile. It's showtime." The ghost-faced clown suddenly vanished. He controlled the masked assassin, forcing him to report through the system. "Lin Huang is dead. Mission 093 confirmed complete." The Purple Crow's operator received the report and said in a cold voice, "All right, leave the area and find a place to hide." The assassin replied, "Yes, sir." He sighed and murmured, "What a waste of that kid." The next morning, Lin Huang arrived at the meeting point. Lin Xin waved and shouted, "Brother?" Lin Huang scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Have you been waiting long?" Lin Xin complained, her tone full of dissatisfaction. "You kicked us out in the middle of the night and then took your sweet time. It's freezing out here." She paused and reminded herself, "Oh right, we still have things at the old house. Should I go back and get them?" Lin Huang shook his head decisively. "Forget it. The house is a bit of a mess right now. If you need anything else, I'll buy you new things." Lin Xin asked curiously, "Brother, are we really moving?" Lin Huang nodded, his tone firm. "Yes, I'm taking you to a better place." The scene switched to Stronghold 7C8 Eastwood City, a bustling and prosperous district. Lin Xin looked around, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, it's a B-grade stronghold, all right. Eastwood City is so lively." Lin Xin tugged his sleeve and said excitedly, "Brother, they're selling fried chicken over there." Meanwhile, Lin Huang was wearing an earpiece talking to someone. "Yes, we just arrived," the person on the other end consoled him. "Don't be too upset. The price for the house I found for you in this B-grade stronghold is already a great deal. You'll probably have to pay it off for 70 to 80 years provided you don't die before becoming a transcendent." Lin Huang sighed and said helplessly, "Well, I have you to thank for that." He continued seriously, "One more thing, is there any way for you to raise my clearance level? I need to hide my family's and my own information so no one can easily find us." The person replied helplessly, "I can't do anything unless I have a head deacon's authority, but I can try to raise the confidentiality level a bit." Suddenly, the person exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute." Through the earpiece, Yi Hang's surprised voice came through, "Bro, are you messing with me? Your personal privacy clearance has already been raised to the head deacon level. Anyone with clearance below a deacon can't view it." Lin Huang's eyes widened and he blurted out, "What?" He quickly asked, "Bro, you must have connections, right? You'll have to look out for your little brother in the future." Lin Xin pointed ahead excitedly and shouted, "Brother, look!" Lin Huang walked over, ending his call with Yi Hang. "All right, we'll talk later." The three siblings were excited about their new home. Lin Xin cheered, "That's our new house." Lin Huang smiled and nodded, Not bad." He looked at the house before him and thought to himself, "This is where we'll start our new life." The next morning, a radiant Lin Xin walked out the door and said excitedly, "Brother, we're off to school." Walking ahead of her was Lin Zan, looking happy, waving goodbye in his neat warm school uniform. At the door, Lin Huang, in a white t-shirt and holding a cup of coffee, waved goodbye. "Do well at your new school. Take care of Lin Zan." Lin Xin replied, "I know, bye." After his two younger siblings disappeared from sight, Lin Huang's expression changed. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cunning smile. "The house is quiet. Now it's time to take care of some personal business." He quickly put on a white mask with a sharp fox eye pattern and murmured, "I have a little over a month left for the deadline Master gave me. I have to finish the mission as soon as possible." Just then the system sounded, "Welcome to the Hunter Arena," matching with an opponent. Suddenly, a wave of shouts drowned out the system's voice. "Demon Blade! Demon Blade is back, he's on a 50-win streak," a man in red interjected. "So that's the famous Demon Blade. You think highly of him, huh? The man in yellow crossed his arms and pursed his lips. Just you wait, he'll give you a big surprise. Lin Huang appeared, the white mask glinting red. He thought, to complete the 2,000-point mission within 2 months I need at least an 80-win streak. Who is the gatekeeper for this 60th match? The system notified the opponent's information. Nickname, Feng Wu, combat power. White Iron rank 3 matches, 4,208 arena points, 10,569. Win rate, 93. A burly man appeared, carrying a giant blade on his back that was almost as big as he was. Lin Huang mentally assessed him. He's a blade cultivator too, but his blade is bigger than my sword. The men in red and yellow continued their commentary. The man in yellow glanced over. Feng Wu is the 10th ranked expert on the blade cultivator leaderboard. The man in red nodded. This kid's winning streak will probably end here. Lin Huang and Feng Wu began to talk. Feng Wu spoke first. Demon Blade, is it? I've heard a lot about you. Lin Huang replied modestly. Please go easy on me, senior. Feng Wu's face was stern as he said harshly, HMPH, I wouldn't dare call myself your senior. But he suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Can we be friends? Lin Huang blurted out in surprise. Huh? Feng Wu continued excitedly. I watched your match with young Master Bai. His sword speed was astonishing, yet you killed him with a single blade strike. That was amazing. Let's be friends. We can spar more in the future. Hearing Feng Wu's proposal, Lin Huang was a bit flustered, and quickly replied, I don't make friends, sorry. He thought warily. I've worked so hard to hide my identity I can't expose myself here. Suddenly, Feng Wu charged over, raising his giant blade into a stance ready to strike, and said loudly, It's fine, I'll be satisfied just to have a match with you. Lin Huang exclaimed in surprise. A preemptive strike? Hey, aren't you the gatekeeper? Feng Wu's expression returned to its initial seriousness. He leapt high, swinging his blade repeatedly, then prepared to strike straight down at Lin Huang. He observed his eyes sharp and murmured, His blade technique is so fast, it's a transcendent tier combat skill. Lin Huang ignored his opponent's attack, closed his eyes to concentrate, and with a single strike sent Feng Wu stumbling backward. Feng Wu gritted his teeth, his face contorted, thinking, he didn't even use a blade skill, just a casual strike, and it broke my assault. He retreated to a distance, unable to get close like before, and said in a deep voice, That's right, my blade skill is called Thunderclap. It's a transcendent tier combat skill. Unfortunately, my skill is limited, and I still haven't fully mastered it. Lin Huang pursed his lips and replied, You're trying to use speed to cover your weaknesses, but you don't realize that the faster you are, the more obvious your flaws become. Show me your full strength. Hearing this, Feng Wu immediately charged forward, shouting, Thank you, then I won't hold back. Lin Huang stood motionless, parrying Feng Wu's attacks one after another with just one hand without needing to move at all. The two men in the stands continued their discussion. The man in red said in surprise, He's supposed to be a gatekeeper. Why does it look like a master instructing his disciple? The man in yellow laughed with great interest. See, I told you he was amazing. He hasn't moved a single step, the man in black added thoughtfully, and he still hasn't used a real blade skill. Down in the arena, Lin Huang and Feng Wu fought at close range, sword and blade clashing, sending sparks flying. Lin Huang spoke, Your combat skill is strong, but honestly your level isn't high enough. If you want to improve, you need to focus on your research. Or switch to a weaker combat skill. Feng Wu replied softly. I see. He paused, then said in a low voice, But I'm not young anymore. It's too late to start over and my level is too low. Lin Huang looked at him and said with certainty, In the end, a person's greatest enemy is themselves. Suddenly, Feng Wu laughed and blue lightning crackled around his body. He charged forward shouting, Thunderclap Mountain's might. Lin Huang swung his sword in response. Let's see it then. The two rushed towards each other, the gold and blue lights from their sword and blade intertwining, exploding into countless bright sparks. Feng Wu's face was calm as he said, The wind passes, a dragon roars. So this is blade intent. Lin Huang only had time to utter the word turn. The blue light gradually dissipated. Feng Wu looked at him and said calmly, I lost. A systems announcement echoed, Congratulations to Demon Blade for defeating the 6th floor arena gatekeeper Feng Wu and completing a 60-win streak. The stands erupted, with shouts rising one after another, Demon Blade, Demon Blade, Demon Blade. A female voice shouted, I want to have your babies. The man in yellow turned smugly to the man in red. What do you think? I wasn't wrong about him, was I? The man in black heard this, just glanced aside silently and said nothing. The system sounded enthusiastically. Continue with the challenge, Lin Huang replied with a firm tone. After the 60th match, the opponents will be very strong. To maintain an 80-win streak, I absolutely cannot be careless. Just then, a girl appeared with light brown hair and blushing cheeks, shyly holding a piece of white paper. She asked softly, Are you really Demon Blade? Lin Huang nodded and replied, I am. The girl broke into a brilliant smile. I just saw the system notification that you won 60 matches and I'm kicking myself. It's so rare for someone to get a 60-win streak and I couldn't see it in person. I noticed you half a month ago. I've watched every one of your matches. They're amazing. The stand suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. The men in red and yellow spoke in low voices. The man in red laughed. Oh, did she walk onto the wrong set? The girl held the white paper out to Lin Huang, her face making it hard to refuse. Can you add me as a friend and give me an autograph? I'll forfeit. You can move on to the next match. Even though he was wearing a mask, Lin Huang was still embarrassed, his cheeks blushing. He scratched his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, no problem, let's add each other as friends first. Feng Wu, who had witnessed the whole thing from the side, was stunned. Just a moment ago Lin Huang had flatly refused to be friends with him, but now he had so easily agreed to the girl's request. He sighed helplessly. In the lively atmosphere of the sixth-floor arena, the yin-yang magic circle shimmered, and the cheers of the audience echoed throughout the venue. The system announced in a timely manner, "Congratulations to Demon Blade on achieving a 69-win streak. The arena is being reconfigured and you are being transferred to Arena 1 on the 6th floor. The streak holder will now challenge the gatekeeper. Please wait." The youth in the golden mask laughed heartily. From the 61st to the 69th match he only took 10 minutes. The youth in the black mask pursed his lips and sneered, "HMPH, from now on, things will be completely different. I want to see how far he can go." Lin Huang, also known as Demon Blade, stood on the stage, his eyes behind the mask glinting with satisfaction. The audience grew larger and larger. Suddenly a blurry figure gradually materialized in front of him, its build neither fat nor thin, making it difficult for him to tell if it was male or female. As it turned out, a beautiful young woman appeared, her crimson hair like flames, her posture poised and her presence imposing. She looked at Lin Huang and pursed her lips provocatively. "So you're the recently famous Demon Blade." Doesn't look like much." The word struck Lin Huang like a bolt of lightning, freezing him in place. He stammered a response. "Well, I don't know why you're angry, but I'm sorry." The beautiful woman was hot-tempered and had no patience for words. She immediately drew her gun, her tone resentful. "My hard-earned vacation interrupted just like this. Kid, prepare to die." In all his time on the stage, Lin Huang had never met an opponent who got him this excited. After her string of complaints, the red-haired beauty suddenly opened fire in a continuous barrage. Bullets rained down like a storm, forcing Lin Huang to use his flowing cloud steps to evade. He moved with ease, even finding time to analyze. "The specialization of a gun master is truly formidable." The stands erupted. The audience was dumbfounded, deeply feeling the power of the protagonist's aura. One person shouted, "My God, isn't Demon Blade's weakness his speed? How did he dodge all of that?" Another group was full of admiration. "This is the she-devil. She once fought against the second-ranked boss on the leaderboard." The golden masked man took the opportunity to turn and discuss the she-devil. "Ranked 5th on the leaderboard. She's as fierce as they say. What do you think of Demon Blade's performance?" The black masked man observed carefully, his tone cautious. "His movement speed is average, and his footwork skill is nothing special. The only reason he can dodge so many attacks is his powerful predictive ability." He continued his analysis. "The situation isn't looking good for him. Her Iron Phoenix 16 has been modified with a firing speed close to Mach 4. The fact that he can dodge so easily means he's definitely a genius. But so far his opponent has only shown basic shooting skills and hasn't used any other gun techniques. And the distance between them hasn't closed, keeping him constantly on the defensive." The golden masked man glanced at him, then back at the intense battle below. "So to sum it up, from the sound of it, you still don't think much of this kid." The black masked man made no attempt to hide it. "If he doesn't attack soon and just tries to wear down his opponent's life energy by dodging, he's going to lose miserably." He continued confidently. "Look at Demon Blade's fan badge. I've been watching his matches since his 20th win streak, haven't missed a single one. He surprises me every time. I believe he'll be the one laughing at the end of this match too." In the stands a bet was quickly formed. The golden masked man grinned and announced, "I'll bet a 3-star treasure. I bet he'll win." The black masked man was calm and didn't hesitate. "HMPH, a bet's a bet. What's to be afraid of? He's bound to lose." Down in the arena, Lin Huang continued to deftly dodge the high-frequency storm of bullets. His body gradually adapted, his movements becoming smoother and smoother. Suddenly he switched from defense to offense without any warning, his sword already in hand. The she-devil seized the opportunity, the corner of her mouth lifting as she shouted, "Got you." A bullet grazed Lin Huang's cheek, but it didn't stop there. To his surprise, the bullet exploded behind him. Flames erupted on the stage, leaving the audience dumbfounded. The gun in the she-devil's hand suddenly transformed from a pistol into a magnificent Eradicator assault rifle. Countless bullets shot out, sweeping across the entire arena. She laughed, her voice filled with pleasure. "Ha!" In the stands, the golden masked youth's face turned pale. He murmured, "Heavens, this she-devil is terrifying." The black masked man rested his chin in his hand, looking at the smoke-filled scene in disbelief. Demon Blade has no escape this time, he's dead for sure. But then the rifle in the she-devil's hand transformed back into its original pistol form. She stopped her attack, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. However, a flicker of doubt suddenly crossed her expression. She said in a low voice, "Why haven't I received the system's kill notification?" Suddenly a voice came from within the smoke, giving the she-devil a huge shock. "I really didn't expect that move. I almost died." The audience was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Lin Huang walked out completely unharmed behind him. A pair of bright red wings appeared as if he were a demon walking out of hell. He said coldly, "You're truly strong to have forced me onto the defensive." The she-devil's eyes blazed with killing intent. She gripped her dual pistols, preparing for the next round of bullet rain, her tone firm. "A pity. You're out of cards to play, but I haven't even used my full strength yet." Aiming her guns at Lin Huang, she pulled the triggers without hesitation. A dazzling barrage of bullets formed as the combat skill Skyfall Ruin exploded forth. The audience couldn't stay in their seats, jumping to their feet. The golden masked man exclaimed, "Here it comes, the she-devil's ultimate move." The black masked man added, "Once Skyfall Ruin is activated, there are absolutely no blind spots in her attack." Demon Blade won't be able to find any opening to break through. He's dead for sure, but it wasn't over. Under the continuous assault, Lin Huang moved with ease as if taking a stroll. He didn't even bother to dodge, or rather. The bullets couldn't even touch his body. The black-masked man was stunned. Wait, how is he completely unharmed? The she-devil was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She vaguely uttered 2 words, an illusion. Lin Huang's figure moved mysteriously, appearing silently behind her. With the blade of his sword against her neck, he threatened, his voice low and cold. Who said I'm out of cards to play? The she-devil snorted coldly, but still admitted that a loss was a loss, whether she liked it or not. She stammered, I surrender. A moment later, the system's announcement rang out. Congratulations to Demon Blade for defeating the 6th floor arena gatekeeper, the explosive she-devil, and completing a 70-win streak. The news spread quickly and the stands erupted. The audience screamed like frenzied fans seeing their idol. Demon Blade is a beast, a 70-win streak. It's been 60 years. No one has done it. Demon Blade, we're witnessing history. Having lost the match, the she-devil left in a rage, looking extremely annoyed. Before leaving, she turned back and glared at Lin Huang, gritting her teeth like a defeated villain. I'll remember you, Demon Blade. Next time, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Lin Huang couldn't be bothered with the loser, thinking to himself, the she-devil isn't weak, she was just unlucky to run into the protagonist. The outcome of this match was decided from the very beginning. He waved his hand and said enthusiastically, everyone is welcome to challenge me anytime. In the stands, the golden-masked man laughed as if he had won the lottery. Haha, you lost. He had made a huge profit from the bet. The black-masked man crossed his arms. Unconvinced, HMPH, let's bet again. He still held to his opinion, announcing decisively, his eyes shining with trust in the protagonist. If things go smoothly, Demon Blade will end up facing Wumoli. I still bet he'll lose. The golden-masked man laughed. Even better. This time I'll bet 2 3-star treasures. Whoever backs out is a coward. The 2 men of honor didn't hesitate, sealing the deal with a high five. As the next match began, Lin Huang reviewed his record, nicknamed Demon Blade, combat power, white iron rank 3, matches 70, arena points 51.58, win rate 100, honor 70 win streak. The system chimed, continue the battle. He answered decisively yes. He calculated in his head that to complete his master's mission, an 80-win streak was the basic requirement. If he couldn't even do that, it would be difficult to finish the mission within 20 days. Just then, a tiny figure appeared. Lin Huang was stunned. It was a boy who looked like an elementary school student, wearing glasses and a red bow tie. The stands erupted. The golden-masked youth said in surprise, Doomsday Error, you're kidding me? The black-masked man revealed a mysterious smile and explained smugly, HMPH, Wumoli once said that no one at the white iron tier can break this guy's defense. Only a gold tier can activate an offensive treasure, which Demon Blade can't do. The audience grew anxious, realizing this opponent was no ordinary foe. An uncle with his eyes covered by his hair sighed, it looks like Demon Blade's winning streak ends here. The young man next to him agreed, as expected. The system sent out the final gatekeeper. The uncle shook his head helplessly. It's over, the system is suppressing him. Lin Huang gently scratched his head, a trace of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect this, he began. You must be Doomsday Error, right? To be honest, I've studied all the top 10 opponents on the leaderboard and you're the only one I truly have no solution for. The boy trembled, wringing his hands as if pleading, don't come over here. Contrary to his timid appearance, the boy, Doomsday Error, suddenly unleashed a special ability, a deep black energy sphere, as solid as an indestructible fortress. Lin Huang marveled, his eyes shining with surprise. So this is the ceiling of defense at the white iron tier. Is it because he's too timid? He didn't rush to attack but just stood quietly, carefully observing the energy sphere. He pushed his kaleidoscope to its limits but still couldn't find a single crack. Resting his chin in his hand, he analyzed inwardly. This defense isn't a skill but an inherited bloodline. The black-masked man had sharp eyes and began to explain, although limited by combat power and unable to reach its full potential. Someone with an inherited bloodline is almost invincible below the transcendent level. Only those with the same bloodline can stand against them, he smirked, glancing at the golden-masked man next to him, not forgetting to provoke him. Demon Blade is really unlucky, running into another little brat with an inherited bloodline, and an unsolvable defensive one at that. Want to add another treasure to the bet? The golden-masked man roared in frustration. Just watch, don't talk to me. He couldn't refute it and could only grit his teeth in anger. Lin Huang from out of nowhere pulled out a gold-plated Golden Eagle 11. He aimed it directly at the dark energy sphere, stunning the audience. Whispers broke out. My god, no way, Demon Blade can use a gun. Gunmaster 56, he's an intermediate gunmaster. As the audience said, this was a trump card Lin Huang had hidden until now. He fired continuously, analyzing carefully in his mind. The original firing power of the Golden Eagle can be enhanced 2 to 3 times after I condense my life energy. The energy sphere began to crack, but they were only tiny fractures. Lin Huang frowned, dissatisfied. This kind of attack can only scratch the surface. The cracks are less than 1 millimeter deep and heal after 2 seconds. It's constantly switching between being damaged and recovering at super speed, rendering all my attacks futile. Lin Huang flexibly changed his strategy. putting away the gun and taking out 2 sniper rifles. He used all his strength, firing continuously, the attacks coming one after another, not giving the energy sphere a moment's rest. The entire arena flashed with light. After a series of attacks, the result was a bit better but still not ideal. This time recovery took 5 seconds, he calculated inwardly, but he was still not satisfied. He continued to switch weapons, the intensity of his attacks growing stronger and stronger. The audience in the stands looked as if their souls had left their bodies, watching with bated breath. They couldn't believe the frenzy Lin Huang was displaying. The black masked man narrowed his eyes and commented bluntly, "A chaotic attack. Has he run out of tricks?" The golden masked man was sweating profusely and murmured, "The core of defeating the Doomsday Fortress is to stall until the half-hour time limit is up, resulting in a draw. This fighting style is really annoying." The golden masked man clenched his fists. Although he disliked Lin Huang, the progression of the match made him feel it was unfair. If this match ends in a draw, Demon Blade's 70 win streak will be broken, and everything will have to start over from scratch. Lin Huang helplessly drew his sword and swept it across. He had long guessed his opponent's intention, to use absolute defense to stall for time and force a draw. He stood firm, gripped his longsword and used all his strength to thrust straight at the heart of the dark energy sphere, shouting, "I will not accept this." Blade 27 allowed the blade's edge to pierce the crack, using the momentum to go deeper. The move was effective, but after a series of probing slashes, Lin Huang was repelled by the energy sphere. He warily kept his distance and analyzed inwardly. This layer of defense not only has a silk-like structure, but it also has an extremely strong repulsive force. The deeper you go, the stronger the pushback. Lin Huang gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and shouted, "Blade 303. He slashed continuously, every strike hitting its mark, aiming straight for that annoying defensive layer, hoping to create a miracle. The reflection from the collision shone on him. Under the mask no one could see his expression, but he was certainly not happy. The more he attacked, the further the energy sphere retreated to recover. Lin Huang gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, there's no way to inflict a fatal wound." Cracks formed on the energy sphere, only to heal again. The audience in the stands was extremely anxious, watching with bated breath. The 2 masked youths who had been in a heated discussion earlier were now silent in the face of this scene. The protagonist, Lin Huang, was full of fighting spirit. He adjusted his breathing, gripped his longsword, and said in a firm tone, "I will never give up." In an instant he transformed into a fire phoenix, soaring into the sky, radiating a protagonist's aura and a burning will. He fell like a meteor, shouting, "World-purging fire." The golden masked man shot to his feet, utterly astonished, surprise after surprise hitting him. "Isn't that the strongest move of world-purging fire?" the black masked man said with equal unease. "He's insane. That will burn up all his life wheels." In the void wherever the flowing fire passed, endless flames blazed, incinerating all things. The space trembled and the dark energy sphere gradually cracked. No longer whole, the stands erupted. Some people gripped their chairs tightly while others screamed wildly. The black masked man shielded himself with his cloak, but his eyes were still fixed on the match. This blade strike has completely grasped the artistic conception of Blade Dao. The kid named Demon Blade. The man in the golden mask couldn't see the result and asked anxiously, "Did he succeed?" Lin Huang roared, "Not yet finished." The sword and the black sphere ground against each other, making a piercing sound. A miracle happened. The crack where the blade had pierced grew deeper and deeper, not giving the black sphere time to recover. He gritted his teeth, lightning flashing in his eyes. In an instant the sword sank hilt deep into the defensive layer. Flames erupted violently, swallowing all sound, but Lin Huang's desperate resolve was not extinguished. He shouted, "Break." The powerful destructive force shattered half of his mask. Despite being exhausted, Lin Huang still had a determined smile on his face. The black sphere gradually changed color, and beams of energy shot out from within, like a meteor about to explode. Then, to the audience's astonishment, it shattered with a boom, revealing a huge yin-yang diagram, the remaining energy beams shooting out in all directions. The explosion was immense, sending Lin Huang flying, his sword breaking in two. He crashed into the barrier beneath the arena, while the audience cheered endlessly. The masked people nearby shook their heads in worry and said, "It's over." The golden-armored battle blade shattered. No treasures are allowed from the 1st to the 9th floor of the arena. If even a golden-armored weapon can't break through this defense, then nothing can. No matter how strong Demon Blade is, this is as far as he goes. Lin Huang knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. A boy next to him felt uneasy and said, "You don't have a blade anymore, just give up." Despite being at a disadvantage, the word surrender was not in Lin Huang's vocabulary. He struggled to his feet, his tone stubborn. "Give up. It's still too early for that." The masked people were very surprised. The man in the golden mask murmured, "He's not giving up. His golden-armored weapon is broken. What else can he do? Does he have another blade?" Lin Huang stood up straight and struck a pose, sharp energy stripes circling around him. He announced proudly, "Who said I don't have a blade? That was a bloodthirsty species." The audience was stunned, shouting, "Impossible. Monsters aren't allowed in the arena. Don't forget he's an imperial censor." Lin Huang's eyes were blood red, showing no fear. Red lightning covered his entire body. Facing the energy sphere, he unleashed terrifying lightning. It was the monster skill, Blood Spirit. He gritted his teeth. "No matter how strong the shield is, it has a weakness. Now I see it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Huang unleashed world-purging fire and charged straight at the energy sphere. The man in the black mask said in surprise, "The world-purging ultimate move consumes life wheel time. How can he use it again?" Lin Huang leaped up, delivering an even stronger strike than before, cracking the energy sphere. The stands shook as the audience screamed wildly at Demon Blade's astonishing power. While fighting, Lin Huang calculated in his head, "One life wheel can handle one world-purging move. I'll use 3 at the same time and see if you die." Under the immense pressure, the energy sphere couldn't take it and exploded violently. Lin Huang's opponent, the detective next door, widened his eyes and blurted out in surprise, "How is this possible?" A beam of light shot from Lin Huang, piercing through his opponent's body. A second explosion left the arena in a mess. The system's voice sounded clearly. "Congratulations to Demon Blade for defeating the gatekeeper, the detective next door, on the 6th floor of the arena and completing an 80-win streak." The audience erupted, cheering in surprise. "He won, so a white iron rank 3 can be this strong." The masked man shot to his feet, a look of astonishment on his face. In one day he had completed a 60, 70, and then an 80-win streak, creating a miracle that no one had achieved in 100 years in a room. Lin Huang was sound asleep in a chair, murmuring in his dream, "All 4.5 life wheels are empty. I feel completely drained." Suddenly the phone rang, shattering his sweet dream. Fu Qingshan, the captain, called, his tone full of pride. "Kid, I watched the videos of you defeating 3 gatekeepers in one day." "Not bad." Lin Huang scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Thank you, Master." But the mission wasn't over yet. He still had to deal with one more gatekeeper. "Master, I'm fine. When I was fighting the detective next door, I used world purging twice and it seemed to push my blade skills to their limit. It feels very different from before, but I can't quite put my finger on it." Fu Qingshan replied calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, your blade Dao artistic conception has already entered the subtle realm." Lin Huang asked blankly. "Subtle realm," he explained. "The first realm of blade Dao artistic conception is the subtle realm. After entering the subtle state, one's use of the blade reaches its limit. All the subtle details are mastered to perfection with no deviation within the range of the naked eye," he continued his analysis. "The special feeling you mentioned is the spiritual connection realm in blade Dao, a wonderful resonance between a person and their sword. When you reach this realm, the blade is not just a tool but a partner, a friend. Under external pressure and high concentration, you temporarily entered a state of synchronization." Lin Huang asked seriously, "Then how can I stabilize myself in this realm?" Fu Qingshan crossed his arms and replied, "You don't need to go to the arena for the next few days. Focus on studying the way of the sword and see if you can take this opportunity to break through. After all, your next opponent is the #1 gatekeeper on the leaderboard, Wu Moli." Hearing this, a trace of worry flashed across Lin Huang's face. In the courtyard, he practiced his sword with a serious expression, his moves sharp, leaving only afterimages in the air. Lin Huang thrusted forward with a serious expression, his brow furrowed, his movements decisive. When he was done, he stopped and revealed a brilliant smile. "Success, I've mastered the spiritual connection realm." He held up his sword to admire it. Smiling, Lin Shen ran out from the house and said happily, "Brother, you've been practicing for 2 days without sleeping. Take a break." She brought him some food and introduced it excitedly. "I bought some shrimp, you should try them." Before she could finish, Lin Huang rushed off, "Be good, wait until I'm done with my work." His actions made Lin Shen a little disappointed, and she said in a low voice, "I was going to ask if you've seen the news. In the 7th district, a king achieved an 80-win streak in the arena." She murmured, "I wonder what he's been busy with lately." Beside her, Lin Zan asked innocently, "Sister, can I have another steak?" The boy held a chicken leg and ate it with gusto. In the arena, the stands were lively, with the audience shouting, "Demon Blade, Demon Blade." Many people stood up, linking arms and cheering. Below, Lin Huang decisively finished off his opponent with a single strike. The system sounded, "Congratulations to player Demon Blade on your victory. For this match, you killed your opponent and have obtained 2 points." Next, the system asked, "Continue with the challenge?" Lin Huang put his hands in his pockets and calmly continued. The information panel appeared. Nickname, Demon Blade, combat power, white iron rank 3, arena points, 1138, win rate 100, honor 80, win streak. A new opponent appeared, a red-haired girl holding a light pink umbrella. She said doubtfully, "So you're Demon Blade? You look pretty ordinary." She commented casually, a smile on her lips. Lin Huang scratched his head. "You're the first person to say that." He wasn't worried, thinking, this girl under the umbrella is ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. She was once the opponent I feared the most. The girl continued to taunt him. "Hiding your face, what kind of man are you?" Lin Huang smiled and said, "I'm ugly. I'm afraid of scaring you." The girl didn't say more, took a stance, raised her umbrella and fired continuously, shouting, "You coward who hides your face." Lin Huang nimbly dodged the bullets and replied, "Miss, your marksmanship is a little worse than that she-devil's." The girl snorted coldly. "That's not all I can do." Her beautiful face was now sinister as she raised her umbrella to attack. The umbrella clashed with Lin Huang's sword, sending sparks flying. The girl frowned and attacked again. Lin Huang dodged and said, "The more you know, the more your weaknesses are exposed." The girl said angrily, "Nonsense, I'll take your life." A sword emerged from the umbrella and thrusted straight at him. Lin Huang jumped back, shouting, "Your sword isn't as fast as my blade." Feeling Lin Huang's power, the girl under the umbrella opened her umbrella to block the attack. But the umbrella was cut in half, leaving her stunned, with no time to react. As her body gradually dissipated, she trembled. "How could this be?" 2 spectators whispered. His blade is getting more and more terrifying. Should we make another bet? The system sounded. Congratulations to player Demon Blade on your victory. For this match you killed your opponent and have obtained 2 points. Continue with the challenge? Lin Huang answered immediately. Continue. He was very happy in his heart. The long-awaited opponent had finally appeared. The information panel appeared. Nickname Wu Moli. Combat power. White Iron Realm matches 3,618 arena points 13.92, win rate 99, honor 60, win streak. This person had cat ears and unique moss green hair. It was the Wu Moli Lin Huang had been waiting for. As soon as he entered the arena he quickly took a stance. Demon Blade, after your battle with the detective, many people have been comparing me to you. But being strong in blade skills doesn't mean you can beat me. Lin Huang didn't say much, just took a stance. Then let's fight, don't hold back. He swung his sword. Making the first move, Wu Moli defended, his hands burning with raging flames, meeting the blade without fear. Lin Huang thought, to be able to block a sharp blade with his bare fists, he's really strong. Wu Moli smiled and said, your blade skills are not bad but not good enough to beat me. He stomped his foot fiercely and flames shot into the sky. Lin Huang quickly retreated. 2 spectators discussed. Wu Moli used to always go for a quick victory. I've never seen him fight at such close range. I thought he wasn't good at close combat, they concluded. Now I realize. It's just that he hasn't met an opponent worth fighting. The two charged at each other. Lin Huang's sword against Wu Moli's burning hands. He gently raised his hand to catch the blade, completely unharmed, and even pursed his lips in contempt. The collision produced a thunderous roar, and flames shot to the sky as if to incinerate the heavens. The astonishing heat forced both of them back, instantly creating distance. For Wu Moli this was just a warm-up, he sneered and shouted. Warm-up's over, now it officially begins. Wu Moli seemed to merge with the raging flames. 2 blood-red hellfire shadows appeared beside him, spinning and howling like a storm. His sharp gaze was ready to devour everything. Lin Huang stood steady, fearless in the face of Wu Moli's hellfire. The ferocious mask on his face showed his strong determination. Suddenly a pair of bright red wings grew from his back, spreading out like a beast, exuding an overwhelming presence. The blade in his hand emitted a strange light which spun like an energy storm, no longer hiding his strength. Lin Huang looked at Wu Moli and said in a loud voice, I will use my full strength, and fight you to the death. This was like a declaration of war, with no retreat, only death. The light of the blade and the red wings reflected an iron-like determination, a stark contrast to Wu Moli. The two rushed towards each other, neither giving an inch. Wu Moli flew into the air and released 2 burning hellfires, which charged at Lin Huang like 2 fierce beasts opening their mouths to reveal sharp teeth. He dodged, surprising Wu Moli. Not bad, he sneered and continued to release hellfires. Lin Huang saw their trajectory, a flash of light passed, and he dodged. He charged straight into the light, ignoring Wu Moli's full power attack, and roared, not enough, never enough. Suddenly a piece of barbed wire wrapped tightly around Wu Moli's hand, preventing him from using his fire. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Before he could react, Lin Huang sent out a chain to bind his other hand, saying as he flew, how about this? Wu Moli's hands were tightly bound. It all happened too fast, startling the cat-eared boy, but he made a hand sign and said, see the difference between us. A dazzling golden light shattered the chain, freeing him. Lin Huang retreated in surprise. Charcoal King appeared, a huge red monster 3 times taller than a normal person, rising from Wu Moli's body. He could only fly far away to observe. A masked spectator exclaimed, this aura Charcoal King is not a life energy simulation, but a life seed. Lin Huang said coldly, a trace of vigilance in his blood-red eyes. As expected of an imperial censor, you saw through it. Charcoal King grew larger and larger. Wu Moli laughed. You should understand you can't fight a life seed of this level. A huge fist struck straight at Lin Huang. Sparks flew in the collision as the transcendent life seed erupted. After the fierce attack, Lin Huang hurriedly retreated, his blade deeply embedded in the floor. To steady himself, he gasped for breath. The transcendent realm is too strong, I can't even withstand this heat. But he realized that he was the same. Upgrading a life seed would clear the monster's consciousness through the life light baptism, but forcibly absorbing a life seed without upgrading it would be like drinking poison, causing a violent rejection reaction. A determined light flashed in Lin Huang's eyes. As long as I exhaust his life wheels, I can trigger that rejection reaction. Wu Moli smiled contemptuously. Hand signs, haha, give up. The moment you saw Charcoal King, the match was over. The huge Charcoal King roared and thunderballs formed a sea of burning fire. Lin Huang retreated. The premise is that I have to live until his rejection reaction kicks in. Sovereign's blazing flames cover the heavens. A frontal attack. The audience cheered. Demon Blade is dead for sure. Quick, bring out the treasure. Another person interjected. Don't rush. This match is at its climax. Lin Huang flew up and dodged Charcoal King's ultimate move. Ha, I knew you'd use illusions. I was prepared, Wu Moli said smugly. I've won, he grinned, unleashing a huge flame from Charcoal King. But a voice sounded out, it's not over yet. Swish, a blade stabbed straight at Wu Moli's chest. Caught off guard, he gritted his teeth, looking at the blurry black shadow in the white smoke. He roared, it's an illusion, how can you tell which one is real? Lin Huang appeared as the white smoke cleared, taking center stage. He threw something forward. And Wu Moli gritted his teeth. Damn it, the blade just now was an illusion. This one was the real deal. A small flame ignited on his chest. Charcoal King roared, the life seed reacting violently. The audience was stunned. Wumoli had consumed too much energy, triggering a severe backlash. If his consciousness wasn't strong enough, the monster would take over his body. Even if he left the arena, he'd be crippled. Both Wumoli and Charcoal King roared, their life energy depleted. The space interwoven with red and black looked like a chess game doomed to fail. Lin Huang raised his sword, his eyes glowing red behind the mask. Does Demon Blade intend to destroy Wumoli's consciousness? A spectator in a golden mask exclaimed. Lin Huang flew into the air, the tip of his sword pointed directly at Charcoal King. World-purging fire. He made his move. Demon Blade erupted. Two spectators shouted, does he have to do that? A fatal blow descended from the sky, splitting Charcoal King in two. The dazzling light was blinding. The life seed shattered. Wumoli knelt on the ground, the sword embedded deep in his chest. Lin Huang looked coldly at his opponent. Thank you, the cat-eared boy murmured. You did it. A masked spectator sighed in admiration. Demon Blade destroyed the consciousness of the transcendent life seed, saving Wumoli. The black masked man added. The entire stand erupted, and the arena echoed with cheers. Demon Blade, Demon Blade, Demon Blade, the system announced. Congratulations to Demon Blade for defeating the gatekeeper Wumoli on the 8th floor of the arena and completing a 90-win streak. Lin Huang stood firm, his blood-red eyes flashing behind the mask, his crimson wings spread wide, declaring a glorious victory. And that concludes our journey at chapter 111, which also marks the official end of the original story. Thank you so much for staying with me until the very end. If you enjoyed this recap, please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to BALA Manhua Recaps. Your support gives me the motivation to bring you even more amazing series in the future. For now, feel free to check out the other great stories already available on our channel. Goodbye, and I'll see you in the next series.